In the desolate valleys bordering the land of birds, a few wooden shanties stand as feeble shelters against the elements. This location was once a resting point for the villagers of Sand-Hidden, yet now, one or two of the structures bear the scars of fire. Beside the wooden huts, two small mounds of earth rise up that a frail, middle-aged ninja kneels upon one, frequently glancing at the dimming sky, calculating how much longer he ought to remain in this position. The last remnants of crimson light on the horizon have finally faded away, in the stillness of the forest. The emaciated man rises slowly, his darkened eyes revealing a glint of malice as he turns and strides deliberately toward one of the wooden cabins. Just as his fingertips are about to touch the door, a faint voice calls out. "Who's out there? Is it Teacher Ishida?" The frail ninja is indeed Ishida, and at the sound of that somewhat familiar voice, his pupils dilate in surprise. Such severe injuries. How could the child still be conscious? He hesitates for a moment before the door is thrust open with a loud bang that a figure, wrapped in bandages, lies on the ground, resembling a child of around 12 or 13 years of age. Ishida's keen eyes scan the dim interior of the cabin. The remnants of his previous arrangements still linger. Hastening over to investigate, he grips the child's shoulder tightly, astonished. "Sharawa, when did you awaken? How do you feel?" While he inquires amiably, his left hand remains hidden behind his back. "I just regained consciousness. Teacher, where are Kiyoshi and Kabera? I shouldn't have disregarded your advice. Carelessly practicing fire release has left me in this state," the boy, Jin Iruo, expresses with eyes filled with regret. Ishida shakes his head with a smile, turning his gaze to examine Jin Iruo's feet. They remain as pale as snow. "Sharawa, you were practicing fire release, were you not? Typically, such training would not lead to this. Do you remember the specifics of what transpired?" Pointing to the bandaged boy, Ishida's eyes glimmer with a disturbing greed. The blue flames that had burned so mercilessly spark a sense of dread within him. The thought of two burdens reduced to ashes is a welcome one, yet the flame's immense power ignites other ambitions in his mind. It's merely the transformation of Chakra's fire attribute. "Teacher, my body aches all over. In my ninja tool pouch, I have some exceptional healing ointment prepared by my grandfather. Could you fetch it for me?" Jin Iruo turns his head with great difficulty, his gaze revealing a touch of desperation. The childish tone coupled with his fragile expression makes it hard to refuse. Yet Ishida's heart is as cold as iron. He remains unmoved, scrutinizing Jin Iruo once more to confirm no abnormalities before he nods and strides toward the corner. He is fully aware of the exceptional healing ointment in the pouch, but he will not hand it over to Jin. Iruo. He moves slowly. He contemplates how to acquire the method of fire release training while extricating himself from the situation. Allowing a half-dead Chunin to perish without losing a Jounin is a fortunate outcome. Just as he approaches the ninja tool pouch, Ishida abruptly halts. "Ruo, can you still recall the details of your training? That flame is exceedingly dangerous and may flare up again." The atmosphere in the dimly lit cabin grows ever colder. "Not a problem, Teacher Ishida. I need you to eliminate the fire poison within me," Jin Iruo replies, a hint of determination in his voice. Ishida cannot suppress a smirk, seemingly eager to turn and inquire about the specifics. However, lying on the ground, Jin Iruo grossly underestimates Ishida's current shamelessness and audacity that a look of profound disappointment crosses his face. Without further hesitation, Jin Iruo leaps and crashes through the window, distancing himself from the wooden hut as he swiftly forms hand seals. Wind release. Thousand blade edge. Jin Iruo unleashes a barrage of sharp crescent blades, hurtling toward the cabin. Simultaneously, with a thunderous explosion, the wooden structure is reduced to dust. Amidst the swirling debris, a massive shadow emerges, as if something is being relentlessly sliced apart. Jin Iruo's expression turns grave as he continues to shift his hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball. With a powerful exhale, he conjures a sizable fireball, reaching for his waist to reveal 5 shuriken, each carrying an explosive tag that follows suit. The scorching waves of heat, coupled with a series of explosions, send clouds of dust into the air, obscuring the situation on the ground. With several explosive tags hidden in his tool pouch, Jin Irua executes 4 successive bursts of firepower, feeling slightly drained before finally ceasing his assault. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decides to proceed cautiously, retreating into the dense forest behind him. Jin Irua is not fleeing instead. He bites his finger and alters his hand seals. Haisu Yu Shun as the smoke clears, dozens of tiny, dark figures emerge, silently encircling the resting point. Soon, they emit exceedingly subtle vibrations. As the dust settles, a scene of devastation is revealed, along with a bloodied, tattered figure lying motionless in the debris. After a long silence, Ishida, feigning death, suddenly coughs a few times, laboriously rolling over to survey his surroundings with a fierce glare. Damn that little brat. Such impressive skills. Truly deserving of the title genius. No wonder someone has placed a bounty on your head. Ishida spits out the blood from his mouth. Given the speed with which Jin Irua had burst from the cabin and unleashed 2 brank jutsu, it seems he has already recuperated from his injuries. That I never anticipated the power of his self-created jutsu to be so formidable. The commotion caused by Jin Irua's actions within the ruined cabin had instinctively prompted Ishida to activate his defensive jutsu. The explosive tags in his pouch had not inflicted substantial harm. He quickly erected several earthen walls, yet the waves of blades sliced through them effortlessly, leaving him no choice but to evade that in the past. He had only witnessed enemies struggling to withstand attacks. Never did he expect to find himself in the same predicament. One misstep nearly cost him his life amidst Jin Irua's subsequent onslaught. Ishida curses as he remains hidden in the rubble for several minutes, his right hand concealed beneath him. Could he have truly escaped? Furrowing his brow, Ishida's expression turns icy as he slowly rises to kneel on the ground, methodically tending to his wounds while keeping a wary eye on the shadowy forest. After lingering for a quarter of an hour, feeling slightly rejuvenated, Ishida dashes northward. This is not the direction leading back to Sand-Hidden Village. A cold laugh suddenly echoes behind him. Ishida does not slow his pace, but rather quickens it. He is acutely aware that, at present, he is no match for Jin Irua. Teacher Ishida remains ever cautious. To treat me, a mere chunin, with such trepidation is unbecoming of a strong warrior. Teacher, did you not wish to learn about the insights of mastering that blue flame? Your student has consented. Teacher, you cannot escape this. Your 2 subordinates have vanished without a trace, nearly leading me to my demise. An explanation must be given to the village. The persistent voice behind him continues to disrupt his thoughts, striking at his inner turmoil and causing Ishida considerable frustration. Yet, he finds himself powerless. He knows this subordinate better than anyone else. With a solid foundation, adept jutsu, and exceptional physical prowess, the only thing standing between him and Jounin status is experience and timing. In just 2 more years of training, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Jounin. But Jin Irua is only 13 years old. Some even conspire to obstruct the selection of the Wind Shadow. Their intent is to delay until Jin Irua reaches adulthood, allowing him to partake in the competition. Yet one can only imagine Jin Irua's talent. As his thoughts become a whirlwind, Ishida suddenly turns, his posture rigid. His halted steps are slightly disordered. After closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, beads of sweat gather on his brow. The scent, the unmistakable aroma of burnt flames, and the sounds there are voices, yet no footsteps behind him. Jinja. Ishida's expression darkens considerably. He had been running with all his might for so long, yet the environment he perceives tells him he has been running in circles. This realization brings to mind a secret technique, a unique Jinjutsu of the Genie clan. It is said to affect others' vision, creating an illusion akin to being trapped in a labyrinth. This distinctive Jinjutsu is unparalleled in the entire ninja world. The method of breaking the illusion was anything but ordinary. Those who had witnessed it were all dead. Teacher Ishida, my clan has treated you well, why then do you betray me? Ishida turned towards the voice, the darkness enveloping them, and coldly replied, what a clever boy you are. What did you realize? I had not yet made my move. The news of Uncle collecting sand as a disciple arrived most opportunely, coinciding perfectly with my practice of chakra nature transformation. Otherwise, how could I have brought this calamity upon myself? Swish, swish, swish. The The shurikens sliced through the dark veil. Ishida instantly appeared at the spot from whence the sound had come, finding nothing amiss. Is this all? I was merely looking out for you. Lord Ogata would not accept an outsider as a disciple, and I lamented your fate. Ishida relished the delay, secretly disrupting the flow of chakra within his body, seeking a means to break the illusion. I awoke gravely injured, with no trace of medicinal treatment within me. You are well aware of the efficacy of the healing salves of my clan. So that is the case my oversight as a teacher. But do you not wish to know why Lord Ogata has persistently rejected you? Ishida squinted, tilting his head slightly to listen. Oh, why is that? A voice tinged with resentment echoed, the ambience in the shadows subtly shifting. Without hesitation, a blinding light erupted, piercing the night sky. Ishida stared grimly at the eyes filled with despair and struck down. This sensation feels wrong. The anticipated scene of a severed head did not materialize. Kamiya's body transformed into a pile of rubble, a clay clone. Ishida smiled bitterly just as he attempted to withdraw. It was too late. Eeked! A faint, yet excruciatingly sharp sound of a bat reached Ishida's ears. His gaze became unfocused, frozen in place. Fire release, fire binding ring. 2 fiery rings appeared around Ishida's ankles, binding him to the spot. Wind release, great wind blade. A crescent of light flashed, blood splattering from Ishida's neck. Kamiya did not cease his assault. Cautiously, he unleashed his most formidable attack. Fire release, earth. Erosion pillar. An eerie blue transparent flame surged skyward, incinerating Ishida to ashes in the blink of an eye. The blue flames, born from the brink of life and death, did not disappoint. Their potency surpassed that of ordinary fire techniques by several folds. Having witnessed Ishida's transformation into ash, Kamiya collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. This series of ninjutsu had drained a significant amount of chakra, especially that bat sound and a rank illusion sonic boom. Even with the assistance of a summoning beast, the consumption remained immense. The drawback was evident. It could only be released at close range, or else he would not need to exert such effort to lure Ishida. Yet the power was gratifying, securing him a decisive advantage. After regaining some strength, Kamiya began to clean up the scene. He wished to leave no trace of his battle. Ishida's senses were not mistaken. He had indeed been running in circles all along. What was different now was the presence of dozens of bats silently hanging in the dense forest. While clearing the ruins of the cabin, Kamiya was astonished by Ishida's tactics. The ground was littered with explosive tags hidden in ways that were nothing short of astonishing. Intricate poison needle traps and resilient steel wires were spread all around. Had he recklessly advanced, Ishida could have easily slaughtered him. Truly worthy of a jonin, even with 2 lifetimes of experience and the advantage of terrain, it remains this arduous to vanquish you. He is not a native of the ninja world, but rather a transient who has followed the tide. In his previous life, he was a wealthy heir, born into a family with abundant resources. However, he was a bastard child. Despite his illegitimate status, he lived quite contentedly. Growing weary of domestic amusements, he ventured to Africa, intending to explore a prospective mine that would one day be allocated to him. However, an unexpected explosion transported him to the world of Naruto. The anime is full of fervor and emotion, yet when one finds themselves within it, the reality is far from idyllic. This realm is fraught with peril, governed by the harsh laws of survival of the fittest. The energy for cultivation is known as chakra, a fusion of mental and physical prowess. Those who possess chakra are referred to as ninjas, the masters of this world. Upon his arrival, the infantile body, barely a month old, could not accommodate an adult soul, leading him into a deep slumber. Upon awakening for the first time, he discovered an infantile persona residing within him and gradually came to comprehend his identity as the young clan leader of the Kimi family in Sunagakure, the land of wind, a position of nobility. This status pleased him immensely, for it spared him the indignity of consuming expired milk and the anxiety of being subjected to experimentation. Most gratifying of all was the fact that the first great ninja war seemed to be nearing its conclusion, granting him a prolonged period of safety. Thus, he found himself in a relatively stable environment within the ninja world, free from the worry of awakening in bizarre locales. As he matured, his understanding of the ninja world deepened. He realized that this realm differed significantly from his previous impressions. Its overall strength surpassed that which he had witnessed in the anime. In his recollections, Sunagakure seemed to boast only a handful of formidable ninjas. Yet, in this reality, the village was overwhelmingly powerful, populated by a plethora of names he had never encountered before. Notably, his parents demonstrated extraordinary prowess during the war, holding positions of considerable importance. From what he gathered, their combat abilities were on par with renowned elite ninjas such as Asuma, Zabuza, and the infamous Kagaya clan. Although they ultimately perished while protecting the second Kazekage from the hands of Senju Tobarama, he did not dwell on this too heavily. Aside from their strength, the general trajectory of events remained consistent with his memories. After all, the anime only depicted a fraction of the vast ninja world. What surprised him most upon awakening a second time was the revelation that his uncle was destined to become the third Kazekage. He could not be mistaken. The swirling iron sand was unmistakably magnetic release. Since then, he has occasionally shared his insights and inspirations regarding ninjutsu with his secondary persona, hoping to cultivate a more prodigious talent in order to secure a mentor. As the primary personality, he could influence the secondary persona to some extent. Upon realizing he was not in Konohagakure, he abandoned the notion of following a path of overwhelming dominance. Instead, he aimed for the modest goal of mastering magnetic release for self-preservation. With his advanced foresight and commendable talent, Kimi has successfully developed several wind-style jutsu. His aptitude for mastering various ninjutsu and his insightful perspectives on matters are indeed extraordinary. Yet, it is perplexing that no matter how enthusiastic or talented he appears, Kamiya, the future third Kazekage, has always regarded him with a frosty demeanor. After several such encounters, he ceased to pursue the matter fervently. As a super-rich heir, being both the legitimate and sole child, he found joy in his circumstances. Initially, the first few years were bearable, but as time passed, an unavoidable dilemma emerged: how to address his alternate personality. He longed to avoid a perpetual state of dissociation, for sharing a single body with another consciousness was far from pleasant. Although he claimed to be the primary persona, the truth was that another personality dominated all aspects of his existence. Only during rare opportune moments could he dare to emerge and act. He was acutely aware that the world of ninjas possessed soul-related techniques. Should he be exposed, it was clear that the Kamiya clan would side with the alternate persona rather than him. The previous day, while the alternate personality contemplated the transformation of Chakra's fire attribute, an unfortunate conflagration ensued. Aside from the repercussions stemming from Rasha's apprenticeship, he had exerted considerable effort, resulting in devastating consequences. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. The alternate personality was incinerated, and he absorbed the residual spiritual energy without obstruction. Reflecting on the ease and pleasure of wielding ninjutsu after augmenting his soul's power, Kamiya allowed himself a satisfied smile. The Kamiya clan's summoning beast, the abyssal fire bat, possessed remarkable healing capabilities, rendering him unconcerned about the severity of his burns. This secret had been an exclusive legacy of the Kamiya clan. He had indeed made the right wager. The demise of the alternate persona would not impact him. After meticulously recording the remnants of Ishida's traps, Kamiya gathered everything recoverable. The items in his previously carried ninja tool pouch had been completely destroyed. Once he confirmed there were no oversights, he sought refuge in a cave to recuperate. This expedition to the land of birds had yielded immense rewards, ultimately clarifying many matters for him. Kamiya coldly recollected the tumultuous events within Sunagakure during this period. Preoccupied with resolving the alternate persona issue, he had been oblivious to the external circumstances. Had it not been for Ishida's recent overzealousness in teaching him about chakra transformation, he might not have detected the assassination plot. Such advanced techniques as chakra transformation were not even mastered by all jonin, let alone a chunin like him. Without Ishida's intervention, Kamiya would have met his demise, unnoticed and unremarked upon. Now that he had reclaimed Kamiya's identity, he could no longer afford to place himself in perilous situations. He had finally deduced the reason for Kamiya's consistently indifferent attitude towards him. Ishida's assassination attempt was merely the beginning. A relentless stream of assassins would follow until his death, driven by the envy his genius inspired. Currently, Sunagakure was polarized into two major factions, the Kazekage faction and the clan faction. The Kazekage faction sought to have Kamiya succeed the Kazekage position, while the clan faction aimed to muddy the waters, intending for him to contend for the Kazekage role upon reaching maturity. This was the overt struggle. Covertly, however, it was a battle for the ownership of magnet release. Everything appeared to be a typical struggle among factions. However, one individual emerged as critically important. How could this matter have been overlooked? Jin inwardly chastised himself for his carelessness. Shaman, the second-generation Wind Shadow, bore little significance in the original narrative. Yet it was evident that he did not exist during the Second Great Ninja War. Jin, on the other hand, was lauded as the strongest Wind Shadow during that tumultuous period. The Second Ninja World War served as a stage for the third generation of each village to assert their dominance. When a new ruler ascends, it is customary to ignite a few flames to establish authority. The incidents in the Land of Rain merely coincided with this ambition. Projecting the timeline from the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, it was apparent that the grueling Second Ninja World War was on the verge of commencing, signifying a looming crisis. Jin Yi's eyelids twitched as he murmured, "Shaman's time is running out." Should nothing befall Shaman, the plan to elevate him, backed by family power, would remain feasible. The Wind Shadow faction sought to prevent the magnetic release from falling into the hands of family powers, yet they were reluctant to offend them too severely, especially considering the considerable investments made by family powers during the development of magnetic release. Otherwise, how could they have chosen to allow Jin Yi's clan to inherit it? If Shaman remained unscathed, this situation could be perpetuated indefinitely, perhaps resulting in a prolonged stalemate. The facade presented by his family power was steadily gaining strength, and it would not be long before they possessed the capability to renegotiate interests with the Wind Shadow faction. However, should anything happen to Shaman, the room for negotiation would vanish. Jin Yi's inclination to take on disciples had already made the Wind Shadow faction's stance glaringly evident. The family power, having expended vast resources to acquire the bloodline limit, would not rest easy upon realizing the loss of inheritance prospects. It is essential to recognize that possessing a bloodline limit could forge a family of great renown. The discord between both sides would become irreconcilable, leading to open conflict. Jin Yi would be the catalyst for the first strike. Time, indeed, was of the essence. Given sufficient time, he was confident that he would not lag behind the third generation of Wind Shadows. This confidence stemmed from his successful development of multiple wind release techniques. After all, it was merely a matter of magnetic release. His prior experiences instilled a habit of analysis, comparison, and data organization before undertaking any task. Techniques such as Fireball, Great Fireball, Fire Dragon Fireball, Vacuum Sphere, Great Vacuum Sphere, Earth Wall, Earth Flow Wall, Spiral Sphere, and Great Sphere, among others, represented a model-building endeavor categorized into small, medium, large, and extra-large versions. History had proven his approach to be sound. Drawing inspiration from Danzo's ninjutsu, he crafted the Wind Blade and Wind Sphere series. The Wind Blade series featured 3 techniques: Small Blade Light, Large Blade Light, and Continuous Small Blade Light, with an emphasis on cutting power, named Wind Blade, Great Wind Blade, and Thousand Blade Edge. The Wind Sphere series, similarly comprising 3 techniques: Small Wind Ray, Large Wind Ray, and Continuous Small Wind Ray, focused on penetrating power. Akin to Danzo's Vacuum Sphere series, and was named Wind Sphere, Great Wind Sphere, and Continuous Wind Sphere. Remarkably, each technique outperformed its contemporaries in terms of effectiveness. Techniques of great might merely involve amplifying smaller ones. He held no reverence for ninjutsu, perceiving it as something not to be feared or held in awe. Naturally, techniques of the Super Shadow caliber evidently transcended the realm of human capability. Currently, it is not under consideration. The imminent demise of the Sand Shadow and the subsequent World War II both demand time. How can one navigate this predicament? As for a complete severance of ties, the outcome is undoubtedly bleak. The Sand Shadow includes notable figures such as Kamiyoshi, Chiyo, and the formidable Jinchuriki. These 5 possess the strength of shadows. Their clan's influence merely flesh upon a display board, easily manipulated as they see fit. Their unrestrained attempts to assassinate me disregard the repercussions from the clan. It is likely that the Sand Shadow's time is even shorter than I anticipate. Once clarity struck, Kamiyoshi's breath quickened. Should everything materialize, returning to the Sand Village would inevitably lead to his demise. The will of the 5 shadows is not something a mere chunin like him could alter. To bow down is inconceivable. The allure of magnet release is too tempting, and the clan would never yield. Not only the clan, But even Kamiyoshi himself cannot resign to this fate. If all proceeds smoothly, he could have rightfully pursued the study of magnet release. However, the inevitable outcome of his discontent is clear. He must be the first to perish. Could he research another bloodline limit to persuade the clan to relent? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Kamiyoshi's mind as he raised his head, eyes gleaming with intensity. It seemed not entirely impossible. With newfound insight, he not only bypassed the looming crisis, but also contemplated future arrangements. Previously constrained, his intellect had nearly been dulled by the influence of his secondary persona. Now, free to ponder, he realized there were numerous strategies to devise. It was almost laughable that he had been nearly thwarted by a mere sand village. The land of whirlpools still seemed to exist. How amusing. Kamiyoshi chuckled with a mix of exhilaration and audacity. One cannot deny the peculiarity of a bandaged figure laughing maniacally within a narrow cave. In truth, Kamiyoshi had been stifled for years, leading a life akin to imprisonment. Constantly wary of being discovered, it was a miracle he had not succumbed to madness. As night deepened, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the forest. The valley's night air was heavy with cold, rarely disturbed by human presence. Yet, three figures swiftly ventured deeper within. As they passed a certain point, Kamiyoshi opened his eyes. Who are those two beside my second grandfather? Their presence radiates formidable energy. His summoned beast issued a warning, particularly concerning the smallest figure, who emanated an extreme danger and appeared to have detected the bats lurking in the shadows. Kamiyoshi dismissed the warning from his summoned beast. Previously, after sustaining severe injuries, Ishida had failed to tend to his wounds, confirming Kamiyoshi's suspicions of betrayal. Seizing the opportunity while Ishida was outside, he not only focused on healing and setting traps, but also immediately signaled for help from his clan. They were indeed due to arrive soon. If he could not trust his clan, then there was no point in struggling. Upon reflection, he wished to seek aid from Kamiyoshi Yuki, yet lacked a means of contact. Following the markers left by Kamiyoshi, the three figures quickly approached the cave. Little Yuki, it is your second grandfather. Come out, the elder, known as Kamiyoshi Haruzo, called out. Refraining from recklessly entering the cave, as per their agreement, and halting at its entrance, Genie felt a release of tension as he rose and stepped outside the cave. Eager to discern what members of the Genie clan had been dispatched to safeguard him, a woman stood before him, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall. Wearing a mask resembling a ghoul, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, and bearing a long sword on her back, reminiscent of a covert operative's attire. Before Genie could scrutinize another man, a ripple in the air caught his attention, prompting him to gaze into the distance. Simultaneously, the woman drew her blade. Alert to the source of the disturbance. From the two individuals' reactions, Genie Yuanzong perceived something amiss, his expression darkening as he cast a remorseful glance at Genie. At this distance, they would not discern that we had already made contact. Genie's brow furrowed tightly. Without waiting for Genie Yuanzong to speak, he urgently instructed, Second grandfather, return to the village immediately and seek assistance from Lord Fengying and Uncle Shufang. Upon hearing this, Genie Yuanzong's countenance changed drastically, as if he were about to object. Genie interjected sharply, Second grandfather, it is the Fengying faction that seeks my life. No one else can save me. Inform my grandfather that I have made a breakthrough concerning the bloodline limit, and he must acquiesce. Upon my return, I shall personally persuade the various clans. The three exchanged astonished glances, uncertainty flickering across their faces. Genie Yuanzong, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure and regarded the unflappable Genie with approval. In just a few succinct words, he grasped that this young man possessed a profound understanding of the village's circumstances. No longer hesitating, he turned to the two companions beside him and gravely instructed, from now on, all actions shall follow young Master Genie's commands. Understood? Without hesitation, both individuals knelt before Genie, affirming their allegiance to Genie Yuanzong. Satisfied, Genie Yuanzong nodded, patted Genie on the shoulder, and offered no further admonitions before swiftly disappearing into the woods. Concerned for his own safety, Genie took charge, declaring, I have already familiarized myself with this valley by night. Follow my lead to divert our pursuers. Understood, they replied succinctly. Pleased, Genie wasted no more words and turned to sprint in another direction. Before reinforcements arrived, Genie utilized his summoned beast to navigate the valley's terrain effectively. After running a distance, he inquired, Who are our pursuers? Do you know anything about them? The young man, visibly troubled, lowered his head as they continued onward. The assailant was named Yushang Jia, an elite Umbu ninja, personally trained by Lord Shufang as a trusted subordinate. Only he possessed the capability to track the three of us. The petite woman calmly shared details about the pursuer and elucidated previous missteps. Just an elite ninja? Can you kill him? Genie asked curiously. According to his summoned beast's perception, this woman was significantly stronger than Ishida, possessing at least the prowess of an elite ninja. As for the pursuer's strength, his aura was too restrained for the summoned beast to detect. However, Genie instinctively held low expectations for the sand-hidden village ninjas. Finding it unsurprising that the three had been tracked, Yushang Jia's strength is comparable to mine, Genie acknowledged with a nod, concluding that he was likely at the elite ninja level. The concept of an elite ninja, however, did not exist within the ninja world. It was merely a classification from Genie's previous life among gaming enthusiasts. Upon encountering the calm reaction of Genie, the masked woman had yet to utter a word when the young man could not restrain himself any longer and spoke. Young master, I have heard of Gushangjia. He is a figure capable of retreating directly from Lord Ogata's grasp. His strength is formidable. At this proclamation, both Genie and the masked woman turned their heads in unison. Are you explaining this for her? I am well aware of the level of strength she possesses. The masked woman calmly replied, with the abyssal fire bat assisting young master, you can discern the might of a ninja with clarity. The young man awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Genie gazed at the masked woman in astonishment, asking, you two do not know each other? My subordinate, Muroka Chika, is not part of the combat roster of Sunigakure. Please do not disclose this, young master, she replied. Genie detected the underlying implications in her words and nodded, turning to the young man to inquire, and you? I am Yagawa Hosei, a teacher at the Ninja Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you both, and I look forward to your guidance. Yagawa Hosei cheerfully introduced himself. Muroka Chika further elucidated, Yagawa Hosei is a collateral orphan of the Yagawa clan. In his youth, he encountered conflicts with his kin and was subsequently adopted and raised by Lord Musashi. He will also serve as a future leading jonin under young master. Possessing comprehensive combat capabilities, a steady demeanor, and is responsible for your personal protection. Genie Musashi is the previous clan leader of the Genie lineage and the present clan head, being Genie's grandfather. Yagawa Hosei met Genie's gaze with a smile and a nod. Genie refrained from further conversation, traversing the forest with a sense of calm, contemplating the intentions behind his grandfather sending these two individuals. With both light and shadow, there was a dual layer of protection, evidently. Ishida's betrayal had instilled a sense of apprehension in his grandfather. Ishida, a jonin nurtured by the Genie clan, had all his training expenses covered by them, which is why Genie Musashi had dared to appoint the sole heir apparent under his command. Ishida's treachery. Yet the presence of these two individuals in such a critical moment spoke volumes of their loyalty within the Genie family. Genie tentatively asked, could you enlighten me about the situation within the village? Yagawa Hosei adeptly lowered his gaze to the path. Muroka Chika pondered briefly before responding. The Kazekage faction controls all military institutions within the village. The families merely possess some inconsequential assets. For instance, Genie prompted, the academy, the hospital, and the mission hall. The Ninja Academy in Sunigakure is vastly different from that of Konoha. It is rather dispensable. In general, few attend classes earnestly, with only a handful of impoverished children persisting in the hope of being noticed by a ninja lord. The ninjas within the village are cultivated by various factions and families. The hospital's utility is minimal. Living in the vast expanse of the desert, ailments are commonplace, and individuals have long since learned to treat themselves. In the event of a serious injury, they seek out medical ninjas they are familiar with. The same applies to the mission hall. The environment of the Land of Wind results in a scarcity of individuals seeking missions in Sunigakure. With little profit to be gained, there is naturally little incentive for conflict. The entire Sunigakure can be described as chaotic, akin to a makeshift gang. Youth Master. It is said that Genie Ogata has garnered the recognition of all within the Kazekage faction. Should you seek their aid this time? It seems the family's influence may never have another opportunity. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yulua Qianhua uttered those words. She was acutely aware of the fury that now engulfed Genie, particularly when Yufeng had refused to impart the secrets of magnetic escape. Throughout the arduous study of this technique, the Genie clan had exerted the most effort. The monk must be nearing death. Once this statement was made, the two individuals behind her faltered in their steps. It was not that I wished to surrender. The circumstances simply did not permit it. What would be the outcome of escaping this assassination attempt? The trio fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Yulua Qianhua inquired, "How do you know?" Upon their first encounter, the demeanor of Jin Yi had thoroughly impressed the two, and they had never regarded him as a mere child, but rather as a figure to whom they would pledge their allegiance in the future. Yet, they could not help but harbor doubts about this revelation, as the implications were far too significant. The information divulged by Ishida in his final moments was something I had personally enacted. Jin Yi interjected with an air of bravado. I sustained this injury to gain his trust. It was not until this moment that the two finally noticed the bandages enveloping Jin Yi's body. It was not that they had overlooked it. Rather, they had simply not paid attention to the attire of this individual. Perhaps he had some peculiar inclinations. They had encountered many an eccentric ninja before. Coupled with Jin Yi's behavior throughout their journey, they felt no cause for concern. Should you not find a place to change your clothes? Since those behind us are tracking, they likely would not dare to come too close, one suggested. Jin Yi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. They are unaware that Ishida is deceased. They should believe that I am still with Ishida and would never suspect that I have infiltrated your trio. My current appearance serves to confuse them perfectly. The two nodded in agreement. Speaking of the significant figures within the Wind Shadow lineage, they would undoubtedly have frequent interactions with them in the future. As for the intelligence regarding prominent individuals within Sunagakure, it was unlikely that even the average high-ranking jonin could unravel the complexities. The situation in Sunagakure was far too chaotic and convoluted. The Wind Shadow lineage boasted many notable figures, and Yulua Qianhua found herself momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Jin Yi added, using your strength as a benchmark. Those of elite jonin status are classified as such, while individuals like Uncle Yu are deemed shadow level. The others can be disregarded as they hold no significant position. Yulua Qianhua pointed towards Yechuan Fangzheng. How should we categorize someone like him, who is weaker than me, but stronger than Ishida? Disregarded. Yechuan Fangzheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet remained silent. After all, the young man beside him had independently vanquished the Jonin Ishida at the tender age of 13. This clarification made matters considerably simpler. There were 4 individuals of paramount importance within the Wind Shadow lineage. Yulua Qianhua paused, her tone turning serious as she stated, "Young master, you must remain vigilant towards Chiyo and Eroso. Their strength is formidable. No, it is exceptionally strong, even more terrifying than when facing Lord Wind Shadow." "Have you crossed blades with them?" Jin Yi asked, astonished as he turned to look back. Chiyo and Eroso, future renowned shadow-level powerhouses, were certainly figures he could not be unfamiliar with. Their rise to fame occurred during the Second Great Ninja War, yet their renown had since faded. Lord Musashi had once instructed his subordinates to test them, and without the use of disguises, his subordinate was subdued by a mere puppet. At that time, neither of the two had troubled the subordinate. Jin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe they are stronger than Lord Wind Shadow? And what of Yu Fang?" After a brief hesitation, Miao Luo Qianhua pondered. "My subordinate does not perceive the significance of Jin Yi Su Fang as particularly formidable. Why do you hold him in such high regard?" Jin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly a jest to claim that Jin Yi Su Fang lacked strength? Quickly regaining his composure, he became alert. Although Jin Yi Su Fang had merely demonstrated the effects of magnetic escape, he had not employed it on a large scale before the world. To outsiders, it was likely that he could only manipulate a few weapons. Numerous individuals rose to prominence only during the Second World War. Sometimes, adhering to current intelligence could lead to peril. For instance, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, who would later dominate the ninja realm, were still unknown at this moment. Who were the other 2? Jin Yi did not linger on the question of Jin Yi Su Fang's strength. One was the deputy minister of the Umbu, Chuan Yuanxiang, who had dispatched the man, Gu Shangjia. The other was Ji Liangxi, responsible for the village's vigilance. These 2 were reputed to be Jin Yi Su Fang's right and left arms. Currently, Ebi Zong served as the minister of the Umbu. Chiyo was in charge of the garrison at the borders of Sunagakure. He had long since gathered intelligence on several notable figures of the Land of Wind, including the 6-year-old Raza, the future 4th Kazekage. Raza's uncle, Ito, was a rising young expert within the garrison, closely associated with another emerging Umbu expert, Shitagawa. who happened to be Maki's father. Jin Isu Fong's decision to take Raza as his disciple might indeed be a strategy to cultivate ties with those two. This future Third Kazekage was now in the prime of his life, desperately needing the support of the younger generation. Without Jin Es intervention, the future landscape of Sunigakure would have already begun to take shape. The absence of familial influences in the original timeline undoubtedly indicated a bloodbath. As these thoughts crossed Jin Es' mind, he abruptly halted, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. The manner of his arrival in the ninja world remained a mystery. Yet until now, it seemed that his presence had not brought about any change. This notion was like a thorn embedded deep within him, an ineffable source of anguish. In the original trajectory of the ninja world, there was no trace of a figure such as Jin E. His fate was all too predictable. To ascertain whether destiny could be altered, he resolved to eliminate Gu Shangjia. With his demise, he could delay Jin Isu Fong's arrival, and his predicament would ostensibly be resolved. What troubles you, young master? Qianhua and her companion paused, bewildered, gazing at Jin E, who was suddenly enveloped in a murderous aura. This location was indeed ideal for an ambush. United, the three of us could eliminate Gu Shangjia. Yan Chuan Fangzheng surveyed the dense woods around them, recognizing its suitability for an ambush. However, given such reasoning, every step taken thus far seemed ripe for an ambush. Before he could speak, Miao Luo Qianhua replied earnestly, "Indeed. But I have a request." "What is your request?" Intrigued by the unwavering loyalty of this woman to the Jin E family, Jin E felt compelled to understand her motivations. "My familiarity with the strengths of the three of us is profound. I propose that I be granted full command of this battle." "Very well. You may direct as you see fit." Yan Chuan Fangzheng offered no further comment, echoing the agreement. Miao Luo Qianhua immediately inquired, "Young master, let us begin with your arrangement of the battlefield illusion, the ghost infant corridor, while I seek an opportunity to unleash the illusionary sonic strike." The mastery of the family's secret techniques is indeed profound. Jin Ijin nodded, as the fact that he could vanquish the upper ninja Ishida and the formidable Aura Chica confirmed his acquisition of the family's esoteric arts. Meanwhile, Yechuan Fangzheng was struck with realization. The sonic strike was a technique of extraordinary control, rivaling the power of the three-tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu. Naturally, the speed of execution of the Sharingan, requiring merely a glance, placed it in a league of its own compared to the demanding conditions of the sonic strike. As Takayama K stepped into the battlefield of the Ghost Infant Corridor, Yechuan Fangzheng, "I command you to exert your utmost strength against him. Your ninjutsu must not cease until your chakra is entirely depleted." Suppressing his doubts, Yechuan Fangzheng accepted the order with a solemn demeanor. The operation commenced. No sooner had the words left his lips than Aura Chica vanished into the night, her whereabouts unknown. A chill ran through Jin Ijin, and his confidence in the reconnaissance of the fire bats wavered. He swiftly began to arrange the battlefield. Observing Jin Ijin's technique, Yechuan Fangzheng noted an added dexterity in his movements compared to the other upper ninjas of the Jin family, thus alleviating his concerns. His hands transformed as he executed a technique, burrowing into the earth with the earth release, underground navigation. Yechuan Fangzheng slowly sank beneath the surface, leaving no trace behind. It seemed imperative to develop a ninjutsu capable of probing the depths of the earth. The earth release's submersion technique was notoriously difficult to counter. The fire bats could detect slight fluctuations in chakra at shallow depths, but once it went deeper, they could sense nothing. In the future, someone would undoubtedly master this art to an extraordinary degree. After Yechuan Fangzheng's presence vanished, the pursuers behind surged forward, heading directly for Jin Ijin. Narrowing his eyes, Jin Ijin formed the hand seals for the earth release, mountain reflection technique, merging with the ground and swiftly maneuvering ahead. This unforeseen action seemed to enrage his pursuers, who, unburdened by caution, unleashed their formidable chakra, accelerating their speed yet again. Suddenly aware of the formidable presence behind him, Jin Ijin's chakra fluctuated uncontrollably. The distance between them visibly diminished. Just as he was about to step into a trap, Takayama K abruptly halted. However, his pursuers showed no mercy. A blinding flash of a blade erupted, cleaving Takayama K into the confines of the Ghost Infant Corridor. Instinctively, Takayama K scanned his surroundings with wariness. All was serene. The assassin had not made another move. A premonition of danger lingered, the intention behind the strike, the atmosphere. Takayama Kei's pupils constricted, and he immediately bowed his head. Closing his eyes to listen, his hand swept to his waist, and he thrust his short blade down fiercely, blood splattering from the ground. Just as he was about to continue his assault against the hidden attacker, several gentle shurikens appeared before him, forcing him to sidestep. Seizing the opportunity, Yechuan Fangjing distanced himself, no longer daring to act recklessly, and struck the ground with both hands. Earth release, quagmire vortex. Takayama Kei leaped agilely to evade the swirling mire that had just formed beneath him. Water release, water fong bullet. For powerful columns of water surged from all directions toward Takayama Kei, who found himself unable to leverage his surroundings. With an angry shout, Takayama Kei recognized the rhythm of the assault. It was Yechuan Fangjing, the new prodigy of the Yechuan clan. No answer came in response, and amidst the water column's onslaught, a fragment of broken wood fell. Body replacement technique. In the distance, Takayama Kei's figure materialized quietly on a tree branch. Yekawa Hosei, are you truly certain you wish to intervene in this matter? Kusunagi's voice was laden with a grim intensity as he cast a dark glare around him. The synchronized assaults from the trio had imposed a palpable pressure upon him. A single misstep could lead to his demise. The silence enveloping the area granted Kusunagi a fleeting respite, allowing him to swiftly recuperate his chakra while contemplating further persuasion. Suddenly, a searing blaze erupted above Kusunagi, accompanied by the howling of a ferocious wind. A colossal fire serpent, thick as a barrel, swooped down, seemingly accompanied by a writhing azure entity. This was no mere combination technique. It was a manifestation of elemental prowess. Kusunagi's expression darkened. He realized that his entanglement in this affair, owing to the secret arts of the Sea Elder, could very well lead to his own demise. With no time to hesitate, he shifted his hand seals and unleashed his most formidable defensive technique, wind release, returning wind 100 blades. Countless blades of wind surged forth, encircled by a tempestuous gale, forming a circular barrier of cutting winds around him. Just as this barrier materialized, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and a thunderous serpent roared. Were Kusunagi to falter for even a moment, he would surely fall prey to the enigmatic lightning serpent, leading to incapacitating consequences. Nevertheless, the onslaught from the 4 chakra serpents was no trivial matter. The rampant chakra energy wreaked havoc at the center of the assault, cleaving a vast swath through the dense forest. Upon sensing the formidable chakra fluctuations emanating from the 2 jutsu, Kimi Yashiro had already recalled his fire bats. The ghost infant corridor was merely an illusion, relying on a single peculiar element. A sufficiently powerful large-scale ninjutsu could shatter it. A wretched figure staggered forth, the transformation occurring in an instant. An awe-inspiring strike emerged from the earth, decapitating its target. The figure dissipated into a shower of earth. Both Kimi Yashiro and Yekawa Hosei were taken aback, rushing towards the battlefield in alarm. Kusunagi appeared behind Kahana, his blood-stained visage betraying the cold malice in his eyes. Coupled with a victorious smirk, he swung his broken blade, invoking wind release, blade of wind. Thousands of slicing winds surged toward the unsuspecting Kahana. Just as Kahana seemed destined to be reduced to mere fragments, the jutsu inexplicably vanished in the blink of an eye. Kahana's left hand reached behind her, invoking a familiar technique that re-emerged in a most uncanny fashion. Kusunagi was abruptly cleaved into pieces, confusion lingering in his remaining gaze. The very technique that had sought to end his life had, astonishingly, been his own wind release, blade of wind. The swift turns of fate upon the battlefield left Yekawa Hosei in a state of shock, grappling with the incredulity of Kahana's survival amidst the chaos. Witnessing Kusunagi's demise at the hands of his own technique was a revelation that sparked contemplation within Kimi Yashiro. How could this jutsu of the netherworld manifest in the village hidden in the sand, when it was meant to reside in the village hidden in the mist? Observing the breathless Kahana, Kimi Yashiro chose to harbor his questions within, allowing Kahana a moment to regain her composure. The trio then swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. It was not until they reached a quaint village in the land of birds that they allowed themselves to relax, renting a modest abode for the night, devoid of further disturbances. At this moment, Jin Irong had shed the bandages that enveloped his body, revealing his upper torso adorned with a cascade of deep blue tousled hair and a youthful visage marked by a resolute, yet somewhat rugged handsomeness. Having grown up in the desert, even as a child, the sinewy contours of his physique were already evident. If only one could overlook the intricate network of burn scars that marred much of his body. The ghastly scars extended up to his neck, making them difficult to conceal. Undeterred, Jin Yirong approached the mirror, delicately tracing the handsome features of his unblemished face, and smiled brightly. The hard-fought victories had elevated his spirits. It was proven that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, peculiar accidents would be averted. This was indeed a world of normalcy. Dressing in his combat attire, he meticulously checked his gear. Healing salves, poisons, shurikens, and explosive tags, all thoroughly prepared by Qianhua. Donning a cloak that obscured his neck, he opened the door to find Qianhua and another companion waiting outside, their expressions somewhat peculiar. It was undeniable that the ability to treat him on equal footing, without being distracted by his youthful appearance, played a crucial role in their interactions. After all, Jin Yirong stood at a height of 165 centimeters. Quite tall for his age group. He inquired, "How far is it to the garrison?" "Not far. At our pace, it will take 2 hours." "Good. Let us proceed immediately." Upon reaching the garrison, contact Chio. Jin Yirong turned to his perplexed companions and, pointing to the bright sky, explained, logically, "I should have received news of reinforcements by now." The silence suggests that the call for help has not gone smoothly. The summoned beast of the Jin Yirong clan, the abyssal fire bat, possessed limited intelligence and was incapable of transmitting overly complex information. Alternatively, only the 3 great sanctuaries had summoning beasts capable of rapid communication akin to the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yekawa, in confusion, queried, "But why seek Chio? Isn't she affiliated with the Wind Shadow? Since he is unwilling to negotiate, we shall compel him to come forth." Jin Yirong replied with a smile before issuing the command to depart. The trio set off at full speed towards the border garrison of Sunagakure. Behind Jin Yirong's smile lay an undercurrent of chilling resolve. Before dawn, he had received a discreet message from Jin Yumuzang expressing a willingness to negotiate. The absence of reinforcements signified that the Wind Shadow was determined to eliminate him, with only Jin Yifang holding the reins of authority. Jin Yifang's short-sighted desire to eliminate him had thoroughly incensed Jin Yirong. The clan's influence was already prepared to back down. Yet the relentless pursuit of extermination was utterly incomprehensible. He was completely disillusioned with the foolishness within Sunagakure. The actions of the Wind Shadow were undeniably absurd. Eradicating the clan's influence would benefit Sunagakure not in the slightest. The fall of the clan would merely pave the way for new powers to ascend, failing to alter the village's current predicament. Such a brutish leader was terrifying, compounded by a cadre of supporters solely concerned with their self-interests. It was no wonder that one of the 5 great ninja villages had fallen to such depths. The more he pondered, the more Jin Yirong found joy in his laughter, for it permitted him to act without restraint. As for the internal dynamics of the clan, Jin Yirong cast a glance at his 2 companions and felt reassured. With their swift movement, they soon crossed the border of the Land of Wind, coming upon a sprawling encampment. Jin Yirong paused as the flowers of Qihua fell around him. Yechuan Fangzheng hurriedly made his way to the camp. After a brief moment, he returned with a grim expression, reporting, "Chio is currently in the main camp, but she has only permitted the young master to enter the military encampment alone." Jin Yirong closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before advising, "You all remain here. If she intends to kill me, you will not escape." With that, he proceeded towards the camp. "What do you think of the young master?" Yechuan Fangzheng gazed at Jin Yang's retreating figure and quietly remarked, "Domineering, a born leader." Qihua, taken aback, turned her head in surprise, never expecting such an assessment from Yechuan Fangzheng. She spoke up, "I thought you would comment on his talent." Yechuan Fangzheng glanced at his own hands, his voice laced with resentment. "Lord Musashi once had a guardian like Lord Yi Chuang. I too shall succeed. And the calamities that befell the young master Yao Run shall never happen again." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere grew tense for a fleeting moment. The 2 of them, along with their followers, were meant to be under the protection of Jin Yang's father. However, due to their youthful age and insufficient strength, they could only train quietly. Meanwhile, Jin Yang finally encountered Chio. She was an imposing middle-aged woman whose piercing gaze could unsettle anyone with a mere glance. Her demeanor sharply contrasted with the carefree attitude of her elder years. In his youth, there was an undeniable confidence in his eyes, as if he could conquer anything. Her warm whispers filled the chilly tent with a touch of warmth. Laughter echoed from Chio's side, as a young couple scrutinized Genie Yang with looks of goodwill. Embarrassed, he awkwardly touched his nose, influenced by his alter ego's perception of the ninja world, reflecting a certain naivete from his childhood. Do share your purpose for coming here, Chiyo said lightly, seemingly unconcerned about any serious matters Genie Yang might bring. Genie Yang straightened, meeting her gaze with calm seriousness, stating, Uncle Okugawa intends to kill me. Ishida and Taniyama have already fallen to our hands, and I am uncertain who may be next. I had no choice but to seek your aid, Lady Chiyo. Chiyo's eyes narrowed, as if searching for something within him. The two young individuals were taken aback, gazing at the composed boy with disbelief. Ryumi, Nami, you two guard outside. No one is permitted to enter, Chiyo commanded. Mother? Genie Yang turned his head to glance at the couple. Why have you sought me? Her words jolted him back to reality, and he replied solemnly, My grandfather is prepared to yield and abandon magnet release, yet Genie Okugawa insists on my death, which will only bring calamity to Sunagakure. Pausing, he fixed his gaze on Chiyo, reasoning, as a woman of high standing and with a harmonious family, Lady Chiyo would never allow Sunagakure to easily descend into chaos. Chiyo remained seated, non-committal, and instead inquired, Are you acquainted with the Kazekage? The Kazekage's time is running short. Impudent. An explosive surge of chakra sent Genie Yang crashing back. Chiyo rose, her cold gaze sweeping over the fallen Genie Yang. Genie let out a faint smile and calmly remarked, Lord Kazekage has deceived you all. He believes that while he is still present, he can eradicate the influence of the clans, suppress all potential threats, and allow Genie Shufang to gradually restructure Sunagakure. However, to put it bluntly, Chiyo, do you truly think he possesses the capability to do so? The administrative abilities of the Third Kazekage have already been proven inadequate in the original timeline. This fact is not lost on Chiyo. It is a common affliction among many villages. The Hokage is typically the strongest, yet no one concerns themselves with their governing capabilities. In a peaceful village, it suffices for the Hokage to serve as a mere symbol. However, should they inherit a mess, even maintaining order would be a daunting task. Chiyo gazed at Genie for a considerable time, ultimately concluding that he was not speaking idly. With a grave expression, she slowly seated herself. Genie smiled lightly and resumed his position. Do you understand why Genie Shufang opposes your family's surrender? Genie shook his head in bewilderment, genuinely unable to comprehend. Genie Shufang is not a commoner. Yielding to the clan's influence would certainly yield benefits and no detriments to his governance of Sunagakure. Firstly, the clan holds the economic lifeblood of the village. For the village to thrive, the interests that the clan commands are substantial, and the risks of backlash are equally significant. Genie was taken aback and inquired, Substantial? Chiyo, with a hint of profundity in her gaze, replied, The military expenses of Sunagakure are entirely borne by the clan. If we were to seize the clan as profits, Sunagakure could double its military strength, with ample resources left for the development of the village. Genie was astounded. He had always perceived Sunagakure as impoverished and had never considered the underlying economic issues. Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Acquiring funds, in his view, was a rather straightforward endeavor. Secondly, the structure of Sunagakure is exceedingly chaotic, primarily because the clans have a tendency to maintain private armies, leading others to follow suit, with no one prioritizing the interests of the village. Genie had indeed contemplated this aspect. Thirdly, the clan's excessive closeness to the daimyo fosters a culture of indulgence and revelry, drawing admiration from the common folk and causing many villagers to yearn for the allure of bustling cities, thus severely disturbing the populace's morale. Genie's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with questions. In this war-torn world, are there truly many who seek pleasure? Setting aside other minor issues, can you persuade the clan to adhere to these 3 points? In summary, this entails relinquishing fiscal authority, surrendering military control, prohibiting indulgence, and earnestly pursuing training. These are stark and incisive truths. If the clan is not reined in and allowed to run rampant, Sunagakure will inevitably decay. Trouble is merely a matter of time. Currently, the village is sustained solely by the prestige of the Sandman. The Sandman, who oversees the study of magnetic release, vigorously promotes puppet techniques, establishes schools, and engages in numerous other endeavors, possesses unparalleled esteem. One could say that Sunagakure was built upon the Sandman's efforts. The first Kazekage merely claimed the moral high ground. The tent fell into silence as Chiyo attempted to discern Genie's confusion. Regardless of whether the Kazekage is deceiving everyone, the situation in Sunagakure appears to her as an inextricable knot. Purging the clan may indeed be the most prudent course of action. What remains, then, is merely the question of difficulty? Genie furrowed his brow and looked up to inquire. What if I claim that these issues are not problems at all, and can be effortlessly resolved, yet require time to prove it? What then? The dilemma persisted. He possessed a solution, yet Shaman had no time for validation. He could not gamble on the words of a child. Chiyo's eyes turned icy, her tone menacing as she replied. You assert that it can be resolved with ease? Perhaps you possess a modicum of talent in ninjutsu, but matters of significant import within the village cannot be left to your whimsical assertions. If I could enable you to earn money, could that substantiate my words? Pray, enlighten me. Chiyo had no doubts regarding the commercial acumen of these influential families. Genie opted not to pursue this line of discussion further, speaking earnestly. Lady Chiyo, should you vouch for me, I would certainly not forget today's kindness. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the air. How could she guarantee it? Genie slowly elucidated. Firstly, I must meet my uncle. Secondly, I hope Lady Chiyo may take me as her apprentice. Chiyo, with her hands clasped behind her back, rose and said coolly, You may wait here for the time being. She then left Genie alone in the tent and stepped outside. Gazing at the empty expanse of the tent, Genie felt somewhat adrift. Chiyo, having exited, turned towards a nearby tent and lifted the door curtain. Inside sat a blue-haired man draped in a white cloak, his gaze sharp and menacing. Who else could it be but the future Third Kazekage? I trust you have heard everything, Chiyo stated as she took a seat across from him, awaiting a response. Genie Yuki nodded coldly and departed. Chiyo exhaled with relief. Genie had not erred in his words. Her family was intact, and she would not allow Sunagakure to descend into chaos so easily. Had Genie faltered even slightly, those within the military camp, connected to the family, would have perished. For now that their plans had been exposed, it was no longer just about eliminating Genie. It was about simultaneous action and a comprehensive purge. As Genie Musashi articulated the objectives of their negotiation, the entire Sunagakure was already operating at full capacity. A person of Chiyo's stature could not remain aloof. The reason for their inaction lay in waiting for Genie. They all wished to see how he could persuade the family to concede. This was an accomplishment that neither of the previous Kazekage had achieved, and it was highly likely that future ones would also be unable to do so. Genie Musashi was not someone who could be coerced by threats against his life. Chiyo had sensed the impending scent of war. Having long been stationed at the border, she felt the shifts among the nations with clarity. The other 4 villages, save for Kirigakure, had all successfully completed their transitions of power, with successors who were formidable leaders, leading to internal harmony and prosperity. In stark contrast, Sunagakure had fallen significantly behind. Furthermore, should negotiations falter and internal strife arise, Sunagakure would likely find itself under scrutiny from all quarters. Chiyo gazed intently towards the northeast. Her eyes clouded with concern. There, a formidable adversary was also rising. In the midst of Chiyo's tumultuous thoughts, Genie was particularly astonished by the arrival of Genie Yuki. By all accounts, Chiyo's faction should have been neutral. Observing the surprise in Genie's eyes, Genie Yuki, curious, narrowed his gaze and inquired, What makes you believe she is safe? Without waiting for a response, Genie Shiofang continued to question. Coming from a humble background, your siblings and you have achieved this status, undoubtedly with assistance. Why do you believe you can buy her loyalty with mere interests? Genie Rang's expression turned particularly grim. He once again made a grave misjudgment. How could one thrive in a place like Sunagakure without connections? Yet, who could inform him that in the original timeline, Genie Shiofang was slain by Chiyo's grandson? And Chiyo's lack of reaction was perplexing. Why did the entire village remain unresponsive? The death of a prominent figure could not possibly leave no traces. As Genie Rang regained his composure, Genie Shiofang spoke. Currently, all ninjas associated with family factions within the Land of Wind have been subdued. Reflect carefully on what you intend to say next. Genie Rang furrowed his brow and retorted, What do you think led Sunagakure to this predicament? Genie Shiofang cast a cold glance at him. The implication unmistakable. Genie Rang scoffed. For instance, today, with a mere wave of your hand, the family factions could be obliterated, yet you remain unable to control them. Genie Shiofang's demeanor softened slightly, though he remained silent. You desire wealth, manpower, and loyalty. Then negotiate with the families. You possess the means to exert force, and there will eventually be a time for agreement. Whether through alliances or divisions, it is possible. Rather than resorting to immediate violence at the slightest discontent, which is the behavior of brigands, not the leader of a village. What are you trying to convey? Do you think no negotiations have taken place? Jin E. Xiufang's tone bore a hint of threat. Jin E. Rang gazed steadily at him and replied calmly. The family factions have certainly relinquished some interests, yet you have failed to uphold them, causing them to look down upon you even more. In their eyes, apart from your military might, you are utterly lacking. Are you not afraid of provoking me? Jin E. Rang smiled lightly. A leader who can only kill is the most incompetent. Following him is a path to inevitable demise. At this point, Jin E. Rang rose and casually remarked, Sunagakure has always lacked depth. If you cleanse the village of its family factions, how will you govern? How will you guide so many ninjas? Do you even know how to manage a village? These require experience, not mere speculation. With that, Jin E. Rang fixed his gaze on Jin E. Xiufang and stated, If you understood this, you would not find yourself in such a predicament today. Look at Konoha. A small clan leader was entrusted with a critical role and, within a few short years, revitalized the village. This is a tangible difference in capability. He paused, coughed lightly, and resumed his seat, realizing that Jin E. Xiufang's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. What if he had spoken too harshly? What if he decided to eliminate him on the spot? Jin E. Xiufang's chest heaved several times, but he ultimately restrained himself and coldly declared, Do not analyze. Speak of actions. Enough of the idle chatter. I trust the interrogation team is a fitting establishment. Form a Ministry of Commerce, collect taxes. To conduct business in the Land of Wind, one must establish a commerce association, which requires approval from the Ministry of Commerce, including tax payments and oversight. How much tax will be collected? Jin E. Rang did not respond immediately and continued. The taxes collected will establish a commerce association directly under the ministry, named the Merchants Guild, with all profits returning to Sunagakure. No other factions within the Land of Wind shall be permitted to trade similar goods. In an instant, a terrifying radiance ignited in Jin E. Xiufang's eyes as he pressed for further clarification. Jin E., without any preamble, succinctly stated that matters pertaining to the livelihood of the populace, such as salt, iron, minerals, and grains, anything involving essential resources, were strictly prohibited from being traded by private merchant associations. Isn't that scope rather extensive? Mused Jin E. Xiufang, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the breadth of Jin Yi's assertions. Beyond those industries critical to the public's well-being, there seemed to be few lucrative sectors remaining. Rolling his eyes, Jin E. continued, Once the initial funds are secured, the Ninja Academy must take precedence. All eligible children are to undergo assessment, with their needs for food, clothing, and shelter fully subsidized by the Ministry of Commerce. This way, the source of private military forces will be effectively dismantled. Excellent! Jin E. Xiufang exclaimed, rising with newfound vigor, instantly grasping the cunning nature of this strategy. The establishment of a security department, managed by family factions, would ensure they would provide personnel and resources. Once everything was on the right track, suitable ninja trainees could be retained, and in due course, the authority of the security department would naturally revert to the village. Each stratagem ignited a fervor within Jin E. Xiufang, who was eager to commence implementation, pacing excitedly within the tent. However, after a considerable time, he noted Jin Yi's silence and furrowed his brow, prompting, Is there more? Jin E. raised 3 fingers, stating, The issues of fiscal authority, military governance, and our future foundation have all been resolved. Shouldn't you express your own sincerity? What do you desire? Jin E. Xiufang inquired, casting a discontented glance at the mercenary Jin E. It was precisely this familiar demeanor that had distanced him from his family throughout his upbringing. Jin E. glanced up at him, disappointment flickering in his eyes, relinquishing any remaining hope. Clearly, he was not a suitable leader. Jin E. shook his head, solemnly reminding him, It's not about what I want. It's about what the family factions desire. What is it they seek? The avarice of the clan prompted a hint of anger in Jin E. Xiufang's voice. Jin E., disinterested in further discourse, stated plainly, Firstly, there must be equal representation of family members across all departments. That is non-negotiable. Secondly, you must accept 2 disciples from rival family factions, imparting all your knowledge except for the magnetic release. Is that truly your intent? Thirdly, assist the family in the renewed development of a bloodline limit. Are you lost in your fantasies? Jin Yi's stance incited considerable ire within Jin Yi Su Fong. Lord Chio, I wish to take my leave, he declared loudly, ignoring the piercing gaze directed at him. With the negotiations concluded, he felt no desire to linger in conversation with Jin Yi. There was no point in prolonging an unfruitful dialogue. As the next in line to lead the Jin Yi clan, he felt no obligation to concern himself with Jin Yi Su Fong. For now, the Wind Shadow remained in power. Chio entered, gesturing for Jin Yi to step outside. Please inform my two companions to join me. Jin Yi casually waved farewell to the two. After Jin Yi Su Fong silently observed Jin Yi's departure, he instructed, I shall report to Lord Wind Shadow. You are to manage matters here diligently. Once completed, personally escort him back to the village. Any who dare to obstruct must be dealt with swiftly. With that, he made no further delay. In the solitary large tent, Chio pondered silently over the three strategies proposed by Kamiya, increasingly finding them ingenious. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded aloud, Naomi, please bring those two individuals from the Kamiya household to him. With the departure of Kamiya Uka, the operations of Sunagakure resumed discreetly, unbeknownst to Kamiya Ryo. These two enigmatic maneuvers not only bewildered spies from various locations, but even left the villagers of Sunagakure themselves in confusion. Unbeknownst to them, a bloody massacre had just narrowly been evaded. Kamiya Ryo was assigned to a tent adjacent to Chio's. When Chika and the others entered, Kamiya Ryo was deep in thought about his next plan. Upon their inquiry, he briefly recounted the previous events. Chika, compile a list of the elite jonin within the village, detailing their backgrounds, current positions, and any outstanding apprentices associated with them. Chika nodded and approached a nearby desk. Fangzheng, in your opinion, what does the Ninja Academy currently lack? Fangzheng pondered for a moment before replying. A plethora of systematic foundational knowledge across various disciplines, along with grassroots teachers willing to impart their wisdom. In the ninja world, knowledge related to ninjas is highly valuable, and few are willing to share it freely. Even within a single village, individuals may be reluctant to teach you a mere D-rank jutsu. Kamiya Ryo, lacking experience in this area, resolved to adopt a general framework akin to that of Konoha Academy in the future. From today onward, your primary task will be to contemplate how to compile simple educational materials. Kamiya Ryo decided to first address the issue of textbooks, instructing that a preliminary batch of students could be gathered to utilize them. Which aspects should be covered? He inquired. Basic physical training, fundamental ninja tool throwing, foundational chakra training, applications of the body flicker technique, and some simple trap setups, he replied succinctly, immediately capturing Chika's attention as she was writing. Fangzheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Young master, are you truly willing to teach these subjects? Moreover, with such specific delineation, I assure you that every graduate will be a competent genin. Kamiya Ryo furrowed his brows. Aren't these the most elementary concepts? What did the Ninja Academy previously teach? Fangzheng responded, taking Konoha as an example. They typically impart the chakra refinement method but do not delve into intricate details. They will teach the body flicker technique but will not elucidate specific application scenarios. They will instruct on ninja tool throwing, yet lack a thorough systematic training approach. Upon hearing this, Kamiya Ryo reflected and realized that future Konoha would not differ significantly. Indeed, it taught only these fundamentals, even considering the use of a transformation technique sufficient for graduation as a genin. What, then, is taught during that lengthy period at the academy? Fangzheng replied awkwardly, theoretical knowledge, how to throw tools quickly and accurately, the nature of chakra, physical techniques, ninjutsu, and the body flicker technique, among other topics. Along with literacy and history, upon completion, one is nearly ready to graduate. Kamiya Ryo was profoundly shocked by the knowledge imparted in the ninja world. As a ninja, is theoretical understanding truly necessary? How does one achieve accuracy in throwing tools? Natural training will enhance one's skills daily. Studying theory may not yield improvement throughout a lifetime. What exactly constitutes ninjutsu? You impart a ninjutsu to him, and he will naturally comprehend it. In this precarious world of ninjas, strength is paramount. Jin Yi solemnly inhaled and declared, strip away all that is ostentatious. Let everything be centered on enhancing one's prowess. For those who relish theory, additional subjects may be established. Fangzheng nodded vigorously and hastened to the table to commence writing. While Jin Yi was preoccupied, The entire ninja realm stirred into activity. Numerous villages, in unison, dispatched a multitude of spies to decipher the intentions of Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Sunagakure subtly withdrew the personnel it had deployed, for if discovered by familial forces, annihilation would be inevitable. In a subterranean cavern, an emaciated elder, his back riddled with tubes, languidly awakened. With a mere glance, he silenced the cacophony within the cave. What has transpired recently in the ninja world? Resonated a deep and authoritative voice. Below him, a congregation of peculiar white-skinned humanoids immediately began chattering. Lord Madara. The Suna village's shaman is on the brink of death. Chaos reigns in the village, seemingly aimed at purging the clan forces. Konoha is also bustling. Every member of the Senju clan has been hidden away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the disappearance of the Senju clan has left some members of the Uchiha clan quite dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Madara, Kirigakure is the most tumultuous. Heads are practically turned to mush, as the third Mizukage has slain countless individuals. The elder seated in the stone chair's eyelids twitched several times. None of this was what he wished to learn. Silence. Focus on the matter at hand. Have we located the host body? A profound stillness enveloped the cave, as the white humanoids either bowed their heads, gazed upward, or touched one another's thighs. Continue the search. After wearily issuing his command, the frail elder succumbed to slumber once more. Amidst the capricious turmoil of the ninja realm, a highly distinguished entourage, escorting a substantial number of boxes, quietly infiltrated Konoha. No one knew the identities of these individuals, save for a striking little girl with red hair. Jin-E and his companions did not linger long. That very night, they were escorted back to Sunagakure by Chiyo. They also encountered the long-absent second Kazekage, shaman. In a medicinally scented infirmary, the once imposing Kazekage was now gaunt and bedridden. It was our oversight that placed you in peril. Shaman's voice was gentle, a stark contrast to his fierce appearance. The two elderly attendants flanking him lowered their heads. Jin-E, taken aback by Shaman's apology, immediately replied, "It has nothing to do with Lord Kazekage." Shaman smiled weakly, gasping for breath as he gazed at the ceiling. "It is my incompetence that has burdened a child with such weight. The Grand Sunagakure has fallen to this state." Everyone in the infirmary, aside from Jin-E, bowed their heads in shame. "Child, your name is Rang, correct?" Jin-E nodded. "I shall accede to all your conditions, and additionally, I will arrange for Yashikata to take you as a disciple." Jin-E looked up at Shaman, uncertain of his meaning. Shaman did not look at Jin-E, but weakly spoke, "I am truly sorry about your parents. However, you are a ninja of Sunagakure, and I hope you can comprehend the burdens we must bear as ninjas. Regarding your parents, I do not blame Lord Kazekage. It is their duty as protectors." Shaman turned in surprise to gaze at Jin-E, only to find calmness reflected in his demeanor, which prompted him to chuckle. "Since the village appears to be in no immediate danger, we shall announce the candidacy for the next Kazekage tomorrow. Everyone, you may return to your duties. There is no need to linger with this ailing old man." As the group turned to depart, Jin-E sensed something amiss and glanced back. He beheld one of the two elderly attendants collapsed on the ground, lifeless. The man was Kawahara Saka. Chiyo gently nudged Jin-E's attention, who then looked at Jin-E, only to see his back. Kawahara Saka was rated as an elite jonin on the list of the fallen, a survivor from the Warring States period. The group had wandered underground for quite some time, and upon emerging, only Jin-E and two others remained. Gazing at the bright starry sky, Jin-E took a deep breath, realizing that only one final hurdle lay ahead. Fangzheng could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master. There is nothing to celebrate. This is but a minor disturbance compared to the tempest that is about to unfold." Jin-E replied, leaving Chiyo and the others perplexed. Without offering further explanation, he made his way toward the Jin-E clan's residence. The Jin-E residence was vast and ablaze with light. Servants lined up in anticipation. An elder at the entrance looked on with excitement as the three figures drew closer. Jin Yuzong, the clan leader of the Jin-E family, had presided over the clan throughout the tumultuous Warring States period, leading them through the tides of fortune for decades and elevating the Jin-E family to the foremost clan of Sunagakure, a testament to his formidable reputation and remarkable achievements. When Jin-E stood before him for the first time, a wave of sentiment washed over him as he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, grandfather." "Greetings, esteemed clan leader." Chiyo and the others followed suit in their salutations. Once the formalities were concluded, they were ushered away by Jin Yiyuan. Jin Yuzong glanced at his grandson before turning to beckon him inside. Jin Yang followed closely behind, and the grandfather and grandson strolled leisurely through the courtyard, one speaking and the other listening. For this day, Jin Yang had meticulously prepared for several years, ensuring that his demeanor, actions, and habits would not appear out of place. Jin Yang shared his plans in detail, including the intricacies of the blue fire technique. However, when he attempted to elaborate on the significance of certain strategies, Jin Yuzong interrupted, saying, "There is no rush. You shall have your opportunity to speak tomorrow." Feeling that all matters had been addressed, Jin Yang considered taking his leave. "Today, grandfather wishes to present you with a gift and introduce you to a few people," Jin Yuzong declared before leading the way into the back hall. Jin Yang, puzzled, followed him inside. In the hall, a straight sword lay upon the table, its hilt a striking yellow and its scabbard adorned in a pattern of yellow and white. At first glance, it exuded an air of opulence. Jin Yuzong lifted the sword, drawing it from its sheath. Instantly, a chilling gleam filled the room, captivating all eyes upon the blade. "What a magnificent sword!" Jin Yang instinctively exclaimed in admiration. The sword is named Bewilderingly Sword, the personal weapon of the clan leader of the Genie clan. It is said to be one of the legendary three spirit swords, alongside the renowned Kusanagi sword and the Tenstrike sword. Jin Yiran cast a few glances at it, filled with joy. It must be extraordinary to be mentioned in the same breath as the illustrious Kusanagi and Tenstrike swords, even though he had never heard of the Bewilderingly Sword before. Undoubtedly, this sword was meant for him. Upon seeing Jin Yiran's delighted expression, Jin Musashi chuckled softly and tossed the sword to him. Although he understood Jin Musashi's intentions, he couldn't help but caress the sword once it was in his hands. Observing Jin Yiran's fondness for the weapon, Jin Musashi sighed and remarked, "Though you wield a divine artifact, the Jin clan lacks a superior swordsmanship legacy. You'll have to practice on your own. If you cannot master it, simply let it be, as it has remained untouched for centuries. Even if a divine weapon is set aside, it is still a pleasure to behold." Jin Yiran exclaimed, "Grandfather, how did such a divine artifact end up in our possession?" During the Warring States period, the Jin clan held the secret of forging iron, and numerous prominent figures conducted business with us. Acquiring a mere sword was trivial. The weapon trade in Sunagakure and across the Land of Wind was monopolized by the Jin clan, making them a formidable force in the underworld, a bane that Sunagakure wished to eradicate. After listening to the explanation, Jin Yiran calmed down somewhat. In comparison to an endless supply of military arms, a single sword indeed seemed insignificant. After introducing the Bewilderingly Sword, Jin Musashi produced several lists from his robes and handed them to Jin Yiran. "These are individuals your grandfather has identified for you. They possess clean backgrounds and exceptional talents. When you have the time, take a look at them. If they suit your needs, you may train them." These were the trusted subordinates sought for Jin Yiran, ranked higher than Mao Luo Qianhua and Yechuan Fangzhen. He would personally instruct those listed. Glancing through the names, the first two did not stand out to him, or rather, he was not familiar with them. However, the last name made him pause. Yitsong. A faint smile graced Jin Yiran's lips as he nodded and said, "Grandfather, I choose these three." Jin Musashi was taken aback that Jin Yiran wanted all of them. Concerned about Jin Yiran's lack of experience, he cautioned, "Isn't Taishing sure a bit too old? You are still young. You can wait a while longer. After all, your energy is limited, and having too many subordinates isn't necessarily advantageous." Internally rolling his eyes, Jin Yiran thought to himself that, if he remembered correctly, there had been no talents emerging from Sunagakure in recent years, nor was there likely to be any in the next decade. It was only when the village was on the brink of collapse that Gaara emerged, and he ended up selling the village. Yitsong was already quite commendable and was just the kind of tool he had intended to use to deceive the clan. His research into bloodline limits was not mere talk. The future of his scorching release would be the outcome of his studies. The other candidates likely lacked even the potential to reach the level of a shadow, at best being elite jonin. Swapping out names held no significance. Although he held a disdainful view of Sunagakure, he could not voice it openly. Jin Yiran explained, "Grandfather, my team encountered an incident. An Taishing Shi is around my age, with a solid background and strength. He is perfectly suitable." Indeed, Taishing Shi was only 15 years old. Yet Jin Musashi considered him too old. Yitsong and another, Kafang Guangzhu, were merely 4 years old. Not long ago, the prodigious orphan was discovered by the Genie clan. In the original timeline, Yitsong managed to rise and garnered support to compete for the title of Wind Shadow, likely indicating the last resistance of familial power. Upon hearing Jin Yi's intention to form a small team, Jin E. Musashi's expression shifted slightly as he nodded and said, "Very well, you may retire for the time being. Tomorrow, we will escort the individuals to your residence." Jin E proposed to live in a separate courtyard under the pretense of developing ninjutsu, a request he made at a young age. In truth, it was merely a wall's distance from Jin E. Musashi's abode. Having lost his parents at a tender age, Jin E. Musashi, often preoccupied with clan affairs, did not oppose this arrangement, considering the proximity. Once back in his domain, he dismissed a throng of servants, allowing Jin E to unwind and gather his thoughts. Besides foreseeing the demise of the Sand Gate, he discerned no further vulnerabilities. He had navigated through numerous challenges, and even if minor imperfections remained, no one would pursue him further. Thus, he had firmly established his foothold within the ninja world, and it was time to devise concrete plans for the future. After adjusting his mindset, Jin E rose and made his way to the study, sketching fervently. The light in the study did not extinguish until the latter part of the night. This night, however, was not solely occupied by Jin E. The entire Sand-Hidden village was bustling with activity. News of the Sand Gate's impending fate and the candidates for Wind Shadow would soon be unveiled. Every department and institution had to prepare responses to the feudal lord of the Wind Country, counter the espionage from other nations, and brace for the ensuing unforeseen events. As dawn broke, Jin E was awakened by the clamor of heated disputes from next door. Voices were raised in anger, tables were struck, and remarks were laced with sarcasm. Jin E rose leisurely and called for someone to assist him in washing up. He surmised that he would not return this day. Once he completed his preparations and entered the bustling hall, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension. The heads of the 8 prominent families of Sand-Hidden Village had gathered. A rare occurrence. Some questioned, some scoffed, and others remained indifferent. After a brief bow, Jin E approached Jin E Musashi with an unflinching demeanor. "Esteemed friends, allow me to introduce my elderly grandfather's grandson, Jin E." Jin E Musashi proudly announced to the assembled clan leaders. He then turned to Jin E and said with a smile, "Xiaorang, as this is your first meeting with the clan leaders, be sure to show proper respect." Jin E swiftly scanned the room, matching each individual to the descriptions he had memorized from the list of Qianhua, and bowed respectfully to each. Though he had seen these figures from a distance on occasion, today marked their formal introduction. "We are grateful that your Jin E clan has not completely sold us out," remarked a portly middle-aged man, squinting his eyes and speaking in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. This was the patriarch of the Bojin clan, known for its waffling stance alongside the Liang Tian family within the clan power dynamics. Jin E smiled faintly and replied, "I am curious to know how my Jin E clan has betrayed you. Please enlighten me with specific instances." Before the discussion led by Bojin Huijing could reach its conclusion, Jin Irong interjected sharply, "What is the issue with the guard department? We operate a legitimate force of 400 personnel, and I am unaware of any objections from your Bojin clan. In the past, you may have disregarded orders. But now, simply changing the name does not warrant compliance. Do you believe everyone is like your Bojin clan?" This remark caused many to perk up with interest. Bojin Huijing had only intended to make a gesture of authority, as it is customary for differing opinions to be voiced in meetings. Moreover, Jin Irong, being a younger member, was not someone whose words warranted serious concern. Had it been Jin Yuzong, he would have remained silent. Unexpectedly, Jin Irong's pointed observation flustered Bojin Huijing, reddening his face with indignation, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a retort, merely glaring vehemently at Jin Irong. Jin Yuzong turned and admonished him, "How dare you speak to the clan leader of the Bojin clan in such a manner? Show some respect." Despite his reprimand, a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Jin Irong slightly bowed in apology. Bojin Huijing snorted coldly, turning his gaze toward the outside. As the atmosphere grew tense, a middle-aged man with a congenial demeanor spoke up, "Young Jin, I have heard that you proposed 3 strategies to Lord Fengying that could greatly benefit our Sunigakure. There are many aspects we do not understand, and we have come today to seek your guidance." The speaker was the clan leader of the Rio Ten family, Rio Ten-e, who was known for his diplomatic skills, always wearing a smile and rarely offending others. The others nodded in agreement, attempting to ease the tension. They were already familiar with Jin Yirong's 3 strategies and found them to be quite clever. Previously, they had been in a precarious situation. But now they had a slope to rely on, and conceding some benefits was entirely acceptable. However, noticing Jin Yirong's youth, they instinctively sought to exert some pressure to retain more for themselves. Little did they know that this was a feisty young wolf, difficult to contend with. And they decided against beating around the bush. After all, once they had made their concessions, there were still numerous matters awaiting their attention. Seeing the atmosphere stabilize, Jin Yirong waved his hand toward the courtyard. Several servants entered, each carrying documents, which they gently placed on the tables of the clan leaders. Jin Yirong clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention and announced, "Esteemed elders, what you now hold in your hands are my thoughts on the restructuring of the business department, guard department, ninja academy, and medical department." The mention of the medical department drew a surprised glance from the clan leader of the Joyo clan, who looked questioningly at Jin Yuzong, as the village's hospital was currently under their jurisdiction. Without waiting for Jin Yuzong to inquire, Jin Yirong explained, "Since we are discussing restructuring, I took the liberty of providing insights for the other departments as well, all of which are noted above. However, I focused on these for due to their significant relevance to us." Joyu and the village leader chuckled, stroking his white beard. What an audacious young fellow, daring to offer suggestions for all departments in the village. I shall have to examine this thoroughly. Should I find anything amiss, I shall personally impose a fitting punishment. Jin Yirong humbly smiled and gestured for him to continue. Initially, the atmosphere among the crowd was relatively relaxed, but as they began to read, their expressions grew solemn. By the end, even their breaths became barely audible, with only the rustling of paper breaking the silence. Jin Yirong had anticipated this reaction, for he had not merely constructed a few departmental frameworks. He also offered a few modest suggestions regarding the pillar industries of each clan. For instance, he proposed the concept of luxury and limited edition cosmetics for the Yamaki clan, along with a variety of derivative products that expanded the range tenfold. Similarly, for the Yakuwa clan's animal-related ventures, he introduced ideas for furs and high-end custom designs, as well as methods for reprocessing materials into items such as wallets, handbags, and belts. He also revealed some preliminary plans for the future development of Sunagakure, which included chain stores, specialty shops, snack streets, commercial districts, upscale accommodations, and budget inns. Given the outdated commercial model in the ninja world, even his conceptual suggestions were sufficient for various parties to reap substantial profits. He did not intend to unveil anything more advanced, nor would he in the future. Money held little significance in the ninja realm. The proposals he presented were already poised to ensure a lead of several decades. The economic contraction of each clan was merely temporary. Once all preparations were complete and the Ministry of Commerce established, Sunagakure was destined to dominate the financial landscape of the ninja world. As he observed that everyone was attentively listening, Jin Yirong clapped his hands again, rousing the captivated audience. "Esteemed elders, I trust there are no objections regarding the Ministry of Commerce?" In terms of its specific structure, Jin Yirong had not elaborated extensively. As the ministry was destined to be a colossal entity, he merely needed to outline its general profitability. He broadly categorized the ministry into 4 departments. The finance department, responsible for managing business operations, investments, and stabilizing Sunagakure's economy. The business department, overseeing the verification, approval, and revocation of private guilds. The taxation department, in charge of formulating and collecting taxes, and the inspection department, tasked with supervising guilds to prevent embezzlement. None. Young Rank's insights are commendable. We are humbled. The assembly erupted in laughter and praise, unable to refrain from repeatedly perusing the documents in their hands. Even the typically stoic Haku Kenji wore a broad smile. The previous matters seemed trivial in comparison, and a few more scoldings could be tolerated. Jin Yirong reminded. The subsequent pages are a token of respect from the younger generation to all esteemed elders. Please do not mix them up after leaving. Each document's content was distinctly different, and the audience, already aware, nodded and smiled in agreement. Everyone gazed at Jin Yirong with admiration, marveling at the fortunate birth of a remarkable grandson. One after another, they extended their congratulations. Jin Yirong Musashi nodded in return, his eyes sparkling with joy. Soon after, the attendees began to inquire about aspects of the documents that were unclear. The reform documents proposed by Jin Yirong were meticulously detailed, with some terminologies being novel. The specific functions and responsibilities could not be adequately expressed through written text. The reform documents for the Ninja Academy were the simplest. Children in Sunagakure could participate in entrance examinations at the age of 6, and thereafter. They would study until the age of 9 before being divided into classes according to their specialties: combat ninjas, medical ninjas, and taijutsu ninjas. Upon graduation at the age of 12, they would be assigned to lead instructors. The reforms for the medical department were equally straightforward. Jin Yirong delineated the medical department into 3 divisions: the research division, the medical division, and the pharmaceutical division. The research division would be responsible for developing medical ninjutsu, medical equipment, and medicinal products, while the pharmaceutical division would handle the sales of products developed by the research division and manage pharmacies. The medical division is tasked with the specific treatment of patients and various hospital-related affairs. Due to the scarcity of medical ninjas, the medical department has become merely a facade. However, this presents an opportunity to establish a robust medical division, thereby elevating the standards and status of healthcare. Currently, the hospital in Sunagakure holds a lowly position. But once the medical division is established, it will transform into a significant entity within the village, with the minister of the medical division holding an equal standing alongside the heads of the Umbu and the Jonin class. This prospect has greatly delighted both Shuyu and the village, with Shuyu receiving the most generous praise. The security department's documentation is somewhat extensive, and Shuyu has requested a combat framework of 400 personnel from Jinyu, marking it as a formidable official authority. The department is divided into the General Affairs Division and the Police Division. The Police Division comprises 300 personnel, organized into 6 battalions of 50 each. Each battalion is further divided into 5 squads of 10. According to future plans for Sunagakure, these 6 battalions will patrol designated areas: the front gate, commercial district, administrative district, residential quarter, industrial zone, and the rear defense area. The General Affairs Division consists of administrative and mobile departments. The administrative sector will expand as needed, comprising non-combat personnel, which is relatively easy to manage. The mobile sector will maintain a combat framework of 100 personnel divided into 2 mobile battalions. One will routinely patrol the Kazekage building, while the other will conduct random patrols throughout Sunagakure on unpredictable routes. Shuyu has also drafted a code of conduct for the security personnel, outlining protocols for common situations, and has established uniform requirements. All security personnel must don standardized combat attire. Genin will wield rubber batons, Chunin will wear combat vests, and Jonin will don specialized combat boots. The prospect of successfully establishing the security department has thrilled Shuyu, prompting him to push for maximum personnel expansion without hesitation. Once the security department is established, the vigilance within Sunagakure will be assured for the next decade. Although it may appear somewhat redundant at present, this proactive measure will save considerable trouble in the future. Sunagakure is on the brink of significant advancement, and with the security measures in place, there is no cause for concern, having brought such substantial benefits to various clans. Shuyu is confident that all requirements will be met without compromise regarding the establishment of the security department. The strength of this department will impact the strategic deployments for the Second Great Ninja War, warranting meticulous attention. While the medical division is equally vital to the war effort, the lack of medical ninjas means he can only observe its progress. Throughout the morning, the hall was abuzz with fervent discussion. After lunch, Shuyu proceeded to the Kazekage building, carrying a stack of documents. As he walked through the village streets, he couldn't help but reflect on Sunagakure's backwardness. The village lacks vibrancy. The architectural style is predominantly grand yet dull, with an overall earthy hue that leaves much to be desired. Even the villagers' attire tends to be somber, contributing to an atmosphere devoid of vitality. Only the sporadic sounds of children at play inject a semblance of life into the village. The announcement regarding the election of the Kazekage candidate was released early in the morning, drawing some villagers into casual discussions, albeit limited to idle chatter. It is only when Jinyu officially implements the proposed reforms and achieves tangible results that the level of discourse will rise. The Kazekage faction will undoubtedly publicize all accomplishments as Jinyu's political achievements. As the momentum reached its zenith, a grand electoral ceremony was convened, solidifying the position of Jin Yirong within the political landscape. The quiet abdication of Shaman transpired seamlessly, with the inevitable unfolding of events. The news of Shaman's dwindling time would never be overtly proclaimed, merely no longer concealed. Those who needed to know would naturally be informed. When Jin Yirong entered the conference room, it was already filled with attendees, predominantly comprised of individuals affiliated with the Wind Shadow faction. The assembly far surpassed the earlier family meeting held that morning, particularly with a significant representation from the middle-aged generation, while several young figures stood out conspicuously, embodying the vibrant spirit and promising future of the Wind Shadow lineage. At that moment, Sunagakure was not as dire as it seemed. While the presence of the Wind Shadow faction dazzled Jin Yirong, unbeknownst to him, he himself instilled an even greater astonishment among those present. Renowned for his prodigious talent, Jin Yirong was already the subject of much discussion, previously overlooked. In the ninja world, individuals lacking bloodline limits or special legacies were seldom acknowledged by the higher echelons of the villages. The potential of an ordinary bloodline genius was exceedingly limited. However, upon the unveiling of his 3 strategies, all attendees immediately recognized that Jin Yirong would undoubtedly carve out a significant place for himself in the future of Sunagakure. Jin Yuxifang gestured for Jin Yirong to take a seat at his right side, introducing him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jin Yirong, the proponent of this reform initiative. Let us extend a warm welcome. Thunderous applause erupted, with all eyes turning kindly towards Jin Yirong, reflecting the attendees' acknowledgement of his capabilities. Under Jin Yuxifang's guidance, the meeting swiftly transitioned to its core agenda. Following a process akin to that of the morning, Jin Yirong continually presented new reform proposals, adeptly addressing both anticipated and unforeseen inquiries. Generally speaking, no significant issues arose. Many concepts were original to Jin Yirong, rendering it difficult for others to propose specific critiques. Although some voiced concerns regarding the number of personnel within the security department's combat units, Jin Yirong effortlessly deflected these with references to the expansive future plans for the village. From the documentation provided, the envisioned future of Sunagakure was indeed ambitious, comprising 6 distinct districts. Jin Yirong sketched a rough outline of the proposed layout. Essentially a regular hexagon with a central circle. The core area would house the Wind Shadow Building and the headquarters of various future institutions. The front of the Wind Shadow Building would be designated as the main entrance, with plans to construct a park and several iconic structures to serve as the village's facade, flanked by gift shops showcasing the unique characteristics of the Wind Country. Behind the Wind Shadow Building lay the defensive sector, adorned with statues of historical wind shadows, expansive training grounds, and breeding facilities. To the left of the main entrance would be the commercial district, envisioned as the economic heart of future Sunagakure. To the right, the administrative area would feature public facilities, including hospitals, bookstores, orphanages, and schools. The left side of the defensive sector was planned as a residential area, incorporating not only homes, but also convenient amenities such as large shopping centers, farmers markets, and entertainment venues. On the right side, the industrial district was designed to consolidate various workshops and small factories. Jin Yirong's detailed planning presented a clear vision, with numerous measures accompanied by succinct explanations of their intended benefits. As the discussions drew to a close, the sky had darkened considerably. Jin Isu Fong led Jin Yirong to his office, where he observed the latter's slight fatigue. Without beating around the bush, he inquired, "Have you finalized the list of disciples?" Jin Yirong, well prepared, promptly replied that the candidates had been selected by Jin Musashi, Shinji Yuki, and No Chuan Taojiang. Shinji Yuki, the most distinguished descendant of the Shinji clan, is Jin Yirong's maternal uncle's child. No Chuan Taojiang, the young clan leader of the No Chuan family, stands as a staunch ally of the Jin clan among the 8 noble families of Sunagakure. Both candidates, older than Jin Yirong by 2 years, excel among their peers, particularly Shinji Yuki, who possesses exceptional talent and has already participated in numerous highly classified missions. Jin Isu Fong nodded. Finding the choices predictable, he continued, "With your entire squad lost except for you, do you intend to take some time to recuperate? Or will you join another squad to continue the mission?" The official narrative regarding the demise of Ishida's squad attributed it to bounty hunters from the black market. And as a high-ranking shinobi of Sunagakure, it was no surprise that Ishida appeared on the bounty list. Jin Yirong contemplated for a moment before deciding. "I would like to take some time to rest. allowing me to observe the progress of the restructuring at my convenience and address any issues that may arise promptly. Jin Isu Fong did not oppose this suggestion, stating, "Then I shall grant you a 2-month period of recuperation. This restructuring plan will count as an S-rank mission. You may present any request you have." "What? A plan so detailed and feasible counts as merely an S-rank mission? You are rather stingy," Jin Rang exclaimed, staring incredulously at Jin Isu Fong. The latter returned the gaze with equal intensity, replying slowly, "After confirming the results, we can settle for an S-rank mission. This should be more than reasonable." Sensing the veiled threat in Jin Isu Fong's tone, Jin Rang deftly shifted the topic, saying, "All right. Then I would like information regarding the nature transformation of chakra, preferably related to wind release and fire release." Jin Isu Fong, uninterested in Jin Rang's intentions for this knowledge, pressed on, "What about the matter concerning the bloodline limit? Have you reached any conclusions?" Jin Rang, cautious about divulging too much, replied softly, "The bloodline limit is of great significance. I prefer that fewer people are aware of it. And I trust you feel the same way, Uncle Su Fong. Does this imply that your Jin clan intends to shoulder the research funding entirely?" Jin Isu Fong was well aware of the substantial investment in magnet release and found it hard to believe that the Jin clan would engage in such a thankless endeavor. The development of a bloodline limit is not merely a matter of desire. It requires the right timing, location, and human resources, all of which are indispensable. A failed endeavor would result in a complete loss of investment, and even with the correct approach, the time cost would be immeasurable. Jin Rang smiled faintly and looked at Jin Isu Fong, stating, "Are you aware of the Land of Snow? In its unique environment, the ninjas from the Land of Snow can utilize water release to achieve the effects of ice release, maximizing the advantages of their surroundings." Jin Isu Fong raised an eyebrow, evidently familiar with this phenomenon, and regarded Jin Rang with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, gesturing for him to continue. "In our Land of Wind, where yellow sand covers the ground, if Uncle Shu Fong could simplify magnetic manipulation and develop a technique akin to sand control, the village hidden in the sand would experience a transformative leap. In the original timeline, Gaara has already demonstrated the feasibility of utilizing magnetic manipulation for sand control. Thus, the current proposition is not merely a fanciful notion. Moreover, there exist techniques within the sand village that pertain to sand manipulation, albeit with moderate practical effectiveness. If Uncle Shu Fong were to simplify magnetic manipulation, discarding its metallic control properties and retaining solely the ability to command sand, it would theoretically be entirely plausible. And Uncle Shu Fong would likely acquiesce. Should this endeavor succeed, even a fraction of Gaara's prowess in sand control would elevate the sand village's strength to unprecedented heights. The prospect is enticing, and yet, despite the swirling thoughts, Uncle Shu Fong remains hesitant to engage. Jinian analyzed, stating that if foundational sand manipulation techniques, more advanced sand control techniques, and the ultimate bloodline technique of sand manipulation were to be successfully developed into a cohesive system, Uncle Shu Fong, Konoha could be annihilated with a mere wave of the hand. From the moment Jinian realized he had traversed into the sand village, this notion had taken root in his mind. After all, it is theoretically highly feasible, and the costs involved are minimal. There is no reason for the sand village to decline such an opportunity. Compared to bloodline limits, a unique sand control technique would not be overly withheld from dissemination, even if the training conditions are stringent, as long as 1 or 2 individuals master it. The returns would be substantial. Seeing Uncle Shu Fong still in doubt, Jinian felt his enthusiasm wane. He stood and remarked, having spoken at length, "My intention is to benefit our village. Since you remain hesitant, I shall bear all expenses from the Genie clan, and any related materials must not be disclosed. I trust Uncle Shu Fong possesses at least this much integrity." With that, Jinian took his leave, exiting the Wind Shadow building without a word. Indeed, trust was but an illusion. Initially, upon encountering the emerging faction of the Wind Shadow, Jinian held a degree of admiration, yet it proved to be a mere misperception. Whether Uncle Shu Fong disapproved of the plan or sought to develop it privately, detaching from the clan, neither choice befits a leader of merit. Particularly, as Jinian contemplated the third Hokage of other villages, he felt a deeper sense of disquiet, for they were not individuals to be trifled with. Jinian gazed upward at the night sky, his thoughts tangled, as he made his way home. Upon returning to the estate, He found Jin Musashi awaiting him in the living room, accompanied by several others. Aside from Chika Moro and Kazuma Yokochi, he was unfamiliar with the rest. Jinian composed himself and approached. Everyone bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to young Master Genie." Jin Musashi greeted, "Was everything smooth?" Jinian nodded, inquiring, "It was fine, grandfather." "But who are these people?" Jin Musashi smiled and explained, "You already know Chika and Kazuma. Chika will be responsible for your covert protection from now on and will reside here. Kazuma is your guiding jonin, who will come by during the day to instruct you. Should you encounter any issues in your training, do not hesitate to consult him." This had been previously discussed, so Jinian held no doubts. Jin Musashi then pointed to a middle-aged man standing nearby, saying, "This is Jin Sanghu, a branch member of our clan, a chunin in strength, who will serve as your housekeeper. For any trivial matters that require handling, feel free to dispatch him." The middle-aged man, Jin Sanghu, once again respectfully bowed to Jin Rang. Jin Rang turned his head to glance, nodding in satisfaction. He was in dire need of a subordinate. Qianhua and Feng Zheng possessed too much strength to be relied upon constantly. Previously, the servants in the courtyard were mere commoners, unsuitable for involvement in matters pertaining to ninjas. Now, with a chunin from his own household, both identity and capability were perfectly aligned. Jin Rang casually tested him on some fundamental knowledge of the ninja world, such as the surname of the royal family in the Land of Snow, the leader of the Land of Iron, and the peculiarities of the Land of Ghosts. While these topics were somewhat obscure, they were not overly difficult. They merely required a candidate with a broad knowledge base. Under Jin Rang's assessment, Jin Song, who answered fluently, providing not only the correct responses but also offering a deeper understanding of local customs, demonstrating a remarkable depth of knowledge. Jin Rang reflected on Jin Wu Zong's discerning eye for talent, which was precisely to his liking, and then turned his attention to the remaining three individuals. Upon recognizing their faces, he realized who they were. The lanky, oddly formed boy with sparse, yellowish hair was named Anto Seishi. At 15, he was 2 years Jin Rang's senior. Due to his peculiar appearance, he had been abandoned in a cave as an infant, surrounded by stone ants when Jin Rang's father discovered him, hence the surname Anto. Unsurprisingly, as he matured, he began to exhibit extraordinary talent. Not only was he exceptionally gifted in earth techniques, but he could also manipulate stone ants from a young age, a truly remarkable feat. The other two, Shi Fangguang Zhua and Yi Song, were orphans whose parents had been supported ninjas of the Jin family, tragically perishing during missions. The Jin family had taken them in, and there were many such children, all raised with the family's assistance. It was precisely because of these loyal and trustworthy individuals that the Jin family managed to survive the bloody chaos of the Warring States period. Due to their outstanding performances among a group of children, they were brought before Jin Rang. Shi Fangguang Zhua, with his brown hair and tense expression, sat rigidly, appearing somewhat nervous. Yi Song, possessing an exceptionally rare green hair, knelt on the ground, his eyes darting around. As Jin Rang assessed them, the three children were also stealing glances at him. Being precocious, they already understood that their destinies would be inextricably linked to this blue-haired boy. Jin Wu Zong explained that Xiao Shi would be in the same team as Jin Rang, responsible for both training together and ensuring his safety. When Jin Wu Zhang's gaze shifted to the two children, a hint of hesitation crossed his face. He harbored doubts about Jin Rang's ability to train them effectively. Observing Jin Wu Zhang's expression, Jin Rang understood the unspoken concern. However, these two children truly could not be entrusted to anyone else for training. Yi Song's potential was beyond ordinary comprehension. Employing conventional methods would be a tremendous waste. Shi Fangguang's was crucial for future collaborations with Jin Su Fang regarding research on sand techniques, which would be tested on him. Thus, he immediately spoke up. "Grandfather, please leave them to me. I have some ideas that require cooperation, and for ordinary instruction, Feng Zheng is more than adequate." In the present moment, Jin Musashi assumed that Jin Ryo sought cooperation for the experimental development of ninjutsu, and thus chose to refrain from further conversation, deeming the two children inconsequential. Once the arrangements appeared to be nearly complete, he rose to depart. Jin Ryo, without hesitation, knelt respectfully in the main seat, surveying his future cadre, his mind in a constant state of contemplation. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Song Hu, Do we have business in the land of rain? Jin Eatsong who replied, Indeed, we do, and quite a bit. Anticipating no surprises, Jin E. Ryo continued, What is your knowledge of the land of rain? This question left Jin Eatsong who somewhat perplexed. Hesitantly, he responded, I have visited a few times, but I am not well acquainted. However, given some time, I will ensure a thorough understanding of the situation there. Jin E. Ryo promptly commanded, In the future, send more individuals to the land of rain. I wish to comprehend its customs, geography, and landscapes in as much detail as possible. He pondered silently, calculating the timeline, and resolved, within 2 years, gather as much information as possible. There is no need to rush. Refrain from deploying ninjas unless absolutely necessary. Jin Eatsong who felt a sense of relief and solemnly acknowledged the order. The land of rain was not extensive, and acquiring a general understanding within 2 years seemed feasible. Very well, you may go and make arrangements. There are no other matters for now. Once Jin Eatsong who departed, Jin E. Ryo shifted to another topic. Chihana, what do you know of the land of whirlpools? The land of whirlpools? Urara Chihana shook her head, perplexed. I have never been there, nor do I possess any knowledge. Hearing this, Jin E. Ryo hesitated, then stated, I wish to send you to the hidden village of Whirlpool. Please gather as much information as possible regarding the women and girls of the Uzumaki clan, their specific locations, personalities, and familial relationships. Detailed knowledge is paramount. Do you foresee any danger in this? Urara Chihana, being of utmost importance as the only elite jonin of the Genie clan, understood the potential ramifications of any misstep. However, the significance of the land of whirlpools weighed heavily. Individuals of lesser strength would yield little intelligence in a short time. Jin E. Ryo could not recall the exact timeline of the downfall of the land of whirlpools, but he sensed it was imminent. He remembered that shortly after Uzumaki Kushina arrived in Konoha, the land of whirlpools fell. Regarding the affairs of the land of whirlpools, Jin E. Ryo felt a pressing urgency. With the right maneuvers, he could seize substantial benefits. Urara Chihana recognized her own significance and, after a moment of contemplation, confidently replied, If it is merely to gather such foundational information, there is absolutely no danger. Jin E. Ryo resolved, Very well. I will remain in the village for the next 2 months and will not undertake any foreign missions for half a year. You may begin your preparations now. Once you have organized yourself, depart immediately. Remember, safety is paramount. Urara Chihana was taken aback by the urgency, but expressed no further surprise and promptly accepted her orders. When Jin E. Ryo turned his gaze to Yoshikawa Kazumasa, the latter's demeanor shifted to one of expectation for his task. Kazumasa, when you come tomorrow, please bring some textbooks on foundational knowledge. The two of them will require them. Yoshikawa Kazumasa glanced at the two, then back at Jin E. Ryo, hoping for additional guidance. Genie smiled faintly and spoke. There is nothing left, and it seems you must personally start teaching from the basics of literacy. You may want to return and prepare more lessons. Yechuan Fangjing silently regarded the two diminutive children, who were also observing him, seemingly eager to gauge the abilities of their instructor. After a moment of hesitation, Yechuan Fangjing departed in a daze. Genie then instructed the servant to escort Yi and Song to their accommodations, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. In the end, only the two remained in the living room. Genie turned his gaze to Yi Xingshi and said solemnly, Go and make the necessary preparations. I will personally assess your abilities tomorrow. If you lack strength, you cannot be my companion. Yi Xingshi, expressionless, bowed and prepared to leave. By the way, my previous captain, Shirtian Jonin, was slain by my hand. Yi Xingshi paused momentarily, then continued on, his silhouette heavy with contemplation. Genie himself did not remain idle. He scaled the wall into the secret chamber of the Genie family. He sought a sword technique to study, and with his current physical prowess, he felt he could nearly practice body flicker technique. As for ninjutsu, he believed that one should not be greedy and overreach. Developing his Wind Jade and Wind Blade series would suffice. Lastly, he focused on his insights regarding the transformation of Chakra's fire attribute. The blue fire release displayed its formidable power in an instant, and Genie was already prepared to develop it as a core ability. Wind release, however, appeared to lack potential for advancement, at most reaching the level of a shadow. The spiral shuriken could be considered the pinnacle of wind release's might. Soon enough, he discovered suitable sword techniques and the body flicker technique. With the existence of the divine sword, blurring flow, the genie family possessed a plethora of sword techniques. The technique, named splitting light, pursued ultimate speed, harmonizing beautifully with the sharpness of blurring flow. As for the body flicker technique, it was the most common ninjutsu in the shinobi world. In battles, few ninjas utilized body flicker as a core strategy, primarily due to its high demand for visual acuity and its cost-effectiveness. Employing body flicker required an almost superhuman level of eyesight. Without exceptional vision, one would be courting death by attempting it. The velocity that surpasses limits would not only leave enemies unable to react, but would also hinder one's own response. Thus, it was typically employed only at the opportune moment, and even with adequate eyesight, it necessitated supplementary techniques. If one were to use body flicker without achieving instant kill effectiveness, it could lead to a precarious predicament. In summary, possessing a basic body flicker technique as a standard measure would suffice, enhancing one's defensive strategies. However, subsequent progress proved exceedingly challenging. Although there was ample information regarding the transformation of Chakra's fire attribute, none aligned with Genie's aspirations. Nearly all the materials focused solely on enhancing the power of fire release. The descriptions regarding the other attributes were similarly limited, primarily concerning increased potency. To Genie, this represented merely the most superficial application of attribute transformation. In his view, ninjutsu that transcended the surface of the 7 attribute releases constituted advanced transformations. Theoretically, wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang each encompassed numerous high-level variations, potentially even dozens of advanced changes. Enhancing one's inherent attributes can be considered the most rudimentary of understandings. The techniques of the hidden rock village, such as the heavy rock technique, exploit the gravitational properties of earth-based chakra, representing a sophisticated application of nature transformation. Such techniques, which transcend the superficiality of ninjutsu, genuinely alter the essence of chakra. Transforming chakra into fire or earth merely constitutes a change of attributes, devoid of any true alteration of nature. Furthermore, various Kekkai Genkai showcase distinct properties that arise from the fusion of 2 different attributes, resulting in extraordinary bloodline abilities. These notions may have once been mere musings during idle moments, but the emergence of blue flames has transformed that speculation into certainty. Genie has distinctly perceived a non-flame quality within the blue flames, characterized by an obstinate vitality that allows it to regenerate after being extinguished. Indeed, if Genie continues to channel chakra into the blue flames, they can reignite, exhibiting an inexplicable vigor. This represents merely one aspect of its nature. Another facet is the destructive capacity of the blue flames. Rather than incinerating objects entirely, they obliterate them during combustion, showcasing remarkable devastation. For instance, when encountering incombustible materials such as soil or metal, the blue flames reduce them to fragments, entirely deviating from the conventional properties of fire. These revelations emerged during his training with the blue flames the previous night. Such anomalies, imperceptible to outsiders, can only be elucidated through a change in nature. In summary, his blue flames possess the qualities of other attributes rather than merely combining 2 distinct natures to forge a new ability, as seen in bloodline techniques. Admittedly, the transformation of those 2 natures appears somewhat trivial in the face of the blue flame's extraordinary combustion power. However, what if the potency of these nature transformations could be amplified? How might his flames manifest then? The flames of Amaterasu represent Genie's aspirations for the might of his blue flames. An enhancement in vitality signifies an increased resistance to extinguishment, while an enhancement in destructiveness implies that his flames could breach defenses, becoming nearly insurmountable. Should he further augment other nature transformations, it is only a matter of time before his blue flames surpass those of Amaterasu. Due to the peculiar appearance of this deep blue flame, Genie has aptly named it Blue Corrosive Flame. After perusing the materials once more, he exited the chamber with a sense of disappointment. Not only within the Genie household, but throughout the entire Sand Village, there are scarcely any secret techniques or bloodlines to draw upon for reference. The secret techniques of the Genie family are predominantly related to summoning beasts and do not pertain to the transformation of Chakra's nature. Upon returning to his quarters, Genie devised his training regimen. Currently, the foremost priority remains the cultivation of physical prowess, as a robust physique serves as the foundation for all endeavors. He practices the unique physical techniques of the Genie family, inspired by the characteristics displayed by their summoning beast, the abyssal fire bat, which are speed, stealth, and agility. This enigmatic movement, combined with summoning techniques, has forged the illustrious reputation of the Genie clan. This exemplifies the essence of a family lineage, centered around a singular ability while developing complementary skills. The Genie clan possesses a unique concealed weapon known as the hook blade, which resembles a hooked jade in shape. When wielded with their distinctive techniques, its flight trajectory becomes elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. The heritage of the Genie clan is remarkably well-rounded beyond just ninjutsu. Their prowess in physical techniques, concealed weapons, summoning beasts, swordsmanship, illusions, reconnaissance, and stealth is commendable. Unfortunately, in the realm of ninjas, powerful ninjutsu remains the foundation. Following physical training, the focus shifts to the mastery of sword techniques, where the characteristics of the light-splitting sword style can be seamlessly integrated into his combat strategies. Next in line is the practice of body flicker technique, followed by the development of wind release. The primary reason for this prioritization is the relatively low cost-effectiveness of further developing wind release. Given his age and physical condition, his chakra capacity is limited. Thus, there is no pressing need to master numerous high-powered jutsu at this stage. Among the wind release techniques that captivate him is the returning Wind 100 Blades, employed by Takayama Kai during a desperate moment. As an A-ranked defensive ninjutsu, it is indeed enticing. He has inquired with Chihua, who indicated that it is not a technique archived in the village, but rather a creation of Takayama Kai himself. Aspiring to develop a similar technique poses considerable difficulty. Beyond defensive ninjutsu, he possesses a comprehensive array of other ninjutsu, rendering further development unnecessary. This can be attributed to his innate possession of wind, fire, and earth attributes, allowing him to practice numerous practical jutsu. With his chakra capacity, he can afford to expend it freely. When compared to Kakashi's initial chakra output, his own chakra volume is approximately equivalent to 2 Kakashis, placing him at the level of an average jonin. From this perspective, the Genie clan's physical constitution is indeed remarkable. After all, considering Genie Yufeng's ability to freely utilize magnet release, the chakra volume of the Genie clan, once fully matured, can be deemed substantial even among those at the level of Kage. Ultimately, his training will culminate in mastering the blue erosion flame, a journey that promises to be protracted. The impending Second War serves as a reminder for Genie Rang to prioritize learning techniques that can swiftly enhance his strength. In contemplation, Genie Rang commenced his daily essential lesson of refining chakra. While observing the chakra consumption of the blue erosion flame, he simultaneously focused on refining and replenishing his chakra. Although chakra cannot be stored, consistent refinement over time gradually enhances both the volume and recovery speed of his chakra. Likewise, Genie Rang eagerly anticipated the battle with Yi Shengshi. Being selected by Genie Musashi itself speaks volumes. A night swiftly passed. Fang Zheng and others had already gathered early in the living room. When he made his appearance, Genie Rang donned a forehead protector and was clad in a deep gray combat uniform. The collar of the uniform was slightly high, concealing his neck. Over it, he wore a standard Sand Village brown vest and carried a long sword on his back. At first glance, aside from his striking blue hair, he appeared to be an ordinary ninja. This was precisely the effect Genie Rang desired. The more unassuming, the better, to further blend in. He even replaced the yellow cord on the hilt of his flowing sword with a dark brown one, painting the hilt itself in dark brown to ensure it remained inconspicuous. Fully equipped, Genie Rang uttered no more words and led the group towards his designated training ground. In order to facilitate his development of ninjutsu, Genie Musashi constructed a highly concealed training ground at the edge of the village. The interior boasts superior materials, complete facilities, and an expansive, tranquil environment. When not in use, Genie Musashi would rent it out. To his surprise, the training ground became immensely popular among the village's ninjas, and within a few years, the costs of its construction were nearly recouped. However, starting today, Genie Musashi intended to reserve the venue for an extended period. As Yi Tsang and his companion entered, they were taken aback by the spaciousness, instinctively glancing around. After instructing Fang Zheng to look after the two, Genie Musashi signaled to Aunt Shengshi. The two slowly approached the center of the training ground. In the moment their eyes met, an invisible aura captivated Yi Tsang and his companion. Without a visible motion from Jin E. Musashi, three strange black beams shot towards Ant Shengshi. Clang, clang, clang. The three weapons, shaped like magatama, were struck down by shuriken. A faint black seemed to follow behind. A heavy thud echoed from Ant Shengshi's direction, as a small earthen shield that had just materialized before his right arm was shattered by a kunai, given Jin E. Musashi's strength. Even a single kunai he wielded possessed the force of multiple bullets. Ant Shengshi shook his aching arm, his expression growing increasingly grave. Jin E. Musashi's attacks were alarmingly swift. With a smile, Jin E. Musashi produced several more clawed blades. Having discerned Ant Shengshi's limits, he would not be easily dispatched. Had the last kunai targeted the head, an ordinary chunin would have perished. With a flick of his arm, several black beams reappeared, interweaving in a manner that made prediction exceedingly difficult. Earth release, ant nest. A low stone nest encircled Ant Shengshi. Puff, puff, puff. The clawed blades only stirred up some dust, yielding no further results. During this, several sounds of slicing air could be heard. Jin E. Musashi deftly maneuvered, evading shuriken that shot from the crevices of the stone nest. He dared not engage Ant Shengshi's shuriken directly. The force behind them was evident from the sound they made. The main defense was robust, striking with great power and timing, proving challenging. Jin E. Musashi contemplated the unmoving stone nest, assessing that the speed of the shuriken made it difficult for Ant Shengshi to land a hit on him. Yet he too found it challenging to break through the defense. Observing the two's predicament, the watching Fang Zheng smirked slightly. In a moment of contemplation, Jin E. Musashi sprang into action, easily dodging several consecutive spikes of earth that erupted. No sooner had he halted than a barrage of small earth clumps hurtled towards him. Remaining calm, Jin E. Musashi gracefully weaved through the flying debris, sustaining no injuries. Ant Shengshi in the stone nest felt somewhat exasperated, given his current rate of attack. It was unlikely he could even graze Jin E. Musashi, let alone inflict harm. Teacher Fang Zheng, do you think young master is about to win? Yi Tsang cheered for Jin E. Musashi with delight. Although she could not fully grasp the situation, Jin E. Musashi's agile movements were striking, especially in contrast to Ant Shengshi's seemingly defensive posture. Yekawa Hosei refrained from jumping to conclusions, for the two were merely engaging in a friendly spar, and certain hidden cards were evidently not to be employed. A draw was not an option. After a brief stalemate, Jin Iran allowed his opponent to make the first move. Today, he sought to establish his authority. Even a stalemate would affect his future reputation, especially with three spectators nearby. Before anyone could react, Jin Iran suddenly sprang into action, his arms moving with such agility that the hand seals he formed were nearly imperceptible. Doton, Dokyo. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, catching Ant Shengshi off guard and lifting him along with his stone nest. In an instant, Ant Shengshi's position was revealed. Futon, Senko no Ya. Before Ant Shengshi could regain his footing, several sharp blades of wind whirled forth. In a swift motion, Ant Shengshi formed hand seals and shouted, Doton, Tsuchi no Yuk. A formidable earthen wall, extending several meters, rose before him. The blades of wind sliced through the air, leaving behind dark, deep holes, yet they failed to penetrate the wall. Jin Iran was momentarily taken aback by the sheer intensity of Ant Shengshi's chakra. The exaggerated form of the wall indicated a lack of control over his chakra. If such an overwhelming display was merely a fraction of his potential, the full force would surely be magnificent. Jin Iran did not mock Ant Shengshi. Had he been well-rounded, he would not have been a chunin. Judging by the excessive chakra, it was clear that Ant Shengshi lacked experience and strategic techniques in combat. What substantial earth technique could he employ? Jin Iran pondered what powerful Doton technique would befit Ant Shengshi, one that could decisively alter the tide of battle. However, without chakra to sustain it, the earthen wall soon crumbled, and Ant Shengshi vanished from the training ground. Jin Iran snapped back to reality, scanning his surroundings with caution. The two young spectators held their breath, still shaken by the earlier display of Ant Shengshi's wall. Suddenly, Jin Iran's expression shifted, and he retreated swiftly. Just as he moved away, a multitude of deadly spikes erupted from the ground. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been impaled mercilessly. Yet, this was merely the prelude. After evading, he continued to sprint at full speed, narrowly dodging the spikes that sprang up behind him, raising the spectators' excitement to a fever pitch. Abruptly, Jin Iran came to a sudden halt and leapt to the left. With a thunderous boom, one of the still-standing spikes exploded. A new spike shot up, viciously piercing Jin Iran's abdomen, leaving him with no means to brace himself. "Ah, young master," two youthful voices cried out in shock, before their emotions could further shift. A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, revealing Jin Iran transformed into a wooden figure, impaled atop the spike. The training ground fell into an eerie silence, devoid of life, as the rapid exchange transformed into stillness. Suddenly, a somewhat disheveled figure emerged from the earth. Shengshi was gasping for breath, kneeling on the ground, his body riddled with gruesome wounds, a sight most harrowing. The defensive measures he had set in place had failed to withstand the penetrating force of Jin Iran's attack. Jin let out a frown as he emerged from the depths, regarding the performance of Shengshi as generally commendable, yet still feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, as if something vital was amiss. Tentatively, he inquired, "Do you not practice with anyone regularly?" Shengshi shook his head with difficulty. Given his age, the level of strength he exhibited had already astonished Jin Wuzong, which is why he had refrained from allowing Shengshi to engage in too many battles, striving to maintain an air of mystery around him. In a decade's time, Shengshi's prowess would surpass that of Moluo Qianhua with ease. For the Jin clan, this would serve as yet another trump card. Jin Let could surmise some of Jin Wuzong's thoughts, and felt a tinge of helplessness at his mentor's contentment with a subordinate of elite Jonin status. He also grasped what was lacking in Shengshi. There was an absence of the oppressive aura that one feels from an adversary capable of seizing opportunities in life and death situations. The sense of imminent reversal by the opponent was wholly absent. In his battle against Ishida, Jin had been the one to take the initiative throughout. Yet, his vigilance never wavered, as every small movement by Ishida drained a significant amount of his mental energy. Conversely, during this recent encounter, he found himself distracted, a luxury he could not afford before. From this fight, Jin had come to a definitive realization that he had crossed a threshold, earning the title of Jonin. Shengshi sensed Jin Yi's disappointment and wished to voice his thoughts, yet remained silent. Through the summoning technique, Jin conjured forth a dozen abyss fire bats to swiftly heal Shengshi's wounds. Shengshi was astonished as he felt the energy surging from the bat's fangs. Witnessing his grievous injuries visibly mend, Jin furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am aware that you possess formidable ninjutsu. Based on the amount of chakra displayed by Shengshi, Jin Wuzong would certainly equip him with various levels of earth release techniques. However, the offensive techniques displayed just now were limited to 3 stones, earth spikes, and the final explosive earth spike. All were minor techniques, lacking in significant power. Once you have fully recuperated, we shall engage in another match this afternoon." Shengshi looked up in surprise at Jin E. Jin smiled softly, "My expectations for you are quite high. From now on, no A-level ninjutsu shall be permitted, and we will engage in 2 high-intensity battles daily. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," Shengshi replied, springing to his feet in response to Jin Yi's lofty expectations. Jin instructed, "Then go rest. Reflect on the battle we just had. If you have any questions or confusions, consult Teacher Fangjing." Shengshi nodded earnestly and made his way to the edge of the training ground. Yezong and Qifeng Guangzhu, having witnessed the conclusion of the fierce battle, joyfully rushed to Jin Yi's side to share in his excitement. The magnificent and perilous encounter was likely to remain etched in their memories for a long time. The inaugural lesson of this ninja course had evidently commenced on an exceptional note. Without needing further prompting from Jin Yi, the 2 little ones exchanged a few words before obediently heading towards Yechuan Fangjing. Jin Yi's curriculum for these 2 children consisted of cultural studies in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, and political education in the evening, the latter of which he would personally impart. His intention was to broaden their horizons and perspectives, ensuring that their understanding was not confined to the realm of ninjas. As for Shengshi, engaging in 2 battles daily serves as the most effective form of training, rendering further study unnecessary. What Shengshi currently lacks is a state of mind. This is precisely the reason for the significant disparity in combat prowess between Jin Yi and his dual personalities. One is a sheltered scion, while the other perceives the ninja world from an entirely different dimension. Such a stark contrast in mentality manifests in Jin Yi's confidence when facing adversaries, a type of assurance that arises from an understanding of the future and a clarity that allows him to look down upon all else. The recent skirmish did not exhaust Jin Yi's energy, Thus, he proceeded to a practice area to begin executing the sword techniques he had noted the previous night, wielding the Bulleyu's sword with each movement. As an observer, Yechuan Fangzheng had a clearer view of the entire encounter. He noticed no major flaws in Aunt Shengshi's responses. If blame were to be assigned, it would be due to Genie's remarkable prowess. That effortless mastery and composed demeanor caused Aunt Shengshi to fall into Genie's rhythm even before the battle commenced. To defeat such a genie, one would need to either overpower him or shatter his mental fortitude. It was indeed not an illusion. The young master posed a genuine threat. Yechuan Fangzheng averted his gaze from Genie's silhouette, seeking a secluded corner to instruct Yi Tsang and the others in their cultural studies. Just as they were about to immerse themselves in their training, a sharp voice shattered the tranquility. Who among you is Genie? Yechuan Fangzheng cast a glance, but did not cease his lecture. Yi Tsang and the others were torn between their curiosity to see and the fear of missing crucial information. Genie, too, paid no heed to the interruption. Given his stature, not just anyone could approach him, even if they possessed the permission of the Genie clan. Genie Musashi had arranged for more than just the obvious protectors. Aunt Shengshi, demonstrating the awareness befitting a new subordinate of Genie, swiftly interposed himself before the figure attempting to enter the training ground, demanding, "Who are you?" The newcomer had straight black bangs and a poised demeanor, her right eye adorned with a beauty mark that lent her an air of elegance. It was hard to fathom that such poise belonged to a girl barely in her teens, were it not for her youthful visage. One might easily believe her to be in her 20s. Standing at an imposing height of 1.7 meters, she subtly intimidated Aunt Shengshi, who stood at 1.75 meters. Her gaze swept over the empty training ground, ultimately settling on Genie as he practiced with his blade. "You must be Aunt Shengshi. Inform Genie that I have come to challenge him," she stated, her tone calm, yet distant. Though her words were those of an order, they elicited no animosity. Aunt Shengshi remained unfazed, firmly replying, "You are not the young master's match. Leave at once." His tone carried a sense of entitlement that overshadowed her authoritative manner. The girl paused, turning to scrutinize Aunt Shengshi, her brow furrowing as she questioned, "Is this how the Genie clan receives guests? A mere message would suffice. Proper etiquette demands a formal visit." Aunt Shengshi cast a glance at the cool girl and retorted, "You are not." Seeing her injuries, he had initially wished to refrain from conflict. However, "I shall impart some lessons on behalf of the Genie clan," the cool girl ultimately declared, her irritation with Aunt Shengshi palpable. With a graceful sweep of her arm, a shadow emerged from the ground, lunging towards Aunt Stone. Unfazed, Aunt Stone remained motionless, his scaled fist crashing down upon the shadow. A resounding thud echoed as the spider-like puppet was forcefully driven into the earth. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, the woman's gaze turned icy. Her arms danced as a plume of purple mist erupted from the joints of the spider puppet towards Aunt Stone. Simultaneously, its 8 legs agilely darted forward, piercing toward Aunt Stone. With deft movements of his fingers, Aunt Stone summoned the earth escape ant nest. The stone nest reappeared, steadfastly shielding against the puppet's assault, seemingly absorbing the toxic mist within. Yet, this was not the end. The earth escape ant spike surged forth, more formidable than before, impaling the spider puppet. The curved spikes clung tightly to the puppet, rendering it immobile despite the girl's frantic commands. The woman's expression soured. Having prided herself on her strength, she found herself restrained for the first time. Her hand seals shifted, unleashing a torrent of power. Water escape, chaotic waves. A fierce current surged toward the stone nest, demolishing it in a violent rush, causing Aunt Stone to vanish from sight. The spider puppet tumbled from the spikes, yet for reasons unknown, it lay incapacitated on the ground. With a cold snort, the woman abandoned the puppet, treading on the water as her hand seals transformed once more. Water escape, water flow technique. Continuously, she expelled pure water from her mouth, which spread rapidly across the training ground in her wake. The attention of Jean Iran and others finally shifted toward her. Water escape ninjas were indeed rare in Sunagakure, and she appeared to possess considerable skill. However, the outcome was already predetermined. A puppet master capable of water escape posed no threat to Aunt Stone, who could effortlessly navigate beneath the earth. If it weren't for Jean Iran's own ability to use earth escape, Aunt Stone would have been at a loss. As the girl prepared to stealthily immerse her left hand, wrapped in purple bandages, into the water, her form abruptly soared upward, propelled by a swiftly rising earthen wall. Before she could evade, the wall erupted violently, flinging her slender figure far away. Coughing, she expelled blood, her form smeared with mud and gore, a picture of utter disarray. Seeing Antstone emerge from the earth, she hastily scrambled to her feet, disregarding her appearance, and swiftly retrieved a kunai, her eyes brimming with icy resolve. However, unbeknownst to her, the purple bandage on her hidden left hand had begun to unravel, nearing the ground. Though invisible, Antstone sensed a shift, his gaze chilling as he declared, "Dare to poison, and I shall end you." As his words faded, a swarm of earth ants erupted from the ground, their menacing forms standing guard. Should the girl dare to make a move, they would tear her apart. Antstone understood from the information relayed by the summoning ants that if the poison from that purple bandage was released, he might survive. But the cost in summoned ants would remain unknown. His ability to stay hidden underground relied upon the summoned ants swiftly excavating tunnels for him. Genie Yang had previously infiltrated the unfilled underground tunnel, allowing him to dispel his stealth technique and unleash his wind jade technique, securing victory in one fell swoop. The cold girl gazed at the summoning ant at her feet, defiantly lifting her chin, unwilling to concede. Upon witnessing the standoff between the two, Genie Yang approached to shatter the silence. "What is your name?" he inquired, scrutinizing the tall girl and pondering Genie Musashi's intentions in bringing her forth. The cold girl wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, straightened her posture, seemingly oblivious to the grime on her face. With satisfaction, she looked at the two before her and declared, "I am Yui Yumi, your teammate. I have recognized the strength of this squad, and I look forward to your guidance." "Wait," Genie Yang interjected, furrowing his brow and disrupting Yumi's greeting. He found it difficult to fathom Genie Musashi's reasoning. Yumi's prowess was indeed commendable, surpassing that of Temari from the original timeline's Chunin exams. Among her peers, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. However, that did not imply she was entitled to join them. Aunt Sakishi's current latent strength had already met the standards of a jonin, not to mention that he himself was an all-around qualified jonin. It was not merely a matter of present ability, but also of potential. Yumi was an ordinary ninja, lacking any remarkable skills, destined to be merely an elite jonin in the future. In contrast, Aunt Sakishi possessed the potential of a shadow-level ninja, endowed with an inherently robust physique that granted him a vast reservoir of chakra, accompanied by a natural summoning beast, as well as an exceptional talent in earth-release techniques. With the right training in sage arts, reaching Jiraiya's level would be well within his grasp. Genie Yang pondered this conundrum, but remained perplexed. Yumi's eyes glinted with anger, and Genie Yang's unabashed disdain sharply pierced her dignity. Although Aunt Sakishi appeared older, and his recent injuries were merely remnants of the test conducted by Yasukawa, it was unfathomable for Genie Yang to dismiss her. A blade was suddenly poised against Yumi's pristine neck. "I shall train here for 2 months. If, after this period, your abilities fail to earn our approval, I would advise you to seek another squad." Genie Yang slowly retracted his blade, offering a suggestion. Given the girl's apparent pride, it was unlikely she would return to disturb him if she did not gain the recognition of her peers. 2 months would suffice. Even a puppet master would struggle to earn his endorsement in that time, thus providing a permanent resolution. Yumi, feeling a late surge of fear, realized how close she had come to death. She cast a deep glance at Genie Yang, uttering no further words, and quietly departed the training ground. Sensing the girl's despondency upon her exit, Aunt Sakishi felt compelled to speak. In his view, Yumi was undoubtedly exceptional among her contemporaries. The adversaries that lay ahead would be formidable, and if she could not keep pace with him, she too would find herself cast aside. Genie Yang left behind a solitary explanation and resumed his sword practice. The ant-born stone merely possesses promising potential, if it cannot be swiftly transformed into tangible strength. It will indeed be of no consequence, and this holds true for him as well. He possesses the confidence to reach the rank of shadow, yet ascending beyond that truly requires a stroke of fortune. The significance of the shadow rank in the future appears to be rather negligible. The incident concerning Yamada was merely a minor interlude. In the ensuing 2 months, aside from a few issues regarding administrative reform that necessitated his presence, he spent the majority of his time in the training grounds. Not only did he engage in 2 intense battles daily with the ant-born stone, but he also occasionally clashed with Kawakawa Masayoshi with full force. Amidst the fervent training, his swordsmanship progressed at an astonishing rate, fully integrating into his combat system. His mastery of the body flicker technique had also reached a commendable level. The greatest achievement was that he had seamlessly blended all that he had learned, eliminating any previous awkwardness. The cultivation plan established 2 months prior had been successfully completed. He could distinctly sense that his strength had hit a plateau. Remaining in the training grounds no longer bore significance. In contrast to his progress, the ant-born stone had undergone a profound transformation, genuinely acquiring strength at the level of a jonin. Now, Jinyarang no longer dared to claim victory over the ant-born stone. As Jinyarang sat in contemplation, devising his plans, a tall and slender figure appeared in the training grounds entrance. He raised a hand to halt the ant-born stone, who was about to rise. After 2 months, re-encountering Yamada, he found her devoid of despair. Rather, she radiated a fierce combat spirit. This inexplicable confidence compelled Jinyarang to regard her with a newfound respect. Jinyarang, prepare to be astonished. I humbly seek your guidance, Yamada declared, her head held high, showing no trace of the disarray from 2 months prior. Jinyarang chuckled lightly and replied, I hope so, otherwise, having rejected you twice will seem rather cold. Yamada let out a huff, forming the hand seals for their duel. After the formalities, she swiftly retreated, maximizing the distance for battle. Jinyarang sauntered leisurely, opting not to pursue. He wished to observe Yamada's full strength. Noticing Jinyarang's nonchalance, Yamada exhaled in relief. His previous speed had indeed pressured her, leading to feelings of embarrassment and anger as she glared at him, flinging out her left hand wrapped in a purple bandage. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Summoning technique. A massive purple, otherworldly vine erupted from the ground amidst white smoke, its tendrils cascading freely to the earth. Standing at an imposing height of 5 meters, it exuded a sense of oppression. Jinyarang stared in astonishment at this previously unseen plant-type summoning beast, uncertain of its utility. While plant-based summons may indeed possess the ability to summon, their mobility would inevitably become a critical flaw. Jinyarang halted. If Yamada intended to engage in a war of attrition, he would not endorse it. From a distance, Yamada glared at him, muttering, not at all graceful. Yet, despite her frustration, she had no intention of abandoning her position. As the atmosphere became tense, Jinyarang furrowed his brow, about to speak when a thought struck him. Vines, could it be? He glanced down at his feet, a soft smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he had underestimated her. Subsequently, no longer languid, the hands moved swiftly to form seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Countless massive fireballs surged towards the colossal vine, perfectly suited for a positional battle. Indeed, this was the initial ignition point of the narrative. A combination ninjutsu employed by the Third Hokage during his confrontation with Orochimaru. This particular combination was not passed on to his subordinate persona. It was a technique he had honed through extensive practice in his spare time. Confronted with the formidable power of the ninjutsu, numerous thick vines erupted from the earth, thrashing towards the fireballs. Remarkably, the vines did not ignite despite their contact with the flames. Jin let out a gasp of surprise. Yet the sequence of seals did not cease, and the ninjutsu continued to pour forth relentlessly. Wind style, Tornado Cyclone. The cyclone rose, causing the vines to move sluggishly. And even the adept Sayumi could no longer maintain her position to manipulate them effectively. Earth style, Earth Spike. Sayumi nimbly leaped, evading the attacks from below, while the vine's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Earth style, Quagmire. Just as Sayumi landed, her foot sank into the mire, rendering her immobile. Wind style, Wind Bullets. Before Sayumi could react, a thin white line pierced silently through her chest. Boom. Amidst the white smoke, a section of tree stump fell. Body replacement technique. Sayumi appeared in a disheveled manner behind the vines. Everything transpired at an alarming speed. Jin Yi's seamless execution of ninjutsu left her with no time to respond. She had completely fallen into his rhythm. Sayumi's beautiful eyes dimmed as she realized that she was likely to lose. Who could explain to her why Jin Yi, so formidable in close combat, was equally adept in ninjutsu? In her battle strategy for the day, Jin Yi was supposed to be a master of close quarters, not a long-range artillery. Was there still a need for comparison? Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, a gentle voice resonated in Sayumi's ear. Startled, she quickly turned to see Jin Yi standing mere inches away. A wave of frustration coalesced in her heart. After 2 months of arduous training, she found herself facing a swift and decisive defeat. She had certainly heard of Jin E's reputation, but was the disparity truly so vast? Sayumi did not respond, extending her left hand as the ethereal vines transformed back into bandages. This time, she regarded Jin E with calm eyes, showing no pretense, and turned to leave. How large can this vine grow? What did he mean? Sayumi furrowed her brow and glanced back. If it can grow 3 times larger, and your medical ninjutsu proves sufficient, you could join my team. If this vine could reach a size of 15 meters, matching the stature of a tailed beast, then Sayumi's potential would have to be reevaluated. As to why he was inquiring about Sayumi's medical ninjutsu, it was a skill passed down through the Sayumi clan. After hearing Jin Yi's words, Sayumi stood frozen in place, believing all hope was lost. Noticing her prolonged silence, Jin Yi frowned and asked, "Is that not acceptable?" Snapping back to reality, Sayumi replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I cultivated it merely for toxin extraction. Its intelligence is quite low. To confront you, I specifically practiced for 2 months to gain control over it." With that, she fell silent, her earlier frustration returning. As a competent chunin, she was well aware of the drawbacks associated with plant-based summoning beasts, yet she also understood the formidable challenge of enhancing her strength within 2 months, which prompted her to contemplate unconventional strategies. Jin Erong, however, did not mock her. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Shang Yongmai Daidai's combat style today, which illuminated a certain potential within her. "Should you wish to remain in our team, you must adhere to my training guidance. Can you accomplish that?" He intended to help Shang Yongmai Daidai realize some of her aspirations, drawing inspiration from Tsunade, a veritable mobile spring of vitality. "What if I refuse?" Shang Yongmai Daidai countered. Jin Erong surveyed her with a dispassionate gaze and replied, "Then what purpose do you serve? An ordinary medical ninja, in my view, is more of a hindrance than a help." "Not every medical ninja is named Tsunade," she retorted, reflecting on her own skills. Aside from medical ninjutsu, she found little else of merit to showcase. However, she yearned to join this visibly formidable team, knowing that such an alliance would be invaluable to her future. After a lengthy contemplation, she tentatively inquired, "Could you perhaps share what you wish to guide me on?" To this, Jin Erong candidly explained, "Your primary focus will be nurturing that vine, then researching how to integrate medical ninjutsu with it. You could use any vine to heal the wounded, while utilizing puppet techniques to bolster your own defenses and practice your control over the vines." This was his vision for Shang Yongmai Daidai, to create a mobile spring. When the time was right, he would discuss the concepts of in-sealing and monstrous strength, hoping that if Shang Yongmai Daidai possessed keen intellect, she might grasp the essence of these 2 techniques. That would render her a weakened version of Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Shang Yongmai Daidai fell silent. "These are merely my preliminary thoughts. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share." This was just Jin Erong's initial concept, and he would not dismiss a more refined idea from others. Why must one forsake their ninja talents to become a medical ninja? Why can't both be balanced? Shang Yongmai Daidai expressed her dissatisfaction. She did not wish to be merely a medical ninja reliant on others for protection. Had she been content, she would not have rejected her family's arrangements. No one is asking you to abandon your ninja skills. Medical ninjutsu can be employed for healing as well as combat. Jin Erong looked at her with newfound understanding, realizing she was a healer who aspired to deal damage. He was not misleading her. The most vivid example was Kabuto, whose chakra scalpel was nothing short of spectacular. Before Shang Yongmai Daidai could inquire further, Jin Erong continued, "For instance, if you could combine medical ninjutsu with summoning techniques. With your understanding of the human body, inflicting damage should be a simple endeavor. Furthermore, blending summoning techniques with puppet techniques and ninjutsu with summoning could yield remarkable results." The examples he casually mentioned sparked a light in Shang Yongmai Daidai's once dim eyes. The ninja world is not devoid of the integration of summoning beasts with ninjutsu. There is no reason why plant-based techniques should be an exception. My approach merely encourages you to use medical ninjutsu as a foundation. After all, the success of a technique is often reflected in its visible healing effects. Upon deciding to act decisively, Sho Yamedai no longer hesitated. This resolute demeanor greatly pleased Jin E, who led her toward a few observers. "This is Yagawa Hosei, our esteemed instructor." "Greetings, Teacher Yagawa. My name is Sho Yamedai. I look forward to your guidance." Her eyes sparkled with respect as she acknowledged a name she recognized, bowing gracefully. Yagawa smiled in acceptance, having observed her performance in the 2 battles with satisfaction. He was also aware of Jin E. Musashi's true intentions. This is Izashi Anto. You have crossed swords, so it is fitting that you are now acquainted. Anto and Sho Yamada exchanged glances, both satisfied, and bowed to one another. The two small children, one named Kafuko and the other Yakura, hailed from prominent families. Jin E did not overlook the tiny figures gazing up at him. He formally introduced them. "Call her sister," he said with a smile, prompting the two little ones to greet her. "Hello, Sister Yamada." They chimed, their politeness evident as they mimicked the customary bow. After a round of pleasantries, the Yagawa team was officially formed. They agreed to gather at his residence at 7 o'clock the following morning, after which Jin E dismissed everyone, for he needed to report to the Wind Shadow Building to conclude his leave and receive further instructions. As a registered ninja, having 2 months of rest was a rare privilege, a special allowance during extraordinary times. It would be a long while before such leisure could be enjoyed again. Over the course of these 2 months, Sunagakure underwent a tremendous transformation. Construction sites sprang up everywhere, bustling with merchants and their goods. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Commerce, operations had commenced at a rapid pace, with a continuous influx of merchants eager to register their businesses. With the surge of registrations came substantial sums in registration deposits and fees, complemented by the major families willingly relinquishing significant portions of their profits. The governing bodies of Sunagakure had never anticipated amassing such wealth. With newfound riches, expenditures naturally followed. Jin Yi's meticulously crafted plans for various regional developments were promptly set into motion. As for those who chose not to register, the Wind Country had limited hospitable locales, and a few squads could easily establish authority, thus ensuring compliance with the regulations. As far as the daimyo was concerned, Sunagakure's financial endeavors were of no concern to them. Completely unaware of the monumental future that awaited the Ministry of Commerce. Due to the critical importance of the Ninja Academy, construction commenced first, and within a month, the preliminary structure was completed. Now, the expansive campus of the Ninja Academy had been fully developed, featuring dormitories, training rooms, classrooms, playgrounds, libraries, and all essential infrastructure. Showcasing significant wealth, the first cohort of several hundred children had officially enrolled, utilizing Jin Yi's initial curriculum. The faculty comprised seasoned, elderly ninjas. Jin E. Musashi continued in his role as the inaugural principal of this new institution. The Grand Ninja Academy had entered a phase of prosperity, flourishing in all aspects. As for the medical department, aside from the headquarters still under construction, there had been little change, as the expansion of the medical division required a steady influx of medical ninjas. Other minor adjustments are also underway. The reason for the continued tranquility in Sand Hidden Village amidst such significant undertakings lies in the security department. On the very day following its official establishment, the department was fully staffed and organized, comprising many skilled individuals from various clans. Despite their public declarations of indifference, when the time came, they committed wholeheartedly. This is undoubtedly a legitimate combat unit that many would covet. Moreover, a unified standard of equipment was swiftly arranged within a week. With such a formidable patrol force, all malevolent entities within Sand Hidden Village swiftly vanished. Sensing the vigor radiating from the village, Jin Iran felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At last, it was no longer an oppressive and lifeless environment. Upon receiving the notification, Jin Iran entered Jin Yixifang's office without hindrance. "Teacher, Jin Iran has come to report back." Indeed, Jin Iran had officially become Jin Yixifang's disciple. After the customary greetings, he presented a leave request and a roster of his team. Jin Yixifang glanced over the documents, then looked up and nodded, inquiring, "What are your thoughts regarding the upcoming tasks?" Over the course of 2 months, Jin Iran's talents had garnered recognition from all, and he hoped to shield him from overly perilous assignments. Instead of answering directly, Jin Iran shifted the topic, asking, "What is your opinion on the land of whirlpools?" Jin Yixifang appeared puzzled by the question, choosing not to respond hastily, and focused intently on Jin Iran. "Or rather, if the opportunity arises, what would you wish to obtain from the land of whirlpools?" "Naturally, it would be sealing techniques," Jin Yixifang instinctively replied. The self-developed dormancy seal of Sand Hidden Village was not stable. Jin Iran shook his head, saying, "If we were from Konoha, choosing sealing techniques would be acceptable. But we are Sand Hidden Village. We require the people of the Uzumaki clan." Upon hearing this, Jin Yixifang's eyes brightened, though confusion quickly followed. "What do you mean?" My disciple has received news that the land of water and the land of lightning seem to be contemplating action against the land of whirlpools. And then, Jin Yixifang was puzzled. It was not just those two nations that wished to act. He had his own intentions as well. However, Konoha had always maintained a close relationship with the land of whirlpools. No one could overlook Konoha's stance. What if Uzumaki Mito's lifespan is nearing its end? Jin Yixifang was taken aback. According to the timeline, Uzumaki Mito was indeed quite old, but predicting how many years she had left was impossible for anyone. Observing Jin Yixifang's bewilderment, Jin Iran sighed inwardly and explained, regardless of whether she lives or dies, we can assert that she is on the verge of death. This will naturally prompt many to probe, and the land of whirlpools is the perfect bait. At this point, if Jin Yixifang still failed to comprehend, it would be rather foolish. His eyes gleamed with understanding, intensely fixed on Jin Iran. To repel external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Our recent frequent activities have attracted too many eyes. We must first eliminate some of the spies. Though Sand-Hidden Village was indeed fortified like an iron barrel, they were powerless beyond its borders. The village was currently in a phase of rapid development, requiring manpower everywhere, and was unable to address the situation outside. Teacher, you may recently consider investigating the village's barrier. When the timing is ripe, a delegation could be sent to the land of water, offering a handsome reward to invite several masters of sealing to assist us. These masters will inevitably have family ties, and should turmoil arise in the future, we could seamlessly arrange for their discreet relocation to our village. At this juncture, Jin E exchanged a knowing glance with Jin E Su, their unspoken understanding evident. Jin E Su gazed at Jin E with a complex expression, expressing a hint of sentiment. I will prepare in advance. As for the official cleansing mission, it will be handed to Yechuan Fangjing tomorrow morning. Jin E nodded and took his leave. The matter concerning the land of water is of considerable magnitude, and it cannot be accomplished solely by the Jin E clan. It is imperative to involve Jin E Su as well. Furthermore, the success in the land of water would enhance the foundation of Sunagakure, although it would not significantly benefit his own strength. He lacked the energy to delve into sealing techniques. It sufficed to utilize any results directly. Jin E Musashi did not oppose this, as he too had little interest in sealing arts. The following day, the Yechuan team convened at Jin Yi's residence. Lord Su formally issued an A-level mission to eliminate foreign spies surrounding the village, with a tentative duration of 1 month. Yechuan Fangjing distributed the task details to the team. In addition to the mission description, the document included several known hideouts of the spies. This assignment was well suited for their team, as it would not only hone their synergy, but also ensure high efficiency. With 3 upper ninjas and 1 middle ninja willing to diligently pursue the elimination of spies, the team could thoroughly scour the vicinity of Sunagakure within a month. Jin E said nothing further and directly led the team into action. A significant purge of spies around Sunagakure commenced, and the reputation of the Yechuan team began to spread. A month later, the Yechuan team returned to the village. Their demeanor markedly transformed. After a month of relentless slaughter, an inescapable aura of bloodlust enveloped the four. Even Yushin Meidai, who had engaged the least in combat, occasionally exhibited an uncontrollable murderous intent. Upon hearing the reports from the four, Jin Isu immediately ordered them to rest for a week. Back at home, gazing at the familiar surroundings, Jin E finally relaxed his taut nerves. The once icy gaze regained warmth. It was difficult to fathom how those who engaged in constant bloodshed maintained their clarity. Prolonged acts of killing had numbed Jin Yi's perception of life, where his first instinct upon encountering a living being was to extinguish it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his hands were stained with blood. Thankfully, deep within, he had never truly integrated into this world, nor had he descended into a mere instrument of slaughter. Jin E suddenly began to comprehend why ninjas seemed indifferent to civilians. As individuals entrenched in perpetual conflict, it must be exceedingly challenging for them to retain the emotions of an ordinary person. That night, Jin E refrained from any rigorous training, opting instead for simple meditation, occasionally reminiscing about his past life. From this moment forth, he placed greater emphasis on cultivating his mental state. The night passed in silence, and upon rising the following day, Jin E felt the bloodlust dissipate entirely. In a buoyant mood, he instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. "Young master, a friend of yours has come to visit." He introduces himself as Asaka-zan. Just after finishing breakfast, Jin E was informed that someone wished to see him. Asakazong. Jin E recalled the details of this individual in his mind. Indeed, he is a friend of mine, and our relationship is quite amicable. Well, he is indeed my friend. Let us invite him to the living room. Upon arriving at the living room, Jin E Rang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the golden-haired youth. It must be said that there are indeed individuals whose mere presence can evoke a sense of fondness. And this sensation reminded him of a certain prodigy destined to dominate the ninja world in the future. I apologize for visiting you only now. I had intended to come see you months ago, but I kept missing the opportunity, said Qian Xiatsong, lowering his head slightly in remorse. Jin E Rang snapped back to reality and sighed. I should be the one apologizing. It is I who failed to protect Qing Shu and Xiao Yuan. To be precise, they were the close friends of his former teammate. The three of them often spent time together, and over time, Jin E Rang and Qian Xiatsong gradually became more acquainted. How could you blame yourself? As a ninja, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable. Jin E Rang chose to divert the conversation and inquired curiously. I heard you've joined the business department. You must be quite busy. How did you find the time to seek me out? Their relationship, while not overly intimate, could at best be described as a tentative friendship. Qian Xiatsong was regarded as a genius among commoners, possessing a cheerful disposition and a willingness to help others, which earned him a direct recommendation from Jin E Su Fong to enter the business department. It was indeed unusual for someone of his commoner background to form a close bond with someone from a prestigious family like Jin E Rang. Qian Xiatsong smiled bashfully and politely said, since that incident occurred, the situations of Qing Shu and Xiao Yuan's families have not been favorable. I hope you can accompany me to visit both families. Jin E Rang suddenly realized, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? Although Qing Shu and Xiao Yuan had been sacrificed due to Ishihara's machinations, they were still his teammates and deserved a visit of condolence. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiatsong let out a sigh of relief. He had heard that Jin E Rang had sustained severe injuries and had spent 2 months recuperating. Qing Shu and Xiao Yuan had become Jin E Rang's teammates because they were willing to work for the Jin family, with their first mission being to protect him. Given the gravity of the situation, he had assumed that Jin E Rang would no longer wish to associate with him. Jin E Rang brought along some gifts and, accompanied by Qian Xiatsong, visited the families of his former teammates. Afterward, Qian Xiatsong's mood was not particularly bright as he bid farewell to Jin E Rang. With a wide social circle, meticulous conduct, and a keen mind, it was no wonder he was among the first selected for the business department. Through their brief interactions, Jin E Rang recognized Qian Xiatsong as a rare talent, a true political asset, albeit slightly lacking in strength. In Jin E Rang's estimation, Qian Xiatsong would likely only reach the rank of a jonin at best, and given the tendencies of Sunagakure, he would most likely remain an obscure figure. Jin E Rang smiled faintly, contemplating a plan unbeknownst to others. Indeed, it seemed prudent to pay a visit to old friends. Seizing the opportunity to gauge the strength of the younger generation from Sunagakure so that he could formulate appropriate strategies. His first visit was to Shinichi Yuki. Since they had become apprentices together, they had not crossed paths again. To his surprise, Shinichi Yuki was not home, or perhaps he seldom was. Such mystery. Could he have joined the Umbu? In the realm of peers, Shinichi Yuki has garnered significant renown. Prior to the emergence of Jin E Rang, he was heralded as the most exceptional genius of Sunagakure. However, his infrequent appearances in the village have shrouded him in an aura of mystery. After pondering momentarily, Jin E Rang dismissed the thought and made his way to the residence of the Yagawa clan. There, he fortuitously encountered Yagawa Taika and 2 of his teammates, seemingly gathered for a small team reunion. Yagawa Taika was pleasantly surprised by Jin E Rang's arrival. A boisterous and affable individual, he was known for his ease in making acquaintances and his fondness for lively gatherings, often inviting a host of friends to his home for feasts. After exchanging introductions, the conversation flowed naturally, eventually centering on Jin E Rang. You know, the reputation of your team has spread even to foreign lands. Your exploits this past month have been nothing short of extraordinary. Jin E Rang chuckled, taken aback that Yagawa Taika would bring this up. I envy you. I may be 2 years your senior, yet my fame pales in comparison. He concluded with a wistful bite of grilled meat. What transpired? Inquired a cool, composed boy, who, seeing Yagawa Taika's exuberance, cast a proud glance at Jin E Rang. His name was Yamaki Shinma, a branch member of the Yamaki clan. Yagawa Taika, astonished, exclaimed, "You all are unaware of the significant events occurring in the village?" At this, a white-haired girl with an aloof demeanor lifted her gaze, casting a frosty glare at the ever-mysterious Yagawa Taika. Jin Irong humbly interjected, "Do not heed his exaggerations. These are trivial matters." Trivial? Within a month, your team has systematically dismantled 3 rogue ninja bounty squads and over a dozen major bandit strongholds. Can that truly be classified as trivial? Yagawa Taika rolled his eyes in exasperation. As the young clan leader of the Yagawa family, he was acutely aware of the strength and backgrounds of those ninjas. Naturally, he refrained from divulging such sensitive information. This revelation immediately captured the attention of the other 2 companions, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they scrutinized Jin Irong. He offered a resigned smile. "In truth, we encountered no formidable foes. They were merely cannon fodder, lacking any significant merit apart from their sheer numbers. As for those 3 rogue squads, not to mention, our team comprises 3 elite ninjas, and with our coordinated assault, it was hardly challenging." Unable to divulge the intricacies further, he opted for silence. Observing Jin Irang's tacit acknowledgement of the information, Yamaki Shinma's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he declared, "Jin Irang, since we find ourselves with some leisure today, might we engage in a sparring match?" Jin Irang, filled with confusion, turned to Yagawa Taika for clarification. With a hearty laugh, Yagawa Taika responded, "Do not take offense, Rong. Shinma is quite the combat enthusiast, often seeking out duels with others, and his challenge is not personal. You may decline if you wish, it's all in good fun." His tone was sincere, yet he made no effort to deter the challenge. Clearly eager to gauge Jin Irang's prowess. Though Jin Irang was younger than this cadre of clan successors, their mutual acquaintance was somewhat limited. Nonetheless, the Yagawa clan has traditionally regarded the Jin family as their foremost peers, with Jin Irang's abilities already having been demonstrated. This was an opportune moment to assess his strength. Naturally, Jin Irang welcomed Yamaki Shinma's challenge, as it aligned perfectly with his own desires. The quartet then proceeded to the training grounds of the Yamaki family. Upon completing the seal of opposition, Yamaki Shinken launched an immediate assault, devoid of any trace of arrogance, only exuding a fierce spirit of battle. Jin Irang effortlessly parried the incoming strike with a kunai, and before his opponent could recover, he delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. "Shall you all join forces?" Jin Irang inquired with a smile, casting his gaze towards the 2 spectators. Yamagawa Toka turned to the silver-haired girl beside him. Her name was Yuxinhua, and without hesitation, she leaped into the fray, her fingers deftly orchestrating the action as 2 dark figures burst forth from her backpack. Observing this, Yamagawa Toka let out a hearty laugh, altering his hand seals as several earthen spikes erupted from the ground, intending to force Jin Irang to reposition. However, Jin Irang evaded the first spike, then decisively shattered the earthen protrusion with a kick, standing his ground. He wielded his kunai to drive back the 2 shadowy figures. Yuxinhua and her companions exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with concern. The ease with which Jin Irang operated clearly indicated he was a high-ranking ninja, and not one of weak stature among them. With a booming laugh, Yamagawa Toka felt his chakra surge as he donned a mantle of stone armor. Clenching his fists, he lunged ferociously toward Jin Irang. Acknowledging the ferocity of Yamagawa Toka with a subtle nod, Jin Irang did not retreat but allowed himself to be ensnared. After a brief exchange of blows, Jin Irang suddenly shifted to the left, a shadow darting past him. Stabilizing his form, Yamaki Shinken emerged from the left, his iron claws poised to strike. Just as Jin Irang sought to evade, he sensed something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 smaller dark figures. He swiftly hurled a kunai at Yamagawa Toka to halt his advance, allowing him to form hand seals with both hands unoccupied. Earth style, for pillar wall. Rapidly, 4 earthen walls rose to enclose Jin Irang within. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of muffled impacts followed, as the walls were soon breached by the trio. Jin Irang's figure vanished without a trace. The 3 remained vigilant, cautiously spreading out to scout their surroundings. Yamaki Shinken, scanning the area, felt an unusual force beneath his feet. Just as he attempted to resist, a binding power descended upon him, pulling him forcefully into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Jin Irang emerged from the earth with a smile, having utilized the earth style, heart-cutting technique. Disregarding Yamaki Shinken, Yuxinhua manipulated her chakra strings, summoning forth two ominous figures wielding wicked scythes, who gracefully leapt towards Jin Irong. It was only then that he discerned the two figures were, in fact, black mantises, each measuring 3 feet in length. The mantises, agile and nimble, unleashed a flurry of strikes, compelling Jin Irong to retreat from Yamaki Shinkan. After a brief confrontation with the two mantis puppets, Jin Irong gauged their strength. Seizing the opportunity, Yamagawa Toka shattered the ground, liberating Yamaki Shinkan. Yuxinhua deftly recalled her puppets, retreating behind her allies. The trio reformed their stance, their expressions grave and contemplative, pondering how to gracefully concede defeat. Indeed, the overwhelming pressure Jin Irong exerted upon them was palpable. Thus far, he had merely engaged in passive defense. Gazing at the wary trio, Jin Irong proclaimed, "Now I shall strike." The three exchanged tense glances, uncertain of the ferocity with which Jin Irong would now advance. No sooner had he spoken than 3 elusive shadows surged toward them. Barely managing to block the 3 curved blades, a tempestuous wind swept through, disrupting their formation. Fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball hurtled towards them, leaving the 3 unable to mount a timely defense, forcing them to scatter in a desperate attempt to evade the fiery projectile. As Yamaki Shinma landed, a shuriken grazed his scalp, eliciting a bitter smile as he ceased all movement. Accompanying the shuriken was a brilliant white line that pierced through Yakuchiwa Toka's defense, leaving a bloody mark across his visage. Shaking his head, Yakuchiwa Toka shrugged and relinquished any notion of resistance. In the wake of his teammates being swiftly eliminated, Yushin Hana was left in a state of shock, her fate sealed by a kunai poised against her throat. 3 capable chunin had fallen prey to the effortless prowess of Jin Iaru. This was the culmination of 2 months of training and a month of practical combat for him. To Jin Iaru, chunin seemed little more than a target for his shuriken. What a spectacular battle it was. Laughter and applause erupted from the side of the training ground. The 4 combatants turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a kimono, who had appeared to observe them unbeknownst to them. They quickly composed themselves and stepped forward to pay their respects. "Father, greetings, Chief Yakuchiwa. It is an honor to meet you, Uncle Yakuchiwa." The newcomer was none other than Yakuchiwa Shida, the head of the Yakuchiwa clan and the current Minister of Commerce. According to the evaluations on the list of Qianhua, he was regarded as an elite jonin. Yakuchiwa Shida nodded to the group before fixing his gaze upon Jin Iaru. The ease with which Jin Iaru had executed his attacks had caught his attention, prompting a heartfelt remark. "At last, we have a promising junior in Sunagakure." Jin Iaru humbly responded, "I am unworthy. Toka Senpai and the others are equally exceptional." This was no mere platitude, as Toka and his companions were indeed formidable. Yakuchiwa Toka and Yamaki Shinma were even stronger than the current jonin, Yumiai. Yushin Hana could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the untouchable Andashishi, signifying her immense strength. To offer a comparison, she was on par with Hyuganiji during the Chunin exams. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries between Jin Iaru and Yakuchiwa Shida, he took his leave, for his current status did not afford him the privilege of being received by a clan leader. As Jin Iaru departed, Yushin Hana and Yamaki Shinma also bid farewell, their expressions reflecting their despondency. In contrast, Yakuchiwa Toka exhibited little disappointment after seeing off his companions. He approached the courtyard where Yakuchiwa Shida was seated, sipping tea, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Without hesitation, Yakuchiwa Toka knelt on the opposite side and curiously inquired, "Father, do you hold such high regard for Jin Iaru?" Indeed, Jin Iaru was strong, but Yakuchiwa Shida was a man of great experience, having weathered the tumult of the Warring States period. Even in the twilight of that era, his perspective was not easily rivaled. A ninja's strength does not necessarily increase with age. Although Jin Iaru had reached the rank of jonin at the tender age of 13, it remained uncertain whether he would achieve any significant breakthroughs in strength over the next 20 years. Yakuchiwa Shida shook his head and replied, "You do not comprehend." Reflecting on the battle, Yakuchiwa Toka hesitated. If Yushin Hana had the same conditions, she might not be weaker than Jin Iaru. Yushin Hana, born of common lineage, had only seen her powers soar after receiving assistance from the Yakuchiwa clan. Had anyone provided her with guidance from a young age, attaining jonin-level strength would have been a mere formality. "Did you not notice? That young man exhibits no weaknesses." Yagawa Teiko scratched his head, furrowing his brow even tighter. Pondering for a while yet remaining perplexed, he chuckled awkwardly. "So what? Yagawashita retorted with irritation. What do you believe is required to become a top-tier ninja? Innate talent. Yagawashita affirmed with a nod. Indeed, it is talent. Yagawa Teiko, astonished, inquired. Father, do you truly believe he possesses the talent to become a top ninja? What constitutes a top ninja? Only those with the potential to be a candidate for Hokage can be deemed top tier. Yagawashita sighed. Precisely. Mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and summoning techniques, all are essential. Moreover, the formidable chakra of the Kamiya clan is renowned. He possesses the innate gifts necessary for achieving greatness, as well as the ingenuity to manifest them. Over the past month, Kamiya Ren's intelligence had garnered considerable attention. Observing Yagawashita lost in thought, Yagawa Teiko refrained from further inquiries, clearly aware of unspoken matters. Merely being proficient in these skills did not warrant such praise from his father. Yagawashita, indeed, had no intention of elaborating. Without a certain level of strength, one could not perceive the nuances that Kamiya Ren exhibited. It is not to say that merely knowing ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and summoning techniques exempts one from having weaknesses. Meanwhile, Kamiya Ren, preparing to continue visiting friends, was urgently summoned by Kamiya Yashikata. Upon arriving at Kamiya Yashikata's office, Yagawashita and two others awaited him. The four in the room looked at Kamiya Ren with surprise, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere of the team. Teacher, what has transpired? It was known that Kamiya Yashikata had just instructed them to rest well the previous night. Without dwelling on Kamiya Ren's arrival, Kamiya Yashikata spoke gravely. Under normal circumstances, reconnaissance missions should not encounter formidable foes, yet two upper ninja teams have gone out of contact. The difficulty of reconnaissance lies in locating individuals, as intelligence gathering requires skill rather than sheer combat prowess. The significant impact of Kamiya Ren's team stemmed from his impatience for slow searches, often opting to eradicate entire bands of bandits rather than conducting lengthy interrogations, thus achieving such efficiency. Naturally, Kamiya Ren was not the sole team undertaking these cleansing missions. Otherwise, the four of them would be overwhelmed. Kamiya Ren inquired with surprise. What is the strength of the two upper ninja teams? One is of average strength, while the other is an elite Umbu team. Umbu? The four of them looked up in astonishment, their expressions immediately turning serious. Kamiya Yashikata frowned. I too have just received word from the Umbu, stating that a team has been overdue for some time. They dispatched a search party, which only discovered a cryptic message indicating they encountered an urgent distress signal from the village, after which there was no further communication. Upon verification, it was indeed found that another cleansing team had also vanished. Kamiya Ren asked, where did the disappearance occur? In the Hurricane Valley, two reconnaissance teams have already been dispatched. Your team is primarily responsible for providing forceful support, should the need arise. At this juncture, Kamiya Yashikata's tone turned ominous. Should enemy traces be discovered, regardless of who it may be, eliminate them. With the impending leadership transition in Sunagakure, it is absolutely intolerable for powerful ninjas to lurk nearby. Genie accepted the mission scroll with a solemn expression. After departing from the Wind Shadow building, the four of them dispersed, agreeing to reconvene at the village entrance later. Upon returning to his residence, Genie meticulously examined the mission scroll. The Hurricane Valley, situated to the northeast of Sunagakure, is a desolate gorge perpetually shrouded in storms, where yellow sands swirl relentlessly and the climate is exceedingly harsh, rendering it nearly uninhabited. It is a considerable distance away, a location that would only be relevant during the second wave of cleansing operations. Given the treacherous environment, it had already been established that no bandits congregated in the village. Could it be an unfortunate encounter? Genie harbored little optimism regarding the pursuit. After encountering the Umbu squad, any enemies intent on gathering would likely have fled long ago. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and quickly donned his gear, hurrying towards the village entrance. When the quartet regrouped, they exchanged few words before vanishing into the vast expanse of the desert. Hashikawa, do you have any other information? The earlier dispersal not only served to allow them to prepare, but was also aimed at gathering intelligence. Hashikawa's expression turned grave as he replied. Two of those Umbu members possess strength comparable to mine, and they are accompanied by two Chunin. A sense of foreboding washed over Uemura and Anto. Genie coolly gazed ahead, stating, it appears we are finally to confront formidable foes. The ability to silently eliminate an Umbu squad suggests that even their weakest adversaries are on par with them. While they still had 2 reconnaissance teams as potential reinforcements, Genie remained vigilant. As dusk approached, the group arrived at the mouth of the Hurricane Valley. According to the information left by the 2 earlier arriving teams, none had detected any enemy presence within the valley. Uemura inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we rendezvous with them?" Listening to the howling winds within the gorge, Genie led his comrades into the valley. The environment within matched the scroll's description. With signs of violent winds everywhere, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to survive here. After an extensive search yielded no results, the 4 returned to the valley's entrance. Covered in dust, Genie brushed the sand from his head, fixating his gaze on the Hurricane Valley. Hashikawa shook his shoulders and sighed. "We are not adept at reconnaissance. Perhaps we should await further news." Genie pondered, "What do you think led them into the Hurricane Valley?" This was a conundrum he could not fathom. Uemura responded, "It seems reasonable. Given the current exceptional circumstances, using this place as a temporary stronghold should not pose much difficulty for ninjas. It is logical for villagers to conduct a cursory inspection." Genie nodded thoughtfully and posed another question. "If the enemy has established this as a stronghold, they would undoubtedly station guards here. How then did the cleansing team manage to send out a distress signal?" This remark momentarily stunned the others. Given the valley's deafening winds and the blinding sands, any distress signal would likely fail to reach its destination. The ability to obliterate an Umbu squad and silently dispatch the cleansing team would surely be effortless, eliminating the possibility of a breakout. Anto, stroking his thinning hair, tentatively proposed. Could it be a coincidence? Perhaps they happened to encounter someone entering or exiting, just as the Umbu squad fortuitously passed through? Upon voicing this hypothesis, the other 3 exchanged incredulous glances with Anto. Although it seemed implausible, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Genie shook his head, ceasing his contemplation, and commanded, "Given the circumstances within the valley, I harbor no faith that the reconnaissance teams possess any significant leads. Let us await their report here." The other 3 expressed no dissent, finding a sheltered spot to rest. A night passed in silence. In the early hours, 2 reconnaissance teams converged at this location. After exchanging information, they revealed no substantial clues, having only discovered a few inconsequential scouts. With no fruitful pursuit, the group turned their attention to Genie. The disappearance of 2 teams could not simply be overlooked. After a brief moment of contemplation, Genie resolved, "Let us return and re-examine the Hurricane Valley." The others voiced no objections. Returning empty-handed was a predicament they could not justify. Regrettably, they still found nothing. The incessant howling of the wind stirred a palpable irritability. Genie felt an unease, gazing down at the ground. Yechuan whispered, "We have also searched underground. There is nothing unusual." Genie stamped his foot, his expression darkening as he resolutely commanded, "Utilize the spirit beasts. Conduct a thorough investigation of the Hurricane Valley, leaving no anomaly unexamined." As the 2 reconnaissance teams contemplated a response, Yechuan and Yishengshi had already initiated their actions. An enormous sandworm was summoned, writhing before burrowing into the earth. Simultaneously, a multitude of robust stone ants surged forth from Yishengshi, soon enveloping the ground in a shroud of darkness. The sheer scale of the spirit beast horde astonished the reconnaissance teams. Exchanging glances, they hesitated no longer, dispersing to conduct a vigorous search. Genie performed a series of hand seals, summoning swarms of fire bats that vanished into the swirling yellow sands. Time elapsed slowly, the landscape remaining eerily tranquil, filled only with swirling sands. An hour later, Shanyong Meidai observed the 3 with closed eyes, several times tempted to speak, yet ultimately resigned to waiting. Another half-hour passed, and the 3 simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanging delighted glances. Shanyong Meidai hesitated, inquiring, "Do we have a lead?" Yishengshi rasped, "They are indeed well concealed." Genie grinned, "Inform the reconnaissance teams. We shall proceed to the target location." Moments later, a group of 10 gathered in an open area. Genie spoke gravely, "Our adversary is exceedingly powerful. Exercise caution." No sooner had he spoken than a formidable shadow erupted from the earth, leaping into the crowd with ferocity. Caught off guard, 2 middle-ranked ninjas from the reconnaissance teams fell victim to a swift, throat-cutting strike. As the assailant prepared to strike again, Genie and his companions intercepted him. Genie drew his blade and advanced, quickly forcing the intruder back. Yechuan, weapon in hand, struck silently. Just as Yishengshi was about to engage, his expression shifted dramatically, and he cried out, "Scatter!" There are 17 enemies beneath us. With that, he ceased further words, forming hand seals that he pressed into the ground. A surge of immense chakra flowed into the earth. The terrain trembled violently, irregular fissures spreading in all directions. Shanyong Meidai, regaining composure, formed seals. And massive vine-like plants erupted from the soil, accompanied by a dozen somewhat disheveled figures. 2 reconnaissance teams had already regained their composure and swiftly advanced towards the unidentified adversary. Thunder roared, and blinding lightning surged towards the teams, instantly shattering their formation. Neither side had the opportunity to regroup, and in the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. Jin Irong glanced back and commanded, "Sure to, you and the teacher handle this one. The rest are mine." The first assailant was agile, wielding his blade with ferocity, his strength far exceeding that of his opponents, making it impossible to subdue him in a short span of time. He too had not anticipated the tenacity of Jin Irong's team, and his expression darkened to an extreme. This youthful squad not only thwarted his surprise assault, but also ensnared him, rendering his desire for a swift victory futile. An unsettling apprehension began to creep into his heart. Ruby had the intention of entangling Jin Irong. This young boy moved with equal agility. Once he entered the fray, he could easily dispatch the lower-ranked ninjas. In an instant, his blade became even more ferocious. Unfortunately, Yishengshi was unwavering in his loyalty to Jin Irong's command and decisively turned back, clad in his impenetrable stone armor. He effortlessly absorbed a few strikes, taking control of the battlefield. Seeing this, Jin Irong hesitated no longer and gracefully joined another skirmish. With a sweep of his blade, he began to reap lives, resembling a harbinger of death. In the blink of an eye, 4 lower-ranked ninjas lay slain. The morale of the unidentified faction wavered. A dark-skinned youth, witnessing this, grit his teeth and exclaimed, "If you have the guts, come for me. What kind of prowess is it to bully the weak?" His fist grew increasingly fierce. Yet, his opponent was a seasoned upper-ranked ninja who effortlessly countered his attacks, keeping him firmly in check and preventing any unnecessary movements. Jin Irong paid no mind to such childish provocations, coldly continuing to harvest lives. With his involvement, the tide of battle had become clear. The complete annihilation of the unidentified faction was merely a matter of time. The dark-skinned youth, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "Everyone, retreat separately and break through with all your might to report back." With this command, the morale of the unidentified faction crumbled, scattering in a frantic retreat. "Run?" A flicker of derision crossed Jin Irong's eyes as he charged towards the enemy, facing Ayumi. In an instant, with a swift strike, the enemy fell. "You needn't concern yourself with this. Go assist the teacher to prevent that upper ninja from escaping." Ayumi nodded and withdrew from the battlefield, subtly manipulating the vines beneath. As he observed some attempting to flee, Jin Irong held nothing back, unleashing a series of wicked blades from his hands. The unpredictable and lethal hooks left no room for defense, striking true each time. All lower-ranked ninjas perished, and the remaining middle-ranked ones were either dead or severely wounded. In a desperate situation, the dark-skinned youth, with blood-red eyes, seized an opportunity to perform a hand seal, summoning a crackling storm of electricity around him. He directed a bolt of lightning towards the unsuspecting upper ninja. Excruciating pain surged through the reconnaissance team's captain, forcing him to retreat, his right hand devoid of sensation. With a fierce swing of his left hand, he thrust a kunai with all his might into the assailant's heart. Thud! A piece of wood fell to the ground. The captain of the reconnaissance team felt a tremor of alarm in his heart and retreated further. Once he regained his composure from the pain and surveyed the battlefield, the dark-skinned youth had already charged at Jin Irong. Simultaneously, a reluctant roar echoed, "Ruby, let us go." Rubuyi lifted his gaze, observing the flickering electric light, a trace of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. In an instant, the murderous intent intensified as he turned to face the 2 individuals before him, his tone ominous. "This grudge, I, Rubuyi, shall never forget." Out of the corner of his eye, he searched for an opportunity to escape. The duo, and Shengshi, paid no heed to him, fully engrossed in their pursuit of this individual. Meanwhile, Genie Let, upon hearing that distinctive name, fell into deep contemplation. He deftly parried the incoming attacks, eyeing the young man's dark skin with intrigue, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Remember, the one who seeks to kill you is named Tomoe." Genie Let flashed a smile, asserting confidently, "Yunin." Tomoe was taken aback, momentarily halting his assault, while Let had already distanced himself. The earth quaked, and Tomoe found himself ensnared in a mire, his legs firmly bound by the chakra beneath. Before he could regain his senses, a whistling sound approached, prompting him to hastily wave his arms and knock away 2 hooked blades. As his strength waned, it was too late for Tomoe to free himself. With wind release, wind jade, Tomoe, limited by the swamp, evaded 2 gusts, but ultimately fell victim to a relentless barrage of wind lines. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 lines pierced his body. His faux lightning armor offered no protection. The fatal blows struck his heart and throat. The swamp cracked open, revealing the ground beneath. A flash of a blade severed his head from his body. Let exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a swell of pride for his self-crafted wind release technique. By stripping away the superfluous effects of wind release, he had honed its application to great effectiveness, yielding remarkable results while consuming little chakra. After regaining his composure, he surveyed the surroundings. The battle was nearly concluded. Among his 2 reconnaissance teams, 1 member was lightly injured, another severely, and 3 had perished. He observed the approaching Jonin, the only one unscathed. Without hesitation, Let commanded, "You must return to the village for aid swiftly. Yunin may still have formidable foes in pursuit, and you cannot engage in that conflict." In Let's assessment, the remaining individual undoubtedly possessed elite Jonin-level strength. The Jonin, feeling somewhat awkward, recalled Let's prowess and silently nodded. After sealing the bodies of his 3 comrades into a scroll, he carried the severely wounded Chunin along with another lightly injured Jonin and departed hastily. They had deduced that given the strength of their adversaries today, it was impossible for the 2 squads of Sunagakure to suffer no casualties and be utterly vanquished. Undoubtedly, powerful reinforcements were on their way. Let turned to observe the battlefield, refraining from recklessly intervening, calmly consuming a soldier food pill from his ninja tool pouch, restoring both stamina and depleted chakra. Rabui, filled with a chilling murderous intent, took note of this scene, inwardly lamenting. He had intended to exchange blows with Let despite his injuries, not only out of hatred, but also due to the power Let displayed. A person of such caliber, once matured, could become a formidable asset for Sunagakure. Now, that opportunity was lost. Without further hesitation, Rabui summoned a crackling lightning aura upon his blade and struck at Aunt Shengshi's chest. The blow sent Aunt Shengshi staggering back, his body momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock, leaving him unable to move. Taking advantage of the moment, Yechuan Fangjing thrust a kunai into Rabui's right arm, causing a tree stump to topple. As Rabui regained his composure, he was already at a distance, his hand seals dancing in the air. A thunderous roar echoed, unleashing a tempest of lightning. The densely packed currents surged forth like an overwhelming tide, flooding the surroundings with blinding flashes of electricity. Such a grand display of lightning not only repelled the pursuing Aunt Shengshi and his companion, but also wreaked havoc upon the surrounding vines, which wilted under the divine wrath of thunder, rendering them incapable of obstructing Rabui's advance. In that fleeting moment, Shoyong Meidai, unable to retreat in time, was caught squarely in the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Her garments were tattered, and her exposed skin bore traces of darkened marks. Everything unfolded just as Rabui had anticipated, and as he turned, a chilling smirk played upon his lips. Before Rabui could take another step, the shadow of death loomed over him. Yet, retreat was not an option. In that perilous instant, he instinctively shifted his body slightly to the right. The blade struck true. Blood erupted, and Rabui felt his left arm severed completely. Coldly, he cast a fleeting glance at the fallen limb before darting past the diminutive figure that had appeared before him like a specter, devoid of any desire to linger. In a mere breath, he vanished into the yellow sands. Genie, with a sense of regret, sheathed his blade and hurried to Shoyong Meidai's side. Upon careful inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief, successfully rousing the unconscious girl. Yechuan Fangjing and his companion had also arrived, and it appeared that Aunt Shengshi had only sustained minor injuries. Master, this Rabui is undoubtedly a figure of great significance from Yunin. We remain unaware of the strength of those lurking behind him. It seems Yunin has grand ambitions in our land of wind, Yechuan Fangjing remarked gravely, showing no signs of triumph. The extraordinary display of Rabui's lightning technique had made his identity unmistakable. The prowess of an elite Jonin was not to be underestimated in any village. Their victory over Rabui had been nothing short of serendipitous, aided by Genie's similar style to hold him at bay and Aunt Shengxi's sturdy physique drawing fire. A different team configuration could have easily resulted in casualties. Genie, equally perplexed, pondered the motives behind Yunin's presence in the Land of Wind. In the original narrative, Yunin had never undertaken significant actions within this territory. Not dwelling further on his thoughts, he inquired, "How are your injuries?" Aunt Shengxi shook his head, indicating he was fine. Shouyong Meidai appeared worse for wear but assured him with a smile, "It doesn't hinder my movements." Startled, Yechuan Fangzheng cautioned, "Master, the strength of our reinforcements remains uncertain. If we rashly pursue, we may encounter danger." Genie contemplated the formidable figures from Yunin that resided in his memory and deemed the risk manageable. Surely, the Raikage would not personally intervene. The future AB duo were merely children at present, and none of the others captured his interest. This was an opportune moment to gauge Yunin's strength. Should they prove formidable, retreat would be prudent. But if they were of average capability, a sanguine glint appeared in Genie's eyes as he contemplated the potential loss of an elite jonin, which would surely be a significant blow to Yunin. Most importantly, the presence of numerous unknown powerful individuals in Sunagakure had not drastically altered the balance of power. Yunin must possess similar figures, and he was curious to see if the disparity from his memories was substantial. This was a matter of great consequence for his future strategies. Seeing Genie's resolute demeanor, Yechuan Fangzheng refrained from further protest. Genie summoned several fire bats to perch upon the severed arm, drawing a few drops of blood. Soon, the fire bats fluttered towards the northeast. Genie approached and carefully stored the severed limb into a sealing scroll. Noticing the grave expression on Yechuan Fangzheng's face, he chuckled lightly, saying, "Teacher Fangzheng, I am not one to act recklessly. Moreover, someone has already gone back to the village for assistance. By the time we locate the person, reinforcements may very well arrive." As the atmosphere eased, the four of them took a moment to regroup before following the fire bats. At Sand Hidden Village, within the Wind Shadow Tower, Jin Su Fong pondered over the battle report and began to grasp the intentions of Cloud Hidden. The focus was not on Rabui, but rather on the dark-skinned youth. Though Temoy appeared robust and mature, he was merely 16 years of age. Having passed the Jonin examination the previous year, a true prodigy of Cloud Hidden Village. His presence in the Land of Wind for training suggested a blatant disregard for Sand Hidden Village. Jin Su snorted coldly, reflecting on the precarious state of his own village, his expression darkening further, yet he quickly broke into a smile. It was unexpected that such a character would meet his end at the hands of Genie. Given that individual's temperament, he might have been inclined to bully the weak. Thus, it would be worthwhile to observe. Most of Genie's plans had already fallen into place, necessitating his presence in the village less frequently. With a resolve to act, he quietly departed from the village, leaving behind a promising Rabui, which was not a loss. On the surface, Rabui's reputation was unremarkable. Yet he was a figure marked as significant by the intelligence divisions of various nations. Otherwise, how could he have been chosen as Temoy's mentor? Approaching midday, Genie and his companions lingered near the outskirts of a small village on the border of the Land of Wind. Rabui was recuperating within the village. Yechuan Fangzheng, puzzled, inquired, "Young master, what are we waiting for?" They had already discerned Rabui's whereabouts over an hour ago. After meticulous investigation, they found no signs of ambush. With only a Jonin and a Chunin present as reinforcements. With their collective strength, the four of them could easily subdue both. Given Rabui's considerable injuries, why did he dare to remain within the borders of the Land of Wind to recuperate? Yi Shengshi interjected, "But we have already scouted several times without detecting any ambush." Genie remained silent, feeling that something was amiss. Shang Yongmei chimed in. "The villagers have also mentioned that only one person is attending to Rabui in his room. Based on the arrangement, it should be another Chunin from the support team." They had thoroughly investigated the situation, uncovering no discrepancies. In the midst of this heaviness, Yechuan Fangzheng thought of another matter, hesitantly stating, "Logically, we have lingered here for quite some time. The village's support should have arrived by now. Why is there still no news?" This was another reason why Genie had not entered the village. Otherwise, they would have already dispatched their main forces without fear of unexpected complications. The only remaining uncertainty was the individual caring for Rabui. Understanding that person's capabilities would dictate their next move, Genie made a decisive choice, directing a fire bat to silently approach the house. The earth ants of East Shengshi possessed limited intelligence. While capable in combat, they struggled to relay specific information. Before long, as the fire bats settled in the room occupied by Rabuyi, an overwhelming sense of impending doom emanated from the creature. Before the fire bat could take flight, it was abruptly severed from existence. Emerging from the room was a young man with long hair, adorned with a purple diamond-shaped eye makeup over his right eye. His hair a striking blend of green and white, and a long blade slung across his back. The young man, with an indifferent gaze, lifted his eyes toward the distance and moved swiftly toward Jin Irong. At that moment, Jin Irong shuddered, as if being scrutinized by a terrifying beast. In that instant, the concealed fire bat relayed the young man's characteristics back. Jin Irong's pupils suddenly constricted with realization, and he shouted, "Retreat, with all your might." Without allowing others a moment for doubt, he fled at once. The remaining three, sensing the urgency, did not hesitate and followed suit. But would they escape in time? What a perceptive little demon. It was hardly surprising that Temoy met his demise at your hands. A cold, indifferent voice resounded, accompanied by an enormous water dragon of exaggerated proportions. There was no escape for them. The water dragon, bearing unmatched force, crashed down. Shoyume spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying far away. The other three fared no better, their faces pale, their formation in disarray. This was merely an appetizer. The surging waves that followed were truly despair-inducing. "Teacher, Shido, defend with all your strength," Jin Irong commanded, suppressing the agony in his chest as he moved towards Shoyume. Antagonistic Shengshi, fighting through discomfort, performed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra. Earth release, earth flow wall. A colossal wall of earth surged upwards. Yet, amidst the immense tide, it crumbled with a thunderous crash. What a staggering amount of chakra. Who could the enemy be? Yasukawa Masataka's expression twisted in rage, his hands moving with unwavering speed as he poured forth his chakra with all his might. Water release, water barrier. Utilizing the residual water from the water dragon, this technique barely held back the overwhelming wave. The four regrouped, each consuming specially formulated soldier pills to slightly mend their injuries. Their performance was commendable, but what lay ahead? Without a visible figure, a voice emerged, cold and devoid of warmth. Water release, water surge. A cataclysmic water vortex formed, charging towards the four with divine wrath. Yasukawa Masataka's face twisted in despair as he shouted, "Young master, you must leave first." With that, he exchanged a glance with antagonistic Shengshi, and the two synchronized their hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Walls of earth rose one after another. Having exhausted their jutsu, the two collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength to move. Antagonistic Shengshi despondently urged, "Young master, you must go." Jin Irong, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Leave? There is no escape." The remaining three bore expressions of sorrow, resigned to their fate. The walls of earth were shattered into rubble beneath the onslaught of the disaster-like water vortex. Just as death seemed imminent, Jin Irong suddenly laughed heartily. "Teacher, how long must you wait to intervene?" The other three looked up in astonishment to see a shadow materializing in the sky, growing larger by the moment. The magnificent steel wings brought them an unprecedented sense of security. Jin Irong waved his hand casually, conjuring four steel walls that effortlessly blocked the water vortex. A cold voice reverberated, "Water release, water pillar." A continuous, thunderous sound reverberated, sending shivers down one's spine merely by its echo. Boom, boom, boom. The iron wall stood firm as a mountain. After a moment, the onslaught diminished, fading into silence. Lord Kimi Yashikata graciously waved his hand, causing the iron walls to dissipate. Outside, the tumultuous waves had transformed into a tranquil lake. In the distant horizon, a vague silhouette could be seen bowing in reverence. "I am Barubi, a humble servant of Lord Rakage. I beseech your forgiveness for any offense caused during this visit," he uttered. With a charming smile, Kimi Yashikata replied, "No need for such formality. Please convey my regards to Lord Rakage and accept this modest gift." With a wave of his hand, a fearsome black serpent took shape, lunging towards the figure. Barubi's expression shifted slightly. His fingers danced, conjuring a water dragon even more menacing than before. The two clashed, sending ripples through the air. Barubi turned pale, casting a lingering glance at the relaxed Kimi Yashikata before swiftly retreating. The trio, comprising Yagawa Hosei and others, were awestruck by the display of cataclysmic ninjutsu. Yagawa Hosei looked up, murmuring, "Is this the power of magnet release?" Yagawa Hosei was equally astonished by the might of the magnet release, but his curiosity about the enemy's identity overshadowed it. After witnessing the formidable presence of the tailed beast, Kimiyari's pride began to wane, and he inquired, "Master, why did you not detain him? He is the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails." Jinchuriki? The remaining three felt a jolt of recognition, a legendary tale surfacing in their minds. Yet, could Lord Kimi Yashikata truly contend with, and even subdue, such a mythical being? Their curiosity morphed into profound respect. Kimi Yashikata gazed down at Kimiyari, intrigued by the latter's unwavering confidence. It was not a matter of doubting his own capabilities, but rather how Kimiyari had come to know such things. Now was not the time for answers. All right, let us put this matter to rest. We shall return and complete our mission report, and then thoroughly reflect on the gains of this journey. With that, his iron wings unfurled, and in a breath, he vanished into the sky. With his departure, the three exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Under Kimi Yashikata's scrutiny, the pressure had been overwhelming. Yagawa Hosei was the first to regain his composure, asking curiously, "Yari, how did you know Lord Kimi Yashikata had already arrived?" Kimiyari gathered his scattered thoughts and replied with a smile. "It would have been far too easy for Barubi to eliminate us, yet he refrained from revealing himself, solely relying on ninjutsu, indicating his caution. This was but one aspect. The other reason was that he had already surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the airborne Kimi Yashikata, who could provide timely assistance, the others, whether Chiyo or Kairoso, would be unable to intervene. After all, he was the heir of the Kimi clan, and Sunagakure would never dare to make such a grievous error. Naturally, this was a thought he kept to himself. After all, how could he explain his knowledge of Kimi Yashikata's ability to fly? The trio did not dwell on this issue. Anto Sei, in a despondent tone, remarked, "Young master, is this the true strength of a Jinchuriki? No wonder so many regard bloodline limits with such reverence." He had once believed himself exceptional, yet could he ever reach the level of a Jinchuriki? He was somewhat aware of his own limitations regarding his future. Let us not mention the current state of affairs. The formidable bloodline limits displayed earlier have instilled a sense of despair in him. Yagawa Kazumasa sighed helplessly, contemplating the sheer power of the ninjutsu he had just witnessed, a level of strength he could scarcely fathom. Kamiyoshi Masayoshi gazed thoughtfully at the composed Kamiyoshi Ren. Ren laughed heartily, saying, "You have misunderstood. The strength of a Jinchuriki is indeed formidable, perhaps even more so than you realize. But surely you do not believe that our teacher is merely an ordinary wielder of bloodline abilities." The three turned their attention to Kamiyoshi Ren. "You have overestimated the power of bloodlines and underestimated our teacher. In the entire ninja world, how many can effortlessly contend with a Jinchuriki? It is not something that can be accomplished solely through bloodlines." Kamiyoshi Ren continued, "Do not lose heart. When you reach the level of Barubi today, you will have already ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world. The remainder depends on your talent and, of course, luck. Luck? Talent is one thing. But what do you mean by luck?" Kamiyoshi Ren chuckled, explaining, "The simplest example is the Uchiha clan. Among so many Sharingan, how many possess strength that rivals Barubi's? The others had certainly heard of the Uchiha clan's might, yet few could claim to match Barubi, let alone the Jinchuriki Barubi of today." The three suddenly understood, their previously heavy hearts lightening as they embarked on their journey back to the village. However, the truth that possessing a bloodline limit serves as a key to becoming a supreme powerhouse was something Kamiyoshi Ren chose not to disclose. Noticing the lingering somber atmosphere, Kamiyoshi Ren encouraged, "You have likely heard of my classification of elite jonin." The three nodded, aware that both Yurikawa Chika and Barubi were categorized within the ranks of elite jonin in Kamiyoshi Ren's system. Kamiyoshi Ren affirmed, "Today, let me further enlighten you regarding the classification of Kage. In my eyes, a ninja capable of contending with a typical tailed beast qualifies at the Kage level, regardless of how they achieve it, as long as they meet the standard." No one noticed that Kamiyoshi Ren specified typical tailed beasts. Yurikawa Masayoshi inquired curiously, "Is that so? Then how many Kage-level ninjas do we have in our village?" "The Wind Shadow, our teacher, Chiyo, Iozo, and Bunpoku," replied Kamiyoshi Ren. "Bunpoku? While the others are renowned. I have never heard of Bunpoku." "Bunpoku is our village's Jinchuriki," Kamiyoshi Ren clarified. The three nodded, forming a general impression of their village's current strength. Observing his companions, who had been significantly affected today, Kamiyoshi Rin continued. I trust you now have a rough understanding of the Kage level and a vague concept of the road ahead. Ishigaki, I believe you possess the potential to reach Kage level. Yagawa Kazumasa and Yurikawa Masayoshi were instantly taken aback, staring at Ishigaki. Ishigaki, surprised, quickly waved his hands and said, My lord, you flatter me. I can hardly dare to aspire to that. Kamiyoshi Rin smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned his attention to Yagawa Kazumasa, saying, Kazumasa-sensei, with your mastery of all 5 elemental affinities, you are endowed with exceptional conditions. Do not fixate on Iozo, rather. Your target should be the 3rd Hokage of the neighboring country. Although the 5-element combination ninjutsu of Hozuki may be formidable, in the eyes of Kamiyashiki, it is merely mediocre. It is the vast array of ninjutsu effortlessly wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen that should serve as the ultimate aspiration for Yagawa Kazumasa. To persistently delve into the study of combination ninjutsu is, in truth, a squandering of innate talent. Regardless of the feasibility of achieving such a goal, why not to set their sights so low? Yagawa Kazumasa was taken aback by Kamiyashiki's high expectations, exclaiming, Master, that is a figure renowned as the strongest Hokage. How could I possibly compare? The strongest Hokage? Kamiyashiki smirked, uncertain of how to respond. Setting aside the overwhelming prowess of the first Hokage, the plethora of forbidden techniques innovated by Senju Tobarama exists on an entirely different plane than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What about me? What do you think of me? The vibrant-eyed Sayuri Yumi looked at Kamiyashiki with eager anticipation. Kamiyashiki, however, regarded her with a hint of trepidation. Though he aspired to mold Sayuri Yumi into another Tsunade, reality proved to be rather unyielding. After all, could he not boast of greater prowess? Noticing Sayuri Yumi's expression darkening, Kamiyashiki cleared his throat and suggested, Perhaps you should reconsider the path of a conventional ninja. If you could merge medical ninjutsu with summoning techniques, or even with puppet techniques, your future would undoubtedly transcend the ordinary level of a shadow. Why must I always combine with medical ninjutsu? Sayuri Yumi's demeanor radiated resistance towards the notion of becoming a medical ninja. Why do you persistently reject medical ninjutsu? The reason Kamiyashiki had yet to dismiss Sayuri Yumi from the team was not due to her progress in nurturing summoning beasts, but rather because he had discovered her remarkable aptitude for medical arts. After imparting some knowledge from his previous life regarding emergency care, surgery, and acupuncture, Sayuri Yumi had transcended the rudimentary fascination with mere medical ninjutsu, now capable of employing medical instruments in conjunction with medical ninjutsu, thus conserving an impressive amount of chakra. Though he was unaware of Tsunade's medical acumen, it was evident that the medical ninjas he encountered in Sunagakure were typically limited to rigidly applying medical ninjutsu. The fact that Sayuri Yumi possessed such exceptional medical talent, yet yearned to be a violent ninja, left Kamiyashiki feeling somewhat exasperated. I wish to wield ninjutsu as effortlessly as you do, to take lives without a trace. That is the essence of being a ninja, not cowering behind others as a medical soldier. The term medical soldier had originated from Kamiyashiki's lips. Who says a medical ninja must hide behind others? Kamiyashiki retorted. Isn't that the case? With such feeble combat capabilities, medical ninjas are hardly intimidating. Sayuri Yumi scoffed, surveying the medical ninjas in the village, noting that her own strength ranked among the top 3. Observing Sayuri Yumi's expressive countenance, Ishikawa and Ta felt a twinge of discomfort during their first encounter. She had exuded an aura of aloof elegance. This could not be attributed to Sayuri Yumi alone. After all, her teammates were formidable in their own right. If she could not lower her pride to seek guidance, maintaining her aloof demeanor would stifle her rapid progress. Kamiyashiki sighed. If you were to strengthen your abilities, you would not need to hide behind others. Just consider the immense enhancement to your power if you were intimately familiar with the weaknesses of the human body, akin to the Hyuga's gentle fist. Why then should one resort to medical ninjutsu? Jin-E let out a frank response. Because your combat talents are rather mediocre. If you solely focus on enhancing your strength, it is quite likely that you will not excel in any area, thereby squandering your innate gifts. A formidable medical ninja requires not only an exceedingly rigorous control over chakra, but also an extensive breadth of knowledge, attributes that a powerful warrior must possess as well. Thus, your proficiency in medical techniques and your overall strength can progress in tandem. Jin-E turned to gaze at Kamiyumi, earnestly stating, do not underestimate this matter. for while it may merely pertain to a sequence, it holds significant importance. To speak candidly, if you adhere to the conventional path, becoming an elite jonin may very well be your utmost pinnacle, or even that may remain out of reach. However, should you carve your own path through the realm of healing, you might even be underestimated by those of the highest echelon. Kamiyumi discerned the gravity reflected in Jin Yi's eyes and chose not to say more, lowering her head in silence as they continued their journey. The atmosphere once again turned somber, with each individual lost in their own thoughts. Jin Yi felt fortunate to have encountered a shadow-level powerhouse today, grateful for the opportunity to broaden the horizons of those around him. Otherwise, much of what he expressed would not resonate with them profoundly, including himself, who had also gained a new perspective. The overwhelming strength of Barubi imparted to him an understanding of what it truly meant to be at the shadow level. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could not fathom the immense pressure that enveloped him. And yet, Barubi was merely a minor character who had been effortlessly eliminated by Orochimaru. The group returned to the village in silence, reporting on their mission before each retreating into solitary meditation. Their gains were not confined merely to an expansion of their vision. They also experienced growth on a spiritual level. Jin Yi had set a threshold known as the shadow level for them. In the land of lightning, within the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, Rubui was detailing the current state of affairs from the battlefield. Bang! The Raikage slammed the battle report onto the table, rebuking, under circumstances where strengths are comparable, to be nearly obliterated by a mere child. How dare you return to the village? On paper, the strengths of both sides indeed appeared closely matched. Rubui, his face pale with shame, bowed his head in silence. Recognizing that this battle was marred by his poor command and a grievous underestimation of the enemy, the Raikage continued his tirade without mercy, in unfavorable conditions. Why did you not retreat decisively? How will you answer to Temoi? Reflecting on the loss of a prodigious talent from their village, the Raikage's anger intensified, culminating in him smashing the desk before him. Rubui lowered his head even further. Silence enveloped the conference room, broken only by the Raikage's heavy breaths. Once his ire had somewhat subsided, the Raikage turned to his aide, frowning as he inquired, "Tai, we cannot let the matter concerning Temoi go unresolved. What are your thoughts?" In the meeting room, a tall woman with chestnut hair calmly closed the intelligence report in her hands, seemingly unaffected by the earlier altercation. Jiu Tai smiled lightly, suggesting, "It is quite simple. We shall disseminate the details of this battle report widely, emphasizing Rubui's capabilities." Rubui raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the insidiousness of this strategy. The Raikage furrowed his brows, desiring a more direct approach against Jin Yi. Jiu Tai advised, "Lord Raikage, we have more pressing matters at hand, contemplating the bountiful lands." The Raikage ultimately refrained from further comment. Under the full promotional efforts of Kumogakure, this battle report swiftly spread across the ninja world. In the land of fire, within the village of Kanahagakure, at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating, "What is your perspective on this matter, Narashikaku?" Narashikaku stroked his small mustache and replied with a smile, "ISNT Sunagakure currently selecting candidates for the position of Kazekage. Perhaps we could consider adding Konoha's own candidate." Kamiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen took several more puffs of smoke, meeting Narashikaku's gaze, and couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. Meanwhile, the Wagakure was somewhat slower in their response. A group of individuals was engaged in fervent debate about whether they should intervene. Amidst the heated discussions, a middle-aged woman spoke up, suggesting, "Sunagakure is not to be feared. Konoha is the true adversary. Why not extend an olive branch to Sunagakure, thereby fostering future alliances?" She noted that Sunagakure was limited by its geographical constraints and lacked formidable strength. Furthermore, as the Wind Country shares a border with the Earth Country, should war break out between a Wagakure and Konoha, the Wind Country would serve as a valuable ally. Although Sunagakure's capabilities may be modest, they could still serve as a useful distraction. Upon hearing this proposal, the noise of debate diminished significantly. On contemplating for a moment, Inoki decided, "Let us send the younger generation from our village to engage in dialogue, with Kamiya leading the delegation, and also to observe the recent developments in Sunagakure." This suggestion brightened the faces of those present. Given Sunagakure's recent activities, it would be prudent to investigate further. While the other major shinobi villages were bustling with activity, the land of water remained conspicuously quiet. Observant individuals would notice that not only was Kirigakure inactive at this time, But the number of ninjas departing the village for missions had also significantly decreased. Under the influence of rumors spread by Kumogakure and Konoha, Kamiya had begun to gain a modest reputation within the shinobi world. Conversely, Sunagakure, due to Konoha's publicity, was experiencing some internal discord. The two factions, which had managed to coexist peacefully, were once again trending towards confrontation. This situation irked Kamiya, who found himself lacking suitable advisors and resorted to seeking Kamiya's counsel once more. Kamiya was equally vexed. This conflict had yielded substantial benefits for him, inspiring new insights into his wind release techniques. Just as inspiration struck, it was abruptly interrupted. Upon reaching Kamiya, his expression was understandably displeased. Kamiya, unfazed, handed over 2 pieces of information. Suppressing his irritation, Kamiya began to read, and soon raised his head with a calm demeanor. "What is your take on this?" Kamiya did not mince words. Kamiya replied with a smile, "These rumors are hardly worth our concern. You are well aware of my stance. Rumors remain mere whispers, mere trifles. As for Kumogakure's attempts to undermine me, I have no intentions of leaving the village, rendering their efforts futile." Kamiya frowned, fixing his gaze on Kamiya. Understanding the implicit message, Kamiya shrugged and casually remarked, "What benefit would it serve me if you were to retaliate?" Kamiya narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger glimmering within. Remarkably, Kamiya disregarded the ominous gaze and continued, "What do you think of the wind release technique, Wind 100 Blades? Surely, Takasumi has left behind some insights on its mastery. Would that not please you, sensei?" His tone was bold, for this technique was considered one of the pinnacle arts among A-rank forbidden jutsu. Kamiya did not outright refuse, tacitly acknowledging the proposition. Genie, with a gesture of exasperation, addressed his teacher. "Master, I find myself lacking some crucial ninjutsu, particularly in the realm of defense. To this day, you have not imparted any significant techniques to me. Shouldn't a mentor bestow some gifts upon their disciple?" After the recent battle, Genie realized that compared to the top-tier warriors, he was devoid of decisive ninjutsu. The development of the blue erosion flame would require considerable time and would not bear immediate significance. Moreover, its style could not yet be integrated into his combat system. Of course, he was not alone in this regard. Exceptional top-tier ninjutsu was scarce beyond the confines of Konoha, as all major ninja villages were similarly lacking. Upon hearing this, Genie's teacher, Genie Yushua, straightened his posture, acknowledging that it was indeed time to equip Genie with some hidden cards. Had Genie not been present during that battle, his fate would have been precarious. However, he did not respond directly. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk and inquired, "First, tell me about your counterattack strategy." This time, Genie spoke candidly. "Let the news of your battle with Brubi be disseminated, claiming that the Land of Lightning has unleashed its Jinchuriki without restraint, deliberately undermining the truce and seeking to instigate war." Genie Yushua sat up straight and asked, "What are the specific parameters?" To speak frankly, we could even allow representatives from various villages to inspect the battlefield themselves. The residual traces would be sufficient to capture their attention, Genie replied. Genie Yushua hesitated, aware that the situation also implicated him. "The remnants there, I believe, are merely the tip of the iceberg for you. As the future Wind Shadow, it is time to showcase your strength. At that moment, all dissenting voices within the village will vanish, and your prowess will need no further concealment." Genie was confident in the might of magnet release, perhaps even more so than Genie Yushua himself. Even before the battle, Genie Yushua had already made a name for himself in the ninja world. Everyone recognized his strength, yet the exact extent of his power remained unknown, even to Sunagakure. Genie believed that once the news of this battle spread, Genie Yushua would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of the ninja world. To repel a Jinchuriki in just a few exchanges was no trivial matter. With a hint of dark amusement, Genie mused that perhaps the title of the strongest Wind Shadow would soon come to fruition. And what of Konoha? Genie Yushua interrupted Genie's reverie. Genie snapped back to reality, stating, "Konoha is even simpler. Sarutobi Hiruzen has yet to solidify his position as Hokage, and there are countless dissenters. Over a decade had passed since the battle, and discontent with Sarutobi Hiruzen was rampant within the village. Various grievances existed, but the decisive factor was that Sarutobi had no noteworthy achievements in battle. These insights were gleaned from the secret archives of the Genie clan. The true strength of Konoha had far exceeded his recollections. From the fragmented records of achievements, the number of elite shinobi was astonishing. Firstly, The Uchiha clan was the most easily provoked, while the Hyuga, Kato, and Mitakashi clans were formidable lineages not to be trifled with. Indeed, the Kato and Mitakashi clans were among Konoha's top families, rivaling the Hyuga clan. Genie had been incredulous upon first discovering this. However, upon deeper reflection, there were indeed traces to follow. Tsunade, as the princess of the Senju clan, could unimpededly align herself with Kato, hinting at a formidable background. Jiraiya did not end up with Tsunade, perhaps due to the influence of his humble origins. In a genuine world, there invariably lurks a brutal reality. Furthermore, Orochimaru took on the apprentice Akatsuki at a time when his reputation soared to great heights. How could Hiruzen Sarutobi allow him to take a disciple of ordinary background? Hiruzen Sarutobi, after all, was a blatant politician. Regardless of how distant this world diverges from his memories, Jinya Ren had to accept it. Jinya Ren decisively stated, "Isn't Konoha attempting to disrupt our election? Let us counter with a decision of our own. Reselect the Hokage. I am certain many would find this intriguing. What do you think?" Jinya Uka opened his eyes wide, rising abruptly, and laughed heartily. Such a fierce retort. What if Konoha becomes desperate? Jinya Ren chuckled in response. When it comes to Konoha, I believe all the major ninja villages would be keenly interested. Broadly speaking, our thoughts align. Jinya Uka fixed his gaze intently upon Jinya Ren, studying him deeply before retrieving a letter from beneath the table. He solemnly remarked, "Take a look at this letter. As a reward, that forbidden technique will be yours." Jinya Ren, puzzled, accepted the letter and, upon opening it, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Master, what is the strength of this Iwagakure genius?" He was the leading figure of the Iwagakure village and the young clan leader of the IWA clan. At this point, Jinya Yuka's expression darkened, merely 15 years old. He had just passed the Chunin exams, and among the village's youth, none could rival him aside from you. Ansing Stone, being part of the Jinya family, was not subject to the commands of the Wind Shadow. Moreover, both Jinya Ren and Ansing Stone had merely reached the level of Chunin and had not yet opted to participate in the Chunin exams. Jinya Ren rolled his eyes, skeptical of this claim, and asked, "What about Shinichi Yuki?" Shinichi Yuki, prior to Jinya Ren, was the young leader of Sunagakure, having already passed the Chunin exams, and was indeed the only one among the youth to achieve this distinction. While Sunagakure might lack top-tier geniuses, it still possessed its share of ordinary talents. Those who attain the elite Chunin level are all exceptional individuals, though their potential may be perceived as limited. This does not imply that they would fall significantly behind others at the outset. For instance, consider the future prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji. Who can say that he was inferior to others in his youth? Before Jinya Uka could respond, Jinya Ren interjected, "Master, it is a fact that our younger generation in Sunagakure is lacking. Winning a single exchange match will not change that. In light of this, perhaps we should adopt a more low-key approach, allowing others to lower their guard." After a moment of contemplation, Jinya Uka sighed and exited the room. Jinya Ren exhaled deeply. He too felt the weight of the situation. While other villages continually produced individuals with potential for the rank of Kage, Sunagakure found itself in a dire predicament, not merely a matter of waning talent, but a genuine risk of slipping from the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages if care was not taken. Despite his continuous strategizing regarding the future of Sunagakure, it remained uncertain whether it would surpass the strength of his memories. At least thus far, apart from Raza and Yakura, he had truly discovered or heard of no other young individuals with potential for the Kage rank. Ansing Stone was merely a possibility. The rank of Kage is the true pillar and foundation of a village. Before long, Jin Ishu returned, tossing a scroll to Jin Yang and waving his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. No words were spoken to prohibit sharing the information, nor were there any guiding remarks. Jin Yang, recognizing that he had little to offer, performed a respectful bow and exited. Having frequently visited the Fengying building, he was now somewhat familiar with the surroundings and encountered no hindrances along his way. Upon stepping outside, he observed the vibrant life in the village, which lifted his spirits considerably. In Sunagakure, everyone appeared exceedingly busy. The streets bustled with activity, resembling a burgeoning town. With the promotional efforts of both Yunin and Konoha, many villagers recognized Jin Yang, greeting him from time to time, to which he responded with a polite nod and a smile. However, he did not linger, as he was eager to develop his own defensive ninjutsu. Armed with inspiration gleaned from the Temoi Reikage, a severed arm from Ribui, and the newly acquired Rewind 100 blades, he believed he would achieve remarkable results. If he could discern a ninjutsu akin to Yunin's lightning-style chakra mode, such as a wind-style chakra mode, it would be a significant triumph. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Under the auspices of Sunagakure, a grand information war against Konoha commenced. Within Konoha, currents of unrest surged. With periodic rumors about selecting a new Hokage, major clans silently encouraged the unrest, with certain members of the Uchiha clan even brazenly proclaiming, while inebriated, that the Hokage position should rightfully belong to them. In contrast, rumors regarding Yunin paled in comparison. Nevertheless, the bold leak of information regarding the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was indeed striking, prompting Yunin to adopt a more subdued stance to avoid becoming a target. Iwagakure, however, was elated. They had not anticipated that this junior's retaliation would be both fierce and ruthless, striking directly at the heart of the matter. As the instigator, Jin Ishu garnered the attention of all. Not only did he gain recognition for his strength, but he also earned the respect of certain individuals for his methods. The people of Sunagakure began to reassess their candidate for the role of Kazekage, with a subtle sense of unity beginning to form. Unfortunately, this promising atmosphere was short-lived. As the inter-village exchange tournament hosted by Iwagakure interrupted everything, leaving Sunagakure with a somewhat disheartened reputation. Over the course of 3 days, a single young warrior from Iwagakure, Iwa Zonkingshi, dominated the younger generation of Sunagakure, leaving them unable to lift their heads in pride. Even the two nameless Chunin accompanying him experienced more victories than defeats. Frustrated, the young Yomida stepped forward to challenge Iwa Zonkingshi, only to be easily defeated. The sole bright spot was that 2 civilians performed admirably. Yusenhua, despite sustaining severe injuries, managed to inflict damage on Iwa Zonkingshi, resulting in a tenuous draw, while another, Chi-In, exchanged blows effectively with him. After a series of continuous defeats, some began to suggest that Jin Yang should intervene, though their voices were hardly loud, as they viewed Iwa Zonkingshi as not formidable enough to warrant Jin Yang's involvement, considering he was not the strongest among the younger generation of Iwa ninjas. Following the conclusion of the exchange tournament, Jin Ishu's demeanor was notably grim, and he vehemently chastised the prominent figures within the village. This time, the factions within the family did not contest. Among the younger generation, aside from Jin Ranjian and Exinji Yuki, all the other notable youths had succumbed to the prowess of the rock ninjas. What infuriated Jin Su-fong the most was the news that Konoha had expressed a desire for a friendly competition, even forwarding a list of their promising juniors for Sunagakure to choose from. The provocation was palpable. With a darkened expression, Jin Su-fong chose to ignore it, for several names on that list were well known even to him. Consequently, a somber atmosphere enveloped the entire Sunagakure. However, this had no bearing on Jin Ranjian, who was leisurely enjoying a story recounted by Aunt Sakishi during his respite. He inquired about the background of a certain Chi-In, some trivial information Jin Ranjian had also arranged for Aunt Sakishi to receive. Aunt Sakishi, puzzled, mentioned that Chi-In's father was a medical jonin, while his mother was an ordinary person managing a pharmacy. It seemed he had a close relationship with Yuexi-Hua, as they were neighbors who frequently aided her family in their youth. Yet he was a disciple of Shirgu. Whereas Yuexi-Hua had evidently aligned herself with the Yechuan clan, Jin Ranjian did not probe further. Instead, he picked up a list that Jin Su-fong had asked Aunt Sakishi to deliver to him. Upon glancing at it, a smile broke across his face, and it became clear why Jin Su-fong wore a frown. Goodness, names such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Uchiha Haruto, Sarutobi Shino, and Kato Dan adorned this list, the very selections that Konoha had provided to Sunagakure. It was evident that not even the younger generation of Sunagakure, including Jin Ranjian himself, could claim absolute confidence in victory against these formidable figures. Young master, what is the matter with this list? Aunt Sakishi wondered, for in his mind, Jin Ranjian was the strongest among the younger generation. The names he had never even heard of posed little concern for him. What if there were disciples of the Hokage among them? After all, his young master was destined to become the next Kazekage. No one within Sunagakure harbored any doubts about Jin Su-fong's future as Kazekage. Did the teacher express any thoughts regarding this list? Aunt Sakishi chuckled awkwardly, omitting some of Jin Su-fong's words, and murmured, "It might just mean that if you encounter these individuals, You must exercise utmost caution. Jin Iranjian raised an eyebrow, refraining from elaborating further, and inquired, "Do you possess any information on this Uchiha Haruto?" Uchiha Haruto was the only unfamiliar name to Jin Iranjian. Ansakishi scratched his head and replied, "He appears to be the son of Uchiha Q, who was a disciple of the second Hokage. Beyond that, I am not well informed." Jin Iranjian's pupils constricted. Both father and son were renowned, and he presumed Haruto must possess considerable talent as well. Otherwise, he would not have been selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Has there been any recent activity from Konoha?" Ansakishi shook his head, stating, "I have not heard anything. The Hokage seems indifferent to those rumors." Was it indifference, or were they perhaps preparing to act covertly? Jin Iranjian chose not to dwell on it further. After reviewing the assignments of Yitsong and Qi Fongguang, he retreated into seclusion once more. The ninja world seemed to have calmed significantly, save for the myriad of circulating rumors. After imparting the knowledge of information warfare to Jin Isu Fong, it appeared as though the ninja world had unlocked some hidden potential. The villages have taken a liking to this cost-free form of warfare, occasionally engaging in verbal skirmishes, with various private scandals being disseminated without expense. This satisfies the curiosity of the common folk, revealing the true nature of the ninja world. Inspiration does not come consistently. Thus, Genie occasionally accepts some effortless escort and cleanup tasks. The materials required for the construction of Sunagakure are immense, necessitating the allocation of personnel at every juncture. With such capable members in his team, Genie could not afford to let them remain idle. Certain precious materials, however, demand the joint escort of several elite squads. In the absence of suitable missions, Genie would instruct the younger members of the Genie clan, while also scouting for any overlooked talents. As for overly troublesome tasks, he declined them outright, mindful that Kumogakure still had its eyes on him. Time slipped away in this leisurely manner. 2 months later, Jin Isu Fong once again summoned Genie, in the same office, with only the two of them present. "Teacher, what mission do we have?" Jin Isu Fong inquired with a serious demeanor. "The personnel for the Uzumaki country are all prepared. It would pose no problem to quietly transport a group back. When do you think it would be appropriate to commence the plan?" Jin Yi's expression grew solemn. He had not yet heard any rumors concerning the Uzumaki clan. This indicated that the demise of the Uzumaki nation was still some time away. The rumor of Uzumaki Sujin's death not only pertained to the various nation schemes regarding the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki, but also involved the machinations of a significant figure, suggesting that any eruption of conflict would not occur hastily. With this in mind, Jin Yi replied, "It will not be long before your official succession as Kazekage. Perhaps we should initiate the plan thereafter. I will lead a negotiation team, as we will require several masters of sealing, without individuals of sufficient stature. A suitable agreement may prove elusive." In half a month, the day for the official confirmation of the Kazekage candidates would arrive. On the first day of the new year, Jin Isu Fong would officially take the mantle of Kazekage. For the ensuing month, Sunagakure, and indeed the entire Wind Country, would enter a state of heightened alert. The entire plan was proposed by you. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. With that, Jin Isu Fong produced a document. Gesturing for Jin E to take a look, the comprehensive reform plan for Sunagakure. Upon receiving the document, Jin E immediately grasped its contents. This plan was far more detailed and rigorous than his previous suggestions, incorporating additional departments and delineating responsibilities with greater specificity. The military, the intelligence department, the security division, the commerce sector, the medical unit, the ninja academy, and the elite shinobi class were all included. The Kazekage Tower, as the core of authority, would oversee these 8 departments, which would further subdivide into administrative, task, interrogation, barrier, and Kazekage guard units. The subordinate departments of each major institution were likewise catalogued, presenting a well-organized and hierarchical structure, hinting at the emergence of a vast ninja military fortress. Overall, its layout bore some resemblance to that of Konoha, as Jin E had indeed drawn inspiration from its model. However, compared to Konoha, Sunagakure's organization was more rational, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities, ensuring a balance of power that would prevent any individual from monopolizing authority or easily overstepping their bounds. For instance, the chaotic meddling of Danzo in village affairs would never occur in Sunagakure. After a thorough examination, Kamiya felt a sense of melancholy as he closed the dossier. It already bore the hallmark of a burgeoning organization, albeit a military one. Once this colossal entity commenced its operations, the influence of the clans would likely face significant challenges. Sensing Kamiya's contemplations, Kamiya Yukata remarked with a smile, "This is a modification based on your proposed plan. Should the prominent clans clash, I shall hold you accountable." Kamiya also smiled in response, asserting, "That will not happen. In the future, the village will only become more reliant on the clans." Following the reforms, Sunagakure's overall strength would witness a significant leap. However, the cultivation of top-tier talent would still depend on the clan's influence. The nurturing of elite clan members cannot be compared to a mere assembly line approach. The essence of inheritance is not something to be taken lightly. Henceforth, their relationship would only evolve into a symbiotic one. Kamiya Yukata understood this as well, nodding in agreement. "This plan is classified. It cannot be taken back with you. You may disclose the general situation to allow them to discuss candidates and prepare. I do not wish for any hindrances while Sunagakure is flourishing." As he spoke, Kamiya Yukata's expression turned solemn, his tone revealing a sense of resolve and determination. Kamiya naturally would not oppose this. Should anyone become a hindrance, not only would Kamiya Yukata refuse to acquiesce, but he himself would also take action. "Master, having proven myself over the past 6 months, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. I hope there will be no discrepancies regarding the development of the sand release. All auxiliary personnel are in place, and their backgrounds are clear and verifiable." Sunagakure has made significant progress through continuous construction, with major buildings nearing completion. Awaiting Kamiya Yukata's confirmation of the Kazekage candidate before commencing relocation, the dilapidated Kazekage building will also be dismantled. Kamiya Yukata spoke in a low tone, "Rest assured. After everything is settled, I will teach that child every night, documenting the entire research process and all insights gained through training. Developing a bloodline technique is an immense undertaking, one that cannot be encapsulated in mere sheets of paper. Kamiya seeks a replicable sand release, not a miraculous stroke of luck. For this project, he has constructed a vast underground base. Additionally, to guard against certain unwelcome visitors, the perimeter of the underground base is surrounded by a massive three-dimensional labyrinth, filled with hidden mechanisms and secret passages, and staffed with a formidable security detail. Certain areas are patrolled by Kamiya's clan members who summon spiritual fire bats on a schedule, creating an impenetrable fortress. Such expenditure of resources is not solely for the sand release, but also for the blaze release, as well as his own blue corrosion flame. In the future, there may also be developments of other ninjutsu techniques. The following day, the atmosphere in Sunagakure grew notably tense. The streets became lively, with people discussing fervently. The focal point of these discussions was none other than Kamiya Yukata. His achievements in battle, governance, background, and qualifications were recounted in detail by the common folk. Should anyone express doubt, well-meaning individuals would step forward to elucidate. Although most had tacitly accepted that Kamiya Yukata was the next Kazekage, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. In order to establish a multifaceted image of Jin Ishu Fong in the hearts of the people, and to more clearly and directly enhance his authority, it is also imperative to uphold the name of orthodoxy and rightfully become the Wind Shadow. The news regarding the Wind Shadow candidate from Sunagakure has spread far and wide in anticipation of the upcoming elections. Upon hearing this news, many began to take action. Numerous officials from the Land of Wind have prepared gifts to extend their congratulations. Various escort teams from Sunagakure have also set out for the capital. Early in the morning, Jin-E gathered his team, preparing for departure, as he was required to personally escort a high-ranking official from the Land of Wind. With a stern voice, Jin Ishu Fong issued a command. "The individual you are escorting is the Minister of Commerce. I have received word that a bounty of 30 million Ryo has been placed in the black market to sabotage this visit." 30 million Ryo? Yen Xuan Fangzheng was taken aback, as his own bounty was merely 5 million Ryo. "This mission must not encounter any mishap. 2 hidden teams will accompany us, and anyone who comes, regardless of their identity, is to be eliminated without question." The severity of his words was unmistakable. Jin-E solemnly replied, "There will be no unforeseen circumstances." Jin Ishu Fong formally handed over the mission scroll. "This mission is rated S-Class. The details are contained within the scroll. I trust you will not disappoint me." The 4 accepted their orders and quietly departed the village, swiftly making their way to the capital. During their journey, Yen Xuan Fangzheng with a grave expression, remarked, "Young master, those who dare to accept such a bounty must possess at least the strength of elite jonin." Jin-E nodded. It was not a task anyone would take lightly. This mission was exceedingly sensitive, and it was unlikely that Kakuzu would involve himself. Historically, before joining the Akatsuki, Kakuzu seldom intervened in sensitive tasks concerning the 5 great shinobi villages, or he would have certainly faced dire consequences. Despite Kakuzu's formidable strength, provoking the 5 great shinobi villages would render him insufficient to handle the situation alone. However, should Kakuzu act impulsively, the 30 million ryo bounty would undoubtedly tempt him, casting a shadow over Jin-Yi's mind. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that he himself had a bounty of 15 million ryo hanging over him in the black market. The origin of that bounty was self-evident. Fortunately, at least on the journey to the capital, no issues arose. They arrived quite early, and the Minister of Commerce's entourage was still preparing. After announcing their identities, the 4 were escorted to the living room by the steward. Moments later, an aged voice resonated within the hall. "Haha, I hear that young Jin is personally escorting this old man. I truly appreciate it." A somewhat affluent figure emerged from the inner chambers, approaching Jin-E with a broad smile. The visitor was Suzuki, the Minister of Commerce overseeing trade in the Land of Wind. Accompanying him was a young figure, who was discreetly observing Jin-E. Upon seeing the visitor, the 4 quickly rose and bowed. Jin-E smiled and said, "Greetings, Grandpa Suzuki. He asked me to convey his regards. He has prepared a feast at home, and you shall drink heartily together." Suzuki waved his hand with a smile, saying, "I'm too old to drink now, unlike that old man." "Haha, why are you all standing? Please sit." Though he appeared to be an ordinary old man, his demeanor and words exuded undeniable authority. As Shoyu Mayo was about to take her seat, Yuki Suzuki curiously remarked, "Is that Mayo? How forgetful of me. I've even attended your full moon celebration. And look how much you've grown." Shoyu Mayo promptly rose to offer her respects, stating, "Shoyu Mayo pays her respects to Lord Suzuki. There's no need for such formalities. Please, be seated." Yuki Suzuki replied with a warm smile, gesturing towards the young man beside him. "This is my younger son, Yuki Chimizu. You two should grow closer in the future." After some casual conversation, the discussion shifted to the main topic. Jin Iran, adopting a serious tone, inquired, "Lord Suzuki, may I ask how you have arranged for this journey?" Upon hearing this, Yuki Suzuki's expression darkened, and he responded gravely, "I have received the information. All participants in this endeavor will heed your arrangements, and you will have full authority to handle any irregularities." Jin Iran no longer hesitated. He stood and declared, "Very well. Lord Suzuki, I shall personally review all accompanying personnel." "That poses no problem," the steward interjected. "You may proceed with your inspection, and we will fully cooperate with you." After finalizing the arrangements, Jin Iran took his leave. Indeed, this journey was abundant with both people and goods. Following Yuki Suzuki's orders for cooperation, Jin Iran not only scrutinized the individuals, but also examined all the cargo. There were minor disputes, but they were inconsequential. What mattered was that Jin Iran uncovered something amiss. Sunagakure, nestled within a desert, suffers from a severe scarcity of water, and seafood is a rare delicacy. To obtain fresh aquatic products, there is a task akin to seeking treasure. It was entirely reasonable for Yuki Suzuki to bring precious seafood as gifts when visiting Sunagakure. However, the issue arose with the overwhelming fishy odor emanating from some of the products. These cannot be brought along. The strong fishy scent will undoubtedly reveal our whereabouts, Jin Iran insisted, marking off over a dozen categories. The steward hesitated, saying, "Young master, you might not be aware that these are rare delicacies among seafood. As for the fishy smell, it has always been prevalent, not just today." Jin Iran resolutely replied, "This mission is of utmost importance. We must eliminate any potential accidents. Sunagakure does not lack for these provisions. They can be transported next time, or another courier can be arranged. If you cannot decide, please consult Lord Suzuki. Were it not for the potential embarrassment, he would not wish to carry any of the seafood." The steward, with a troubled expression, went to report this. Yasishi scanned the surroundings and whispered in confusion, "Young master, must we really give face to this Minister of Commerce? No ninja relishes being overshadowed by common folk." Jin Iran smiled lightly. "The rules of this world dictate that the daimyo takes precedence. Maintaining appearances is temporarily necessary." "Temporarily?" Yasishi pondered, offering a naive grin. Yakuwa Kazumasa, on the other hand, appeared contemplative, casting a cold glance towards the direction of the daimyo's residence. As noon approached, a multitude of boxes filled with goods were loaded onto the carts. As the Minister of Commerce, visiting Sunagakure necessitated, both out of courtesy and self-interest, an abundance of gifts from various figures, in addition to congratulatory offerings, resulting in a full convoy of over 10 carts. Once everything was arranged, the group set forth, grandly departing the capital under the watchful eyes of passers-by. In a secluded tavern, shadowy figures silently observed this scene unfold. The esteemed gentlemen, it is unexpected that the escorting sand shinobi consists of mere children. It appears that we are poised to make a substantial profit this time. Indeed, aside from the bounty, the shipment itself is likely worth a fortune. I distinctly observed a plethora of gold, silver, and jade artifacts during the packing. The burly leader let out a cold snort, smirking ominously. Children? Those are the same children who severed Rabui's arm. Rabui's strength is comparable to his own. What? Is he the infamous Jin Irong? The burly man glanced sideways at the trio, grinning widely. Otherwise, why would I gather you three worthless fools? The other three men's faces flushed with anger, yet, confronted by the leader's indifferent gaze, they could only manage a forced chuckle. The target this time is quite formidable. I hope you remain vigilant during our pursuit, lest you find yourselves in peril. The burly man drained his cup of clear wine and vanished into the depths of the alley. The remaining three exchanged glances, their murderous intent palpable, but soon they subdued it, their laughter trailing behind the convoy. Once outside the city, the number of pedestrians dwindled. With such blatant following, how could they remain undetected? It left one perplexed regarding their true intentions. Young master, should we? Yechuan Fangzheng reached a hand towards his neck. Jin Irong coldly regarded the three figures in the distance and replied calmly, "Three upper ninjas. We are too close to the capital to deal with them swiftly. Let us distance ourselves further." Simultaneously, his mind raced, contemplating the motives of these individuals. Unexpectedly, within a short while, the pursuers vanished from sight. Half an hour later, however, they reappeared, openly trailing the convoy at a consistent distance. Jin Irong's expression darkened as he realized their intent. This is bad. They aim to lure out the Umbu. Yechuan Fangzheng remarked solemnly, "What audacity! Do they not fear our wrath?" Jin Irong responded gravely, "What concerns me is that the Umbu may not apprehend them. It seems we truly face skilled adversaries. Inform the Umbu to annihilate the three behind us, and be wary of ambushes." The Umbu accompanying them consisted of 6 upper ninjas. And under normal circumstances, such an incident should not occur. A sharp whistle pierced the air. A piercing eagle cry echoed as a shadow swiftly descended onto Yechuan Fangzheng's arm. Upon the arrival of the messenger hawk, the figures behind them vanished once more. After composing a coded message, the hawk soared into the distance. Another half-hour passed in silence, and the Umbu had yet to respond. Suddenly, Jin Irong spoke. "Fangzheng, will we pass through a gorge on our return?" Yechuan Fangzheng nodded. "It is an excellent ambush location." Jin Irong commanded, "Relay the order to take a detour back to the village." The messenger, Yixing Shi, promptly proceeded to notify the team leader. "Young master, do you think this could be a conspiracy? If we alter our course too easily, the Umbu may struggle to locate us." Yechuan Fangzheng harbored concerns that the enemy might be deliberately sowing doubt. Jin Irong's expression turned grave. "The Umbu may have encountered trouble," Kamiyu Mayada exclaimed in astonishment, "but there are 2 teams of Umbu, capable of easily subduing them. How could they possibly evade the village's notice? Have you forgotten about the Jinchuriki?" Jin Irong harbored little faith in the defenses of Sunagakure. Yagawa Hosei hesitated, remarking that the village had recently expended considerable effort to rectify its vulnerabilities, and thus such a significant blunder should not recur. Jin let out a cold smile. The previous exposure of Yun-in had been rather peculiar, and he harbored a lingering suspicion of a hidden hand orchestrating events behind the scenes. The manner in which Yun-in was unveiled appeared too coincidental. "Teacher, I suggest recalling the Umbu squad, instructing them to abandon their pursuit and join forces with us directly." Yagawa Hosei detached from the group, seeking a concealed spot to employ various methods to summon a messenger hawk. After several unsuccessful attempts, he hurried back to report. Anti-Xing Shi had also returned, and the convoy was altering its course. It seemed that trouble had indeed arisen. Jin furrowed his brow and rose, making his way towards the carriage of Suzuki Yuki. "Grandfather Suzuki, Our adversaries are formidable. We must relinquish some cargo to expedite our journey. Grandfather Suzuki drew back the curtain with a smile, replying, "A trivial matter. I shall heed your command." Jin-E promptly organized the personnel, retaining half of the team and most of the cargo, instructing them to decelerate their pace while continuing towards Sunagakure via the original route. All the seafood was left behind. With a lighter load, their speed increased significantly. Yet, Jin-E remained uneasy, advising, "Teacher, you and Sure must cover our tracks and disguise our route, altering our course every half hour." The two swiftly accepted their orders. As the sun dipped low in the sky, they had traversed most of the distance to Sunagakure. The journey thus far having been tranquil, the group felt a sense of relief. Anti-Shinsure had just returned to the convoy, weary. "Teacher Jose, have we still not made contact with the Umbu squad?" Yagawa Jose shook his head, stating, "I left concealed markers along the way. If they have seen them, they should be catching up by now. It appears that something has indeed gone awry." Jin-E sighed, advising, "Focus on regaining your strength. Once we pass the upcoming lake, we should encounter no further surprises." The land of wind was not solely arid. Near Sunagakure, there existed vast expanses of oasis and water sources. "Shall we take a respite by the lake ahead?" Yui Yomio observed the guards outside, feeling a pang of sympathy. They had scarcely rested throughout their journey, many neglecting to drink, their lips parched and cracked. Jin-E cast a glance outside the carriage, coldly commanding, "Relay the order to circumvent the lake ahead and expedite our passage." Anti-Shinsure dismounted to convey the order. Yui Yomio frowned at Jin-E, pursing her lips, but ultimately refraining from dissent. No one in the convoy dared to question the command. As the convoy began to veer away from the direction of the lake, a thick fog descended silently upon them. Jin-E was taken aback and swiftly leaped onto the roof of Suzuki Yuki's carriage, speaking in a grave tone, "Grandfather Suzuki, the enemy approaches. You and Nakasu must remain in the carriage. Do not disembark." The other three quickly surrounded them for protection. "Understood," came the calm and resolute voice from within the carriage, betraying no signs of panic. The fog rolled in swiftly, obscuring visibility in an instant. "It is the mist shinobi. Sure, you and Yomio protect. Do not wander off easily." Jin-E altered his hand signs, summoning a swarm of fire bats that flitted into the surroundings. Other summoned beasts also emerged, with stone ants surging forth and vines thrashing about. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. "Teacher, await your moment. I shall handle the adversaries," he declared, leaping towards the source of the sanguine aroma before Yechuan could interject. The dense fog served not only as a natural veil for the enemy, but also provided a tactical advantage for Jinirong, allowing him to conceal his trump card. The matter of the blue corroding flame was something he intended to keep hidden until the utmost culmination of his prowess. Upon reaching the locus of the initial screams, he beheld a guard, his body grotesquely severed, while the others lay in a grotesque disarray of flesh and blood. Examining the wounds, he deduced they were inflicted by heavy weaponry. As he bent closer for a detailed inspection, a whisper of wind brushed past him. Jin-E swiftly unsheathed his blade and crouched to thrust. The assailant, taken by surprise, dodged adeptly, but as he prepared to counter, a sharp pain seared through his foot. Before a scream could escape his lips, a flash of steel struck, and blood splattered as a head rolled away. Such sluggish reflexes. Was he injured? Jin-E furrowed his brow and turned. Before him stood a gaunt middle-aged man, a slender blade clattering to the ground beside him. Jin-E summoned his ethereal blue flames to engulf the intruder completely. The formless ninjutsu truly proved to be a remarkable advantage. At that moment, a tremor emanated from the vicinity of Kyozuki, but Jin-E paid it no heed, instead focusing on the source of the cries. A silent chuckle escaped his lips as he leaped towards the audacious adversary. As he listened to the elder's piercing screams, a short man grinned malevolently, swinging his blade downwards. Abruptly silencing the cries, the short man savored the thrill of tormenting the innocent. "You possess quite the audacity to indulge in the suffering of the ordinary." A light laugh interrupted him. The short man narrowed his eyes, licking his lips, and replied, "Jinirong, you are equally audacious to confront me alone. Are you a traitor of the Mist Hidden?" Jin-E inquired. The short man, glaring at the composed Jinirong, brandished his weapon and bellowed, "I detest you, noble science." Swift and ruthless, Jin-E retained only this impression in his mind before being forced back by a strike. The ferocious onslaught continued relentlessly, and Jin Irong found himself retreating repeatedly, struggling to defend himself. He was formidable. Jin Irong's expression grew grave. This opponent's strength was worlds apart from the previous foe. Just as he raised his hand to block a descending strike, he abruptly halted and leaped backwards. Indeed, the powerful blow struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. A violent roar echoed. Water release, water bullet. As he barely landed, a whistling sound ensued. Jin Irong remained undaunted, conjuring a delicate wall of wind that materialized from thin air, the culmination of his 2-month seclusion. Formless ninjutsu, wind release, wind wall. Many bloodline limits required no hand seals. Since the emergence of the blue corroding flame, he had never abandoned this notion. Otherwise, a blue corroding flame that required hand seals would significantly diminish its efficacy. After more than half a year of arduous endeavor, he had recently succeeded in employing the formless blue corroding flame. Furthermore, through associative learning, his research in defensive wind release had progressed remarkably, leading to the realization of this formless wind release technique. Puff, puff, puff. The incessant water bullets were repelled by the wind wall. Although the short man was astonished by Jin Irong's formless ninjutsu, he dismissed it. As many bloodline limits required no seals, he had witnessed this frequently in the mist-hidden village. In a flash, he appeared behind Jin Irong, brandishing his blade, a sinister grin curling on his lips as if he had already envisioned Jin Irong's demise. 2 tree stumps toppled over. The short man's south smile froze in place as a massive flame erupted from beneath his feet, consuming him in a breath. Jin Irong furrowed his brow, devoid of any joy from victory, and turned his gaze into the distance. Truly a troublesome little ghost. What bloodline ability is this? The short man stood amidst the thick fog, his expression no longer relaxed. Jin Irong smirked, narrowing his eyes, and replied, "Guess." The short man grinned ominously and suddenly shouted, "Lord Hujian, save me." After casting a deep glance at Jin Irong, he turned and fled, lacking all decorum. Jin Irong's murderous intent surged forth. He no longer held back, sheathing his blade, his hands forming seals as he advanced. With the wind release, thousand-blade edge, a barrage of sharp blade lights surged towards the short man. The short man gasped, darting away repeatedly, as the relentless blade lights continued to rain down, seemingly without limit. Just as he evaded one blade, a shadow materialized behind him. Barely managing to dodge, he forcefully turned his head. Another shadow whistled past his ear, leaving a gash upon his face. The short man gritted his teeth and used body flicker technique. Suddenly, 3 hooked blades lodged themselves where he had just stood. It dawned on him that he was in dire straits. Without engaging in close combat, he was utterly powerless. Damn it, I shouldn't have created distance. That little ghost's weakness lies in taijutsu. By the time he realized this, it was far too late. Before he could recover from the momentary lapse, a pillar of fire erupted from beneath his feet. With death drawing near, he had no choice but to use body flicker technique once more. In a disheveled appearance, he faced a barrage of lethal wind lines. A white wind line pierced through his right thigh. Terror flickered in the short man's eyes as he comprehended what being injured meant, and he cried out in despair, "Lord Hujian, if you don't come soon, I will truly die." Jin Irong glanced back at the robust figure rushing towards him. The most formidable enemy still prioritized eliminating him first. His eyes glinted with cold light as he disregarded it and increased his speed. A detached voice echoed, "Delay him for a moment, and you may escape." The short man recognized this flight was futile, resolutely turning towards Jin Irong. However, he failed to notice several diminutive figures lying in wait within the fog. As the short man passed a certain point, Jin Irong let out a cold laugh. With a barely audible sound, illusion technique, sonic boom, the short man's form halted, his eyes glazing over. In a flash, with a swing of his blade, the short man's head rolled away. Jin Irong made no unnecessary moves, forming seals once more. With the earth release, underground fish projection technique, Jin Irong burrowed underground, heading towards his team. When the burly man with the large blade emerged, all that remained was a ravaged battlefield and a corpse, head severed from body. Such swift resolution of 2 elite shinobi, what a monstrous little ghost. As if recalling something, the burly man trembled, cursing, "Why are there so many monstrous little ghosts? Damn it, why is the ninja world so perilous lately? The village is safer than outside." Yet, he seemed to forget that this mission had been forcibly thrust upon him. With a fierce glare cast upon the ground, he reluctantly turned away to continue his mission. Meanwhile, Jin Irong, after reuniting with his team, uttered not a word. After consuming a soldier's ration pill, he swiftly closed his eyes, focusing intently on recovery. The other three, upon noticing that Jin Irong bore no injuries, collectively exhaled in relief, heightening their vigilance against their surroundings. The situation for Zhen Shingujian, lurking in the shadows, grew increasingly precarious. He found himself tasked with breaching the defenses of 3 elite shinobi, alongside a medical ninja. He couldn't help but curse his 3 companions as useless. Particularly vexing was the incident when they had previously dealt with the Sand Hidden-s covert operatives, only to be replaced. Their mission was merely to delay. Yet even that had resulted in failure, leaving him exasperated. Had it not been for such a colossal blunder, the task would have been completed long ago. The composition of this team was indeed comprehensive: offense, defense, assault, medical support, sensory perception, and reconnaissance. Was he truly compelled to resort to that technique? Casting a glance at the flitting fire bats, a glint of determination flashed in Zhen Shingujian's eyes. Rather than face retribution from such a terrifying entity later, he decided to gamble now. Drawing a scroll from his waist, he caressed the blade with his right hand, allowing blood to flow freely as he pressed the scroll firmly against the wound. Thump, thump. His blood was voraciously absorbed by the scroll, rapidly transforming it into a deep crimson hue. Su Yu Shun Wei. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, an immense creature materialized, its crimson eyes immediately fixating on the nearby living beings. Under the chilling gaze of this summoned beast, Zhen Shingujian swallowed hard. Fortunately, it merely observed without making any aggressive motions. Regaining his composure, he scolded himself for being intimidated by a summoned creature, casting a fierce look towards the carriage. Clutching the scroll, he issued the command for slaughter. The vigilant team, sensing a strong scent of blood and the violent tremors of the ground from afar, were alerted. Jin Irong abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "No, it's a summoned beast." Anta Shengshi was the first to act, invoking the earth release, ground movement technique. The earth trembled as a massive trench formed ahead. A colossal shadow leapt forth, charging fiercely towards them. Yechuan Fangzheng activated his ninjutsu as well, summoning the 5 elemental snakes to dance chaotically. 5 serpentine giants entwined around them. Jin Irong leaped into action, orienting himself for the wind release. Great breakthrough. The colossal beast lost control of its form and was forcefully propelled into the trench. Earth release. Mountain stones covered. The wide trench closed violently, debris cascading down to entomb the indistinct giant shadow beneath the surface. The ground tremored a few times before succumbing to silence. Had they succeeded? Anta Shengshi's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Retreat, it's underground." Without hesitation, the 3 sprang back with all their might. Boom! A fearsome, giant scorpion erupted from the ground, scattering stones in all directions, as the carriage was pulverized by the tremendous force. Regrettably, the occupants within vanished without a trace. This left Zhen Shingujian, who was observing from the shadows, with a face as dark as water. As Zhen Shingujian pursued Jin Irong, he was unaware that the father-son duo of Qiling and Mu had already been temporarily relocated by Anta Shengshi's underground passage. They had been waiting here solely to ambush Zhen Shingujian. With their target now vanished, Zhen Shingujian's expression darkened to an extreme. Having lingered here for far too long, the Dark Squad may arrive at any moment. They had previously dealt with one of the teams, resulting in the loss of a life, while another team had been diverted with great effort. If 2 elite squads from Sunagakure were to be entirely annihilated, there would be no strength left to pursue Kamiya. Should we retreat? The moment this thought arose, the giant scorpion seemed to sense something and glanced back. This gaze sent a chill down the spine of Makabe Shinju. Kamiya's 4 members would not wait for them. The attacks came in quick succession. The giant scorpion, limited by its size, was not particularly agile, yet its carapace was exceedingly tough, rendering ordinary ninjutsu nearly ineffective. Only Kamiya, wielding the divine weapon, the flowing blade, managed to leave a couple of blood trails. Faozen-sensei, use the flowing blade. Noticing the situation, Kamiya tossed the flowing blade to Nakagawa Fozen. Nakagawa accepted it without hesitation. His ninjutsu had limited effectiveness, and it was wiser to conserve chakra. Just because he didn't wield a sword didn't mean he was unfamiliar with one. The battle had reached a stalemate. Kamiya's wind techniques, though powerful, had a limited range and were insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. It seemed he needed to enhance his wind techniques in the future. Ceasing his assault, Kamiya chose to conserve his strength, as the other three were capable of engaging the summoning beast. Casting a sweeping glance around, he altered his hand seals. Wind release, tornado gale. The fierce wind swirled as the tornado stirred, and the dense fog began to show signs of dispersing. Seizing this opportunity, Shinju's figure was suddenly exposed within the perception of the fire bat. Just as he registered this, a line of wind struck toward him. He swiftly dodged, swinging his large blade to deflect two hooked shurikens, lifting his gaze to see Kamiya charging at him. With a cold smile, he turned the back of his blade and performed hand seals. Water release, exploding water wave. The surging waves not only blocked the successive wind techniques, but also caused Kamiya to momentarily falter. Water release, water bullets. Just as Kamiya steadied himself in the water, fierce columns of water erupted around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shinju advancing with his blade, forcing him to retreat lightly. A sudden change occurred. Shinju's blade sliced through the air, and the droplets from the blade violently sprayed toward Kamiya. Just as he was about to be riddled with holes, a wall of wind reappeared. Not a bad little technique, Shinju scoffed. Kamiya refrained from retorting. While the wind wall appeared impressive, it was somewhat impractical, falling short of his envisioned defensive ninjutsu. However, he remained undeterred, for it was merely a prototype. Every grand structure must begin with a foundation. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows multiple times, with Kamiya being thoroughly suppressed. Initially, he could rely on the flowing blade in close combat, but now he was left with only a meager kunai. Creating distance, he found that Shinju matched him in ninjutsu proficiency. Kamiya was entirely overwhelmed, his mind racing to devise a strategy to break free. Kamiya's little brat, we have no enmity. Hand over the person. Given your status, no one in Sunagate here would dare to object. Kamiya ducked to evade a strike, instinctively thrusting the kunai, while Shinju twisted his blade to counter the attack. In the midst of their confrontation, Jin Irong beheld the arm of the burly man adorned with a protective band, etched with four flowing water-like curves and a deep scar running across. You are a rogue ninja from the Trueborn clan of the Mist-Hidden Village, are you not? Why meddle in the affairs of the 5 great nations? You might as well abandon this mission, with your prowess. 30 million Ryo is merely a trifling sum that you could easily amass. The era of the 7 ninja swordsmen has long passed. Currently, the masters wielding great swords from the Mist-Hidden Village predominantly hail from the Trueborn clan. Jinxing Hujiang let out a disdainful snort. You impudent brat. Since you insist on this path, do not blame me for using my might against your frailty. The great sword's offensive suddenly became agile, as if its weight had miraculously increased. Is that the water arm technique? Jin Irong found himself increasingly beleaguered, but stealthily maneuvered the battlefield into the depths of the thick mist, simultaneously avoiding the small lake that had formed temporarily. As the battle raged on, Jin Irong exposed a flaw, yet Jinxing Hujiang abruptly halted, casting a cold glance around, and ominously remarked, "Is this the illusion battlefield of the Jin Irong clan? Do you take me for an inexperienced novice?" Jin Irong, with a hint of regret, straightened up and expelled the congealed blood he had been suppressing, swallowing another specially crafted soldier's pill. Impressive. You have concealed your true self for so long and endured my relentless strikes. What will you do now? Jinxing Hujiang replied with a detached smile, remaining still to recuperate his strength. Gazing at the elite jonin not far away, Jin Irong acutely felt the palpable yet intangible chasm that divided them. His adversary exhibited no weaknesses in experience, tactics, insight, demeanor, reactions, or intuition, a quintessentially traditional elite ninja. Suddenly, a smile broke across Jin Irong's face. However, the ninja world was not solely the domain of traditionalists. With a flick of his wrist, several azure fire serpents materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the astonished Jinxing Hujiang. A bloodline ability? Jinxing Hujiang had no time to ponder, hastily evading, not even daring to test the flame's potency. Jin Irong's complexion paled as his chakra was rapidly depleting, straining to control the blue erosion flame. Changing his hand signs, a fiery line surged directly at Jinxing Hujiang. The great sword positioned defensively was futile. In the blink of an eye, it shattered, melting into a pool of molten iron. Without time for shock, Jinxing Hujiang instantly distanced himself from the imminent blue erosion flame. Suddenly, a wind line pierced through the chest of the freshly landed Jinxing Hujiang, causing a tree stump to topple. The beleaguered Jinxing Hujiang appeared in a blind spot unnoticed by Jin Yirong. Before he could catch his breath, the aura of death loomed, and he found himself too exhausted to escape. Looking up at Jin Yirong, only jealousy and envy remained in his gaze. A pillar of fire erupted, and Jinxing Hujiang was consumed by nothingness. With a thud, Jin Yirong collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The ground was strewn with azure flames, extinguished in an instant due to the absence of chakra support. While the blue erosion flame could be utilized as a ninja technique, its full force drained chakra like a flood. In the brief span of under 20 seconds, his chakra had diminished to a mere fraction. Since assuming this body, he was experiencing for the first time the sensation of chakra nearing depletion. Indeed, the blue erosion flame and the bloodline limit are distinctly different. Not only does the former consume an extraordinary amount of chakra, but it also heightens my perception of chakra to an alarming degree. This peculiarity allows me to execute body flicker and substitution techniques with unparalleled swiftness, enabling me to retaliate instantly. However, despite its myriad shortcomings, its potency borders on the excessive. A seasoned elite jonin was effortlessly dispatched by me. After a brief respite, I assessed my own condition and found my chakra in utter disarray. Half-finished techniques are best employed sparingly. Gritting my teeth, I rose and diligently worked to stabilize my injuries. Unbeknownst to me, the thick fog began to dissipate, revealing the sounds of battle. The grotesque form of the venomous scorpion came into full view, its imposing shape more striking with the clarity of detail. At this moment, my companions, Ant Life Stone and the others, bore the marks of fatigue, their bodies adorned with injuries. Yet, upon spotting the intact figure of myself in the distance, they sighed in relief. As I restored my chakra, I meticulously observed the scorpion's combat tactics. To my astonishment, its intelligence was remarkably high. The creature could not only discern the traps laid by our team, but also identify which ninjutsu could withstand its assaults, and which ones to disregard entirely, rendering our feints utterly futile. Only a select few summoned beasts from the 3 great holy lands could achieve such a level of awareness. The more I scrutinized, the tighter my brow furrowed. This summoned beast was peculiar in an indescribable manner. Logically, it should have vanished with the death of its master. Yet it appeared as if it were under some form of manipulation. Suddenly, I straightened and surveyed my surroundings. The endless yellow sands stretched before me, with the lake's waters gently lapping at the shore. Uchiha's people, the relaxation I had just allowed myself was swiftly replaced with a sense of urgency, prompting me to seek a swift resolution. Teacher, hand me the flowing cloth sword. When the moment is right, coordinate with stone to use earth style to lift this beast into the air. A flicker of excitement sparked among the 3 as Wild River Fangjing seized the opportunity to withdraw and toss the flowing cloth sword to me. My eye, once it's elevated, control its tail and pincers for me. Strangely enough, as soon as I uttered this command, the scorpion's awareness significantly diminished. Wild River Fangjing and Ant Life Stone seized the moment, launching several stone pillars to prop the scorpion aloft. Thick vines swiftly followed, ensnaring its tail and pincers. With the sword in hand, I dashed towards the scorpion, vaulted onto its back, and aimed for the joint at its tail. With a decisive stroke, I severed it. A pained roar erupted from the scorpion, yet it was rendered immobile. The subsequent actions were straightforward. Its pincers shattered, followed by its leg joints. I meticulously dismembered the creature. The scorpion's eyes filled with blood, its brilliance gradually dimming. Before I could make another move, it succumbed to excruciating pain and perished. Sensing the scorpion's life force extinguished, I ceased my actions and leaped back to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the stone pillars collapsed, sending the scorpion tumbling amidst a cloud of dust. The 4 of us exchanged weary smiles, each collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. After regaining some strength, I chuckled my eye. The scorpion's venomous stinger and poison sac are treasures. Do you have any interest in them? The ninjas of Sunagakure are generally well-versed in the arts of poison, with Yui Yamada being a distinguished expert among them. The massive vine is not without its dangers, as it is a highly toxic plant. Does anyone possess an oversized storage scroll? Yui Yamada inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Jin Iran. Although small storage scrolls are quite valuable and can be afforded by even elite ninjas, oversized storage scrolls are an entirely different matter, far beyond the means of an individual. However, Yui Yamada was aware that Jin Iran had presented numerous profitable ideas to various prominent clans, and his own family had developed several lucrative industries. A mere oversized storage scroll would undoubtedly be within Jean Iran's reach, given his status. Jean Iran smiled and shook his head, saying, "I do not possess an oversized storage scroll. It would be a burden. I have a large one. But you need not carry the entire organization back. Just the crucial parts will suffice." With that, he retrieved a scroll the length of an arm from his backpack and handed it over along with the flowing fabric sword. Yamada beamed, taking the scroll with enthusiasm and eagerly set about her grim task of dismemberment. "Teacher, bring the individuals over here to witness the results," she commanded. "Young master, this is the summoning beast." Jean Iran waved his hand to quell the inquiries of Yagawa Kazamasa. Yagawa Kazamasa ceased his questioning, proceeding underground with Anto Ishii to fetch the individuals. Jean Iran sat on the ground, seemingly relaxed yet vigilant, constantly surveying his surroundings. Until the arrival of the Suzuki father and son, no further incidents occurred. Upon witnessing the gruesome state of the beast, Suzuki Nakashu swallowed hard, managing to maintain his composure. Just as Suzuki was about to express his gratitude, he was drawn to the sight of several figures swiftly approaching from a distance, promptly falling silent and quietly positioning himself beside Jean Iran. Jean Iran slowly rose, a glint of cold light flashing in his narrowed eyes. Yagawa Kazamasa and Anto Ishii assumed defensive stances without hesitation. Yamada disdainfully turned her head, continuing her dismemberment endeavors. Three figures clad in the attire of Tsunagekyu's Umbu swiftly approached, exchanging secret signals to confirm their identities. The leader of the group scrutinized the unscathed team, his expression darkening momentarily before quickly reverting to neutrality. Removing his mask, he revealed a middle-aged man's smiling face and took a few steps forward, bowing to Suzuki Nakashu. "I am Ikitani, the captain of the second unit of Tsunagekyu's Umbu. I apologize for the fright you have endured during this mission." Suzuki Nakashu waved his hand in a dismissive gesture, returning the bow with a smile, but offering no verbal response. Ikitani's smile faltered, and he replaced his mask, standing silently to the side. Jean Iran smiled and said, "Esteemed colleagues of the Umbu, there should still be some startled carriages nearby. I would appreciate your assistance in locating them." Ikitani waved his hand, instructing, "Find a couple more carriages." The members of Yagawa's team have just concluded a fierce battle and are undoubtedly fatigued. The recent skirmish did not significantly affect the cargo, as many horses fled at the onset of the conflict. Soon enough, some carriages and goods were retrieved. With this, except for Jean Iran and the Suzuki father and son, everyone took the reins of a carriage, gradually making their way back to Tsunagakure. The journey proceeded smoothly without any further incidents. By the time they returned to the village, it was already evening. After a hurried exchange with the reception staff, Jean Iran entered the Wind Shadow building. There were too many unanswered questions regarding this mission, and he needed to report promptly. Jean Ishu had long been waiting in the office. Jean Iran was not surprised. He began to report meticulously from the moment they entered the capital. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as they approached the conclusion, Jean Iran summarized, "There are three major points of concern. How did those two waves of intruders infiltrate the capital? Why did the genuine residents refrain from retreating? Who is controlling the summoning beast? The infiltration of 3 Jonin and 1 elite Jonin into the capital of the Wind Country represents an exceedingly grave lapse in national defense. Not only the 5 great nations, but even smaller countries maintain stringent defenses along their borders." In his recollection, casually crossing into foreign territories was an exceptional occurrence. A single misstep could lead to a severe diplomatic incident. "What are your thoughts?" Jean Iran furrowed his brow and remarked, "The ability to control a summoning beast so flexibly from a distance leads me to momentarily suspect the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu." His extensive knowledge, aided by memory, was evident in various matters. However, the reality of the shinobi world is far from simplistic. The depths of this world are proving to be unfathomable. He had long since abandoned any arrogance. Jean Ishu remained silent, calmly extracting a document from the table and presenting it. Last night, near the borders of the Rain Country, a small pack of beasts had stirred but quickly settled down. Tsunagakure sent personnel to investigate, finding no abnormalities. Jean Ishu explained, "The Uchiha clan acts with pride and disdain towards our Wind Country. The Hokage likely cannot mobilize them. For both public and private reasons, they would not participate. However, those adept in summoning techniques could achieve similar feats." Jean Iran's gaze flickered, yet he refrained from voicing his suspicions. The personal stance of Uchiha Kagami was entirely unknown to outsiders. To anyone, Uchiha Kagami is emblematic of the Uchiha clan, a representative of their legacy. It is likely that someone utilized the summoning beast to incite the beast tide, creating vulnerabilities in the defense. However, it is now certain that this genuine resident has someone backing them. At this point, the reasoning hit a dead end. Summoning techniques are widely practiced in the shinobi world, and the number of those proficient in them is countless, rendering any deductions from this angle futile. Master, how is the investigation regarding the recent incident in Kumobikure progressing? Jin Ishu understood Jin Iran's intent and replied, there are some special minerals beneath the Hurricane Valley that aid in the training of lightning techniques. They did not leave after being exposed, as they were there to gather those minerals. The storage scrolls found on the lower-ranked shinobi corroborate this. Noticing that Jin Iran seemed inclined to inquire further, Jin Ishu smiled and said, well, you've worked hard on this mission. You look exhausted. Go rest well. Leave the subsequent matters to us adults. Jin Iran paused, but since Jin Ishu did not seem to mind, he naturally didn't either, bidding farewell and departing. As for the delayed umbu, which nearly led them to disaster, both tacitly chose not to mention it, for discussing it would have exceeded Jin Iran's bounds. Once Jin Iran left, Jin Ishu's expression darkened. His mood was evidently not as amiable as it had appeared moments ago. As he approached a higher position, the powers he assumed grew increasingly vast, along with the troubles, leading to a sense of helpless frustration. In the realm of governance, sheer strength proves to be utterly futile. His temperament is not insignificant. Having witnessed his family's power yield and relinquish substantial interests, he naturally aspires for harmony within the village. However, the commoners and the young warriors have grown envious. The sudden acquisition of immense resources has led to a fragmentation of interests, each faction vying for power and advantage. Many individuals he once held in high regard have gradually become unfamiliar to him. The once united faction that fervently supported him, the Wind Shadow clan, has since splintered into several factions: the Chidai clan, the Commoner clan, and the prominently flourishing Young Warriors clan. The Chidai clan, led by Chidai and Hyozo, boasts a considerable following, with the majority of the village's puppet masters belonging to this faction. The Commoner clan, spearheaded by his capable assistant, Jiliangxi, encompasses many elder ninjas as well as a vast number of civilian ninjas, their intertwined relationships forming a deep-rooted foundation. The Young Warriors clan, under the leadership of Ito and Ikitani, has emerged as a rising force, attracting many small, newly established families and vigorously courting the village's talented youth, exuding vitality and vigor. Perhaps due to the teachings of Konoha's Yoshinobu regarding magnetic techniques, the number of young talents willing to align with the Young Warriors clan is astonishing. Many have unconsciously speculated that Rasha could potentially be the fourth Wind Shadow, despite his current status as a mere child. However, Yoshinobu is in the prime of his life, allowing ample time for Rasha to mature. Thus, Yoshinobu's excellence becomes a point of contention for many. Typically, the Young Warriors clan displays a pronounced aggressiveness towards the family clans. Though Yoshinobu wishes to mediate, his efforts are in vain. Disputes over interests cannot simply be halted at will. Fortunately, he and Yoshinobu's presence serves as a stabilizing force, preventing any significant turmoil. As for his current stance, it has inadvertently facilitated Yoshinobu's ascendance within the family clan. Yoshinobu harbors no concerns. The true power of magnetic techniques remains unknown to others. Should Rasha falter, it would be exceedingly foolish. Upon returning home, Yoshinobu devoted himself to training, disregarding the festivities, welcoming the distinguished Kiryuki, and remaining unfazed by the village's trivial matters. Upon realizing his arrival in the ninja world, he understood that his focus must remain unwavering. In this realm, power reigns supreme. The tranquility lasted a week, undisturbed by the bustling village enveloping the courtyard. During leisurely moments, he, along with Yekawa and Ishizumi, engaged in teaching the children. Presently, the courtyard hosts two young ones, both descendants of the Yoshinobu clan, Yoshinobu Haruzu's grandson, a peer of Yoshinobu, yet younger by nearly a decade than Yoshinobu Meiko and Yoshinobu Shomo. At this moment, the four children are engaged in a lively mock battle. Their playful sounds endearing to behold, while Yoshinobu and the others observe with smiles, occasionally offering commentary. The prowess of Yekawa and Kifukagami is evidently superior. as the disparity in talent becomes apparent. This serene moment, however, is soon to be interrupted. "You three seem quite idle, watching the children frolic," remarks the figure of Yuyo, who approaches and joins them, taking a seat with a cheerful demeanor and contributing to the commentary. The four children were quite familiar with Kamiyuki Mayo, remaining utterly focused on their opponent. After observing for a while, Kamiyuki Mayo merely curled her lip, choosing silence. Each of these children exhibited a prowess far beyond her own at their age. No, significantly more so. Moreover, their rapid progress since her last observation was visibly apparent. "Why do you have time to come here? Aren't you busy with the affairs of the medical department?" Due to her exceptional medical skills, Kamiyuki Mayo was frequently summoned by the clan leader to assist in the medical department. In Sunagakure, she had become a recognized prodigy. Her expression darkened as she replied, "Who wishes to deal with a mountain of paperwork? Disrupting my training is one thing, but treating injuries at least enhances my medical skills. Paperwork only serves to hinder my progress." Her voice was laced with resentment by the end. Her grandfather's intentions were transparently clear. He wished for her to transition into logistics, distancing her from the combat ranks. Given Kamiyuki Miyo's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before she ascended to the rank of Jonin. A medical Jonin holds a position of considerable respect, and with gradual development, she would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in Sunagakure, especially since individuals with medical talent are exceedingly rare. Jin Iyar watched the battle with a smile, showing no inclination to intervene in the arrangements for his clan's younger generation. The other two remained silently detached throughout the exchange. Kamiyuki Mayo, accustomed to this, snorted and stated, "I came to deliver a message. Shinchi Yuki has returned and wishes to gather the outstanding heirs of various clans. What do you think?" Jin Iyar was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Shinchi Yuki commands great respect. Does he simply call for a gathering?" This was evidently not a typical meeting, for it would not warrant his presence otherwise. Given his reputation as a training fanatic, such gatherings rarely extended invitations to him. "Isn't it quite normal? Our generation hasn't convened yet. It is quite common for younger members of clans to gather and foster relationships. Individuals at a young age are often deep in thought and socially adept, which is indeed the norm. The generation of Naruto Uzumaki is merely naive, having been led astray by Naruto himself. Furthermore, there are few of high status among them. Nara Shikamaru and his companions, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, aim to integrate into the larger group. Otherwise, in a different environment, they too could adapt their style and thrive effortlessly." Jin Iyar refocused his thoughts, refraining from explaining the significance of this gathering, and shifted the topic. "Having attended the last exchange meeting, did you encounter any promising individuals?" Kamiyuki Mayo replied proudly, "No. The majority of them are weaker than me. Even my elder brother cannot surpass my strength." Since joining Jin Iyar's team, her abilities had skyrocketed, positioning her firmly among the elite of her clan's younger generation. Jin Iyar cast a resigned glance at Kamiyuki Mayo, reluctant to dampen her spirits. However, her strength was somewhat superficial, largely bolstered by her summoning beast, which elevated her limits. Through prolonged combat, she had become increasingly adept at manipulating that vine, as if it were an extension of herself. Yet, in terms of inherent strength, aside from her rich combat experience, she possessed few remarkable attributes. An experience in battle is something that can be easily accumulated. After others have solidified their foundations, the formidable shinobi is likely to be easily surpassed. It is precisely this insight that led Shoyu and Mura to desire the capable Shoyubai to handle logistics. Furthermore, Shoyubai, who often rebels, consistently misses the crux of the matter, which causes Jinyarang some vexation. The issue of strength is quite straightforward. After all, the Jinyarang family possesses their own intelligence network. Yekawa Kazumasa timely remarked, "Young master, you might want to pay attention to the Yamaki and Tanaka clans, especially the Yamaki, as they now boast 3 elite jonin, gaining significant momentum. Under Jinyarang's influence, the classification of elite jonin has already spread within the small circles of Sunagakure, garnering considerable recognition. The heirs of those 2 families are 2 years my junior. It seems this gathering holds little significance," he mused. Aunt Sashishi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Jinyarang was clearly on a different level than his peers, rendering the gathering rather pointless, particularly after the decisive slaying of a true heir. Shoibai stated decisively, "Then you shall not attend. I will respond to them immediately." "Wait, who said I wouldn't go?" Before Shibai could retort, Jinyurang continued. The gathering itself may lack significance, yet the messages it conveys hold great importance. Shoyubai looked utterly bewildered. Jinyurang, exasperated, asked, "Are you truly a member of the Shoyu clan? Combat has never been solely about killing. Can you not learn this?" Yekawa Kazumasa and Aunt Sashishi pondered this statement thoughtfully. Impatiently, Shoyubai waved her hand. I understand. 6 o'clock tonight at the Horin family's grilled fish shop. Do not forget." With that, she stormed off. Observing Shoyubai's childlike demeanor, Jinyurang found himself momentarily lost in thought, only to realize that she was merely 13 years old. Due to her early development and tall stature, combined with her air of aggression, he often forgot her age. Once Shoyubai departed, the courtyard returned to tranquility, save for the innocent sounds of youth. As night fell, Jinyurang arrived alone at the gathering location, dressed in a suitably casual blue and white robe, adorned with a golden threaded clan emblem. He struck a balance between informality and courtesy. Before him stood a 3-story wooden building in traditional Japanese style. The Horin family's newly renovated grilled fish shop was exquisite, bustling with patrons. Upon entering, the lively chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to him, scrutinizing him in silence. The staff, clearly familiar with Jinyurang and aware of the evening's gathering, respectfully led him to a private room on the 3rd floor. As Jinyurang ascended the stairs, the lively atmosphere of the 1st floor resumed, with discussions buzzing about the events that had transpired, as many noble offspring had gathered. Upon opening the door to the private room, all present rose in unison, offering their greetings. With a smile, Jinyurang entered, saying, "It seems I have arrived late. My sincerest apologies." "Not at all. We merely arrived early. You came just in time." "Please, take a seat," replied a composed young man, gesturing towards the main seat. Without hesitation, Jinyurang walked directly to the main seat under the gaze of all assembled, nodding with a smile as he passed by Shoyubai. "Please, make yourselves comfortable and take a seat. Let us lighten the atmosphere a bit," Jinyurang said with a smile, as he was the first to kneel and sit down. As his words echoed, the somewhat solemn atmosphere immediately relaxed, and many gazes turned curiously towards him. In the private room, 12 individuals gathered around a long table, which was already laden with an array of dishes. Apart from grilled fish, the offerings primarily consisted of lighter fare. Given their youthful ages, they opted for fruit beverages instead of sake. For those who may not know me, I am Jinyurang, an aficionado of barbecue and travel. Please do not forget me for future gatherings, he initiated, breaking the tranquility as he raised his drink and took a sip. The others laughed and raised their glasses in response. As the host of this gathering, the composed youth, Shinchi-yuki, spoke up. "I am Shinchi-yuki, a lover of literature and research. I hope to get to know everyone better, as members of the same clan. We must not let our bonds grow distant. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me." Yukakawa Takashi, with a hearty laugh, chimed in. "You two are quite the busy individuals. It's a challenge to track you down. I trust everyone knows me, so I shall keep it brief. I enjoy making friends and drinking strong spirits. Let us raise a glass." He downed his fruit beverage with the fervor of a strong liquor, prompting a burst of laughter from the crowd. Shinchi-yuki, too, could not help but chuckle, and the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. Yukakawa Takashi's extensive social circle was not merely talk. He knew each person present well, having met them multiple times in private. With these 3 leading the conversation, all with youthful spirits, they eagerly took turns introducing themselves. The young clan leaders included Yamaki Morisuke from the Yamaki clan and Shiku Ueha from the Shiku clan, both the youngest at merely 11 years of age, yet they introduced themselves with grace and poise, unperturbed by shyness. Then there was Yuki Iwa, the elder brother of Yuki Miyoshi, whom Jinyurang had encountered on a couple of occasions. Following him was Hakun Koji, the clan leader of the Hakun clan, and Ryota Shuri from the Ryota clan. The future heirs of the 8 prominent families of Sunagakure gathered for the first time, each supported by their family resources, ensuring that their accomplishments would not be trifling. The remaining 4 were representatives from various clans, all possessing formidable strength. Yamaki S branch, Yamaki Arita, Shiku S branch, Shiku Shin, and Hakun S branch, Hakun Takuko, who along with Yuki Miyoshi, were the only 2 girls present. Were it not for her recent remarkable advancements in ability, Yuki Miyoshi would not have qualified to attend this gathering. This initial assembly of the future leaders of the 8 families carried significant implications, influenced by the family legacy. Hakun Koji was adept at socializing, and with Yakakawa Takashi's boisterous nature, the atmosphere easily became lively. After indulging in food and drink, the 12 individuals grew closer, particularly Yamaki Morisuke and Shiku Ueha, who, initially a bit proud, revealed their childlike nature amidst the playful teasing from their peers. The two young ladies not only possessed beauty but also engaging personalities, making them quite popular, with conversations often gravitating toward them. Nevertheless, the discourse inevitably returned to Jin Irong and Shinchi Yuki, not solely due to their prowess, but also because of their shared experiences. The experiences of Jin Irong require no elaboration. One could select any task and recount tales for hours. Similarly, Xin has an abundance of anecdotes regarding the customs and curiosities of the various nations within the shinobi world, captivating listeners and drawing their admiration. After a lively exchange, the assembled company found themselves genuinely impressed by these two prominent young leaders from Sunagakure, no longer resistant to their authority. Jin Irong, reflecting on their capabilities, noted that these heirs exhibited commendable qualities. Their eloquence and perceptiveness were exceptional, making them more than adequate custodians of their legacy. Sipping his fruit beverage, Jin Irong mused on the enduring family factions of Sunagakure, pondering how far they might progress with such a wealth of support. The meal lingered on, filled with boisterous chatter that could be heard from the neighboring tables. The soundproofing of the barbecue restaurant's private rooms was less than ideal, allowing the festive atmosphere to resonate throughout. Many eyes were drawn to this gathering. Some exchanged knowing smiles, others remained silent, while a few regarded it with disdain. By the time Jin Irong returned home, the night had advanced considerably, yet he felt no fatigue, merely having dealt with a gaggle of children. His spirits were buoyed by the promising prospects of the younger generation in Sunagakure. Occasionally, flashes of inspiration would emerge, prompting him to resume his intensive training without delay. At last, the day to determine the candidate for the position of Kazekage had arrived. The feudal lord of the Land of Wind had come to Sunagakure, accompanied by a retinue of high-ranking officials, while a lavish escort team had been dispatched from the village. Whether Jin Ishu could secure the role of Kazekage ultimately depended on the approval of the feudal lord. Sunagakure was abuzz with excitement. Smiles adorned every face, and it had been ages since the village had experienced such liveliness. Teams of well-organized guards patrolled continuously, maintaining order amidst the day's chaos. Even the ninjas without assigned tasks remained vigilant, roaming the streets to guard against any unforeseen incidents. As a disciple of Jin Ishu and a representative of the exemplary youth of Sunagakure, Jin Irong certainly could not afford to be idle at home. His task today was to welcome dignitaries from the other 4 great ninja villages who had come to offer their congratulations. Accompanying him were the head of the Yekawa clan, Yekawa Shida, and Chiyo's son, Ryo Miyako. Together, the 3 represented the 3rd generation of youth in Sunagakure, fitting in terms of status, strength, and position. They sat in the waiting area at the village entrance. Ryo Miyako, I heard that Chinamai has become pregnant. How is she faring? Jin Irong casually inquired. Oh, Chinamai is expecting? Congratulations. Yekawa Shida expressed his curiosity, admitting he was unaware of this news. A gentle smile graced Ryo's face as she responded, Thank you, Yekawa clan leader. I only learned of it upon returning from the border. It's been 3 months already. Little Yang seems well informed. Jin Irong chuckled. Ryo Miyako, your heart is vast. Mayo knew over a month ago and has shared the news with many. Ryo smiled back. Please extend my gratitude to Mayo for her care during this time. Perhaps due to Miyo's first experience in caring for a pregnant woman, she had been particularly attentive to Chinamai. Jin Irong waved his hand dismissively. No need. Having Chinamai-senpai personally instruct him in puppetry techniques is a tremendous gain. The couple known as the Cool Palace are esteemed puppeteers from the Hidden Sand Village. Yagawa, with a cheerful demeanor, observed the scene before him, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he murmured, The people from the Land of Rain have arrived. Ryo, you should go greet them. The two turned their gaze upward and saw a group approaching the village. At the forefront was a young man with short hair, an aloof expression, and a short blade strapped to his back, exuding an unmistakable aura of prowess. Ryo adjusted his attire and stepped out of the waiting room to welcome the visitors. After verifying their credentials, Ryo led them into the village, assigning several individuals to guide them further. Moments later, Ryo returned with a grave expression and took his seat, stating that Q River possesses formidable strength. Have you heard of this individual, Yagawa? Yagawa nodded, acknowledging, indeed, he should not be underestimated. Hanzo holds him in high regard. It is said he has received the true teachings of assassination from Hanzo. Hanzo, a recently ascendant top-tier warrior in the ninja world and the leader of the Land of Rain, is often referred to as a demigod. However, this title is not recognized by the 5 great nations and is more often regarded as a jest. Jean Irin remarked with intrigue recently. This Hanzo has made quite a stir, and it is rumored he is preparing to establish a hidden village. Yagawa and Ryo exchanged dismissive smiles, viewing it as a mere joke. The Land of Rain, nestled between the wind, fire, and earth nations, is acknowledged as a buffer zone for warfare. It would be implausible for it to rise. They believe that the current prosperity of the Land of Rain was merely fleeting. Yet, Jean Irin was aware that Hanzo had nearly succeeded, had it not been for his unclear mind in old age. The establishment of the Rain Hidden Village might have truly come to pass. Soon after, individuals from the Rock Hidden Village arrived, and Yagawa and his companions went out to greet them. Leading the group was Yuki Yoshido, who had previously visited the Hidden Sand, alongside Iwakumi Seishi. Upon seeing the young man, many from the Hidden Sand village felt a sense of discomfort, but this dissipated upon the sight of Jean Irin. Iwakumi Seishi's gaze immediately fell upon Jean Irin, as most from the Rock Hidden Village were appraising him, including Yoshido. Feeling the subtle pressure emanating from Yoshido, Jean Irin's heart skipped, an elite shadow. The Rock Hidden Village members did not linger long. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they entered the Hidden Sand village. As they departed, Iwakumi Seishi cast a lingering glance at Jean Irin. However, Jean Irin paid no heed, his focus solely on Yoshido. Once the Rock Hidden Village members had moved away, Ryo murmured, "Impressive, the pressure is reminiscent of my mother." Yagawa, with a serious demeanor, replied, "He is the head of the Yuki clan from the Rock Hidden Village, and indeed a figure who can be compared to Lord Chiyo." This was merely the beginning. The arrival of the Rock Hidden Village seemed to signal the arrival of various nations in succession. The leader of the Leaf Village was Akimichi Torikase, while the representative of the younger generation was Sarutobi Shino. The leader of the Cloud Hidden Village was Yomui, with the younger representative being Kenrui, who displayed evident hostility and intent to kill toward Jean Irin. Jean Irin responded with a calm smile, unfazed by the animosity. However, the next arrival startled Jean Irin. From the Mist Hidden Village came the leader, the head of the Shinsei clan, Shinsei Shijitsu. The representative of the younger generation was a girl named Terumi Kawa. Shinsei Shijitsu spoke a single line to Jean Irin before departing. "If you have time, I could offer some guidance on your swordsmanship." The intentions of Jean Irin remain ambiguous, oscillating between benevolence and hostility. "Xiao Rang," he sighed, "I hear that you recommended me as a representative. Are you aware of the immense pressure I am currently under?" Yekuangxia cast a wry smile at Jean Irin. Just moments ago, each leader from the 4 great ninja villages exhibited unfathomable prowess. Jean Irin smiled lightly, nonchalantly stating, "One must acknowledge their weaknesses. There is no need to feign strength. There is no requirement to trouble Lord Heilazang with farewells." Today, Yekuangxia's position was initially intended for Heilazang by Jean Irin. After enduring relentless challenges, Ryoko's demeanor had notably recovered, as she chuckled lightly. That may not necessarily be the case. At least among the younger generation, Xiao Rang has garnered significant prestige. No village would allow their most exceptional juniors to participate. Yekuangxia jested. Even if they did come, they might not surpass you in strength. Jean Irin merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the claim. Laughter ensued among the group as they shared a moment of camaraderie. With all leaders from the 4 great ninja villages now gathered, there was no need for them to linger. They proceeded towards the Kazekage Tower. As they had subsequent engagements to attend, the election for the Kazekage candidate progressed smoothly, with Jean Irin receiving over 70% support from the elite ninja votes as the sole candidate. The remaining 30% consisted of abstentions and blank votes. In a village of such magnitude, it was implausible for everyone to favor Jean Irin, had it not been for the concern over a dismal outcome. Achieving over 50% of the votes would have been considered commendable. The majority of elite ninjas from Sunagakure hailed from various prominent clans or had connections to them. Particularly, Chiyo's recent assertive actions along the border had stirred the ambitions of many. Should Chiyo decide to run, the elite ninjas tied to clans could disrupt the voting outcome, making it uncertain who would secure higher support. Ultimately, under the auspices of the daimyo, Jin Irong delivered his acceptance speech. The long-absent Sabaku briefly took a seat. Despite being under 60, Sabaku appeared aged and frail, convincing many that he was nearing 80. His presence indeed stirred considerable waves, as none anticipated that he was now nearing his limits. The earlier urgency from Sunagakure in endorsing Jin Irong was now elucidated. The leaders from the 4 great ninja villages wore inscrutable expressions, each lost in their thoughts. As a survivor of the Warring States period, Sabaku had faced Senju Tobarama directly in battle and lived to tell the tale, making his presence weigh heavily. Although he had sustained severe injuries at the time, the extent remained unknown. Subsequently, he orchestrated alliances and personally planned the assassination of Senju Tobarama, achieving success that instilled fear across nations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sabaku had personally laid Tobarama to rest. Akimichi Torikase regarded Sabaku with a complex gaze, his feelings as the former cowardly soldier unclear. The number of prominent figures who had fallen in battle was staggering, enough to induce trepidation. Torikase had long since lost his fighting spirit. Otherwise, how could he have chosen to retreat after merely a word from his teacher, unperturbed by the thoughts of the nations? Sabaku gazed joyfully at Jin Irong, his expression one of assurance for the future. Once Jin Irong concluded his speech, Sabaku prepared to rise and depart, prompting everyone to instinctively stand and bid farewell. Observing the imposing figure of the formidable beast, Jin let out a soft smile, casting his gaze around. As if sharing a silent understanding, the youthful representatives from the 5 great nations simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with confidence. It was not until the silhouette of the monk completely vanished that Jin turned back to the audience and remarked, "Esteemed guests, it is a rare occasion to have so many young successors gathered here. Why not allow them to engage in some exchange to alleviate the tedium of waiting? Today merely serves to confirm the candidates for the Wind Shadow. There remains half a month until one ascends to the esteemed position. The congratulatory guests shall reside in Sunagakure for an additional fortnight." Upon hearing this proposal, the daimyo of the Wind Country waved his folding fan with a smile, responding, "Excellent idea. It is the perfect opportunity to witness the prowess of the youth from my nation." Instantly, the young representatives from various countries puffed out their chests and held their heads high, displaying their spirited resolve. Amidst the laughter, this friendly competition was thus established. 3 days later, within the newly constructed grand training ground of Sunagakure, the youths would showcase their talents. This event would mark a splendid inauguration for this yet-to-be-activated training facility. Each nation would select 4 outstanding successors, who would then compete in a round-robin tournament to identify the 5 strongest individuals, subsequently participating in a challenge match against the 5 seeded competitors from the 5 great nations. The choice of whom to challenge would be left to these 5 individuals. The final 5 would then engage in a point-based competition, where victories would earn 1 point, while defeats would yield none. Rankings would be determined solely by points accrued. The rewards were exceedingly generous. The champion would receive the privilege to select any one A-level ninjutsu from the list provided by the 5 great nations, along with 5 million ryo. The runner-up would obtain a standard A-level ninjutsu and 3 million ryo, while the third place would receive a B-level ninjutsu and 1 million ryo. Those entering the challenge matches would also receive an encouragement prize, a specially crafted weapon, and an additional 100,000 ryo. With the newly established competition format in hand, Jin remarked, "The days ahead shall not be dull. Young master, do you require my participation?" Ants Shengshur inquired. Jin pondered for a moment before declining, stating that it was unnecessary. He could not triumph over the strong, nor was it meaningful to defeat the weak. Ants Shengshur surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Young master, are there truly so many stronger than I? Perhaps I cannot even count them on one hand." Ants Shengshur exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. That rock-clad youth is not stronger than I." Did he dare imply that he had secretly observed the previous battle of the rock-clad youth? Those 4 were merely representatives from their respective villages. They did not signify that they were all formidable. Jin patted Ants Shengshur on the shoulder, his gaze wandering, seeking an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Today, not only Jin needed to speak, other prominent figures were also required to present. For the transfer of power was not merely a matter of swapping 1 or 2 individuals. Jin, not being a person of significant importance, had no intention of lingering. Who knew how long the meeting would last? The discussion of the friendly competition was merely an interlude in the larger assembly. especially considering the considerable time expended on the internal voting beforehand. A moment of relaxation was certainly welcome. Just as Jin-E was about to leave during the intermission of the meeting, he was halted by Shinichi Yuki. Many young individuals in the hall were also unable to remain still, quietly attempting to slip away. Observing that Jin-E had matters to attend to, Aunt Shengshi stood and exited the conference room. Is there something you need? Observing the absent-minded demeanor of Jin Irong, Xinji Yuji felt a pang of envy. Unlike Jin Irong, who seemed to drift through life, Xinji Yuji was a bona fide chunin, tasked with addressing numerous affairs today. After all, he was one of the prominent faces of Sunigakure. There was no time for idle chatter, he directly stated. Teacher Okufyun has entrusted you with the responsibility of selecting the participants for the competition. Jin Irong scratched his head, responding, must we decide so soon? Why am I the one to choose? Xinji Yuji, with a stoic expression, fixed his gaze on Jin Irong, remaining silent. You, Yamaki Shinkan, Yushin Hana, and Akane. He concluded, selecting 4 candidates. Why not select Duojien and Mayo? Jin Irong inquired. There's no need for the clan members to face embarrassment again. Yamaki Shinkan should gain more experience. His potential is promising. Xinji Yuji marveled at Jin Irong's perspective and took a seat in front of the ant life stone. Is there anything else? Glancing around, Xinji Yuji whispered, having seen all 4 great ninja villages, is there anything I should be cautious about? Jin Irong raised an eyebrow in surprise, contemplating. Avoid any confrontation with Kinrui and Terumi. As for the round-robin matches, particularly in Konoha, that is the heir of the Hokage. If you cannot pass the round-robin, you might as well take your own life. Regarding Sarutobi Shinji, aren't you still a disciple of the Kazekage? Now, Jin Irong can indeed be addressed as Kazekage. Xinji Yuji clicked his tongue, seemingly in agreement. Jin Irong clapped his hands and slipped out of the conference room. If he lingered any longer, the meeting would commence once more. By evening, news of the friendly matches spread, igniting great enthusiasm among many who wished to witness the combat prowess of the ninjas. The various levels of ninja examinations in Sunigakure were not made public. Unlike the future Konoha, during the prior exchange match with the Wagakure, only a select few were granted permission to observe. This time, however, the top 10 would be entirely open to the public. Indeed, due to venue limitations, the round-robin matches were initially closed to the public, with ordinary citizens lacking viewing privileges. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the friendly matches commenced with great fervor. The number of participants for the round-robin was preliminarily set at 50. Sunigakure mercilessly eliminated the lower-ranked ninjas from small villages, and even among the chunin, only 30, barely competent, were selected to compete alongside 20 representatives from the 5 great ninja villages. The newly constructed training ground was vast, featuring a colossal arena at its center, surrounded by tiered seating capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. Beneath the seating area, 10 small training facilities were equipped with comprehensive amenities and open views. This grand training ground would eventually serve as the venue for the Chunin exams. Once Jin Irong formally ascended to his position, he planned to showcase the Chunin examination process of some exceptional lower ninjas, not only to unite the hearts of the people, but also to stimulate economic growth. The number of affluent individuals curious about ninja battles was indeed considerable. As for hosting the joint Chunin exams of the 5 great ninja villages in Sunigakure, that would take some time. Of course, this familiar proposal was indeed put forth by Jin Irong. Early in the morning, Jin Irong was roused by 4 little ones, for he had promised to take them to witness the friendly matches, ensuring them VIP seating with an unparalleled view for a 3-dimensional experience. After a brief morning routine, Jin Irang and Yi Shengshi led a lively group toward the training ground. Jin Yi's family was notably large, yet their immediate branch seemed diminished due to the untimely demise of Jin Yi's parents. With a spirit of camaraderie, Jin Yi selected 2 individuals from each age group under the age of 15, culminating in a group of 10, supplemented by a few adults for supervision. Not every ninja could attend, as the small venue simply could not accommodate the entire village's ninjas. Only Jin Yi's esteemed status allowed for such an arrangement. Upon entering the gates, the group dispersed, leaving behind 4 young ones and Yi Shengshi, who took 2 of them each. Choosing a spot in the front row of a random venue, they settled in to passively watch the proceedings. Jin Yi's intention today was to broaden the horizons of the 4 youngsters rather than to engage intensely himself. It was evident that many shared Jin Yi's sentiments. In the front row VIP section sat a multitude of children, with the older ones being rather few. Casual glances around revealed several acquaintances, prompting Jin Yi to greet them from afar. The absence of Yichuan Fangzheng today was due to his selection as a referee, while Shang Yongmei Dai had been appointed as a medical staff member. Initially, Jin Yi paid little mind to these two, viewing them merely as middle-ranked ninjas. The battles unfolded at a languid pace, punctuated by the boisterous excitement of the children. After a prolonged contest, the victor of the first match was finally determined. By the second match, Jin Yi found himself more engaged, glancing up at the electronic screen displaying the introduction of the Kato clan from Kanehagakure. Indeed, the shinobi world possessed electronic screens, alongside televisions, refrigerators, surveillance cameras, and still, curiously, no telephones, an enigmatic technological anomaly. As the match commenced, the Kato youth quickly gained the upper hand. "This fellow is impressive, on par with me," a voice whispered in Jin Yi's ear. It was Yichuan Duo Jiang, accompanied by several other youngsters. Jin Yi turned and smiled. "On par, are you certain?" After arranging the little ones, Yichuan Duo Jiang took a seat behind Jin Yi. "Why aren't you watching Yuji? He faced the Cloud Ninja in the first match, and the seats are all filled." Undeterred, Yichuan Duo Jiang smoothly shifted the topic. The village's combat styles could be observed at any time. Opportunities to witness the battle styles of outside villages were rare. Yichuan Duo Jiang nodded in agreement, intently watching the match. The Kato youth was undeniably stronger than him, and it was clear that many in the audience recognized this fact, as the venue gradually filled with spectators. Moments later, a commotion arose from the back, and Jin Yi caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. Turning around, he was surprised to see Bo Jin Duo Xiang, whose expression seemed less than favorable. Curiously, Jin Yi inquired, "What's wrong? Did someone from the village lose?" To spice things up, Sunagakure adjusted the match schedule. Today, whether in the first or second match, each venue ensured that 5 representatives from the 5 great ninja villages would compete. Based on the timeline, some venues might already have concluded their second matches if the battles progressed swiftly. Baking Duoxiang nodded thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "Qin is in the second match, facing Wuing. The situation is rather dire. It's merely a matter of time before they lose." Jin, not surprised by this revelation, refrained from further inquiries. Yichuan Duojian, sensing that Baking Duoxiang had more to convey, inquired, "Are there any other developments?" With a sigh, Baking Duoxiang replied, "I have observed each venue, and unsurprisingly, all the participants from Konoha have advanced. Wuing's strength is formidable. Those competing are likely to secure victories without much difficulty. With Shinji and Ji from Yunin, one elimination is assured. It's expected that Shin from Suna will be eliminated as well. According to the match schedule, Yunin will encounter Yuxinhua in the third match, leading to yet another elimination. Consequently, among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha will certainly achieve victory, and Wuin might also emerge unscathed. If my memory serves me right, that third match of Wuin is indeed scheduled in this venue." Baking Duoxiang nodded and added, "Thus, I came to see, but I did not expect to run into both of you." Sensing the underlying concern, Jin turned back with a smile and said, "At such a young age, you are burdened with so much worry. Rest assured, Wuin will not maintain an undefeated record." Baking Duoxiang shot a disapproving glance at the leisurely Jin, a hint of charm gracing her features as she retorted, "Wuin is up against a ninja from the land of rain. Their chances of victory are quite high." Jin, taken aback by the maturity of the girl from the ninja world, responded with ease, "What of the land of rain? Do not underestimate it, or you may face dire consequences. Beautiful sister, you must trust Lord Jin's judgment and not fret." A girl with green hair, Yetsong, stood atop her seat, twisting around to comfort Baking Duoxiang in a sweet tone. "Beautiful sister? Such sweet words. What is your name?" Baking Duoxiang, captivated by the green-haired girl, couldn't resist ruffling Yetsong's hair. Yetsong, pouting in dissatisfaction, replied, "My name is Yetsong. Ruffling my hair will stunt my growth." After saying this, she sulked back down, turning her attention back to the match. Baking Duoxiang smiled gently, her worries slightly alleviated. She did not inquire further. The fact that a child not from the Genie clan was accompanying him indicated an orphan. In the arena, the battle proceeded as expected, with Konoha claiming another victory. Furthermore, judging by the effortless performance of the youth from the Kato clan, it was evident that he had not revealed his true capabilities. The screen in the arena displayed the next matchup, Wayne versus the Land of Rain. The girl from the Land of Rain was a youthful-looking, exceedingly cute figure, resembling a porcelain doll. Were it not for the records indicating her age of 15, no one would believe it. In contrast, the Wayne contender appeared to be a grim-faced youth. Many spectators lost interest in this bout and began to leave the venue. As the two officially took the stage, even more people departed. The disparity in their physiques was striking. The female ninja from the Land of Rain not only had a youthful face, but also stood quite diminutive, with some believing she could pass for under 10 years of age. She bore a massive scythe on her back, a peculiar sight indeed. The girl from the Land of Rain timidly bowed first. The Wayne boy remained unmoved, returning a cold bow. Under the referee's guidance, the two distantly formed their hand seals. As the referee stepped back, the Wayne youth suddenly grinned ominously, coldly stating, "Stop pretending. The stench of blood on you is overwhelming and cannot escape my notice." The girl instinctively lowered her head to inhale the atmosphere. The boy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from seizing the moment to strike. His gaze darkening further. Many observers furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss, and settled back into a state of composure. Calmness reigned as neither party made the first move. The girl reluctantly lifted her head, letting out a sigh. After a brief moment, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Suddenly, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped them, and the clash of blades rang out sharply. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed as they engaged in a flurry of exchanges. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The intensity of this duel exceeded all expectations. Ansingshire stepped forward, astonished, and exclaimed, "Young master, does she stand alone?" Though it appeared that both were evenly matched, the girl held the advantage, as she defended with impenetrable precision without ever attacking. Jin Irong nodded, observing, "Pay close attention. Opponents of this caliber are rare, and they will greatly benefit you." Ansingshire, adept at earth evasion and defensive tactics, rarely initiated attacks, often preferring to counter with calculated restraint. This was both a strength and a weakness. When faced with a similarly styled adversary, lacking a decisive offensive strategy, the battle could stretch indefinitely. Solely wielding a shield without a spear clearly did not qualify one as a formidable warrior. The others were equally astonished. Who could have anticipated such talent emerging from the diminutive Rain country? The dynamics of the fight shifted rapidly, and a streak of blood erupted. Just moments ago, the two had been locked in combat, yet the boy of mist concealment had suddenly retreated, revealing a gruesome scar on his right arm. Unforeseen and elusive, he silently pondered the outcome. Jin Irong gazed with admiration at the girl from Rain country. Ansingshire, deep in thought, lowered his head gravely. Behind them, two figures appeared bewildered. They struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation, unable to discern the techniques clearly. Their expressions a mix of confusion as they glanced at the two young combatants ahead. The arena fell into a hushed tranquility, the audience fearful of disrupting the duel. Yet their numbers quietly swelled. "Nakai Gigi, I shall remember you." The boy of mist concealment smirked coldly as he stanchioned the flow of blood. Nakai Gigi tilted her head in confusion, puzzled by his words. The boy surveyed his surroundings, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes, his hand signs shifting. Cho Si-wei. Upon completing the hand signs, one arm bent across his chest while the other pointed skyward. This posture caused Nakai Gigi's expression to shift for the first time to one of seriousness as she charged forward, scythe in hand. The referee, too, wore a grave countenance. Should this ninjutsu be unleashed, the situation would spiral beyond control. Just as he was about to intervene, Jin Irong raised a hand to halt him. He gestured that there would be no issues. The senior referee contemplated for a moment, ultimately choosing to trust Jin Irong's judgment. Water style, mist concealment technique. A dense fog instantly enveloped the arena, halting its spread towards the audience with an invisible barrier. Visibility was obscured by the mist, rendering the audience unable to discern the happenings within. They could only hear the intermittent sounds of crashing waves, punctuated by the fleeting echoes of clashing metal. Even so, the audience was gripped by trepidation, each person imagining the scenes of battle in their minds. Time passed steadily, yet not a soul among the spectators displayed impatience. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, and the sounds of combat ceased abruptly. As the fog dissipated, the boy of mist concealment lay unconscious on the ground, covered in wounds and appearing quite wretched. The senior referee no longer hesitated, swiftly lifting the boy from the hidden mist village and exiting the venue. Nakaji's attire bore only a few torn holes as he provocatively cast a glance at the audience. Jin Iran smiled and announced, "Nakaji emerges victorious." Nakaji resumed his seemingly harmless demeanor and leisurely exited the arena. Instantly, the venue buzzed with excitement as attendees fervently discussed the recent battle. Jin Iran turned and remarked, "Today's matches have concluded. How does it feel?" The abrupt end left several children feeling despondent. Jin Iran chuckled, "There's still tomorrow, with even stronger contenders and more exhilarating confrontations." Indeed, as Jin Iran had stated, among the 25 participants, 16 hailed from the 5 great ninja villages, ensuring thrilling encounters. With an odd number of contestants, one individual received a bye, and Shinichi Yuki fortuitously drew this luck, leading to playful accusations of favoritism. Many competitors sighed in relief, appreciating the increased probability of advancing. The following day, with half the participants absent, only 4 venues remained open. Yet, the crowd swelled, with more attendees arriving, eager for the day's battles. How many had witnessed the clash of the 5 great ninja villages firsthand? Even the feudal lord of the Land of Wind and the leaders of the 5 great villages gathered to observe the spectacle. As anticipated, the battles proved both captivating and brutal. Numerous members of the Sand Village were cast in shadow, as all their participants were eliminated, save for Shinichi Yuki, who had the fortune of a bye. Even if Shinichi had stepped onto the field, victory was far from guaranteed, given the formidable strength of the opponents, which exceeded all expectations. The 4 participants from the Leaf Village maintained a flawless record, advancing assertively. 1 from the Mist Village, 1 from the Rock Village, and 2 from the Cloud Village also progressed. Numerous spectators had not witnessed Nakaji's combat prowess, yet he astonished all once again, boldly securing his place. The 10 finalists for the 3rd day were confirmed, while the other 2 groups ended in a stalemate, both failing to advance, a decision that faced no objections. The caliber of battles on the 3rd day could not be diminished by the smaller ninja villages. As the list of matchups was revealed, the atmosphere in the Sand Village grew even more oppressive. Jin Iran observed the somber expression of Shinichi Yuki beside him and lightly teased, "So, feeling the pressure?" Although the competition had concluded, no one departed, instead reminiscing about the day's skirmishes while contemplating the forthcoming confrontations. The younger generation of the Sand Village cast worried glances at Shinichi Yuki, their confidence severely shaken. For children, sensing the weight of the atmosphere, obediently remained seated. Shinichi Yuki shot a glance at Jin Iran and grinned. "I won to allow the Leaf Village to maintain their undefeated streak." The matchup list was known, revealing that Shinichi Yuki's opponent for tomorrow would be a member of the renowned Hyuga clan from the Leaf Village, the only participant possessing a bloodline limit. Yushinbana had been easily defeated by this individual. Such a formidable adversary offered little comfort. "All right, I believe in you. Let us go, little ones," Jin Iran said, patting Shinichi Yuki's shoulder as he and Aunt Shengshi led the 4 children away. Upon exiting the venue, Yishengshi finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Young master, are you not concerned about tomorrow's match? It is against the Hyuga clan." The 4 young ones also gazed up at Jin Iran, aware of the formidable reputations of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. If it were the Uchiha, Shinichi Yuki would have slim chances of victory. As for the Hyuga, they were merely average. A cloud of confusion loomed over everyone. Was not the Hyuga clan equally esteemed as the Uchiha? Do not be too enamored with bloodline limits. After all, their potency relies on the wielder. A strong individual does not derive their prowess solely from possessing a bloodline. Even without one, they would still not be vastly inferior. Do you understand? Jin Iran continued to dispense his bitter wisdom to the disheartened crowd. Evidently, his words had a profound effect. The 4 youngsters looked at him with eyes aflame, savoring the philosophical essence of his statement. Yishengshi scratched his sparse hair, acknowledging the wisdom, yet felt an innate sense of disquiet. Jin Iran, however, paid no heed, not out of faith in Shinichi Yuki, but rather because he regarded the Hyuga clan with disdain, deeming them merely a family with a misguided skill set. If Shinichi Yuki could not triumph over an unnamed branch member of the Hyuga, then he was simply unremarkable, and Jin Iran would not waste his attention on him in the future. A mere 15-year-old Hyuga Jonin, if from Sunagakure, might warrant some consideration. Oh, the Hyuga of Sunagakure seem rather promising, he mused, his gaze flickering with intrigue, as the possibilities unfolded before him. The more he contemplated, the more promising the prospect appeared. And in an instant, he inscribed this matter into his strategic repertoire. An unsettled night passed. Aside from Konoha, other villages harbored a degree of tension. After enjoying breakfast, Jinni strolled leisurely to the training ground. The 5 matches of the day were set to unfold in the grand arena, under the scrutiny of nearly 10,000 spectators. It was no exaggeration to say that the eyes of the masses were upon them. The stands were already filled to capacity, alive with the fervor of the crowd. Prominent figures from various villages had quietly taken their seats in designated viewing areas. A massive electronic screen loomed at the edge of the arena, presenting brief profiles of the contestants and the matchups for the day, ensuring the audience was not entirely oblivious to the competitors. As the time for commencement drew near, a tall figure silently emerged at the center of the arena, none other than today's referee, Ryoko. May the contestants from each nation enter the arena, her voice resonated. Cutting through the din, 10 figures gradually ascended the preparation platform, subjected to the scrutiny of the multitude. Some spectators leaped to their feet, cheering passionately, while others shouted the names of the competitors. The audience was not solely composed of Sunagakure inhabitants. Numerous individuals from other nations expressed interest in this friendship match. As the representatives of their respective villages, the participants felt a tinge of pressure under the intense gazes, though they quickly regained their composure. The first match featured Shinsei Yuki against a member of the Hyuga clan, generating considerable excitement. Sunagakure chose to lead the charge, exuding confidence. Yekawa Kazuma and Yui Yumi, having no engagements that day, settled beside Jinni. A circle of clan members, all of whom had gathered at the last meeting, surrounded them, eager to hear Jinni's analysis of the forthcoming battles. In this captivating encounter, the spirited Shiyumidai exhibited an extraordinary fervor, as if she herself were the one competing. Others readily echoed her sentiments. Before the match had even commenced, I confidently asserted that Shinichi Yuki would undoubtedly prevail, though my words were met with skepticism. In response, Jinni retorted with mild irritation. Shiyumidai cast a sidelong glance, redirecting her gaze to the arena. Amidst their discourse, the battle had already begun. Both combatants were masters of martial arts, engaging in a dazzling display of physical prowess that left the audience spellbound. Yet, it soon became apparent that the Hyuga clan was at a disadvantage in this contest. The young member of the Hyuga clan, feeling a pang of embarrassment, realized that without activating his Byakugan, he was outmatched. Byakugan, activate, he commanded, veins bulging at his temples as he swiftly caught sight of Shinichi Yuki's movements. As he prepared to counter, Shinichi adeptly created distance, altering his hand seals. Attempting to ensnare me in illusions, how naive, the Hyuga youth sneered coldly. Closing the gap with remarkable speed, Shinichi Yuki sighed inwardly. The reputation of the Byakugan was indeed well-deserved, rendering his illusions ineffective. Yet, rumors are merely whispers until one experiences the reality firsthand. With this understanding, he resolved to conclude the skirmish swiftly. Suddenly, a palpable shift enveloped Shinichi Yuki, who shed his composed demeanor, exuding an aura of ferocity. He met an incoming punch head-on, clenched his fist, and retaliated with a fierce left hook. Choosing to engage in close combat, Shinichi Yuki was well prepared, armed with an arsenal of strategies against the renowned Hyuga clan's techniques. Fortuitously for him, his countermeasures, though perhaps inadequate against a seasoned Hyuga expert, were more than sufficient to handle this particular youth. As Shinichi Yuki seized the young Hyuga's fist, Jinni recognized that the battle was drawing to a close. He cautioned, "Stay focused. You are about to witness how to confront the Hyuga clan." The Hyuga youth, witnessing the impending strike, understood the necessary response, yet his martial skills paled in comparison to Shinichi Yuki's, and his body could not keep pace. With one hand firmly grasped, he could only watch helplessly as the iron fist descended upon him. A resounding thud echoed, followed by an excruciating, bone-deep agony. A piercing scream erupted, reverberating in the air, and soon transformed into a chorus of cries. The young Hyuga was subjected to relentless torment in close quarters. Every maneuver he attempted fell short, leaving him unable to synchronize with Shinichi Yuki's rhythm. Even if every strike was visible through the Byakugan, what use was it if he could not respond? His body was restrained, rendering his signature defensive technique, the 8 trigrams palm, utterly ineffective. The Byakugan, renowned for its insight, was met with unyielding strength from the front. Observing the frail youth in the arena, Shiyumidai found it unbearable to watch. especially after her earlier concerns. In an eerie silence, Shinichi Yuki decisively concluded the confrontation, releasing the now unconscious Hugo boy. Whether due to grievous injury or profound humiliation remained uncertain. Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted, celebrating the victory of the young shinobi from Sunigakure. The faces of those from Konoha turned grim. Such a defeat could not be masked by any justification. A youth in the audience bore a grim expression, casting a furtive glance at the figure of Yuki Yoshido seated in the main stand. Coincidentally, Yuki Yoshido was observing him as well, his gaze profound and unsettling. Yin Zhongqing swallowed hard, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes as he nodded firmly. Yuki Yoshido, seemingly satisfied, subtly acknowledged him with a nod before diverting his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jin Iran was met with a chorus of cheers, even eliciting calls of "I can do it too" from the crowd. "You can do it too?" Jin Iran surveyed his surroundings, and the atmosphere swiftly settled into silence. His physical prowess was somewhat inferior to Shinchitsu Yuki's, and the earlier situation had to be reversed. Breaking through the Byakugan's defenses was no trivial task, or else it would have long since been eliminated from the ninja world. The fervor among the youthful spectators instantly chilled. Illusions were futile. Could one truly breach the defenses of the gentle fist with ninjutsu? Such arrogance was unwarranted. The younger members of the clan, reprimanded, dared not retort. Jin Iran calmly redirected his gaze towards the arena, reminding them not to belittle their own capabilities either. It was essential to diligently enhance their strength. What of the bloodline limit, when physical prowess could still prevail? His words were a mixture of encouragement and admonishment, resonating deeply with the audience as they pondered over them. Combined with Shinchitsu Yuki's recent performance, his assertions bore unprecedented weight. Recently emerged from battle, Shinchitsu Yuki arrived at the stands just in time to overhear Jin Iran's admonitions. Finding the situation rather peculiar. Was the Byakugan truly formidable? Indeed, without the clan's secret techniques, he would stand no chance. Employing standard physical techniques against the Byakugan was futile. If caught by the gentle fist, his fate would be equally dire. The Hyuga clan had dominated the ninja world for so long, not without reason. Moreover, was his physical technique truly average? It was, in fact, the very foundation of the Shinchitsu clan's legacy. Shinchitsu Yuki chose not to expose this falsehood, allowing a glimmer of hope to persist. The youths soon recognized Shinchitsu Yuki and eagerly hailed him as a celebrated figure. He regained his composure, humbly responding with smiles. "Congratulations. Congratulations." Jin Iran turned, beaming with praise. Yixing Shi, with a solemn demeanor, offered his congratulations as well, acknowledging Shinchitsu Yuki's strength with respect. Shinchitsu Yuki shifted positions with a friend, settling beside Jin Iran, remarking, "They say congratulations, while I believe you should refrain." A member of the Hyuga branch likely hasn't even mastered the gentle fist. Without the Byakugan, among 10, he would rank low in strength. After greeting Jin Iran, he turned to Yixing Shi, smiling. "There's no need for formality. I believe your future fame will rival mine." Shinchitsu Yuki, affiliated with the intelligence department and holding a significant position, was well aware of Yixing Shi's capabilities. The other young individuals were taken aback. Was a Chunin truly worthy of Shinchitsu Yuki's esteem? They had all witnessed their clan's secret powers and deemed them not overly significant, perhaps merely on the same level. Some inquired quietly. Shinchitsu Yuki glanced at Jin Iran, who nonchalantly nodded. As his fame grew, it was only a matter of time before Yixing Shi would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The Jin family had no intention of concealing Yixing Shi's association with Jin Iran. Ant's achievements are not solely attributed to innate talent. A significant contributing factor lies in the guidance provided by Jin Iran. Despite Jin Iran's knowledge of certain future events being limited, his insightful counsel has proven to be more crucial than Ant's inherent gifts. Without Jin Iran's imaginative and unconventional mentorship, Ant would not have achieved such remarkable progress. One could observe that the same ninjutsu exhibited under Jin Iran's influence and the current display are of entirely different dimensions. As Xing Yuji revealed Ant's accomplishments, a solemn atmosphere enveloped a group of youths. Ant played a pivotal role in Jin Iran's 2 renowned battles. During the confrontation with Rabui, Ant skillfully restrained his opponent, preventing him from seizing any opportunity. In the battle against Zhun Shengzhong Shu, Ant's defense was impenetrable. Even a seasoned elite shinobi adept at silent assassination techniques could not land a blow, highlighting Ant's remarkable combat awareness. These feats, often overshadowed by Jin Irong's brilliance, have gone unrecognized. If a different teammate were to join, an elite shinobi could navigate the battlefield with ease, challenging Jin Irong to act recklessly or even separate from the group. It is precisely because of the trust placed in Ant that Jin Irong felt emboldened to make such audacious decisions. However, it is not as exaggerated as Master Yuji claims. Fang Zheng also possesses considerable prowess. Ant felt a touch of embarrassment from Xing Yuji's praise. Yekawa Fang Zheng remained silent, observing the arena. He is a ninja with a pronounced specialization. His physical techniques are lacking, yet he excels in ninjutsu, serving as a formidable artillery piece that requires the right timing and suitable teammates to shine. Unfortunately, both Ribui and Zhensheng Zhongshu possess exceptional individual skills and pay little heed to a ninja like Yekawa Fang Zheng, rendering him primarily a supportive player in both battles. Moreover, at the elite shinobi level, significant weaknesses are rare, with most showcasing balanced strengths. Yekawa Fang Zheng has gradually begun to lag behind Jin Irong. Were it not for his occasional contributions, Jin Irong might have sought a different partner. Perhaps Miao Luo Qianhua, who is expected to return soon. Before anyone could delve deeper into conversation, a thunderous roar captured everyone's attention. Boom, boom, boom. The once pristine training ground had transformed into a scorched wasteland. A young boy, hands weaving through seals, summoned fire techniques effortlessly, expending chakra with reckless abandon. Another boy, engulfed in a tempest of lightning, struggled to evade, with each of his assaults repelled by the flames. Such formidable chakra. Could this be the unique constitution of the Yashirashi clan? Xing Yuji exclaimed in astonishment. Yashirashi Tsukuwa? Jin Irong was equally captivated. He was not well versed in the Yashirashi clan, and the future Yashirashi Akane had yet to demonstrate extraordinary talent. Observing the spirited youth, Jin Irong furrowed his brow, pondering whether this extravagant use of chakra was an attempt to redeem Konoha or a sign of indifference. The truth soon revealed itself. Yashirashi Tsukuwa truly did not care for chakra. Lightning and fire, dual elemental techniques flowed freely. The sharp, thunderous sound earlier had indeed emanated from Yashirashi Tsukuwa. Beneath an overwhelmingly vast display of lightning release, the young shinobi from the hidden cloud collapsed in frustration. Having failed to touch even the hem of his opponent's garment from beginning to end, the battle was neither swift nor particularly elegant. Yet the impression left by Mitsuhashi Tsukikawa was profoundly striking, characterized by an absolute domination stemming from his superior prowess. He commanded the fight with unwavering authority. With a proud smile directed towards the audience, he exited the arena with ease, dispelling the rumors left by Hinata with a single, resounding strike. The spectators fell into a hushed silence, uncertain whether to cheer or not. Yakawa Kazuhito gazed enviously at the retreating figure, longing for the ability to wield ninjutsu with such flair, free from the constant need to meticulously manage his chakra. In the quiet that followed, the third match commenced. Nakagami Suki faced off against a shinobi from the hidden rock. The stone, a sight to behold, was poised to reveal another facet this time. The other competitors perked up, eager to witness the prowess of someone whom Kimi Yashiro deemed worthy of attention. Nakagami's previous two battles had been utterly dominating, scarcely revealing the extent of her capabilities. Ant's life, feeling slightly vexed, shot a glance at Kimi Yashiro and remarked, "Young master, why do you hold such high hopes for that ninja from the land of rain? It's not merely her strength I speak of, but her style. You are far too mature. You must embrace the vitality of youth." This statement, laden with points of contention, earned him numerous disapproving glances, leaving others unsure of where to begin their criticisms. Among the crowd, Kimi Yashiro appeared the most mature. As Nakagami took the stage, the audience erupted in gasps. Her appearance was simply too endearing to ignore. When the shinobi from the hidden rock entered, he was met with a chorus of boos, his overly mature visage inciting disappointment. In stark contrast, many in the crowd wiped their brows in relief for Nakagami. After forming the necessary hand seals, Nakagami revealed a charming smile and declared, "Are you ready? I shall commence my assault." The hidden rock youth nodded solemnly, and without waiting for a response, unfurled a scroll from his waist, executing a series of hand signs. The ground trembled as a miniature labyrinth enveloped the entire examination arena. Concealed within the maze, neither combatant could perceive the other. This lack of decorum incited a wave of anger among the spectators. However, the other ninjas remained unfazed. Mere earthen walls posed little obstruction. Indeed, the hidden rock youth leapt upon the walls, surveying the maze from above, having secured the advantage of terrain, tilting the scales of victory in his favor. Ant's life nodded in admiration, feeling a desire to learn this particular jutsu. This labyrinthine technique was, without doubt, a natural battlefield for an earth-release ninja, akin to the significance of the Great Waterfall technique for water-release practitioners, creating advantageous conditions for oneself. Alas, the anticipated petite figure that was supposed to scale the walls did not materialize, leaving the hidden rock youth in a state of confusion. This jutsu, while reminiscent of a maze, was not a true labyrinth. Attempting to navigate through it would prove futile. A resounding crash echoed through the arena, leaving the hidden rock youth bewildered. Another loud bang followed, then another, the sounds growing ever closer. The walls of the maze were indeed formidable, and with Nakagami's diminutive stature, she remained undetected within its confines. However, from the audience's elevated perspective, they could clearly see Nakagami swiftly approaching the hidden rock youth, the walls before her crumbling like paper as her scythe sliced through, creating a gaping hole. The audience's emotions surged, abandoning their focus as they eagerly anticipated the thrilling clash between the two contenders. The young ninja from Awagakure felt compelled to take action rather than remain passive. He began to shift his position above, simultaneously searching for any trace of his adversary while continuously reinforcing his defensive ninjutsu. However, as he crossed a certain area, a shadow suddenly attacked from below, where there had been no one moments before. The thought barely flickered through his mind when a tempest of offensive strikes descended upon him. Nakai, once merely a defensive girl, had transformed. She now resembled a soulless machine, her eyes fixated solely on the act of attacking. Strike after strike. Her massive scythe swept through the air, leaving behind an array of afterimages, rendering it impossible to anticipate the next blow. This exhilarating assault not only ignited the fervor of the audience, but also affected Nakai herself, her eyes glimmering with a fierce crimson hue. The young Awagakure ninja's stone armor lay in tatters, and the defensive techniques he hastily employed crumbled upon contact. A chill crept across his neck as the stones shattered, exposing flesh and bone, sending shivers down his spine as the specter of death loomed closer. As he gazed at the approaching blade, despair washed over him, and he shut his eyes. Suddenly, a kunai deftly intercepted the massive scythe, halting its advance. The young ninja opened his eyes to feel the cold metal against his skin, a sensation that penetrated to his very heart, causing it to race. He had narrowly escaped a deadly fate. Silently, he took a step back, offering silent gratitude to the one who saved him. Kyugami. "You're welcome," came her calm voice, pulling Nakai back to reality as she retracted her murderous intent and smiled. She hoisted her scythe once more and turned to the audience, proclaiming loudly, "Kimi Yaren, I will challenge you." This bold declaration ignited the crowd's earlier enthusiasm, prompting an excited wave of movement among them. Kimi Yaren chuckled, "I'm waiting for you." Though his voice was not loud enough for Nakai to hear, she understood, joyfully returning to the preparation stage. The vantage point from the preparation area was far superior to that of the audience seats. At that moment, the Awagakure forces had been utterly defeated. The young ninja felt a mix of relief for surviving and awareness of his situation as he walked with a slight air of guilt towards the preparation stage. Fortunately, it was not the case that Sunagakure had met the same fate. Observing his downcast figure, the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Kimi Yaren exchanged a knowing smile with Shinsi Yuki. The defeat of Awagakure would not conclude here. The first combatant to face such immense pressure would naturally receive a reward. In the challenge match, Shinsi Yuki had the privilege of selecting her opponent first. Nakai's seemingly naive and impulsive challenge to Kimi Yaren held deeper significance. Among the 5 seed competitors, Iwaken Seishi was widely regarded as the weakest. Conversely, Sarutobi Shinosuke appeared to be the second to last, making him a potentially suitable choice for Nakai. After all, Mitakashi Tokugawa could not challenge a fellow clan member. However, Sarutobi Shinosuke was from Konohagakure, making the outcome of their match sensitive. The Land of Rain currently lacked the boldness to overtly provoke Konoha. The remaining 3 competitors remained shrouded in ambiguity. Therefore, Nakai might as well choose the strongest among them, for regardless of the outcome, his dignity remains intact. Intuition is a mysterious force, yet it undeniably exists. Many can vaguely sense the prowess of the 5-seed competitors. Amidst the cheers, the fourth match arrives. The clash between the Hidden Mist and the Leaf Village is exhilarating merely by name. The individual combat strength of the Hidden Mist has long been praised within the ninja world, particularly as rumors suggest that the Third Kazekage intends to vigorously promote such elite policies. What are your thoughts on these two, Xiaorang? Asked Shinji Yuji, gazing curiously at the two contestants. The warrior from the Hidden Mist is a young girl, gentle and soft-spoken. Her previous matches were merely a test of her abilities, leaving little to discern. The boy from the Kato clan is even more perplexing. Shinji Yuji even doubts how he triumphed in his second match. He appears harmless and seemingly lacks any hidden strengths. Both Xiaorang and Shinji Yuji find themselves unable to penetrate their true capabilities, not due to a lack of strength, but rather an inability to foresee their potential paths. With other competitors, understanding their backgrounds allows for educated guesses about their strategies. It seems they possess hidden cards. Yet those cards are not fully realized. Xiaorang can only describe it thus, yet it matters little. After all, it merely pertains to techniques like spirit transformation and the 7 ninja swords. Perhaps these two have only mastered incomplete versions of such techniques, which creates a sense of contradiction. Ah, it seems you are onto something. Your perception is quite sharp, Shinji Yuji remarked, astonished by Xiaorang's keen insight in articulating the paradox so vividly. With two souls combined, how could one not be perceptive? Xiaorang shrugged, offering no further explanation. The advantages of possessing a powerful soul are numerous, many of which cannot be articulated to outsiders. He silently revels in this knowledge. As the fourth match commenced, the intensity of the battle was lacking. The two fighters exchanged blows in a methodical manner, their movements synchronized yet tedious to behold. Noticing the younger spectators beginning to lose focus, Xiaorang cautioned, "Do not be distracted. Pay close attention. This is the essence of a ninja duel, and the dangers here surpass those of the previous matches." The earlier bouts, strictly speaking, lacked substantive reference. They merely served to broaden one's horizons. True ninja combat is unembellished, especially between evenly matched opponents, where victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. It bears no resemblance to the flashy displays of the earlier contests. Those competitors may be exceptional, yet they remain untested by the harsh realities of the ninja world. Shinji Yuji echoed a similar sentiment, only to soon find himself captivated by the unfolding battle. Seeing both of the older boys express such thoughts, the younger competitors focused intently, eager to uncover any weaknesses. However, the match was of such high caliber that they struggled to comprehend it. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Xiaorang took on the role of commentator. There was much to glean from this battle, and it would be a shame to miss such insights. Both fighters were masters of physical combat, evenly matched, and throughout the match, they seldom employed ninjutsu, not due to incapacity, but rather because time was of the essence. In such close quarters, even the slightest extraneous movement could lead to being overwhelmed by the opponent. As the crowd nodded in agreement, Jin Irong continued, stating that in close combat, the efficacy of ninjutsu is minimal, often resulting in counterproductive effects. Should one become overly reliant on ninjutsu, the desire to turn the tide through it may lead to distraction. In a life-and-death confrontation, such distraction could spell doom. Subsequently, Jin Irong meticulously dissected the subtle nuances of their exchanges, every glance, every gesture, every retreat, analyzing the implications of each minuscule action. These were tactics of baiting the enemy, establishing advantage, setting traps, and employing deception. Unbeknownst to him, a profound silence enveloped Jin Irong, as all present focused intently, ears pricked. Those who gathered around were all from clan families, unafraid of others gleaning their insights. As he spoke, Jin Irong became increasingly engrossed, sharing his counsel. Many advanced techniques of ninjutsu should not be feared. Rather, one must learn to deconstruct them. Everything follows a traceable pattern. By systematically breaking them down piece by piece, merging and dissecting them repeatedly, even the most complex concepts can be mastered, given time. What the shinobi world remained unaware of was that Jin Irong's approach was rooted in the principles of science. Science is not merely an objective study of the universe, but also embodies a mode of thinking, insightful reasoning. It is about seizing a singular point, extending it into lines, then planes, and ultimately expanding into the entire domain of thought. The trio of Antaisheng, Shursan, and Shanji had often heard Jin Irong express similar sentiments. yet they had never grasped their true essence. Today, with practical examples, explanations, and the right atmosphere, they felt as though something within them had shifted. Jin Irong frequently uttered peculiar phrases, and among the three, he had always imparted the most wisdom. In the past, they had not sought deeper understanding, but now, it seemed a glimmer of enlightenment had dawned upon them. This was the true value of Jin Irong's guidance. Others lacked the contextual connections, merely grasping fragmented thoughts. While they had gleaned some insights, they could not fully unearth the intrinsic worth of his words. It was evident that Kazekage was superior, or rather, that her weaponry had the upper hand. Her dual blades provided a distinct advantage in this match. When compared to a single kunai, the more blades one wielded, the greater strength one possessed. Furthermore, she excelled in leveraging the benefits of dual wielding. If the Kato clan had no hidden cards, Kazekage would undoubtedly prevail. Under Jin Irong's commentary, many began to comprehend the unfolding situation, nodding in unison. However, could the Kato clan be so easily outmatched? As the Kato youth faltered in defense, an imperceptible wave rippled through the air, momentarily halting Kazekage's advance, her eyes glazing over as if caught in an illusion. Yet, no one sensed the fluctuation of chakra. Illusions also require chakra, as do those of the Uchiha, though their genjutsu is executed with such swiftness and minimal chakra that it often eludes detection by the average person. However, the Kato clan was distinct from the Uchiha. Several prominent figures straightened, intrigued, as they attuned their senses to the peculiarities surrounding them. The Kato clan of Konoha remained shrouded in mystery, with scant information available. This rare opportunity for observation was not one they wished to squander. The sudden turn of events left many in a state of confusion. Jin Irong's explanation ceased, his gaze sharp and piercing. A mental assault, purely a spiritual attack. That fleeting anomaly was captured by the formidable spirit of Jin Irong, who even felt a strange exhilaration emanating from his very soul. It appears that the art of spiritual transformation is particularly suited to my clan, the Kato. Kimiyoshi's lips curled into a smile, contemplating the future of a renowned descendant of the Kato lineage. The battle raged on, and after a prolonged wait, the covert strike was not something the young Kato would let slip by. Seizing the fleeting moment when Hirabayashi's soul was momentarily injured, 3 crimson streaks appeared upon his form. In an instant, the once fluid swordsmanship became obscure, and under the relentless assault of the young Kato, he soon revealed signs of decline. What just transpired? Inquired Hirabayashi. Kimiyoshi replied, it is a unique technique of shadow evasion. It is not surprising that the Kato clan possesses such hidden cards. Mental attacks can indeed be considered a form of shadow evasion, albeit an extreme variant. The crowd began to understand. The arts of yin and yang evasion are rare within the ninja realm, each possessing peculiar effects that should not be underestimated. Kinshir Yuki became immediately attentive, noting the characteristics of the Kato clan's shadow evasion techniques. In the midst of life and death combat, such an ethereal and enigmatic technique could prove fatal. The young Kato, unable to secure victory in one decisive blow, was merely lacking the right timing, not the strength of his technique. As Hirabayashi faced imminent defeat, a seemingly mundane strike unexpectedly left the young Kato severely injured and unconscious. This bewildering outcome left the audience in disbelief, yearning for an explanation of the events that had transpired. Yet Hirabayashi bore no joy of victory. He exhaled with a hint of frustration and, without waiting for Kamakami to announce the results, retreated in anger. Kamakami shook his head, personally handing over the young Kato to the Leaf Village. As for healing, the Leaf possessed its own medical ninjas. Before the youths could voice their inquiries, Kimiyoshi spoke. That was the explosive secret technique of the Hirabayashi clan from the mist. Exceedingly difficult to master. It seems this mist girl has grand ambitions. However, the subtle nature of such an explosive technique felt oddly familiar to Kimiyoshi. Could it be inspired by the dual blade technique of the flounder? Kinshir Yuki's expression darkened. It seemed that every major clan from the other ninja villages had their signature secret techniques, each formidable in its own right. In contrast, the families from the Sand Village appeared to lack strength in their techniques, with none truly noteworthy. This realization struck not only Kinshir Yuki, but resonated with the other youths, who acutely sensed the disparity between themselves and the genuine ninja clans. Their so-called secret techniques, when put frankly, were merely enhanced ninjutsu. Typically, they were self-aware, understanding their technique's limitations. But the stark realization of this gap today was disheartening. Kimiyoshi offered no consolation, believing it beneficial for them to recognize their shortcomings, as it would prevent arrogance. As the fifth battle commenced, the Leaf faced the Cloud Village, with the latter fielding their last remaining member. Should he falter, like the Rock Village, it would mean total annihilation. Representing the Leaf was a member of the Oil Girl clan, adorned in their signature windbreaker and sunglasses. This confrontation lacked any twists or highlights. The Cloud Youth was thoroughly suppressed throughout. The Oil Girl did not even need to lift a finger before the Cloud Youth succumbed to a swarm of insects. At most, he managed to electrocute a few pests. The atmosphere grew heavy, showcasing the astonishing prowess of the Leaf Village. The two victorious matches were indeed overwhelming, while the two losses were commendable in their own right. The performance of that boy from Hinata is merely an individual display and does not encapsulate the essence of Hinata itself. A rational mind would never underestimate Hinata's strength. In the main stand, Akidu Torikes exchanged a few pleasantries with a smile before departing, for lingering would only invite disdain. The audience, feeling a sense of loss, gradually rose to leave, having witnessed a spectacle that was undoubtedly worth the price of admission. This heightened their anticipation for the points match scheduled for the following day. As the crowd dispersed, Shinichi Yaren exhaled deeply, solemnly remarking, "Konoha is exceptionally formidable. Today's 4 young men represent merely 4 clans, a mere tip of the iceberg. Konoha boasts numerous clans, each possessing their own unique skills. Moreover, there are the unfathomable Senju and Uchiha clans, truly the apex of the ninja world." Jin Iran remained silent, acknowledging that the Senju and Uchiha represent an insurmountable chasm in the ninja realm. They are entities that defy mortality, leaving behind a legacy of bloodlines. Who can predict the future? Perhaps fortune will turn, and we shall see how far he can go. With a smile, Jin Iran rose to depart. The stronger Konoha becomes, the more it incites trepidation in others. It seems that collaboration with the Wagakure may deepen, and other ninja villages might also join the fray. Contemplating this, Jin Iran whispered a few words to Yagawa Hozen, who solemnly accepted the directive and proceeded towards the Kazekage Tower. "Lord Jin, is Konoha truly that strong?" asked the innocent Yakura. Jin Iran gazed down at the small child, sighing with a smile. "Not just strong, they are extraordinarily powerful, to the point of instilling despair. The existence of Edo Tensei ensures that no matter how dire Konoha's situation may become, it remains invincible. Even if the 4 great nations united in a concerted assault against Konoha, it would be futile. Those who wield Edo Tensei are not limited to Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen also possesses this capability. Should Konoha be provoked, they could summon 2 game-breaking entities. Once such a technique is unleashed, it would extinguish the morale of the 4 great nations, something he does not wish for. The elimination of Konoha must be approached gradually, akin to the slow boil of a frog in warm water. Do not worry, Lord Jin. I will strive to become exceptionally strong, and in the future, I shall protect you," Yakura vowed earnestly. "Yes, yes, and I too. And I. The little ones chimed in unison, their spirits ignited by the atmosphere of the past few days. Even they could sense the weight beneath the laughter in Sunagakure. This gravity is not something that can be altered by mere words. This is precisely what Jin Iran desired, and the very purpose of this friendly competition. Such a meticulously crafted schedule could not have been conjured by Jin Yushu with a mere thought. Born from adversity, one perishes in comfort. The ninja world has enjoyed peace for far too long, long enough that it has forgotten who its enemies are. He intends to dominate the second great ninja war, to transform the previously chaotic state of each nation acting independently. "Very well, I shall await the outcome. Do not disappoint me," he said. The 4 little ones and Anteishi nodded vigorously in agreement. After 3 days of observation, Anteishi's pride had quietly dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of determination. Not long after Jin Iran returned home, the battle roster for the day after tomorrow was delivered to him. In the realm of shinobi, the esteemed Shinsei Yuki confronts Iwazono Aoshi, while Mitsurashi Takakawa faces the formidable Chokinaru. Nakai Tsukiyoshi challenges Imiyari Yato, and Hirai Yuke takes on Sarutobi Shinizuke. Meanwhile, Aburame Shikaka dares to confront Terumi Kawa. The moment the challenge concludes, the points competition commences. Opponents are selected in accordance with the order of victories in the challenge, meaning those who emerge victorious later enjoy less respite. Throughout the points competition, a brief preparation phase is the only interlude, with no time allotted for rest. This implies that competitors may find themselves ensnared in a relentless series of bouts, where the more fatigued they become, the more likely they are to be chosen consecutively. It is a harsh and unyielding reality. As young representatives of the 5 great shinobi villages, they must not only exhibit their prowess in solitary combat, but also demonstrate their endurance in prolonged confrontations. Reality does not resemble a mere contest. It does not pause for one to be ready before the battle begins. It could be posited that the true struggle initiates during the round-robin phase. This points competition is a multifaceted ordeal, necessitating intelligence gathering, opponent analysis, strategic selection of adversaries, judicious stamina allocation, and rapid state adjustments. The qualities essential for a competent ninja will be vividly illustrated in this competition. The 5-seed competitors are acutely aware of this from the outset. Conversely, the challengers will only be apprised of this reality upon viewing the match roster. It is an inequity, yet it is a privilege reserved for the strong. Unsurprisingly, the 5 victors of the day wear expressions as inscrutable as the depths of water, for their intelligence has been excessively divulged. But do they possess the right to resist? Following their indignation, they must embrace acceptance and swiftly recalibrate their states. They are granted but a single day for recuperation. In the early hours, the cacophony reverberates throughout Sunagakure. The brutal points competition framework has been unveiled. Reactions vary, some are exhilarated, others curse, while some remain composed. Yet, no one dares to dispute this, for it reflects the world as understood by ninjas. The recent matches, though thrilling and showcasing formidable talents, lack the sanguinary essence typically associated with such contests. A mere day has slipped by, not allowing time for reflection on the previous match, as the countdown to the points competition has already begun. The training grounds have filled early, with spectators brimming with excitement, yet they exercise restraint, wary of disturbing the youthful combatants. The 5-seed competitors, including Imiyari Yato, have readied themselves alongside their challengers at the preparation platform. The judge for the points competition is not Kyumi, but rather the imposing middle-aged figure of Yamaki Masaki, the current head of the Sunagakure Security Division. With a flick of his robe and a piercing gaze, he silences the clamor of the training field. The electronic screen shifts, displaying the visages of Shinsei Yuki and Iwazono Aoshi. The competitors make their entrance, locking eyes as they descend the respective staircases. They form the hand seals of acknowledgement. Bowing in mutual respect, the match commences. Yamaki Masaki vanishes in an instant from the arena, reappearing at the preparation platform. What distance is this? The 8 youths exchange perplexed glances at Yamaki Masaki's retreating figure. The atmosphere within the arena grows palpably tense, rife with impending danger. Just as a wall of earth rises, it is shattered by a decisive kick from Shinsei Yuki, who charges towards Iwazono Aoshi, who exhibits no intent to engage in close combat. A series of earthen spikes erupted with ferocity, yet their impact proved minimal as the two combatants rapidly closed the distance between them. The retreating rocky figure, known as Qing Shi, methodically impeded the movements of Xing, utilizing the earth release technique, as Xing deftly evaded one of the spikes. He misstepped, causing a large section of the ground to suddenly collapse beneath him, before Qing Shi could execute a subsequent earth release maneuver. Xing activated a prepared illusion. In an instant, Qing Shi found himself momentarily ensnared in the illusion, losing his opportunity to strike. Xing, trapped in the pit, remained hidden from sight. Qing Shi summoned enormous boulders, hurling them towards the pit. The ground trembled, dust swirling in the air, as Qing Shi dismissed the notion that his opponent could be so easily vanquished. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him. As he reacted, his feet tightened, and he was abruptly pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. Employing the earth release technique, he executed a merciless strike aimed at Xing's temple with a kunai. Gasps erupted from the audience. Yet, the anticipated gruesome spectacle of bloodshed did not manifest. Instead, Qing Shi shattered into a multitude of stones. From the remnants, a stone dragon emerged, violently crashing towards Xing, concealed beneath the initial earthen wall. Qing Shi had employed a technique to create earthen clones to lure his adversary, while he himself hid underground, patiently awaiting this moment. With both opponents converging, it was certain that one would suffer grievous injuries, if not death. The earth quaked, and under the gaze of onlookers, Xing was reduced to mere sand. When had he employed the earth clones? Qing Shi had no time to ponder as a fist struck his back, rendering his mind blank, followed by a cascade of excruciating pain. Though the attack did not breach his rocky armor, it inflicted unbearable torment, targeting the joints and causing internal damage. As his arms threatened to give way, Qing Shi seized an opportune moment to utilize the substitution technique. As the wooden stump fell, he emerged only to be met with despair. The earth release technique, Empty Rock Fury, unleashed a deafening sound as a colossal stone cannon hurtled towards him. With a resounding thud, Qing Shi was violently slammed against the training ground's wall, causing the entire arena to tremble. The stone armor adorning his face fractured, blood seeping from his orifices as his head drooped, rendering him unconscious. Attendants swiftly carried Qing Shi away. "Roar!" exclaimed Xingug. The audience, momentarily entranced by the breathtaking battle, erupted in thunderous applause. Xingug exhibited mastery not only in physical prowess and illusion techniques, but also in ninjutsu. Without further ado, he returned to the preparation area for recuperation. At this juncture, the Hidden Rock had suffered its first defeat, a veritable rout. Yusho Washikawa cast a grave glance at Xingug as he descended the steps. Upon Ken Rue's exit from the arena, Jin E observed closely, aware that this was the only individual audacious enough to harbor murderous intent against him, particularly following his confrontation with Jinsheng. As the duel concluded, the atmosphere crackled with tension, and as Yusho Washikawa narrowly dodged a bolt of lightning, he prepared to counterattack, only to find that an inexplicable event was unfolding. In the periphery of vision, a bolt of lightning struck sharply at his waist, distorting at a right angle. This unexpected bloodline technique left many astonished, rising to their feet. Subsequently, the outcome was evident. Mitsuhashi Tokikawa was relentlessly bombarded by thunder, his form charred to that of a coal-black figure. Even upon collapsing, he continued to convulse. The battle concluded before the spectators even realized it had begun, unexpected, yet somehow within reason. Kenrui strolled towards the preparation platform, passing by Jin Yang, then turning to declare, "I shall avenge Temoy." Ah, why do some fools remain oblivious to the situation? Jin Yang's mutterings went unheard by Kenrui, who stood proudly at the preparation platform. Upon reaching the designated area, Jin Yang regarded Nakaniji with a smile, saying, "I had hoped for a fair exchange of skills with you, but alas, my good mood has been interrupted. Let us settle this swiftly." Nakaniji wished to smile, but found herself unable, perceiving the cold indifference in Jin Yang's eyes. With a huff, she refrained from responding and performed the necessary hand seals in greeting. Upon concluding the formalities, Nakaniji instantly heightened her vigilance. The wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept across the arena, scattering grass and stones. Jin Yang began to move, his silhouette resembling a shadow, his hand seals a blur. Wind release, gale of wind blades. A torrential onslaught of attacks ensued. Nakaniji struggled to maintain her footing amidst the tempest. Forced to retreat under the pressure of the wind lines, and in a moment of carelessness, one grazed her arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Before she could fully grasp the pain, she caught sight of two dark figures from the corner of her eye. With great difficulty, she twisted her body to evade, but felt a chilling cold against her neck. "You have lost," a whisper echoed in her ear. Nakaniji looked at the blade poised against her throat, feeling its sharpness. "Humph." She sharply turned her head to glare at Kenrui, her indignation palpable. The outcome was entirely different from her expectations. The crowd from Sunagakure rose to their feet, cheering for their village's prodigy. As Jin Yang made his way back, the gazes of all shifted. Few could confidently withstand the relentless onslaught he had unleashed. Kenrui squinted, lost in thought. Yamaki Masaki felt a twinge of jealousy towards the Jin Yang clan, who consistently produced such talents. Sarutobi Shinizuki saw in Jin Yang a reflection of someone significant to him, recognizing their many similarities: exceptional aptitude, devoid of weaknesses, self-created jutsu, early fame, and the weight of expectations. Hirabayashi Kaku repeatedly called out, snapping Sarutobi Shinizuki from his reverie, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, the pressure from that individual in the village was overwhelming. As the moment of battle approached, he hoped that this son of the Hokage would not disappoint. Sarutobi Shinizuki offered a gentle smile and bowed, stating, "I shall not let you down. Please guide me." Hirabayashi Kaku merely smirked and returned the bow. With a series of footsteps echoing, the two charged towards one another, neither opting to initiate with jutsu. Not everyone possesses the ability to continuously cast techniques so swiftly. To do so from the outset would merely squander chakra. Their unembellished beginning saw exchanges from both sides, with Sarutobi Shinozuke holding the upper hand overall. In the midst of the conflict, Sarutobi Shino's meticulous style consistently granted him an edge, allowing him to gradually extend his advantage. What appeared to be a straightforward assault often devolved into a passive struggle for Hirabayashi Cake, who found himself increasingly discomforted by the sensation of being dominated by his opponent's rhythm of attack. As Hirabayashi grew more beleaguered, he unleashed his secret technique, brandishing dual blades. However, Sarutobi Shino retreated, executing a swift maneuver. With the Shadow Shuriken technique, two small shurikens instantaneously multiplied into a flurry of dozens. In an instant, Hirabayashi was ensnared in a disconcerting predicament, akin to a target riddled with arrows. As the wooden stakes fell, Sarutobi Shino abruptly lifted his gaze. Hirabayashi had completed his hand seals, one arm curved before his chest while the other pointed skyward. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. The dense fog enveloped the arena, transforming it into a vast expanse of white. On the preparation platform, Shinshi Araki remarked to Kamiya, baring his teeth, "These hidden mist shinobi possess a remarkably fierce demeanor, often engaging in life-and-death battles without hesitation." Once the hidden mist technique was deployed, outsiders found it nearly impossible to grasp the situation in real time, clearly signaling to their adversaries, "Either you obliterate me, or I shall annihilate you." Kamiya, however, appreciated the tenacity of the hidden mist's approach, albeit wishing for a touch of gentleness towards their own. Such a resolute demeanor compelled their enemies to ponder the consequences of provoking them, often yielding effective results. The hidden mist not only exhibited a formidable style, but also excelled in assassination, readily resorting to lethal confrontations. Who could withstand such ferocity? "Thank you, young Master Kamiya, for your kind words. I hope you will show mercy later." Tokumiki Kid responded with a radiant smile directed at Kamiya. Turning to glance at her, Kamiya noted her flowing crimson hair and sleek combat attire, exuding an air of striking elegance, accompanied by a knowing smile, yet she remained silent. Kid cast a subtle glance at Kenrui, a flicker of compassion barely perceptible. The Hidden Mist village was acutely aware of how formidable the true-born shinobi were. They had failed to escape even from them, revealing that Kamiya's prowess was far beyond what the ninja world purported. The rationale behind the true-born shinobi's defection from the village was laughable. They were overly cautious of their lives, refusing to undertake perilous missions, and paradoxically, in their quest for self-preservation, they strained to enhance their abilities. Under the village's relentless pressure, they ultimately chose to defect. A person so fearful of death would never engage in reckless confrontations. The fact that such a timid individual could not evade Kamiya's grasp was a matter worthy of deep contemplation. After a prolonged wait, the sounds of battle within finally subsided. As the mist dissipated, Hirabayashi lay on the ground, his body marred with wounds, the earth stained crimson, presenting a woeful sight, completely motionless. Curiously, Sarutobi Shino also lay still, his injuries minimal, yet equally unresponsive. Was this a draw? Shinshi Araki's gaze was somewhat peculiar. If so, did that mean he had advanced to the top 4? Could he possibly aim for the top 3? Casting a glance at Kid, and then at Kenrui, he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. After a brief interval, with no signs of revival from either combatant, Yamaki Masaki declared the match a tie, resulting in both contestants being eliminated from the points tournament. As the two were carried away, Yoin Shikaku frowned deeply, descending the stairs with a heavy demeanor, seemingly anticipating something, casting a furtive glance towards the main spectator stand. The parasitic insects upon him warned that his opponent was perilous, exceedingly so. Observing the grave expression of Yonu Shikata, Terawoka smiled and remarked, "It appears that you from Konoha shall find yourselves estranged from the point competition." Yonu Shikata, garbed in an oversized trench coat and sporting sunglasses, concealed his emotions from view. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to glance at Jin Erang and then at Kenrui, adjusting his glasses. In the gaze of the gathered crowd, he slowly raised his right hand, which he had kept tucked away, and declared, "I concede." Terawoka beamed brightly. A wave of astonishment rippled through the stands, quickly followed by a chorus of indignation. They cared not for strategies or plans, having paid to witness a thrilling contest. They were incensed at the mere notion of surrender without a fight. Yonu Shikata found himself the target of their vitriol. Some, eager to direct their ire towards Konoha, glanced at a Kimichi Torikaze in the main stand before abandoning the notion. Yonu Shikata disregarded the cacophony, calmly stating, "I hope you do not disappoint too greatly." With that, he coolly exited the trial arena. Teruoka's gaze shifted, ultimately resting upon Shinichi Yuki, as she tossed her flowing red hair and smiled. "I welcome your guidance, Master Shinichi." Just as Shinichi prepared to make his move, Jin E. Rang's voice echoed, "I hope you do not suffer too much." Turning to regard Jin E. Rang with a deadpan stare, Shinichi Yuki's expression remained impassive. In truth, he had already formed some conjectures regarding Teruoka's capabilities. Having gathered substantial intelligence from his years of infiltration across the various ninja villages, coupled with Jin E. Rang's subtle hints, his suspicions were only further validated. "Miss Teruoka, I look forward to your instruction." The two exchanged bows and hand seals. Following their formalities, Shinichi Yuki's hand seals danced swiftly, forcefully pressing down upon the earth. Earth release, tremor core. A torrent of chakra surged from his palm, sending tremors through the ground, causing some areas to sink while others rose. In an instant, the previously even trial ground transformed into a rugged terrain, prompting the repair team, who had just restored the damaged rocky surface, to roll their eyes in exasperation. The massive wave that had surged forward abruptly halted, redirecting its flow into the newly formed pits. Teruoka's hand seals remained unbroken as water continued to pour from her mouth, seemingly intent on inundating the entire arena. Shinichi Yuki, his complexion pale, rose to his feet. He found himself unable to match her chakra and, gritting his teeth in frustration, charged toward her, if only to test the waters. What if his assumptions were incorrect? Upon witnessing this, Teruoka ceased her torrential technique, shaking her head as she leisurely formed her seals. Boil release, vapor mist technique. Scalding waves of heat radiated outward, and the water on the ground began to show signs of boiling. This new bloodline limit only heightened the excitement of the passionate audience, who reveled in the rare display of powerful techniques. Ken Rue's expression shifted slightly, his demeanor now grave as he observed Teruoka. Like a cannonball, Shinichi Yuki propelled himself forward, only to be halted abruptly by the searing waves of heat, cursing under his breath. After gauging the temperature of the waves, he promptly raised his hand and declared, "I concede." He had no desire to descend into a state of disgrace. With the emergence of the boil release, Teruoka had secured her position, and prolonging the encounter would only serve to embarrass him further. In this realm of battle, the bloodline techniques are utterly inscrutable to the ordinary ninja. As the seawater cascades down and the searing mist disperses, Terumi strides toward the preparation platform. The repair ninjas have exerted considerable effort to restore the arena to a semblance of its former state. Kenrui casts a glance at Jin Irong, a sinister smile gracing his lips before descending the staircase. Jin Irong tilts his head slightly, making his way down from the opposite side. At this moment, only Yamaki Masaki and Terumi may remain on the preparation platform. "Minister Yamaki, your Sunagakure has indeed produced a genius," he remarks. Yet, there remains a gap when it comes to bloodline. The two share a knowing smile, choosing not to delve deeper into the conversation. Yamaki Masaki harbors mixed feelings towards Jin Irong. He admires him, as they belong to the same clan. Having already begun to shine, he naturally hopes for Jin Irong to grow ever stronger. However, lacking a bloodline, there are inevitably limitations. If only Jin Irong possessed a bloodline, what a spectacle that would be. Contemplating this, Yamaki casts a complex glance at the girl beside him and at Kenrui in the arena. The two below exhibit no intention of conversation, standing in their designated positions. Following the protocol, they bow from a distance and form the seals. In an instant, Jin Irong completes the hand signs for a simple earth release technique. The earth release, rock sealing technique. The familiar tremors of the earth resound once more, exhausting the repair ninjas. For robust earthen walls rise to a considerable height before slowly converging above, leaving no gaps. The audience can no longer glimpse even a trace of the scene within. The air is thick with speculation as they ponder Jin Irong's strategy. Only Terumi comprehends the significance of this earth release, akin to the Mist Village's hidden mist technique. Her earlier assessment of his aloof demeanor proves accurate. While ordinary individuals may perceive Jin Irong's actions as signs of maturity, she, having lived in the Mist Village and witnessed numerous similar figures, recognizes it as a chilling indifference to life. Beneath the guise of a gentle smile lies a heart of ice. The propensity for vengeance is one of their defining traits. To harbor murderous intent against such individuals is a grave miscalculation. They will not hesitate to eliminate threats, even if it means turning against their own. Especially in such a blatant opportunity, Kenrui is doomed. The enclosed battlefield suddenly collapses, revealing the scene within. Jin Irong holds aloft the severed head, while beneath his feet lies a headless corpse, with his left arm and right leg conspicuously absent. Terumi Mei's eyes widen in shock. It is all too swift, far beyond her expectations. The confidence she once possessed is abruptly replaced by a chilling dread. "You dare!" A thunderous shout reverberates throughout the arena, immediately followed by a colossal lightning bolt that descends from the heavens, crashing down upon Jin Irong. In an instant, he is obliterated by the strike. Audacious! Jin Irong's elder brother, Jin Ishu, erupts in fury, effortlessly conjuring black iron sand that envelopes Yumi. With a clenched fist, Yumi's orifices bleed profusely. Teetering on the brink of death, "Do you intend to provoke war with the Cloud Village?" Jin Ishu's tone is ominous, brimming with murderous intent. Shadows multiply, sensing the unusual chakra emanating from the training ground. The ninjas of Sunagakure continued to rush over. Akimichi Torikase was taken aback by the formidable strength of Jin Ishu, who had been able to bring Yumu-e to his demise in a mere breath. Both Shinsei and Yuki Yoshido felt their hearts skip several beats. Such power left them fearing that they might not even be a match for Jin Ishu individually, and combined, they might not be able to contend with him at all. Their vigilance towards Jin Ishu reached its zenith. "Haha, my death in exchange for Jin Ishu is worth it." Yumu-e sneered, showing no fear towards Jin Ishua's declaration of war. This sentiment was echoed by the 4 great ninja villages. To eliminate a bloodline genius in an instant was a terrifying prospect. "Oh, then you shall be disappointed. Your ambush cannot claim my life," Jin Ishu remarked nonchalantly as he appeared from the audience, greeting the main stage with a smile and a taunt. "By the way, that Kenrui was reduced to nothing under your attack. Do make sure to apologize to him when you descend." Jin Ishu sensed the implication behind Jin Ishua's words, and after a moment's contemplation, he tightened his grip slightly. Yumu-Yi's breath hitched, his gaze lowered in disbelief. "Sunagakure, how dare they?" Everyone present was incredulous. How could Yumu-E, a long-standing tyrant of the ninja world and a formidable figure of Kumogakure, simply perish like this? "Oh, I was overly exhilarated by Xiao Rang's survival and accidentally let my guard down." Jin Ishu couldn't guarantee that Jin Ishu wouldn't fall victim to a surprise attack. His initial anger had been genuine. However, he soon sensed the chakra on the sand, a protective jutsu he had bestowed upon Jin Ishu. Everything that followed was merely meant to teach Kumogakure a lesson, yet it seemed Jin Ishu had intentions of escalating matters. Although unsure of the deeper implications, he trusted that Jin Ishu would not allow their village to fall into crisis. Seeing Jin Ishua's unwavering faith in him, Jin Ishu approached the main stage and proclaimed, "Teacher, Kumogakure has repeatedly provoked us at Sunagakure, and they must pay dearly for this. They should traverse mountains and seas, seeking passage through Konohagakure to apologize to us. Otherwise, we at Sunagakure shall not hesitate to wage war." A few could not suppress their laughter at such a proclamation. Indeed, Kumogakure was a world away from Sunagakure. Under their advantageous circumstances, the death of a single Yumu-E seemed inconsequential. Could Kumogakure truly cross the ocean and, with the aid of Konohagakure, wage war against them? With this realization, Jin Ishu no longer harbored any concerns and commanded, "Take everyone from Kumogakure down and simultaneously notify them that they are to be held accountable for this severe diplomatic incident. Without adequate compensation, we shall not release them." Jikiyoshi chuckled as he accepted the orders, contemplating how to deal a decisive blow to Kumogakure. Akimichi Torikase and his companions exchanged silent glances, sighing inwardly. Yumu-E had truly died in vain this time, just as Jin Ishu had analyzed earlier. The distance between the land of lightning and the land of wind was far too great for them to fear any retaliation. As the situation began to settle, Jin Ishu turned to Terumi Kid and asked from afar, "Miss Terumi, shall we continue?" Terumi Kid, lacking any desire to compete further, decisively shook her head in defeat. The display of strength and such a resolute demeanor from Jin Ishu, compelled them to hasten back to their village with news. What was a mere competition in the face of such urgency? Upon witnessing the scene, Jin Ishu let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Thus, the friendly match concludes here. Rewards will be delivered to each village's residents this evening." The friendly competition, which ended rather anticlimactically, went unnoticed by the spectators. Before the eyes of the crowd, Jin Ishu effortlessly dispatched a top-tier ninja from the shinobi realm, making the mere cost of admission seem a trifling blessing. The inhabitants of Sunagakure were particularly exhilarated. Their Kazekage was indeed formidable, and they basked in that glory. After addressing the personnel arrangements concerning Kumogakure, Jin Ishu and Jin Irong hurriedly returned to the Kazekage Tower. Once seated in his office, Jin Ishu inquired, "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" Jin Irong gestured repeatedly, indicating that he was not oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Despite the casual tone, the need for subsequent measures was evident. Otherwise, what if Kumogakure became desperate? With a mysterious smile, Jin Irong retrieved a scroll from his waist. Jin Ishu's breath quickened, as he seemed to grasp the significance of the moment. With a bang, smoke enveloped the room, revealing the body of Kenryuyi, which should have turned to dust. "What a clever lad, haha." Jin Irong chuckled, recalling how well Omui had cooperated, saying, "I instructed you to eliminate Omui not only for those analyses, but also for this crucial reason, the value of the Rantan bloodline." Jin Ishu raised his hand, stating, "With Omui's demise, there are no witnesses left, allowing us to study Rantan without concern. Moreover, since he has only recently passed, we may still extract vital intelligence from his residual memories." Before Jin Ishu could revel further in his delight, Jin Irong resealed the body, remaining silent as he stood there. Consider this an equivalent exchange for 2 S-rank missions, including a top-tier martial arts training insight and complete access to all Rantan-related data. Jin Ishu was quite familiar with this demeanor and promptly made his offer. Jin Irong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "So generous. I thought you wouldn't provide the first 2. With a chuckle, Jin Ishu replied, "From now on, tread carefully. Kumogakure will not let you off easily if you wish to prolong your life." While Kumogakure might struggle against Sunagakure, the enmity between them and Jin Irong was surely poised for a bitter resolution. As for other petty actions, the 5 great ninja villages had always been at odds. Such rivalries were the norm. It could be said that Jin Irong had drawn the animosity onto himself, and offering some rewards was only reasonable. "Very well, for my reward, I would like you to select an A-rank ninjutsu for me. Prioritize futon, followed by taijutsu, and finally jinjutsu. You wouldn't choose poorly for me, would you? Now, hand me the scroll. Rantan is of utmost importance. You may leave." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Jin Irong handed over the sealed scroll and departed. Sunagakure swiftly made public its plans for addressing the aftermath. They disclosed the details of this serious diplomatic incident, stating it plainly before the thousands present, leaving Kumogakure with no room to deny their culpability. Furthermore, they issued a stern warning regarding Omui's unrepentant remarks, denouncing Kumogakure's narrow-mindedness for employing underhanded tactics to stifle the rising talents of other ninja villages, urging the shinobi world to take heed of Kumogakure's insularity. Then, criticisms were directed towards Yunin village for its disregard of regulations and its audacious challenge to the boundaries of established rules. If everyone were to adopt the ethos of Yunin, it would be prudent for Yunin village to seal its borders entirely, preventing any entry. Their actions, attacking the young and then confronting the elders, are undeniably tyrannical. Ultimately, it must be clarified that Yunin village, having clandestinely infiltrated Sunagakure and subsequently sustaining minor casualties upon being discovered, harbors lingering grievances and bitterness. Do they truly perceive the entire ninja world as their own domain? In response, Sunagakure has called upon all nations to remain vigilant against Yunin, lest they conspire against any nation at their whim. Concurrently, they have demanded that Yunin disclose the whereabouts of their Jinchuriki to avert further unexpected appearances elsewhere, as the upheaval of a tailed beast could lead to significant casualties, which Yunin might then unjustly attribute to the Jinchuriki. They even lamented the pitiful predicament of Jin Iran, noting that after much effort to cultivate a promising talent, Yunin village, envious, took action against them, while no one seemed to target Yunin's own prodigy in Wind Release. After detailing the nefarious actions and sinister schemes of Yunin village, Sunagakure sent a lengthy list of reparations to Yunin. Taking the initiative, Sunagakure exerted pressure on Yunin from multiple fronts, leaving them frustrated with nowhere to vent their ire. Particularly, after hearing the scathing analyses, Rakage angrily smashed a table. Each statement was laden with malicious intent, leaving Yunin village at a loss on how to retaliate. A misstep could lead to substantial repercussions. After all, the competition was agreed upon to be fair, and they even faced adversaries 2 years their junior. To lose and refuse to acknowledge it, only to launch a surprise attack, is utterly shameless. If such behavior continues, who would dare to engage with them or draw close? Yunin may wield considerable power, but disregard for rules is unacceptable. Must they always be the victors, denying others their victories? As for the death of Kenrui, it garnered little attention. Numerous lives are lost daily in the ninja world. Deaths in fair competition go unnoticed, and even Yunin appeared indifferent to the matter. In fact, Yunin's true concern lay in the failure of Mui. Had the mission succeeded, they would have begrudgingly accepted the outcome, but failure was a source of irritation. The public discourse from Sunagakure was merely a prelude, as other nations began to meddle as well. It must be said that several proposals put forth by Sunagakure aligned perfectly with their sentiments. At the center of this storm, Jin Iran, after a brief discussion with Jin Yuzuki, leisurely returned to his residence. He remained unconcerned about Yunin's targeting. After all, attempts on his life were nothing new. He was well acquainted with assassination attempts, even from his own village. The only difference was that the operatives from Yunin might be stronger. However, how much stronger could they be? With Jin Yuxiang's extraordinary prowess on display, he doubted any Kage would dare to trespass into the land of wind. Jin Yuxiang could fly, and such crucial intelligence had long since circulated throughout the ninja world. With such mobility, who would dare to provoke them? Upon returning home, he found a gathering of family members, team members, and 4 little ones waiting in the living room. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "I am perfectly fine." "Why do you ask?" Jin Irong was taken aback, unable to comprehend why this group was in such a state of alarm. Only then did the crowd exhale in relief. Xing Yuji spoke solemnly. "Seeing you so hastily depart with the teacher, we feared you had sustained some injury." Jin Irong's intention to leave in haste did not escape others' notice. They believed him to be gravely wounded. After all, it was merely Yumui. Just a trivial Yumui, yet the urgency lay in discussing the subsequent matters concerning Yunin village. Trivial Yumui? Yi Shengshi inquired with confusion. "Master, that Yumui should be an elite-level powerhouse. How could he be so easily vanquished by Lord Fengyang? Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the teacher's strength? Is it truly unfathomable that Jin Ishu could effortlessly eliminate a run-of-the-mill elite? Danzo could not contend with Sasuke, who in turn was utterly defeated by Kurabi. Yet Jin Ishu could easily handle Kurabi. This Yumui is on par with Danzo, perhaps even inferior. How could he possibly resist Jin Ishu? The third Kazekage puppet in Scorpion's hands was nothing more than a defective version, possessing not even 1% of its original power. Referring to the fourth great ninja war's performance of Raza, a single Raza could unleash a vast and obscuring golden sand. Jin Ishu's prowess far exceeds that of Raza. Thus, the sand and iron scale presented by the puppet could not possibly be as meager as depicted. Either Scorpion was holding back, or the puppet was severely weakened post-manufacture. The crowd was bewildered. They had initially thought they understood some of Jin Ishu's prowess, only to be met with a stark contradiction. The very concept of an elite-level powerhouse had only recently been instilled in them, rendering it quite nebulous. Figures such as Minister Yamaki and various clan leaders were regarded as elite jonin. Do you possess an understanding of this concept? A multitude of individuals nodded. As the proliferation of the elite jonin concept led to an increasing awareness of the disparities in strength among certain jonin, delineating a vague threshold. In the village, the likes of Lord Hei Laozong, the leaders of major ninja villages, Shinsei Zhongshu, and Jieqing Run, along with Yumui, represented the lower echelon of elite powerhouses. Those weaker than them could hardly be classified as elite level. Thus, do you now grasp the concept of elite powerhouses? Many had experienced the oppressive presence of these prominent figures up close and nodded in acknowledgement, faintly perceiving the distinction between elite powerhouses and elite jonin. A few, however, noted that Jin Irong only mentioned Hei Laozong, omitting Chiyo. It is evident that everyone observed these individuals wielding ninjutsu on a grand scale, with vast reserves of chakra being a crucial indicator of an elite-level powerhouse. Upon hearing Jin Irong's statement, many began to comprehend the implications. without vast chakra reserves. To transcend into an elite powerhouse would require alternative pathways, such as the pinnacle mastery of puppet techniques akin to Lady Chiyo, or perhaps taijutsu, secret techniques, or bloodline abilities. Jin Irong initially intended to cite the examples of Minato Namikaze and Guy, but soon realized it was premature. Currently, there are indeed very few who can reach elite-level status without meeting chakra standards. Lady Chiyo, alongside Konoha's Akimichi Choza, surpasses those previously mentioned by a notable degree. The crowd remained perplexed by the nuances within this distinction, listening in silence. On the surface, it is akin to the level of the Jinchuriki, transforming into a killing machine on the battlefield, reminiscent of figures like Hanzo the Salamander, capable of effortlessly annihilating 100 ninjas. Yet, could it be that they have not reached the level of the Kazekage? The crowd was in disbelief. Next, we have the likes of the Sensei, the Mizukage, and the third Hokage, whose destructive capabilities are comparable to those mentioned above, yet they excel in personal combat. Some individuals began to perceive certain issues. The pivotal moment arrived with the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage. They represent the pinnacle of the Kage level, arguably the two most formidable individuals in the current ninja world. A group of youths gasped in astonishment. And Shinsi Yuki solemnly inquired, "Is it due to the elimination of bloodline limits, like dust release?" Jin Iran nodded, stating, "Within this time frame, one embodies the zenith of ninjutsu, while the other epitomizes the pinnacle of taijutsu, utterly terrifying." Someone was deliberately overlooked by Jin Iran. His intention was merely to convey an understanding of the hierarchy of power at the top level, rather than to provide a comprehensive education. This time frame, indeed. I have not accounted for those who have passed away, such as the second Hokage, who can be considered the apex of the Kage level. Even if we include Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju also stands at the summit. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At this point, Jin Iran paused, surveying the surroundings, and intently remarked, "Above the Kage level lies the Super Kage level, representing the pacifiers of tumultuous eras, namely Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha." The mere utterance of these two names seemed to possess an enchanting power, momentarily freezing the air. Too many individuals have yet to be mentioned, and some cannot be spoken of, such as the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jin Iran endeavored to illustrate the disparities between the Kage levels through his own experiences and intelligence, confident that even this minimal understanding would suffice. Ahem. The group of youths returned to their senses from their astonishment. This is merely my most rudimentary classification. The power disparity between Kage levels may surpass that between an ordinary individual and a Kage. For instance, to the Tsuchikage, the difference between a regular Kage and a mere foot soldier is likely negligible. The youths nodded, somewhat understanding. They did not doubt Jin Iran's judgment. The individuals previously mentioned all had verifiable accomplishments, and Jin Iran had personally experienced various tiers of Kage power, rendering his insights quite persuasive. After all, figures like Omui at the Kage level and Brubi at the same level have not managed to defeat Jin Iran. Very well. This should be sufficient for you to ponder for a considerable time. You may return home now. Jin Iran began to usher them away. Having effortlessly dispatched Ken Rue and left his remains, he had expended considerable energy and did not appear as untroubled as he seemed. After freshening up, Jin Iran discovered that only Kamiyu Mayo remained. Yagawa Masamiyan continued in his role as a teacher, while Ansuke Ishii was in the adjacent room reflecting on recent insights. "Why have you not yet departed?" Kamiyu Mayo lamented. "Please offer me some guidance. I find myself devoid of any direction." Upon expressing this, Kamiyu Mayo felt a wave of frustration. Ever since the friendly match, everyone had made some progress, to varying degrees. She herself had some nebulous thoughts, having contemplated for several days, yet she was utterly at a loss on how to proceed, with no signs of a breakthrough in her strength. It had been a long time since she had last improved, and a sense of urgency gripped her heart. "What do you wish for me to guide you on?" Even with inspiration, she was unsure of where to begin. This was an unfamiliar predicament for him. Then, Sho Yamada poured out her concerns all at once. She possessed skills in physical techniques, ninjutsu, summoning techniques, medical ninjutsu, and puppet techniques. It seemed she had even learned a couple of illusions. Although she was proficient in many areas, none were mastered. Jin let out a silent sigh. Despite the chaotic array of skills she possessed, it must be acknowledged that the girl was quite intelligent. "You currently possess an abundance of knowledge, yet it lacks structure and prioritization. You must identify the pivotal point for resolution. Is it medical ninjutsu? Jin-E said, smiling in a manner that suggested she was a student ripe for guidance. Yamada nodded. How can we leverage medical ninjutsu to find a solution? You often speak of integration, but how should we approach this? You must provide some insight. Observing Yamada's genuinely bewildered expression, Jin-Yi's smile faltered, and he fell into contemplation. Perhaps, it seemed, Yamada was not as clever as he had initially thought. Teaching a disciple hand in hand could prove exhausting, especially if the disciple was somewhat dim-witted. What are you thinking? Are you considering that I am foolish? Jin-Yi's peculiar gaze made Yamada feel uneasy. Go to Teacher Okada and tell him I sent you to participate in the deciphering process. This time, do not get distracted or act rashly. You are temporarily excused from team tasks. Focus solely on this matter. I believe you will benefit from it once completed. Decipher what? What task? Jin-E shook his head. You are well suited to join, but I cannot divulge specifics before your inclusion. I can only say that this endeavor will be quite time-consuming. Completing it may prove beneficial for you, or it may simply be a futile exercise. You must decide for yourself. Even if Jin-E refrained from speaking, it was likely that Teacher Okada would approach Yamada regarding the deciphering of the storm release technique. Exceptional and reliable medical ninjas were a rarity in Sunagakure. However, with Jin-Yi's guidance and Teacher Okada's summons, Yamada would likely have mixed feelings. Listening to this seemingly incoherent dialogue, Yamada furrowed her brow. Will this truly be of great benefit to me? She seemed to stubbornly ignore the alternative possibility. The audacity of such a guarantee amused Jin-E, who replied somewhat tersely, I cannot assure you of a power increase. But it will undoubtedly be advantageous for your medical ninjutsu, and for you personally. In this regard, Jin-E felt confident. Storm release involved a fusion of water and lightning attributes, and Yamada possessed the water attribute, which would greatly aid her comprehension of it. Moreover, deciphering the secrets of the fusion of these two attributes would equally benefit her in exploring alternative pathways. At the very least, her medical ninjutsu would surely undergo a qualitative breakthrough. Deciphering storm release was no gentle task. It required meticulous observation of every detail of the body, down to the cellular level. The process could involve repeated dissection and healing, a cycle of injury and restoration. If Yamada persevered through it all, she would undoubtedly gain an intimate understanding of human anatomy. Reassured by Jin-Yi's firm assurances, Yamada felt considerably more at ease, yet she queried, will this take a long time? What about our team missions? Jin-E waved his hand dismissively. Focus on enhancing yourself as much as possible. Significant events are on the horizon. I will not easily depart from the land of wind before they unfold. Upon hearing his somewhat disdainful remark, Yamada stomped her foot in frustration, huffed softly, and pouted as she left Jin-Yi's courtyard. During the night, Jin-E sent someone to deliver the rewards for this friendly match. He set aside the stack of money and picked up the 3 scrolls to examine them. The titles read, Insights on the Breathing Technique of Physical Arts, Wind Release, Gale Slash, and Wind Release. Net. The A-rank Wind Release Technique, Gale Slash, was the reward for the champion of the friendly match. It was a rather lackluster wind technique. Apart from its immense attack range, it possessed scarcely any other merits. One could hardly refrain from calling it worthless. This was anticipated, knowing that Jin-E was adept at wind release. The other 4 great ninja villages could hardly be expected to include superior wind techniques in the list. It was not that the other villages had reneged on their promises. There were indeed many excellent A-rank Jinjutsu techniques on the list, some of which even stirred Jin-E's interest. However, the underlying malice was widely recognized. The 4 great ninja villages aimed to distract Jin-E with Jinjutsu, delaying his growth. After careful consideration, Jin-E ultimately chose this wind technique with its expansive attack range. He discerned that Jin-E lacked large-scale wind techniques, and if this one could be improved, it could instantaneously remedy Jin-E's shortcomings. The idea was sound, yet it hinged on the possibility of enhancement. Perhaps Jin-E felt somewhat embarrassed to present it, thus he included the wind release net as an additional item. Suna village had few advanced wind techniques. Most could be acquired by Jin-E through his family, making the net one of the rare wind techniques he could not obtain. With a scoff, Jin-E cast the 2 wind techniques aside after a careful inspection. For the time being, both were rather trivial. The net was decent, yet it did not align with his style, and required substantial modification. He ought not to harbor any illusions. Feeling somewhat vexed, he picked up the scroll detailing the insights on physical arts. Upon perusing it, he became engrossed. It described a training method to enhance physical constitution through a unique breathing technique, containing many insights from practitioners. Was this the source of the 7-day breathing technique? Upon seeing the term breathing technique, Jin Ejian had his suspicions, and to his astonishment, they were confirmed. However, this breathing technique was markedly inferior to the future 7-day breathing technique. It was not an explosive secret art, yet it suited him well. Although it lacked the power of the 7-day breathing technique, it was quite appropriate for Jin Ejian himself. Had it been a technique similar to the 7-day breathing technique, he would have faced a dilemma about whether to practice it. This breathing technique emphasized the understanding of the wind's rhythm, integrating one's breath with the movement of the wind, thereby improving physical constitution over time and significantly enhancing speed. Accompanying it was a formula for a medicinal potion, intended to be applied all over the body to increase sensitivity. Prolonged use would aid in enhancing constitution. The price of the medicinal ingredients was exceedingly steep, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. However, this posed no issue for Jin Ejian. The two elements combined constituted a complete breathing technique. Finally, it was not something that sought to deceive him. Jin Ejian, filled with joy, instructed a servant to prepare the potion, eager to see how it differed from the medicinal meals he typically consumed. As the saying goes, 7 parts eating, 3 parts training, which refers not only to ingredients, but also to medicinal materials. Without abundant herbs to assist, the body could not endure prolonged high-intensity training. The necessary medicinal ingredients were quickly prepared. Though costly, they were not particularly rare. A night passed, and Jin reluctantly opened his eyes. The efficacy of the medicinal solution paled in comparison to the unique culinary remedies of his family, with costs more than doubling. It was no wonder that Jin Su Fong would present it, merely another item of little value to the common folk. The human body has a finite growth cycle. Under the assistance of medicinal cuisine, the slight enhancement provided by the external application of the solution rendered its exorbitant price unjustifiable. The average individual would likely forego it. Throughout the entire night, he could not even sense the rhythm of the wind within his secluded training chamber. Not even a breeze graced him. Were it not for the inspiration derived from his breathing techniques, he might have erupted in frustration. This breathing method was exceedingly challenging, demanding an exceptionally stringent environment for practice. However, in the latter part of the night, while refining the wind release chakra model, he released a wind wall. And with the aid of the medicinal solution and his breathing technique, though he could not feel the wind, he did perceive the flow of chakra within the wind wall. The formless defense of wind release had been developed, and when combined with the breathing technique and the medicinal solution, it allowed for a clear awareness of chakra flow, suggesting promising potential, albeit through unexpected means. After organizing his thoughts on training, Jin resumed his seclusion. Before Jin Su Fong officially ascended to his position, there was little for him to do. Everything unfolded as Jin anticipated. Aside from the fervent public discourse, the ninja world had temporarily settled into tranquility. The Hidden Cloud Village remained cautious. The Hidden Leaf Village busied itself with internal restructuring, while the Hidden Mist Village focused on substantial reforms. The Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages were engaged in strengthening their ties, establishing numerous collaborations during this period. Despite the arid terrain of the Land of Wind, its resources were not insignificant, many being unique specialties. First and foremost were the various medicinal herbs. Plants capable of thriving in the Land of Wind possessed high medicinal value. One need only look at the array of herbal products from the Hidden Sand Village, which enjoyed brisk sales throughout the ninja world, including skincare products, sunscreens, healing salves, and an assortment of toxins. Additionally, the Land of Wind boasted abundant minerals, particularly peculiar ores that thrived in harsh environments. Furthermore, the region was home to exclusive creatures, poisonous scorpions, snakes, insects, ants, and spiders, all highly sought after by ninjas. In summary, the natural resources of the Land of Wind were considerable. Otherwise, it could not have risen to be one of the 5 great nations. The strength of a nation is fundamentally rooted in its economy. This friendship tournament not only familiarized others with the products of the Hidden Sand Village, but also drew attention to its seamless commercial system. The trade of bulk goods was efficient and affordable, prompting many merchants to express interest in collaboration with the Hidden Sand Village. The formal business model of the Hidden Sand Village instilled not only confidence, but also expedited sales channels. In commerce, the disparity of information often proves paramount. The commercial district of the Hidden Sand Village featured a complete range of products, convenient sales, and efficient transportation. Quick purchases led to rapid sales. Who could resist such a lure? During the brief duration of the friendship tournament, astute individuals had already engaged in numerous transactions, and a steady stream of merchant caravans continued to arrive. The flourishing commerce has brought not only the vibrancy of the economy, but also the advancement of the tourism industry. The distinctive ghost houses, culinary delights, snacks, handicrafts, and apparel of Sand Hidden Village are all captivating visitors. Particularly noteworthy are the Animal Pavilion and Art Gallery established by Gene E, which have become must-visit attractions. Thriving with business, this unexpected success has taken the villagers by surprise. The Animal Pavilion, in essence, is a miniature zoo, featuring a diverse array of animals native to the Wind Country. These familiar creatures have garnered immense affection from the populace. Predominantly small in size and characterized by their endearing nature, these animals are easy to care for, appealing to all age groups, from children to the elderly. As for the art gallery, it showcases a variety of mineral sculptures crafted through assembly line techniques, depicting prominent figures from the Warring States period, alongside renowned flora and fauna from the ninja world. Both large and small sculptures are available, with the latter being particularly popular among the general public. Notably, the sculptures of the Sage of Six Paths tend to sell out at once, regardless of their design, reflecting their immense popularity. Gene E has refrained from creating figures from the era after the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, citing that the timeline is too recent to be considered historical, lacking the requisite depth and significance. The underlying reason is Gene Yi's desire to avoid enhancing the prestige of the Leaf Village. The potential inclusion of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha would undoubtedly elevate popularity to unprecedented levels, akin to the Sage of Six Paths. These two figures are revered as deities by many who have witnessed their prowess. While these trivial items may seem inconspicuous, they play a crucial role in Gene Yi's overarching plan. The residents of Sand Hidden Village are elated, visibly basking in the prosperity of their community. The members of the Ministry of Commerce are equally pleased, as wealth flows into their coffers like a rushing river. Gene E is delighted by his accomplishments, and it is reasonable to speculate that even greater successes lie ahead. Conversely, other ninja villages are increasingly anxious, particularly following the recent friendly matches, which have intensified their unease. They initially believed that the prosperity of Sand Hidden Village was merely a fleeting phenomenon, buoyed by the favorable circumstances of the matches. However, contrary to their expectations, the influx of visitors has not diminished in the aftermath. Rather, it has become increasingly conspicuous. Although many have contemplated emulating Sand Hidden Village's business model, deeper reflection reveals insurmountable obstacles. Money is a necessity for every village, but who wields that wealth is of paramount importance. If a significant economy is not allocated judiciously, it could incite considerable unrest. Yet, the inability to effect change now does not preclude future opportunities. The right moment will inevitably arise. Consequently, the major ninja villages are diligently investigating the reasons behind Sand Hidden Village's successful reform. After extensive research, they still feel that something fundamental is lacking. On the surface, everything appears straightforward, and even from an internal perspective, it seems uncomplicated. The system of Sand Hidden Village is laid bare, seemingly ready for replication. However, those who attempt to mindlessly copy it may inadvertently bring calamity upon their own communities. Aikido Chiofeng, increasingly irritated as he perused the gathered intelligence, sighed deeply and remarked, "Rikuji, have you discerned anything? In the Hidden Leaf Village, there exists a remarkably unique child who neither participated in the competition nor roamed about, but consistently followed close behind Akimichi Torikase. This individual is Nara Shikaku, the next head of the Nara clan, whose mission is to promptly analyze and address the current intelligence concerning Sunagakure. Lord Torikase aspires to emulate the system of Sunagakure. Yet the most challenging aspect lies in the equitable distribution of benefits. How does Sunagakure allocate its resources, and why has it been able to implement this successfully?" Nara Shikaku pondered. First, the clan factions in Sunagakure forfeited substantial profits. Secondly, Kageyoshi utilized this portion of profit to reward his supporters. Lastly, the clan factions identified new sources of profit. At this juncture, Nara Shikaku solemnly stated, while the other points are manageable, the real challenge lies in the last one. How to discover new sources of profit. Is it not possible to imitate Sunagakure? Their methods appear rather easy to learn. Akimichi Torikase observed that the unique enterprises of Sunagakure were not readily apparent. The Fire Country possesses an abundance of specialties, likely outnumbering those of the Wind Country. Nara Shikaku shook his head. It is too late. If their methods are so easily adoptable, why adhere to the village's directives unless a new source can be found? The existing benefits have long been divided and cannot be utilized for coercion. There is one more point that Nara Shikaku did not mention. Even if someone were to discover a new business opportunity, why would they contribute it to the village? Even he, Nara Shikaku, would face dire consequences if he dared to relinquish a lucrative venture. To restructure the framework, new and substantial benefits must be introduced to entice individuals to share their profits. A mutual exchange of benefits is necessary to provide motivation for reform. Even with all prerequisites met, numerous obstacles remain, requiring cautious execution. Akimichi Torikase, with a gloomy expression, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you considered why Sunagakure succeeded? Sunagakure must have endured a significant upheaval to arrive at its current state. Yet, from an external perspective, Sunagakure appears remarkably stable, seemingly unaffected by any tumultuous events. The rapid return to calm following a great upheaval necessitates the cooperation of numerous key individuals and requires someone to swiftly navigate through the originally perilous situation. Any failure at critical junctures could lead to irreparable consequences. However, what is Sunagakure's true condition? If it were truly in turmoil, how could it still possess so many exceptional talents?" With this thought, his reasoning fell into contradiction. Is it conceivable that Kageyoshi is the one behind this? Akimichi Torikase violently broke free from conventional thinking, linking everything back to Kageyoshi. This Kageyoshi is extraordinarily capable, so much so that even Torikase feels an urge to eliminate him. Most importantly, Kageyoshi has yet to reach his full potential, presenting an opportunity for eradication. Nara Shikaku offered a wry smile. He too harbored a desire to see Kageyoshi meet his demise, yet reluctantly shook his head. It does not add up. Kageyoshi's identity is too sensitive. Targeting him equates to a relentless feud with the clan factions. Moreover, Kageyoshi's uncle, Kageyoshi, could even turn against him. How would his subordinates perceive such cold-bloodedness? Who would dare to support him when the repercussions are so dire? If Kageyoshi were to be positioned at the center of the storm, the potential for success lies in the disintegration of Sunagakure, leading to discord and division. Utilizing such means, even if Jin Ishu ascends to the position of Wind Shadow, he will inevitably suffer a backlash. Should he falter and the matter be exposed, inciting the ire of his clan and becoming completely opposed to Jin Ishu, the consequences would be equally dire. Not to mention others. Would someone as vengeful as Jin Ishu show mercy to those who seek his life? Chiodao Chiefing exhaled a sigh, feeling somewhat reluctant to watch the rise of the Land of Wind, which posed a significant threat to Konoha. In the midst of his worries, Nara Shikaku suddenly remarked, "Lord Chiefing, do you recall the significant troop movements from Sunagakure 6 months ago?" Chiodao Chiefing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that incident was the precursor to major upheaval?" Nara Shikaku nodded, stating, "Further investigation is warranted." Delving into that matter could not only unveil the vulnerabilities of Sunagakure, but also be leveraged accordingly. Such a grand maneuver surely involved the demise of a pivotal figure, and revealing this would be quite troublesome for Sunagakure. If it implicated key individuals, it could potentially incite internal strife within their ranks. I have heard that at this moment in the Land of Wind, a significant figure is overseeing all affairs. After the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans allied with Sarutobi Hiruzen, much intelligence has been shared with the Nara clan. If he were to investigate, he might indeed uncover something substantial. Chiodao Chiefing's eyes glimmered with confidence in that person's abilities, and he nodded solemnly. Thus, regarding the assassination of Jin Ishu, Konoha resumed its investigation, this time under the guidance of someone of considerable influence. Amidst various speculations, the ceremony for the succession of the Wind Shadow finally arrived. The long-secluded Jin Ishu was summoned early. A long-absent figure, Yurichika, also returned to the village today. "Chika, you have returned," Jin Ishu greeted. Yurichika smiled. "I came back last night. I heard you were in seclusion, so I did not wish to disturb you." Jin Ishu nodded, refraining from inquiring about missions, for he had much to accomplish. In order to ensure the succession ceremony of Sunagakure was sufficiently solemn, he meticulously designed an elaborate set of procedures. The formal rituals not only enhanced the Shadow's authority, but also unify the hearts of the people. He believed that through this ceremony, significant changes would occur in many minds. Once enough transformations manifest, when events transpire, people would not resist. He also provided suggestions for the formal attire exclusive to the Jin Ishu clan, merging the identity of a ninja with a design that was both substantial and agile, leaning towards a style reminiscent of ancient China. When Jin Ishu was fully adorned by attendants, he emanated an air of majesty and grace. The ensemble was deep blue, with the edges of the robe embroidered with ancient bronze cloud and thunder patterns, and adorned with motifs of soaring fire bats. The chest and back featured intricate gold-threaded embroidery of the Jin Ishu clan's unique emblem, two symmetrically carved blades interlocking, with a slender diamond-shaped tip in between, evoking a semblance of mountain and flame. Those who beheld him could not help but praise him as a born nobleman. Yekawa Kazuki and Anto Ishii's eyes lit up, nodding in satisfaction. "Young master, is this not too extravagant?" Yurichika voiced her concerns, though she too was quite pleased with the attire. "Haha, you wouldn't think I would limit myself to just this, would you?" In the hidden village of sand, the once elusive Chihua Miao had been absent for a considerable time, leaving many actions unknown to him. The earnest Kazuma spoke, Lord Wind Shadow, along with the heads of various clans, their heirs, and the ministers of the 8 major departments, all don exclusive attire. This reassured Chihua Miao, yet he inquired with confusion, "Young master, as ninjas, do we not attract excessive attention in such splendid garments?" Kazuma shook his head. "Why should we harbor such thoughts? Those in high positions must bear their own dignity. After all, one is the shadow of a nation. Previously, our casualness was rather shabby, and such attire is reserved for significant occasions." In Kazuma's eyes, the entire ninja world exuded an air of modesty and stinginess. As the shadow of a nation, a figure of considerable power, it was rather unbecoming to be less dignified than some gang leaders. Although many considerations were made for combat, solemnity was essential on certain days. To be oblivious to one's elevated status would only invite scorn. Kazuma aspired to subtly instill certain concepts within the ninja realm, teaching them how to embody the qualities of a leader. Fortunately, they occasionally embraced Kazuma's progressive ideas, free from distractions, as they acknowledged the correctness of his views. As Kazuma gazed into the mirror, he was pleased with his appearance, chuckling softly, "Not bad, I've begun to grow." Typically, boys experience delayed growth, often shorter than their female peers in their youth. Thankfully, over the past 6 months, Kazuma's stature had gradually increased. Otherwise, he would have struggled to fill out his attire. The atmosphere of one's surroundings influences the body. Now, Kazuma displayed a certain poise, with his deep black eyes and tousled dark blue hair capturing attention effortlessly. The moment he stepped outside, the street fell into a hushed reverence. A group waiting outside instinctively bowed in greeting. Hearing the commotion, the prepared Musashi Kazuma emerged, his laughter resonating as he exclaimed, "Haha, excellent, splendid." Many elders from the Kazuma clan followed suit, their faces alight with joy and praise. On the day of the Wind Shadow succession, numerous relatives seldom seen were also present to witness the event. "Come, let the ninja world behold the glory of our sand village today," declared Musashi Kazuma, resplendent in his own attire, as he strode confidently towards the Wind Shadow Tower, with Kazuma closely behind, followed by other elders. Upon reaching the vast plaza before the new Wind Shadow Tower, they found it teeming with people, the expansive area brimming with a lively crowd. As they took their positions, members of the prominent families exchanged knowing glances and warm smiles. It was undeniable that when these elegantly clad individuals gathered, a distinct hierarchy emerged. Even rival factions, often at odds, wore the garments designed by Kazuma with cheerful spirits. Together, they formed the focal point of the entire plaza. Chio and Aizo stood on the speaking platform at the front of the plaza, reflecting on the scene with a sense of nostalgia, recognizing that their sand village was flourishing more than ever. The two formidable figures of the shadowy realm, at this moment, ceased to conceal their true selves, unabashedly unleashing their overwhelming presence. The leaders of several distant ninja villages, observing from afar, cast solemn glances at Chio before diverting their attention shortly thereafter. Fortunately, Sunagakure indeed lacked considerable depth. The leaders exchanged knowing smiles, This was the only piece of good news in recent days. Had Sunagakure possessed other equally powerful entities, they would not have remained hidden on a day like today. The worries that had lingered for days began to dissipate, and Yoshido's smile grew more genuine. A wealthy ally lacking in strength was indeed the most favorable of circumstances. Jinsei contemplated the recent proposal from Sunagakure. It appeared that they, the Kirigakure, might find an avenue for collaboration. Such a feeble Sunagakure, now showing signs of resurgence, would undoubtedly be vulnerable to Konoha's machinations. Even a mere partnership in confronting Konoha would not be out of the question. Kirigakure had always prided itself on self-sufficiency and, having recently adopted an elite policy, faced no economic pressures. With this thought, his gaze subtly drifted towards Akimichi Torikase. Torikase, observing the dramatic transformation of Sunagakure, felt a twinge of envy. If such a weak village could exhibit such vigor, what might Konoha achieve if they united as one? Amidst the contemplations of the group, their attention was suddenly captured by a resounding cheer. Dressed in splendid attire, the Sand Elder ascended the podium. After a few days' absence, he appeared to have aged further, yet his stride remained remarkably steadfast. With hands raised to calm the crowd, he addressed them. Today is a momentous occasion for Sunagakure. Just half a month ago, you personally selected Okabe to be my successor, and he has proven his capabilities, poised to lead Sunagakure into a brighter future. I am heartened that our village has a worthy successor. Entrusting Sunagakure to such an exceptional junior brings me great peace. His words were sincere and filled with emotion, for he had initially harbored some doubts. The elder's gaze briefly lingered on Kamiya, a hint of admiration evident. Kamiya, for the moment, remained unable to step forward. His remarkable strength served as an excellent shield, attracting attention yet not rendering him a target for scorn, which was advantageous. With Kamiya's assistance, the prosperity of Sunagakure would undoubtedly continue without concern. The elder then recounted Kamiya's achievements, some known to others, some not, lengthy yet engaging. Kamiya ascended the podium, quietly reflecting on the past. Now was the time to hand the village over to the youth. The elder slowly shed his ornate Kazekage cloak, personally draping it over Kamiya's shoulders. He then waved to the crowd below before turning to step down from the stage, his silhouette tinged with melancholy, a hero in twilight. A few among the crowd became choked with emotion, though their voices remained subdued, for this was indeed a day of great joy. Kamiya stood tall at the forefront, surveying the assembly, and declared with conviction, "From this moment forth, I, Kamiya, shall officially assume the mantle of Kazekage and lead Sunagakure towards greater strength." The thunderous roar of cheers erupted, each face radiant with joy. Subsequently, it was the esteemed Imayoshi who personally announced the appointments across the various departments. With the official documents bearing their names signed, the transfer of power, at this very moment, officially entered the sight of all. The Minister of the Military, Chiyo. The Minister of the Dark Division, Ibozu. The head of the elite shinobi class, Jirianashi. The Minister of the Guard Corps, Yamaki Masaki. The Minister of Intelligence, Shinchihiro. The Minister of Commerce, Nawakawa. The Minister of Health, Kamiyu Wakura, and the acting principal of the Ninja Academy, Imayoshi Musashi. With each name spoken, an individual stepped forward. The people of Sunagakure looked upon this assembly with a palpable sense of excitement. To speak candidly, those on the stage represented the very essence of Sunagakure. Some within the village voiced their dissent regarding these appointments, asserting that individuals from prominent families held too many high positions. However, their objections were swiftly dismissed by Imayoshi, who intended from the outset to elevate the caliber of ministerial figures. A rigid stipulation was established: to hold a ministerial rank, regardless of one's extraordinary abilities, one must at the very least possess the strength of an elite shinobi. Otherwise, if one did not meet the requisite standards, the position would remain vacant rather than be filled indiscriminately. Even Imayoshi Musashi was not exempt. His role as principal was merely provisional. This proposal was personally put forth by Imayoshi, effectively silencing all dissenting voices. Initially, Imayoshi Musashi had no intention of serving as the principal. It was Imayoshi's intent to set an example that led to this suggestion. Although Imayoshi Musashi's prowess was not particularly formidable, his reputation loomed large. Having guided the Imayoshi clan to its present stature, who would dare to underestimate him? Apart from the Kazekage, no one in Sunagakure would dare to rival Imayoshi Musashi's prestige. If he was deemed unworthy of a permanent ministerial position, how could others express dissent? Had it not been for the insufficient caliber within Sunagakure, Imayoshi would have aspired to appoint elite shinobi even to vice-ministerial roles. Regrettably, the village lacked such elite figures. Among the 8 major departments, each had 2 deputy ministers. In such a vast Sunagakure, they could not muster 24 elite shinobi, even when drawing upon the hidden strengths of various clans. And they were not merely short by a few. This left Imayoshi feeling quite helpless. As for Imayoshi's dream of having all ministerial figures at the level of Kage, that was but a fanciful notion. The road ahead was long and arduous. With a sigh, Imayoshi reflected on this reality. Following the speeches of the ministerial appointees, the public broadcast concluded, leading into the shinobi conference. This appointment ceremony would require considerable time, as every position of real authority would be formally designated at this gathering. Past appointments had merely been tacitly acknowledged. It was through this conference that they would be officially ratified. Therefore, this information could no longer be disclosed to outsiders. Not only were outsiders barred from knowledge, but the internal arrangements of each department remained unknown to one another, save for a few positions that were externally facing. The remaining individuals in the square would need to post notices, carefully explaining the scope of authority for each department to the villagers. In the event of any overreach or abuse of power, villagers would be informed on how to report such occurrences or which departments to approach. Today, Imayoshi was tasked with overseeing one of the official notice boards. There existed a total of 8 such boards. All information for the day would be primarily conveyed through these 8 official notice boards. Any utterance that contravenes the official notice board, regardless of its source, is deemed misinformation. Not only today, but henceforth, the official information from the Wind Shadow Tower will exclusively appear on the official notice board. All other rumors will be treated as mere gossip. Cooperation with the security department has indeed led to the apprehension of numerous instigators. No one ever anticipated that the Sand Hidden Village would establish an official notice board. Traditionally, various nations would simply find any available space to post announcements. After all, disseminating information throughout the village is a labor-intensive endeavor. Once a fixed location is established, it is likely to result in inaccuracies. Jin Irong, indifferent to such oversights, aims to create an authoritative official presence. Once authority is assured, many troubles can be averted. The war of public opinion has been manipulated by many. As for those who overlook such matters, the significant affairs of the Wind Shadow's succession do not concern them. And regardless of their motives, they cannot impact the Sand Hidden Village. The fatigue is but a single day's burden. Subsequent security will be entrusted to the Wind Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard, at times, is merely ornamental. If the shadow itself is in peril, how could the guard possibly thrive? Thus, under Jin Irong's counsel, the Shadow Guard has been expanded, aligning its duties more closely with that of a spokesperson, becoming representatives of the official facade. The formidable weapon of the newspaper has been temporarily shelved due to its overwhelming influence. The Sand Hidden Village is too weak to control the direction of public opinion. Jin Irong prefers to endure a few complications now, merely involving additional procedures. The ninjas, adept at traversing high and low, can relay messages in small circles, which may indeed be as swift as newspapers, while also being safe and reliable. In this manner, the transformed Sand Hidden Village officially commenced operations, with any future personnel changes requiring intricate procedures. For a full 3 days, the new Wind Shadow Tower witnessed an unceasing flow of personnel, consistently signing documents and affixing seals. Amidst the bustling activities of the Sand Hidden Village, the members of the 3 major ninja villages departed quietly. Aside from the few who bid farewell to Jin Irong, many were unaware of their departure. Meanwhile, the contingent from the Cloud Hidden Village remains incarcerated in the interrogation chamber. And since the incident until the Wind Shadow succession was complete, they have not sent anyone else. After a fortnight of relentless operation, the Sand Hidden Village finally came to a pause. With the concerted efforts of all parties, the 8 departments have begun to make their presence felt throughout the Land of Wind. Jin Irong could finally take a breath and rest momentarily. The establishment of the 8 departments and their formal operation are 2 distinct concepts. Prior to Jin Ishu's official ascension, matters could be privately negotiated within departments without issue. However, once operations commenced, everything shifted towards formalization and procedural rigor, increasing the number of protocols significantly, making the occurrence of problems inevitable. Various conventional and peculiar issues require Jin Irong's involvement for discussion, serving as a model for those who follow. Yet, while the system is the system, untested protocols will invariably have oversights that necessitate humane adjustments. Half a month has merely facilitated initial acclimatization. There remains a considerable journey ahead to establish a genuinely effective regulatory framework. However, the remaining tasks need not be pointed out by Jin Irong. To concern himself with every matter would be utterly exhausting. As he finally anticipated a moment of respite, Jin Yi suddenly found himself once again confronted by Jin Yi Fong. How have you arranged the mission to the Land of Tides? Jin Yi was momentarily taken aback. During this busy period, he had scarcely a moment to breathe, let alone to listen to Mao Luo, Xianhua's reports regarding the situation in the Land of Tides. Observing his demeanor, Jin Yi Fong reminded him, Yan'an village has yet to establish contact with the village, and they may very well be targeting you. You must be prepared. The tranquility of Yan'an village was unsettling. To believe they could simply laugh off past grievances would indeed be folly. Any news regarding unusual activities from Yan'an village would suffice. Jin Yi Fong shook his head gravely. There is no information. All scouts have detected not a hint of irregularity. It seemed Yan'an village was poised to strike with formidable force. Did they truly believe he would emerge from the village? Jin Yi was perplexed by Yun Yin's misplaced confidence. Could they afford to wait for a year while he concealed himself? If the sand-hidden village were to hold Yun Yin's hostages for an extended period, Yan'an would become a mere jest, suffering not only a significant loss of prestige, but also enduring unseen and permanent damage across various facets. The machinations of the sand-hidden village concerning the Land of Tides were of great consequence and necessitated Jin Yi's personal involvement. However, only 2 individuals were privy to this matter. What extraordinary abilities did Yun Yin possess to manipulate Jin Yi Fong into betraying him? Numerous preparations had been made without informing the lower ranks. Even when the incident in the Land of Tides arose, they intended to maintain a low profile, withholding definitive statements. Yet, Jin Yi Fong surmised certain aspects, cautioning, "You are now 14. You will undoubtedly undergo the Chunin examination within the year." Jin Yi was a leading figure among the younger generation of the sand-hidden village, and his Chunin assessment would necessarily take him beyond the Wind Country. And he would not exceed the age of 15. This pertained to a matter of prestige. Achieving Chunin status by the age of 15 would serve as an unspoken benchmark. If Jin Yi were to choose retreat for the sake of safety, they would rejoice. Strength encompasses not only physical prowess, but also mental fortitude. A single retreat would irrevocably disqualify Jin Yi from the path to becoming an unparalleled force. As for his strength and qualifications, they had long since been met. The sand-hidden village could elevate him uniquely, but others could not. The ninja world would not recognize it, nor would the internal factions of the sand-hidden village accept it. The exchange of inconsequential hostages for Jin Yi's downfall would be an unprecedented gain. Jin Yi suddenly realized that he had unknowingly turned 14. The 1st of January, 2027, marked not only the day Jin Yi Fong ascended to the role of Wind Shadow, but also Jin Yi's own passage into another year of life. This year's Chunin examination was considerably delayed compared to many others. However, ultimately, it was merely a matter of superficial renown. Previously, Jin Yi could afford to disregard it. But this particular moment demanded his attention. Should Yan'an village impose this invisible threshold upon him? He could not ascertain whether he would retain the audacity to look down upon all. What does the Chunin examination generally entail? Upon hearing this question, Jin Yi Fong comprehended Jin Yi's resolution and solemnly stated, for an ordinary individual, whether escorting a business minister or securing victory in a friendly competition, such accomplishments would suffice for promotion to Chunin. Yet for you, they are woefully inadequate. Is there any particular criteria? The examination for the elite shinobi involves investigating the 4 major ninja villages, where he has acquired no fewer than 1 piece of S-rank intelligence from each. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Yi realized the implications of this statement and inquired with curiosity. So, must my task surpass his in difficulty? Jin Yi Fong nodded and replied. Originally, Yuji was not required to return to the village, but he exposed his whereabouts while in the Hidden Mist village, which prompted his recall. This is also why the Hidden Cloud village believes you will inevitably leave the village. Understanding this, Jin Yi raised his gaze and continued. Are there any tasks suitable for me now? It would be prudent to handle them together. I share the same sentiment. It could also serve as a guise for the matters concerning the Land of Whirlpools. Jin Yi Fong handed Jin Yi a prepared mission scroll. Upon slightly opening it, Jin Yi's breath caught in his throat. Investigate the shadow-level information of the other 4 major ninja villages. Is there a possibility of a comparison with the evaluation of UG? It is not that Jin Yi looks down upon UG. Anyone who has ever engaged with shadow-level beings would not return alive. Jin Yi widened his eyes, staring in silence at Jin Yi Su Fong. I am deeply intrigued by your concept of shadow level, he said. Hence, a plethora of classified intelligence requires updating. Otherwise, it could lead to significant issues. For now, I place my trust solely in your judgment. Jin Yi Su Fong's tone was grave. Ever since he grasped the concept of shadow level, he understood the necessity of swiftly assessing the approximate number of shadow-level entities in each village. In the past, not only was there no concept of shadow level, but even elite jounin were not clearly defined. Jin Yi Su Fong knew that some individuals were strong, yet he could not accurately gauge their power, as his own abilities were evident. Many responses were based on his assessments. However, the emergence of shadow-level figures struck him like thunder, clarifying the tiers of certain individuals, thus rendering his previous responses potentially inaccurate. Many powerful ninjas have long been labeled as jounin, despite knowing their strength. One tends to unconsciously treat them with the same approach as other jounin, merely considering them slightly stronger than average. Yet, when the tiers are distinctly delineated, a sense of urgency arises. In their hidden sand village, there are but a meager 3 shadow-level shinobi. In other ninja villages, from what he knows, there are certainly more than merely a handful, not to mention those hidden away. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Teacher, do you truly have such faith in my abilities? Jin Yi would never underestimate any shadow-level shinobi. Given his current notoriety, being discovered would spell doom. I trust your understanding of the shadow levels. You would not recklessly place yourself in danger, and that is of utmost importance. Many ninjas are overly confident in their abilities and disdain the renowned powerhouses of the ninja world. Senju Hashirama is revered as the god of shinobi. Yet the hidden waterfall village dared to send someone to assassinate him. Regardless of the reasoning, if exposed, how could the hidden waterfall village bear the wrath of Konohagakure? Such reckless actions are tantamount to courting death. Were it not for Senju Hashirama's good nature, the hidden waterfall village would have been easily obliterated. One can only imagine the extent of arrogance some individuals possess in the ninja world. Jin Yi Su Fong continued. It is not necessary for you to investigate exhaustively. Rather, the village needs to grasp the general situation. You are well aware of the destructive power of shadow-level entities. The urgency of Kimiyoshi's situation is abundantly clear. Given the current limited number of shinobi in Sunagakure, it is all too easy for adversaries to exploit this vulnerability. The title of the Third Kazekage imposes restrictions on Kimiyoshi's freedom of action. In such a vast land of wind, Chiyo and Izo cannot instill fear in others. The extent of support I can garner from the village remains uncertain. The intelligence department personnel are at your disposal, and an entire team under Yuki is prepared to assist you logistically. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to Yuki. This level of support greatly satisfies Kimiyoshi, and with the trustworthy Shinsei Yuki backing him, he feels secure. In critical moments, Shinsei Yuki can communicate with Kimiyoshi at any time. As the Kazekage's apprentice, Shinsei Yuki holds the authority to meet directly with the Kazekage, significantly diminishing any potential delays. He cannot forget that there are those within the village who disapprove of him. I have a condition, Kimiyoshi states. Do tell. Any reasonable request. Even if it is but a single condition, Kimiyoshi is likely to acquiesce. His position is unique, and the perilous nature of the task at hand means that even he, as Kazekage, cannot compel compliance. Decisions regarding any actions against the land of Whirlpool must be made under my guidance. We must not act recklessly. If Sunagakure inadvertently disrupts someone's plans, Kimiyoshi cannot guarantee that this individual will refrain from retaliating. What if we miss the opportunity? Once Kimiyoshi leaves the village, who knows where he will be, or whether he will receive or transmit messages in a timely manner. Here's my proposal. The village must refrain from any actions until news of the passing of Uzumaki Mido circulates through the shinobi world. Kimiyoshi is taken aback. Is there a necessary connection between these two events? Uzumaki Mido is indeed from the land of Whirlpool, yet she is also the wife of Senju Hashirama. Given her age, it is unlikely she will be actively involved. This news serves as a prelude to action. It allows us to gauge Konoha's stance toward the land of Whirlpool and assess Uzumaki Mido's condition. It may even facilitate a rift between Uzumaki Mido and Konoha. At this point, Kimiyoshi concludes, the major shinobi villages have their share of astute individuals. They will not overlook an opportunity that yields multiple advantages. The information regarding Kumogakure's intent to act against the land of Whirlpool has already reached Sunagakure. And it seems that Kirigakure is also preparing to intervene. Otherwise, why would Kumogakure remain so quietly patient for Kimiyoshi's departure? To speak frankly, even if the land of Whirlpool lacked various sealing techniques, Kumogakure would still take action. Uzumaki Mido, as one of Konoha's 4 pillars, has reached an age where any assault on Konoha cannot bypass her. The probing of the land of Whirlpool is merely the beginning. Many further tests will ensue. Once Uzumaki Mido's death is confirmed, it will be time for full-scale war. After a clandestine discussion with Kimiyoshi, he returned home with urgency. He gathered Urarachika without delay and inquired about the intelligence concerning the land of Whirlpool. How many suitable individuals have you identified? Urarachika presented a list, explaining, there are over 30 individuals who can be deemed masters of sealing techniques in the land of Whirlpool, with more than 20 of them belonging to the Uzumaki clan. However, the land of Whirlpool is not solely composed of the Uzumaki. There are many external relatives as well. The heritage of the Uzumaki clan is profound, and among these distinguished individuals, there are certainly a notable number of exceptional figures. Among the more than 20, there are a dozen families with moderate strength and a considerable number of descendants. Jin Irong raised his head in astonishment and inquired, are there truly so many who meet the criteria? Mao Luo Qianhua replied with a smile, the Uzumaki clan is rather peculiar. Most men are engrossed in the study of sealing techniques, while only a few, who are passionate about their own power, seem out of place. As for the women, they tend to manage household affairs, with many not even having refined their chakra. From her perspective, there are many among these women with commendable talents. Yet they lead lives akin to ordinary individuals. One wonders what the land of Whirlpools thinks of this. Jin Irong perused the meticulously detailed list and asked, are there any descendants with pure bloodlines? There were indeed few, with only 3 young girls fitting the description. It is rather rare to find pure bloodlines after such a long history of intermarriage with outside clans. During your time in the land of Whirlpools, did you encounter any incidents? Upon mentioning this, Mao Luo Qianhua's expression turned serious as she pondered. The overall strength of the land of Whirlpools is not formidable. Yet there are individuals with keen senses. I was discovered twice, but oddly enough, as they investigated, they shifted their attention to others whose identities were quite strange, behaving unlike those from the 5 great nations. The individuals who were discovered lacked a cohesive system and fought independently, which felt rather odd. Was it White Setsu? Jin Irong expressed curiosity about Uchiha Madara's criteria for selecting individuals. However, since Uchiha Madara's objective was a vessel, fortunately, there was no conflict. Based on the timeline, Nagato's birth must have occurred after the destruction of the land of Whirlpools. Thus, Uchiha Madara's requirements were clear, a female, from whom he would cultivate Nagato through special means. Nagato's talent is seldom rivaled within the entire Uzumaki clan. To suggest that he was born purely by chance would imply an excessive degree of luck on Uchiha Madara's part, which is entirely inconsistent with his character. Subsequently, Jin Irong quietly continued to sift through the list, selecting suitable candidates. The matters concerning the land of Whirlpools are neither trivial nor monumental. They could significantly enhance the foundation of Sunagakure, yet for him personally, they presently offered little assistance. Soon, several children of appropriate age were etched in his memory. He set the list aside and began contemplating the upcoming Jonin examinations, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Without uttering a word, Jin Irong made his way to his study and began writing. Upon emerging, he held several letters in hand. He produced one and instructed, please deliver this letter to the Shinsi family for me, stating that I shall visit Yuki the day after tomorrow and personally hand it to him. Mao Luo Qianhua did not inquire further and accepted the letter, promptly departing. Sure to. Jin Irong called out towards the door. Ant's Life Stone appeared before him, puzzled. Please seek out teacher Fong Zheng and deliver these 2 letters to him. Recently, it was not only Jin Irong who was busy. Yinchuan Fong Zheng was also occupied. The Ninja Academy had now found its footing, having enrolled 2 batches of students of suitable age. As a teacher at the academy, Yinchuan Fong Zheng had numerous matters to attend to. After all, the curriculum and regulations of the academy were crafted by Jin Irong. And with Yinchuan Fong Zheng being in close proximity to him daily, he could readily comprehend the intent behind certain measures. Aunt Shengshi accepted the letter without further inquiry and silently went to find someone. The living room fell into a tranquil silence. Jin Yirong sat at the table, leisurely savoring his tea, awaiting something. Before long, Male Woqianhua and Aunt Shengshi returned with a message for Jin Yirong. He instructed them that regardless of what transpired, they should remain unfazed and refrain from any actions. The two exchanged glances, yet asked no further questions. Indeed, in a brief moment, three mysterious figures stealthily appeared in a concealed corner of the living room. Yechuan Fangzheng, Shinji Yuji, and an exceptionally handsome young man. The striking visage of the youth drew several glances from Jin Yirong, who ultimately approached Shinji Yuji. They engaged in a hushed conversation for an extended period, after which Shinji Yuji departed with a solemn expression. Upon concluding their discussion, Jin Yirong turned to Yechuan Fangzheng and stated, "Teacher Fangzheng, I must undertake the Jonin examination and will be leaving the land of wind. You are to remain in the village and divert the attention of others." "What? Both Maidai and I will stay in the village, and the team will be lacking," Yechuan Fangzheng began, but suddenly realized something. Glancing at the young man, and then at Male Woqianhua. "Very well, what else do you require of me?" Jin Yirong reminded him, "Do nothing out of the ordinary. Proceed with your usual activities, conceal for as long as you can. Once exposed, seek out Shinji Yuji, and you shall both be responsible for the information within the village." Yechuan Fangzheng nodded and quietly exited the living room. The other three in the room grasped the situation as well. Male Woqianhua pondered for a moment, hesitatingly stating, "Yechuan Fangzheng possesses considerable strength. Jin Yirong strategizing with the decoy is sound, yet it does not necessarily require Yechuan Fangzheng." The underlying implication was that Yechuan Fangzheng had been sidelined from the team. Jin Yirong offered no explanation. Yechuan Fangzheng had not demonstrated sufficient potential, making his presence beside Jin Yirong a squandered opportunity. Initially, Yechuan Fangzheng had been selected for the team due to his loyalty rather than his prowess. "Introduce yourself." Jin Yirong directed his gaze toward the unfamiliar young man, who was tall and imposing, exuding an air of aloofness and charm. He was unperturbed by the prospect of nurturing the village's younger generation. Replying to Master Jin Yirong, "I am Inahara Kai, proficient in body techniques, swordsmanship, assassination, stealth, and intelligence gathering. I have received guidance from Lord Kazekage for a period and can competently wield lightning release ninjutsu." As his words concluded, all three turned their attention toward Inahara Kai, who had evidently been instructed by Jin Yuxifang, indicating his promising aptitude. Before the emergence of magnet release, Jin Yuxifang was renowned within the ninja world for his mastery of lightning release. Inahara Kai continued, "I passed the Jonin examination 2 years ago and currently serve as a team leader in the Yumbu." Jin Yirong nodded in satisfaction, "A commendable background. Assess your own capabilities." Inahara Kai contemplated briefly before assertively stating, "Among those in the recent friendly competition, I would rank in the top 4. Aunt Shengshi gazed incredulously at Inahara Kai. "Goodness. Does that mean he is confident in placing first, aside from the young master and the wielder of the bloodline limit? Even placing Yechuan Fangzheng among them?" Few dared to claim a secure position in the top 4. No one questioned Inahara Kai's assertion. The mere fact that he was chosen for Jin Yirong's team spoke volumes. "All right. Now, let us set off immediately, ensuring that our whereabouts remain undisclosed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we shall convene at the harbor en route to the land of tea." Kimiyoshi issues a decisive command to depart at once, though the other three express surprise. They remain unfazed, as ninjas are perpetually in a state of readiness. Thus, Kimiyoshi's team quietly departed from Sunagakure. The swiftness of their exit astonished even Kimiyoshi when he received the news. Except for a select few, no one in Sunagakure was aware that Kimiyoshi had left the village. Everything proceeded with meticulous order. After school, Yoshikawa continued his lessons at Kimiyoshi's residence. Nobuchika prepared for Kimiyoshi's visit 2 days hence. As the day of the visit approached, Yoshikawa came to apologize, stating that Kimiyoshi was in seclusion due to a sudden burst of inspiration. Even the previously absent Uemura Miyoshi reappeared in the public eye, occasionally visiting Kimiyoshi's home. For a full 10 days, no one noticed Kimiyoshi's absence. Therefore, when Uzumaki Amina received Kimiyoshi's invitation, the shock was palpable. As the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Amina had encountered countless situations, but he quickly regained his composure and pondered Kimiyoshi's audacious visit. Another middle-aged man with red hair suggested, "Leader, should we refuse?" Kimiyoshi has a vendetta against Kumogakure. We should not meddle in such matters. Amina retorted fiercely. The entirety of Kumogakure wishes to see him eliminated. Yet he still risks revealing his identity, bearing the Hokage's seal. Do you truly believe he would depart without achieving his aim? You have learned nothing despite my guidance. The red-haired man chuckled awkwardly, lowering his head in embarrassment. The visitor bore ill intentions, offering no opportunity for refusal. Such boldness at a young age was indeed alarming. Amina felt irked by Kimiyoshi's evidently threatening demeanor. The strength of that team had already been reported, and to apprehend them discreetly seemed a mere fantasy. Bring them here. But do not let the news leak. The land of waves cannot withstand the turmoil of both the land of wind and the land of lightning. The red-haired man understood the gravity of the situation, as he had personally delivered the letter. Only Kimiyoshi and Aunt Sakushi arrived, while the other two remained outside to provide support. This made Amina completely set aside his suspicions and disregard Kimiyoshi's youthful appearance, addressing him directly. Might I inquire, young Master Kimiyoshi, what brings you to the land of waves at such an hour? Amina continued. Do you not offer me a cup of tea? Such is not the way of hospitality. He implied that a good guest would be welcomed, unlike a troublesome one like Kimiyoshi, who should speak plainly. Nevertheless, Amina had someone prepare tea. Kimiyoshi smiled, unceremoniously seated himself at the guest table, and began to indulge in the snacks laid out. Their crispness and sweetness compelled him to exclaim, delicious. He continued to enjoy several more. This was not mere flattery. He genuinely appreciated the delicacies. Their journey had been arduous, first detouring through the land of tea, then sailing through the land of rain, and finally traversing the vast ocean to reach the land of waves. Time was scarce, and their meals had been hastily consumed. Such exquisite delicacies have truly not graced my palate in quite some time. The tea has been perfectly prepared, and today, I indulged lustily, savoring several cups, contentedly wiping my mouth afterward. Having dined and drunk, I may now convey my intentions. With a smile, I inquired, might I ask, chief of the Uzumaki clan, what is your perspective on my sand-hidden village? How do I perceive it? With my eyes, of course. What concern is the state of the sand-hidden village to the land of whirlpools? Uzumaki Arima replied dismissively, it seems quite well. Congratulations on the flourishing of the land of wind. And how does the sand-hidden village compare to the leaf? What do you mean by that? The sand-hidden village is regarded as the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages, unable to stand in comparison with the leaf. Since you are so aware, why do you inquire further? Uzumaki Arima narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Recently, the land of whirlpools has had little interaction with the leaf, has it not? Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that the current leaf looks down upon the land of whirlpools. Am I correct, Chief Uzumaki? Uzumaki Arima did not rise to the bait, responding calmly, young Master Genie, please refrain from beating around the bush. The land of whirlpools yearns for peace and has no intention of meddling in the shinobi world, seeking nothing from the outside. During the Warring States period, a wealthy infant relied on a mere fraction of his fortune to navigate among the various factions. Alas, the conflict eventually subsided to ensure safety. The infant painfully relinquished a substantial portion of his wealth to the mightiest at the time, who, with a benevolent disposition, offered protection and granted the infant peace. Uzumaki Arima's expression darkened. I took a sip of tea and continued, as that formidable figure's prestige grew, though he continued to treat the infant well. The infant grew uneasy and periodically sent wealth in return, a practice that persisted for quite some time. Uzumaki Arima's breathing grew heavier. He sensed what I was about to articulate. As time passed, the infant found himself devoid of riches, and more ominously, that great figure passed away. The infant's wealth no longer held significance in the eyes of his protector, rendering it expendable. Yet, the infant's fortune became a coveted prize for others. Pray tell, once the last vestige of connection between that wealthy infant and his protector was severed, what fate awaited such a child? Uzumaki Arima's expression turned grim as he spoke. Is it not possible to re-establish that connection? The infant himself is a treasure. I scoffed. If that infant were willing to seek refuge, he should have done so from the outset, bringing his great wealth along. What a position that would have conferred. Now, with his value nearly depleted, to seek alliance would be folly. At this juncture, Uzumaki Arima's face darkened, glaring fiercely at me. I said with nonchalance, Chief Uzumaki, how do you perceive my sand-hidden village? Lacking in foundation, insufficient in strength, neither remarkably strong nor weak, it would not provoke the leaf sire. Uzumaki Arima furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of such a notion. The leaf is notoriously domineering. If they disdain it, they would not permit others to easily encroach. The land of whirlpools must develop. Are you content to await demise? It is easy to embellish a flourishing situation, yet difficult to provide aid in adversity. The sand-hidden village cannot easily relinquish such a vital ally as the land of whirlpools. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Arima cautiously asked, "What is your intention in coming here?" "Success." Jin-E let out a gentle smile and casually remarked, "I believe you are aware that our sand-hidden village is undergoing substantial development, and currently, we lack a vital and core element." After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with insight as he inquired, "A barrier?" "Indeed, it is the barrier. According to our village's current plans, we require a large-scale barrier, or even an extra-large one. Our sand-hidden village lacks the foundation to construct such a barrier. Apart from Konoha, the other 4 great ninja villages do not possess large barriers either. Are you truly willing to entrust such a confidential matter to our land of the whirlpools?" Jin-E stated directly, "A barrier not only requires construction, but also necessitates constant maintenance and upgrades. Certain areas even demand specially customized barriers." He paused, adjusting his tone. "This is not a one-time transaction, but rather a long-lasting partnership. With the limited foundation of our sand-hidden village, would the land of the whirlpools ever fear being outpaced by us? As long as there is a need, the land of the whirlpools will forever remain an unbreakable ally of our sand-hidden village." Upon careful reflection, Uzumaki Lu Ming found the proposition increasingly feasible. Once the land of the whirlpools intervened in the construction of the sand-hidden village, the village would forever be bound to the land of the whirlpools, ensuring that abandonment would never be an option. As for the risk of being outdone, it was not that Uzumaki Lu Ming underestimated the sand-hidden village. Even Konoha could not fully grasp the true core of the land of the whirlpools. With such a reliable ally in the sand-hidden village, the land of the whirlpools would no longer need to heed Konoha's whims, and the specter of abandonment would be banished. Uncertain of the exact terms of cooperation, Jin-E generously elucidated, "For the first batch, I require 10 sealing masters to create exclusive barriers for our sand-hidden village. After they have designed and constructed them, the land of the whirlpools reserves the right to recall them, sending others to oversee the operations, with a rotation every 3 years, akin to an alternative form of employment, with payment as agreed." Instantly, a radiant smile graced Uzumaki Lu Ming's face, one that he could not conceal. It was exceedingly considerate and reliable, from every angle. The land of the whirlpools appeared to benefit immensely, without even worrying about the sand-hidden village winning over hearts. The possibility of a collaborative downfall akin to that with Konoha would not arise again. Their land of the whirlpools would not repeat past mistakes. Of course, this matter demanded absolute confidentiality. One could never be certain how Konoha might react. For now, the sand-hidden village could not confront Konoha head-on, and he requested Uzumaki's understanding. Upon hearing Konoha's name, a fleeting look of dissatisfaction crossed Uzumaki Lu Ming's face as he solemnly replied, "Young Master Jin-E, you speak too gravely. I understand the difficulties involved. However, with the unwavering support of my Uzumaki clan, I believe the sand-hidden village will eventually possess the strength to resist Konoha." His words brimmed with confidence, as if catching up to Konoha was merely a matter of time. Jin-E nodded. "I too believe that day will come. Uzumaki clan leader, I bear significant responsibilities and cannot linger for long. Might I request that your esteemed country expedite the discussion regarding the first batch's list? A trivial matter. Please allow me a moment, young Master Jin-E." A mere handful of sealing masters would certainly impress the sand-hidden village, and Uzumaki Lu Ming confidently exited the room. "Young master." A strange expression crossed Yi Shengshir's face as he hesitated to speak. Was his young master truly the type to allow others to take advantage? Jin-E calmly waved his hand and continued to savor his tea. After a brief wait, Uzumaki Rina returned with some information. "Young Master Jin-E," she said, "here are some individuals from our Uzumaki nation who have made notable contributions to sealing techniques. Feel free to choose from them." Jin-E waved his hand with a smile, replying, "I am not well versed in sealing arts, so I shall not embarrass myself. I trust that the Uzumaki clan will not disappoint my sand-hidden village." His nonchalant demeanor greatly pleased Uzumaki Rina, who promptly handed over the top 10 names from the list without hesitation. Ansing Stone received the list and passed it to Jean E. Upon reviewing it, Jean E was unsurprised to find that none of the top sealing masters from the Uzumaki nation were present. However, there were 2 jonin, which was an unexpected delight. He had anticipated that they would all be chunin. As he perused the documents, Jean E paused momentarily on one entry before calmly turning the page. The individual listed had a granddaughter, one of the 3 pure-blooded little girls. Miao Luo Qianhua had marked this person prominently, noting not only the purity of their lineage but also that their other attributes aligned perfectly with Jean E's criteria: modest strength, minimal entanglements, a strong emphasis on familial bonds, a predominance of females, many children, and a rather remote residence. This list not only presented significant targets but also showcased a commendable overall quality. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for 7 sealing secret techniques, aside from the formidable diamond sealing and corpse demon sealing. Techniques such as the 4-symbol sealing, contract sealing, 5-element sealing, tail lock seal, and soul seal were all represented, each with practitioners achieving notable success. Jean E nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed. The Uzumaki clan leader is a man of integrity, filled with sincerity. Let us finalize this arrangement and put pen to paper." Although these individuals possessed lesser abilities, their collective competencies were quite comprehensive, far exceeding Jean Yi's initial expectations. Listening to Jean E's genuine admiration, Uzumaki Rina felt a sense of satisfaction. He did not wish to lose face for the Sand-Hidden Village, as this collaboration was sincere on his part. He harbored no concerns about Sand-Hidden Village daring to withhold these individuals. After all, they had recently bestowed a significant gift upon Kanahigakure, fostering a bond of goodwill. Should matters escalate, it would be Sand-Hidden Village that would suffer embarrassment. Jean E took the paper and ink provided to him and began to write extensively, meticulously detailing the verbal agreement they had just reached. Upon completion, he signaled to Ansing Stone to take it over and raised his head to say, "Uzumaki clan leader, my handwritten letter is sufficient to instill trust in the village." Upon receiving the document, Uzumaki Rina broke into a smile, pleasantly surprised by Jean Yi's transparency and thoroughness. He had initially harbored slight doubts about Jean Yi's decisiveness, but now felt completely reassured. Indeed, young Master Jean Yi was a prodigious talent, living up to his reputation, executing matters with impeccable precision, an enlightening experience for this old man. With the handwritten document, they were now allies, and any hostility had vanished. Uzumaki Rina gazed at Jean E with admiration. Jean E rose to bow and said, "Thank you, Uzumaki clan leader, for your kindness. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Wishing you a smooth journey, I bid you farewell." Uzumaki Rina stood and waved goodbye. Once they had distanced themselves from the Uzumaki clan stronghold, the team regrouped. Upon reaching a secluded area, Aunt Shingshi could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Young master, are we truly to collaborate with the land of the whirlpool?" Jean Irong, with a cold smile, replied, "Collaborate? The barrier in question is intrinsically linked to the village's utmost secrets. How could we allow ourselves to be easily subjugated by others?" And Shengshi, unable to believe that everything previously stated was fabricated, especially the vivid prospects described by Jean Irong, pondered, "If even you cannot deceive, how could one possibly fool that cunning old fox? The enigma surrounding the land of the whirlpool cannot be unraveled by anyone. The art of sealing must be firmly grasped in one's own hands to ensure safety." He had never contemplated returning individuals to the land of the whirlpool. Once that nation was vanquished and possessing the descendants of those individuals, there would be ample time for them to gradually feel a sense of belonging. The women were essential for the foundation of Sunagakure. Once a woman marries and bears children, her heart will forever remain in Sunagakure. Especially when a nation is in ruins and one finds themselves under another's roof, the longing for home becomes all the more profound. This is the primary reason for Jean Irong's focus on women. As for animosity, that concerns the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. Sunagakure is an ally of the land of the whirlpool. It is reasonable to rescue a few individuals in dire circumstances. Who could possibly fault that? Furthermore, with the current alliance in place, it is conceivable that, in times of crisis, they could extract some confidential information from the land of the whirlpool. Murochikahana and Inoue Hokai, who had been absent, were somewhat lost in thought. Aunt Shengshi animatedly recounted the preceding events, and in doing so, he gained some insights. Although he often appeared dull and reluctant to use his intellect, he was, in fact, quite astute. Upon finishing, Inoue Hokkai cast a peculiar glance at Jin Irong's back, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the whirlpool's Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Muro Chikahana was filled with fervor, her gaze shining brightly upon Jin Irong's figure. During their return to the village, she had caught up on her studies regarding Jin Irong and felt a pang of regret for not having participated. To her astonishment, she had the fortune to learn of Jin Irong's remarkable endeavors today. The land of the whirlpool was not vast. After some convoluted twists and turns, they confirmed that no one was following them and began preparations to infiltrate the land of water. However, an astonishing piece of news reached their ears. 3 days prior, during their period of concealment, the leader had passed away. The news had circulated only within a limited circle, and outsiders remained unaware. It was not until today, when they contacted spies from the land of the whirlpool, that an urgent letter arrived. They were taken aback by how swiftly Lord Fengying had succumbed. The group fell into a solemn silence. Everyone understood that the leader's time was limited, but none anticipated it would come so swiftly, catching them completely off guard. In truth, had it not been for Jin Irong's emergence, the leader's passing might have occurred even sooner. It was Jin Irong's remarkable performance, alongside the flourishing prosperity of Sunagakure, that had granted the waning leader a final breath. He longed to witness the splendor of Sunagakure, if only as a fleeting shadow. Thankfully, he had seen it. The development of Sunagakure had surpassed all expectations. Within just 6 months, a shadow had emerged. Jin Irong's official assumption of leadership fulfilled the leader's last lingering hope. With that final breath, he departed. Was it sorrowful? By the time the leader had withered away, they had already contemplated the outcome and had mourned long before. To have endured until now is indeed a stroke of fortune. Reflecting upon the scant encounters with that second-generation figure of the wind shadow, Jin Irong exhaled a heavy sigh. After a prolonged silence, he commanded, "Respond, and let the esteemed teacher convey the news openly, without concealment." After a brief pause, he continued, "Rest for the night. We shall depart for the land of water on the morrow." It seemed that the group was fated not to escort the elder any longer. With Jin Irong's reply, Sunagakure ceased its veiling, and the tale of the Sandman's sorrow gradually spread. Many lamented that the old era truly appeared to be at an end. Never had the sentiment felt so vividly pronounced. The dawn of a new era had officially arrived. The 5 great shinobi villages had fully entered the 3rd generation period. In an uncharted subterranean cavern, the news reached even there. A familiar figure was diminished yet again. The elderly man, his back bristling with tubes, gazed down at his decaying hands and suddenly erupted with a fearsome aura, bellowing, "What old era? What new era? I, Uchiha Madara, shall awaken the memories of all. The shinobi world shall be under my dominion." Beneath him, a throng of pale figures trembled, too frightened to utter a sound. The journey from the land of whirlpools to the land of water was not particularly distant, with numerous islands dotting the way and many vessels traversing the waters. The team disguised themselves as ordinary fishermen and boarded a merchant ship of moderate size, during which they overheard a multitude of tales regarding the land of water. The most notable of these was the frequent defection of ninjas from Kirigakure. The mass desertion from the village had reached the ears of the entire shinobi world. Rumors suggested that the Third Kazekage had implemented an elite policy, conducting brutal assessments to enroll ninjas, which had incited considerable dissatisfaction among the elder generation. Having achieved great success during peacetime, they preferred to relish a tranquil life in the village rather than grapple with senseless trials. Consequently, many opted to defect. And given the intricate web of relationships, few dared to pursue them aggressively. This phenomenon had persisted for several years. However, listening to the merchants now, it seemed something had transpired. Jin Irong approached with a cheerful demeanor. Those around him, perceiving him as an innocuous child, paid him little heed and continued their conversation. The plight of the ninjas from Kirigakure was becoming increasingly dire. Who could argue otherwise? Now even young children were being compelled to participate in assessments. "Oh, how cold-blooded it is to pit children against one another," some lamented. Rumors circulated about a selection process, though the truth of it remained dubious. Selection? Jin Irong mused inwardly. Could it be a recruitment for the 7 ninja swordsmen? Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "What sort of selection requires a gaggle of children? Is it some sort of competition?" A bearded man furrowed his brow and replied, "Who knows? Kirigakure is in such disarray now that conducting business in the land of water is hardly peaceful. After this news broke, it stirred considerable unrest. I wonder if anything can be done to quell it. In a corner, an elderly man anxiously drew on his pipe. Lost in thought, in a crouched position, the rugged-faced youth surveyed his surroundings and, with an air of mystery, whispered, "It's futile, for this matter. Even the son of the second Kazekage has been apprehended. How could he dare? That is the second lord we speak of." The man's voice rose abruptly, but as he continued, it dwindled into uncertainty. The rugged-faced youth clicked his tongue and remarked, "The prestige of the Akatsuki clan still holds weight. Many prominent figures have interceded. Yet halting the assessment seems unlikely. There were numerous dissenters. The children of those illustrious families would likely remain unscathed." Someone's comment cast a pall over the atmosphere, leading to a notable decline in enthusiasm, prompting a shift in conversation. However, Jin Irong found no lack of interest, occasionally interjecting comments that rekindled the warmth of the dialogue. Redirecting it back to the Hidden Mist Village. "I've heard that the Third Hokage has recently taken on a new disciple, who appears to possess remarkable talent. He is none other than the young master of the Koyu clan. Can he be anything less than extraordinary? His name is Koyu Yatsukura, isn't it?" "Indeed. A rather charming child. I have encountered him a few times. Lately, the rising prodigies of the Hidden Mist Village seem to stem from those esteemed families. Could this be why they are favored in the selection? Huh. What about the talents among commoners? Isn't there Jikushin? His strength rivals that of Terumi Mei, who has garnered much acclaim in the Sand Village." Upon hearing the familiar name of Terumi Mei, Jin Irong interjected, "Is that Jikushin truly formidable? Terumi Mei is a wielder of a bloodline limit. And what of bloodline limits? Jikushin has still bested Jin Irong. There are plenty of bloodline limits within the Hidden Mist Village. Many possess abilities that are not as extraordinary as the legends suggest." This statement garnered considerable agreement among the listeners. As citizens of the Land of Water, they had witnessed numerous bloodline families and found them lacking in true prowess. Furthermore, having spent years as traveling merchants, they held little reverence for these bloodline clans. In contrast, their admiration leaned towards the Akatsuki clan, for it was the illustrious achievements of Akatsuki Hongguang that had solidified the village's grand reputation. The audacity to stand against the mythical bloodline limits as an ordinary person was indeed commendable. Recently, the grandson of the second lord has been in the spotlight, rumored to have an ice release ability that surpasses his opponents. Ice release? Has it re-emerged in the Hidden Mist Village? Jin Irong's expression grew serious. Not everyone from the Mizuke's clan possesses ice release. Little did he expect to encounter such momentous news even before arriving in the Land of Water. As the discourse shifted to the prodigies of the Hidden Mist Village, excitement filled the air, with everyone sharing what they knew. Ultimately, however, only 4 individuals warranted attention: the grandson of Akatsuki Hongguang, Akatsuki Hatsuki, the ice release wielder, Mizuke's Han, the civilian prodigy who could match Terumi Mei, Jikushin, and Jin Irong's old acquaintance, Terumi Mei. All others fell short by a considerable margin. What enabled Jin Irong to discern the significance of such scant information? It was because all of the future renowned 7 ninja swordsmen were indeed included in this list. Through a comparative analysis, he could ascertain the caliber of certain prodigies, leading him to confirm a hypothesis. The Hidden Mist Village was indeed beginning to select the next members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The reason the common folk possess such extensive knowledge is, naturally, due to their observations during assessments. In the preliminary selections, the Hidden Mist Village drew inspiration from the friendly matches hosted by the Sand Hidden Village, allowing the general populace to witness the events. The proceedings were quite brutal, often resulting in spectators becoming nauseated on the spot. After absorbing these fragmented pieces of information, Jin felt a complex blend of emotions, neither wholly good nor bad. The troubling aspect lies in the fact that the 7 ninja swordsmen represent 7 elite jonin, each at a level comparable to the clan heads of the Sand Hidden Village. The combined might of the clan forces barely rivals that of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which is indeed rather disheartening. Conversely, regarding the notably weak state of the Sand Hidden Village, Jin was mentally prepared for such realities, even if the village was stronger than he had initially anticipated. The Hidden Mist Village boasts 12 clan factions, a fact that incites envy. As the useful information dwindled, Jin quietly returned to his team. Without waiting for inquiries, he recounted the gathered information after organizing his thoughts. Igarashi was incredulous, asking, "Young Master Jin, Are you suggesting that the Hidden Mist Village currently consists of mere commoners? Yet at least 7 possess talents akin to my own. Genie nodded. Igarashi realized that, at best, he was merely an elite jonin, and the talents displayed were insufficient to breach the threshold of a Kage. Igarashi fell into a contemplative silence. Antasashi was astonished, taken aback by the strength of the Hidden Mist Village. Do not be discouraged. Who knows what the future may hold? Genie remarked, aiming to broaden their horizons and urging them not to confine their vision to the village, as the world beyond was vast. He glanced at the previously silent Morichika, who was gazing serenely at the sea. The journey was relatively calm, punctuated only by the occasional inquiries from a few Mist Village ninjas regarding the conditions of the road. These were predominantly Chunin and Jinin, seemingly unaware of the team's disguise. Upon reaching the port on the border of the Land of Water, the spirits of Mora and Chika heightened immediately. Relax, it's merely the Hidden Mist Village. How will you manage once we reach Konoha? Genie chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the group. At that moment, a large contingent of Mist Village ninjas was preparing to set sail, many of whom were youthful faces, seemingly embarking on a journey of training. Thank you, dear Captain. I shall treat you to fish soup upon our next encounter. Genie called out cheerfully as he waved goodbye to the captain. This gesture elicited laughter from the entire ship, as they held a favorable impression of the black-haired boy. Observing this, the group of ninjas refrained from casting any further glances their way. Under Genie's leadership, the team disembarked at a leisurely pace. As they gradually distanced themselves from the shoreline, Morichika inquired, Young master, why did we not choose to infiltrate instead of making such an overt entrance? Their team had undergone minimal alterations, merely some changes in clothing and makeup. Especially Genie, who had simply dyed his hair black and bore the marks of fatigue upon his face. Clad in coarse linen garments, he exuded a demeanor that belied his true nature, resembling an innocent child unacquainted with the ways of the world. Genie gently brushed his familiar dark hair and remarked, It is feasible to infiltrate the Hidden Mist Village. But what about entering Konoha? Can you evade the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, and the Inazuka clan? The major shinobi villages do not prohibit other ninjas from entering. As long as one does not engage in nefarious activities, generally, there are no issues. Among the 4-member team, Olwa Qianhua had never revealed herself, while Jinyuan Hui had remained in the Yumbu, presenting no risk of exposure. The peculiar figure of Ansheng Shi went unnoticed, blending seamlessly beneath his voluminous robe. Even his sparse hair contributed to an unexpectedly effective disguise. Stooping slightly, Ansheng Shi perfectly embodied the role of a traveling merchant. From this moment onward, they would act like ordinary people, relinquishing some of their ninja instincts. The only point of exposure was Genie, who believed that in a few days, he would become the most inconspicuous of them all. At Genie's behest, the team slowed their pace, stopping to purchase local specialties as they passed through various villages. In this manner, strolling, stopping, buying, and selling, they unexpectedly turned a profit. Observing Genie skillfully counting money beside them, the other 3 felt a pang of discomfort, their faces etched with disapproval. Thank you for your hospitality, madam. We shall seek you out again next time. Genie cheerfully wiped his forehead, the smudges on his hands further darkening his already grimy complexion. A middle-aged woman from a stall across the way smiled and gathered her remaining seashells, complimenting Genie on his perceptiveness before departing. Now, Genie was covered in dirt, exuding a faint fishy odor, indistinguishable from an ordinary fisherman. He glanced at the 3 crouched in the corner, folded his rain cloth, and nonchalantly approached them. As they were about to recoil in disdain, Genie remarked, There are still 3 days' journey until we reach the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing Genie finally address serious matters, the 3 straightened their expressions, halting their actions to listen intently. For the past few days, Genie had been rather unprofessional, showing no inclination to discuss plans with them, and now, as he became earnest, they felt a surge of excitement. Qianhua, please share the intelligence regarding the clans of the Hidden Mist Village. The records of the Genie family regarding the Hidden Mist Village were quite rudimentary, comprising little more than names and the specialties of each clan. Details concerning alliances, conflicts, strengths, and weaknesses were lacking, rendering much of the intelligence outdated. Young master, you must have some conjectures regarding my identity, Olwa Qianhua said. Knowing that Genie should have surmised something about her true nature, given that he could inquire about the intelligence of the Hidden Mist Village. Your information is of great significance. My grandfather did not record it, which I understand. It was precisely because of Oluwa Qianhua that Jin Yirong had chosen the Hidden Mist Village as their first destination. Within the Jin Yirong family, few were authorized to access classified documents, yet there were still several. For instance, the Jin Yirong Yuanzong lineage had access to documents that did not require the clan leader's permission, and their rank was on par with that of Jin Yirong. Oluwa Qianhua glanced uncertainly at Jin Yuan Hui. It was because of him that she had refrained from disclosing information about the Hidden Mist Village. Jin Yuan Hui awkwardly chuckled, attempting to rise and depart. No need, merely a matter of release. It is time to delve deeper into the understanding of other villages. We cannot always fixate on a single battle. Release? Isn't that the bloodline of the once vanished Kirigakure? Ibaraki and Antashishi turned to gaze at Kahara-chika. Before anyone else could speak, Kimiyara continued. You all know that Mayo is executing a covert mission, but are you aware of its nature? The three shook their heads. The body of that Kenrui from Kumogakure has been acquired by me, and Mayo is engaged in unraveling the secrets of the storm release. Such a confidential matter. Is it something they can comprehend? That is, after all, a bloodline technique. Kimiyara refrained from elaborating, for he had his plans. The bloodline of Sunagakure would not be confined merely to storm release. Close at hand was the Uzumaki clan, and should fortune smile upon them, they might encounter those adept at the diamond sealing technique, which is no less formidable than any bloodline. Moreover, the very essence of the Uzumaki clan holds immeasurable worth. Therefore, you need not dwell on the bloodline. Chika, please proceed. Kahara-chika chuckled bitterly, pondering how else to respond. She sighed. Then let us commence with my family. I hail from the Asakai clan of Kirigakure, the lineage that carries the legacy of the Nether Release. Indeed, a member of the Asakai clan. When the third Mizukage, Rizo Yinzong, assumed his position, he did not garner universal approval, as the Hozuki clan's Hozuki Mugetsu possessed a considerable following, with my Asakai clan being the most prominent among them. Rizo Yinzong, head of the Rizo clan in Kirigakure, is now the third Mizukage. Kimiyara inquired with curiosity. Hozuki Mugetsu? Is he the son of Hozuki Mangetsu? How formidable is he? Kahara-chika replied with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, he is the son of the second Mizukage, and his strength is exceptional, rivaling that of the third Mizukage. Otherwise, how could he command such a legion of supporters? Moreover, the most critical aspect is that he is younger than the third Mizukage. Ibaraki inquired. Then how did Rizo Yinzong ascend to power? Rizo Yinzong was once the guard of Hozuki Mangetsu, a figure from the Warring States period, and by the time he rose to prominence, he was already of considerable age. The second Mizukage did not wish for Kirigakure to be perpetually governed by a single family, hence the choice of Rizo Yinzong. Hozuki Mugetsu also endorsed his philosophy. Had time permitted, everything would have proceeded smoothly. However, the sudden demise of the second Mizukage caused turmoil within Kirigakure, and my Asakai clan became the sacrificial lambs, with an uncertain number surviving the purge. Kahara-chika did not disclose how she managed to survive, and the others refrained from mentioning it. Coercive measures do not always win hearts, especially in a village like Kirigakure that venerates strength above all. The two most formidable bloodline clans, the Mizunakes and the Kagaya, have historically shown defiance to Rizo Yinzong's commands, or perhaps they simply held little regard for the second Mizukage. The Kabaraji and the Kamizuki clans have maintained neutrality, and Rizo Yinzong taking a disciple from the Kabaraji clan suggests an intention to forge alliances. The Koi and Akiuchi clans share a close bond with our Asakai clan, much like the Hozuki clan, yet their strength shielded them from the purge. At this juncture, Kahara-chika's expression dimmed. The renown of these clans was something Kimiyara had perused in documents, yet he had not anticipated the intricacies of their interrelations. The remaining three major clans, the Hayakumo clan and the Rizo clan, share the closest ties, with the current clan leader being a disciple of Rizo Yinzong. The True Life clan and the Peaceful clan are two families fiercely devoted to battle, staunch adherents of the jungle law of the Hidden Mist Village. Following the implementation of elite policies by Rizo Yinzong, they swiftly aligned themselves with him and offered their robust support. Jin E remarked thoughtfully. It appears that the Hidden Mist Village can presently be divided into three factions: the Mizukage faction, the Kirigakure faction, and the Bloodline faction. It can be said that the smaller clans hold little significance and predominantly rely on these prominent families, with the elders maintaining close ties to them. In the Hidden Mist Village, there exists no civilian faction. Ordinary ninjas find it nearly impossible to survive. From your perspective, who are the shadow-level powerhouses within the Hidden Mist Village? There are at least 6. The Third Kazekage, Rizo Yuanzong, the Kirigakure clan leader, Mizuki Mitsuki, the Hoshigaki clan leader, Kagaya Miya, and the True Life clan leader, Heiyo Ichirin. Urara Chika supplemented. Heiyo Ichirin has shown talent equal to that of True Life. And with True Life now reaching shadow level, it stands to reason that Heiyo Ichirin is not to be underestimated. As for the others, I have not been in the village for quite some time, thus I cannot be certain. Are there indeed 6 shadow-level figures visible? This indicates a profound depth of strength. Anto Ishii and Inohara were both quietly astonished. Moreover, aside from the latter two, the remaining 4 are considered formidable even among shadow-level ninjas. Jin E continued, in this case, matters have become significantly simpler. Our primary focus will be on the Kichiyu clan, the Hoshigaki clan, and the Hayumi clan. We shall pay only slight attention to the other clans. Master, what about the Terumi clan? Anto Ishii inquired, puzzled. As for the Akichiai clan, renowned for their medical ninjutsu, the emergence of a shadow-level powerhouse is virtually impossible. The likelihood of a clan producing 2 shadow-level figures is non-existent. Given the warlike nature of the Hidden Mist Village, if a clan possessed 2 shadow-level ninjas, chaos would surely ensue. If the Terumi clan had a powerful individual, they would not allow the boiling release to be easily exposed to the public eye. Thus, it is highly probable they do not. Terumi Kawa has not displayed her full strength in friendly matches, showing no inclination to reveal her capabilities. Coupled with Urara Chika's earlier intel, Genie deduced that the Terumi clan has been targeted. For the expansive Hidden Mist Village, the loss of 1 or 2 bloodline prodigies would hardly provoke concern. Additionally, the capture of Mizuki Mitsuki could signify an impending offensive against the Kirigakure faction. Rizo Yuanzong's temperament, viewed from any angle, is evidently tyrannical, and Jin E harbors little faith that he would tolerate disobedience indefinitely. Subsequently, Urara Chika elaborated on other aspects of the Hidden Mist Village, primarily customs and living habits, which did not particularly capture Jin E's attention. After all, Urara Chika had been away from the village for nearly a decade and would not readily divulge vague information that might disrupt Jin E's judgments. You now possess a general understanding of the Hidden Mist Village. Let us discuss my plans for you. The 3 individuals straightened their expressions. What are your impressions of my actions in recent days? They exchanged glances, offering awkward smiles. Hypothetically, if the water prices in our village were to suddenly surge, what would that indicate? Inohara promptly responded, someone is targeting the village. Fresh water is of utmost importance to the Sand Village, and to ensure the stability of water prices, the Sand Village has implemented at least a dozen policies to maintain this equilibrium. Once the price of water escalates, it serves as a clear indication that significant issues have emerged externally in the village of Sanin. Otherwise, no matter how chaotic the internal affairs of Sanin might be, they would not affect the water pricing. Jin Irong remarked, indeed, this is a straightforward and evident analysis. Certain intelligence can indeed be gleaned from the fluctuations in prices. This simplistic example left the 3 pondering. Recently, I observed that certain seafood products have become extraordinarily popular and are being sold at a premium, indicating something noteworthy. With Wuyin Village surrounded by the sea, one would expect seafood to be plentiful, making it improbable for prices to soar. Yet, they have risen unexpectedly. Is there a conspiracy targeting Wuyin Village? Anta Shengshi replied uncertainly. The other 2 cast a skeptical glance at Anta Shengshi, sensing that the answer was amiss, yet unable to articulate why. Intelligence related to livelihoods is both straightforward and intricate. Forget it. Jin Irong initially intended to elaborate on the significance of intelligence regarding livelihoods, economics, trade, and commerce, but reconsidered and chose silence. The breadth of these topics is vast and cannot be succinctly conveyed in mere sentences. Moreover, analyzing the information derived from such intelligence demands extensive knowledge, a quality evidently lacking in the physically adept ninjas. To put it plainly, the rise in seafood prices indicates that there is substantial procurement occurring, which in turn suggests significant consumption, as seafood has a brief optimal consumption period. The land of water, surrounded by the sea, rarely engages in aquaculture or preservation. Most commoners opt for fresh seafood. Under what circumstances would there be a massive consumption of meat, particularly high-quality meat? Ijihara blurted out, combat. In non-emergency situations, the diet of most ninjas resembles that of ordinary people, with few resorting to military rations. This is partly due to the mediocre taste of military rations and their high cost, classifying them as non-commercial items circulated solely among ninjas. Indeed, from this minor price fluctuation, I have validated the authenticity of the intelligence relayed by those fishermen. Jin Irong had never considered directly trusting the fisherman's claims. The three gazed at Jin Irong with admiration, as if a new realm had opened before them. You have witnessed my methods. Now, I urge you to procure goods and engage in trade yourselves. Jin Irong's gaze sharpened as he solemnly stated, I require you to analyze from the prices of various goods how many clan members are participating in the conflict. The state of affairs, the strength of ninjas at different levels, the internal atmosphere of Wuyin village, the villagers' attitudes towards children participating in assessments, the number of opponents and supporters, and so forth. The three looked at Jin Irong in astonishment, hesitant to agree readily. Can the price of mere goods truly reflect such significant intelligence? This intelligence has reached a strategic level, allowing for a rough estimation of Wuyin village's overall strength. Regardless of your ability to analyze it, you must meticulously document the prices of various goods, especially those with unusual fluctuations, and analyze the potential intelligence hidden behind each. Now, let us commence our endeavors. Jin Irong paid them no further heed, immersing himself in the village market, observing the surroundings. Mao Luo Qianhua and Yi Shengshi are both trusted confidants of his, and it is imperative to cultivate their perspectives and insights comprehensively. A ninja who is solely proficient in combat is not what he requires. As for the Jingyuan society, whether or not it succeeds, nurturing a seed of thought in their minds is beneficial. Inevitably, he will report today's discussions. In the vast expanse of Sunagakure, there will always be individuals who recognize the significance of this intelligence and reconnaissance system. Even if they do not grasp it immediately, at the very least, they will retain a fundamental concept. Every endeavor begins with difficulty, but by gradually instilling knowledge, there will come a day when certain insights will be instinctively utilized by others. Thus, the quartet embarked upon their industrious merchant lives. With Jin Irong's previous actions serving as inspiration, the other three demonstrated a basic understanding of buying low and selling high, wholesale and retail, and discount bargaining. The trio of financially prosperous ninjas easily navigated the rudimentary aspects of trade, their broad perspectives guiding them, with a general direction in mind. Their selection of goods proved remarkably accurate, with minimal deviation. Within a mere 3 days, their initial capital had more than tripled. At a large marketplace, the four squandered their wealth and, laden with abundant goods, set forth toward Kirigakure. Along the way, they continuously exchanged and shared intelligence. Young master, your method is indeed quite effective. I never anticipated that so much information could be gleaned from mere pricing. Mao Luo Qianhua, her hair elegantly styled, revealed her exquisite visage as she joyfully recounted the rewards of the past few days. Among the three, Mao Luo Qianhua, with her feminine sensitivity, was the first to comprehend the nuances. She had now become adept at negotiating prices, developing a unique intuition for the market trends of certain goods. Jingyuan society remarked, had we known of this approach earlier, the Umbu would not have suffered such losses, ultimately yielding scant intelligence. Having emerged from the Umbu, Jingyuan society had not earned much money but had gained profound insights into this intelligence system, pondering deeply over various price information. Young master, I have disappointed you, Yi Shengshi said, lowering his head in shame. Jin Irong cast a peculiar glance at Yi Shengshi, but offered no response. Mao Luo Qianhua and Yi Shengshi exchanged knowing looks. If Mao Luo Qianhua had grasped the breadth of understanding, and Jingyuan society the depth, then Yi Shengshi had discerned the essence of sincerity. Among the four, Yi Shengshi had earned the most, surpassing even Jin Irong. Naturally reserved and eloquent, Yi Shengshi, with his unassuming and mature demeanor, garnered the greatest trust. Many pieces of information did not require his own analysis. Merchants, customers, and passers-by would voluntarily engage him in conversation. It seems that people are inherently drawn to those who are honest. The intelligence Yi Shengshi acquired was often redundant and included some false information, primarily consisting of superficial insights. However, the volume of information he gathered surpassed that of all the others combined, and his methods were astonishingly cost-effective. After exchanging insights, Yi Shengshi's accuracy of information proved exceedingly high, corroborating the majority of others' analyses. Yet, Yi Shengshi remained oblivious to this fact, feeling a sense of failure, as he had not deduced anything from the pricing, standing in stark contrast to Jin Yirong's explanations. As they conversed while journeying, the indistinct silhouette of Hidden Mist Village came into view. Miao Luo, Qianhua adjusted the heavy burden on her back and mused, "Young master, the current state within Hidden Mist Village is quite chaotic, with a prevailing martial spirit. If we enter like this, might it incite trouble?" Their true identities were those of wandering ninjas from the land of Ti, a small family fallen into misfortune, compelled to seek their fortunes elsewhere. They had gathered intelligence regarding the situation in Hidden Mist Village. The villagers had wholeheartedly supported Rizanzo's decision to place the evaluation upon the children. This was indeed absurd. Yet it reflected the reality of Hidden Mist Village. The destitute commoners glimpsed a flicker of hope for advancement through the evaluations, a chance to become ninjas. As long as they performed adequately, they could gain entry into the Ninja Academy, even if it harbored harsher trials. It ultimately represented a visible path to greatness. In the past, many gifted children, lacking connections, were unable to penetrate the world of ninjas. Now, with mere evaluations at stake, fear and hesitation were absent. What Hidden Mist Village possessed in abundance was tenacity. Despite the apparent disarray, there was an underlying order. Rizanzo was consolidating the hearts of the ordinary villagers. Should his plan succeed, it could dismantle the barriers erected by family factions and even eradicate certain maladies. Jin Yi felt a measure of admiration for Rizanzo's actions. He exhibited skill, courage, and vision. Knowledge of ninjas was immensely valuable within the ninja realm, and few would easily impart such wisdom. Aside from Konoha, other villages had little substance. To become a ninja required connections and networks. Otherwise, one would find no mentors. Even in Konoha, it was merely a facade. Genuine knowledge was often imparted only by the leading jonin post-graduation. Whether or not those jonin chose to teach depended entirely on the closeness of one's relationship with them. Consider Naruto and Sakura, who were relatively close to Kakashi, yet reaped scant rewards. Despite their team's fervent camaraderie, the underlying reality was starkly harsh, especially for Sakura, who encountered formidable figures such as Kakashi and Jiraiya, yet received no instruction in even the simplest techniques. Given Sakura's explosive growth under Tsunade's tutelage, her talent was evident. Yet it went unrecognized. It was not merely powerful jutsu she lacked. Even basic genjutsu was in short supply from figures like Kakashi and Jiraiya, renowned for their multifaceted prowess. If such individuals were reluctant to share, one could only imagine the attitudes of others. Rizanzo's approach, while seemingly ruthless, genuinely benefited ordinary children. Once the reforms succeeded and the family faction's monopoly on jutsu knowledge was shattered, the strength of Hidden Mist Village would surge exponentially, provided no one interfered. The high esteem of the Sandmaster and Sunagakure stemmed from his innovative approach, which offered a path in puppetry for the common folk. "Young master, are you suggesting that Rizanzo is learning from your reform methods?" Ant Life Stone immediately sensed a familiar undertone, recognizing the deeper significance behind these actions. Jin Yi smiled, acknowledging that this coherent series of maneuvers was indeed inspired by him. Otherwise, the village hidden in the mist would have resorted to brutal methods of selection, rather than advancing through a series of assessments. Though it may appear to be a subtle shift, the effects are markedly different. At the very least, the villagers of the mist now express support rather than opposition. The village is abuzz with activity. Children are laughing and merchants are bustling about. Jin Yi and his companions, burdened by heavy packs and freshly registered, were greeted by this vibrant scene. "Our village is truly remarkable, isn't it?" The chunin at the registration desk remarked proudly as he observed their gaze upon the village. Jin Yi nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "Indeed. It lives up to its reputation as a great ninja village, both prosperous and lively, unlike our small town. Haha, this is all thanks to our esteemed Mizukage's capable leadership. Who would have thought that even from the distant land of Ti, people would come to hear of our fame?" The other station ninjas couldn't help but smile at this. Jin Yi inquired, "I noticed many children training. Does the village hidden in the mist have any special events occurring recently?" A glance around revealed numerous children diligently practicing their physical skills in various corners. The registering chunin chuckled, "Not exactly. Recently, the Mizukage decreed that there will be assessments held twice a year. Only those children who excel in these evaluations may enter the Ninja Academy. Unlike Sunagakure, Our village has a significantly larger population, leading to a considerable number of eligible children, making it impossible for everyone to gain admission. I never imagined it would be so easy for the children of the mist to become ninjas, unlike in our village, Jean-E remarked with a sense of wonder. Not at all. Admission to the academy is not a guarantee of permanence. There are monthly assessments, and those who do not meet the standards will also be expelled. The Chunin explained. Jean-E was taken aback. Is it truly possible to withdraw even after becoming a ninja? Not exactly. Entering the school merely involves the teaching of physical skills. Several rounds of selection must be passed before one can officially become a ninja. Jean-E pondered this. Realizing that Riza Yuanzong had indeed taken a step back, avoiding a confrontation with the family's influence. I see. That sounds quite reasonable. If we wish to sell goods in the village hidden in the mist, are there any specific procedures we need to follow? You should go to the Mizukage building, specifically to the mission hall. There, you will need to complete a registration and explanation, and someone will guide you to the designated trade area. Just be careful not to create any conflicts with others, the registering Chunin advised. After expressing his gratitude with a cheerful smile, Jean-E proceeded into the village. As he walked toward the Mizukage building, he frequently encountered familiar sights. He had anticipated that other villages would imitate such success. But he was surprised to find that the village hidden in the mist had already made remarkable strides, subtly flourishing. Indeed, with a substantial population and power firmly in hand, accomplishing tasks became exceedingly straightforward. Riza Yuanzong not only improved the Ninja Academy system through the implementation of a rigorous elimination process, but also further propelled the rise of commerce through these assessments. Training necessitates the consumption of food, medicine, and equipment. With such demands, merchants naturally come seeking opportunities. With ample supplies, the results of training would inevitably improve, further escalating demand. Thus, this cycle revitalized the entire economy of the village hidden in the mist. One must not underestimate others. While a Wagakure has remained stagnant with the support of Sunagakure, the village hidden in the mist has surged ahead. According to his understanding, Yunin Village harbors no intention of emulating Shine Village, instead pursuing its own development. In contrast, Konoha operates under its own established framework, hindered by numerous external constraints, resulting in minimal alterations. At most, it has merely imitated Shine Village's commercial model, predominantly through the influence of powerful families, while ordinary ninjas lack the financial backing of their villages to instigate significant change. The group registered in the mission hall and was subsequently guided to a bustling street. This area thrived with commerce, adorned with various new-style edifices that showcased the unique flair of Kirigakure. As they passed a certain izakaya, Jean-E paused, casting a fleeting glance before nonchalantly averting his gaze. Morichika, seizing the moment, glanced around and quickly noticed some rather enticing establishments, her brow furrowing as she shot a few disdainful glares at the women loitering by the roadside. Before long, they arrived at a colossal and boisterous venue, teeming with a diverse array of individuals. Each person occupied their designated space, vociferously hawking their wares. Observing this familiar scene, a phrase sprang to Jean-E's mind: a mercantile bazaar. Unlike the meticulously planned and orderly commercial district of Shine Village, Kirigakure's trading area appeared rudimentary, with various small vendors congregating, their incessant calls filling the air. It seemed chaotic, yet Kirigakure had cleverly delineated segments within the disorder, achieving a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Riza Yuanzong proved to be quite the talent, despite limited resources. He managed to cultivate the embryonic form of a large shopping complex. Jean-E had contemplated establishing a marketplace, but the sparse population of Shine Village could not sustain the necessary foot traffic, and a hasty endeavor would merely benefit others. Fortuitously, he refrained from constructing a marketplace, for otherwise, the development of Kirigakure might have progressed even more smoothly. After paying a substantial stall fee, the guiding ninja took their leave. Anti-Xingshi gazed at the designated stall beneath his feet, somewhat speechless. What was termed a stall was essentially a square frame with a number affixed to the front. And that was all. Morichika whispered, "Young master, Kirigakure is far too unscrupulous. Renting this shabby place for 5 days costs several thousand ryo. It's simply highway robbery." Jean-E, however, did not express disdain, as he unfurled the rain cover from his back, smiling. "The market outside Kirigakure charges nothing, and it's merely half a day's journey. Why doesn't anyone go there?" Their stall, albeit modest and somewhat secluded, was still highly sought after. Furthermore, for transactions involving bulk goods, Kazekage demanded not only the stall fee, but also a commission. Shouldn't the ninjas tasked with ensuring safe transactions receive a token of appreciation for their efforts? Anti-Shing grinned as he approached, quietly explaining to Murachika, "What does this matter? It's merely the remnants of what the young master has already handled. You can always visit our commercial district later." Kazekage had the foresight to consider the benefits of profit-sharing for merchants, and how could Jin Iran possibly overlook such opportunities? The various commercial practices he delineated were clear-cut, reasonable, and lawful, earning him the admiration of those merchants who found him to be remarkably sincere. Upon hearing Anti-Shing's examples, Murachika regarded Jin Iran with a rather peculiar expression, realizing perhaps that she had underestimated his maturity. The group proceeded to display their goods, which included an ample supply of premium seafood procured from the land of water, along with precious teas and unique herbs brought from the land of tea. Previously, the masquerade of ordinary individuals was concealed within sealed scrolls. Otherwise, the mere pursuit of seafood profits would hardly justify the long journey undertaken by the four ninjas, raising suspicions. The quartet were unfamiliar faces, and with the recent market opening, there were few buyers. After attending to a customer, Ayahara approached Kamiya with a serious expression, stating, "Young master, the children from the Hidden Mist Village possess physiques that surpass those of our Sand Village by a considerable margin, coupled with a strong inclination towards physical arts, posing a significant threat." Throughout their journey, Ayahara had not focused on the changes within the Sand Village, instead directing his attention to the children by the roadside. Without personally visiting the Hidden Mist Village, one could hardly grasp the intensity of its atmosphere. Kamiya responded lightly, "Surely, you do not believe my techniques are so easily acquired." Ayahara paused, pondering that the Hidden Mist Village seemed to be learning quite effectively, as much was presented openly. However, every advancement necessitates constraints. They could only perceive the surface, while my meticulously crafted covert systems eluded their comprehension. Kamiya offered a cold smile, asserting that his willingness to share knowledge was not solely for the advancement of the Sand Village, but also to ensnare others. Unchecked growth of interests, akin to flames devouring oil, would inevitably lead to backlash. The Hidden Mist Village lacked a comprehensive system to manage such burgeoning advantages. What appeared splendid was merely an illusion. One misstep could lead to a downfall far worse than remembered. Furthermore, one must not assume that we are alone in this endeavor. "What do you mean?" Ayahara inquired. "During our village's development, we underwent multiple rounds of cleansing to ensure steady growth. The Hidden Mist Village, recklessly displaying signs of ascension, is devoid of defensive measures and riddled with internal strife. Is it not inviting trouble? Before the Sand Village's restructuring, we harmonized various conflicts, established a security department, conducted extensive purges of undercover agents, and, alongside Kamiya's formidable suppression, I orchestrated the behind-the-scenes maneuvering that enabled our steady progression. Yet, even so, latent crises persist within. The Hidden Mist Village, in its reckless reform, clearly disregards the vigilance of other villages. They seek to downsize their forces and adopt a low profile to conceal themselves. Yet, in such a vast water country, others are not blind. How could they fail to notice? For instance, I encountered an unexpected individual while passing by a certain tavern, who, without any disguise, was openly enjoying drinks and engaging in jovial conversation with a serving girl. "Young master, have you encountered individuals from other villages?" Ayahara inquired curiously. Once they entered the village, the four remained together, and he had not observed anything unusual. Kamiya replied softly, "If all goes as expected, both the Leaf and Cloud villages have arrived. Harukachika and Ansakushi also made their way over." "Do you remember that once thriving tavern?" Kamiya queried. "How could I forget? You peered inside several times," Ayahara responded. "Young master, are you suggesting?" As memories of Kamiya's earlier peculiar demeanor resurfaced, Harukachika rapidly abandoned her prior thoughts. The white-haired youth must be Jiraiya, the disciple of the Third Kazekage. The three individuals immediately recalled the circumstances of that time and swiftly identified the person described by Jinarong. Aunt Shingshi inquired, "Did he notice us?" "Uncertain. But we have no conflict with Konoha, so there is no need for concern." "What about Yunin?" "My subordinates have not detected anyone matching the characteristics of Yunin." Alawa Qianhua carefully reflected, but found nothing. The physical traits of Yunin village are quite distinct, making it difficult to conceal from others. Is it not that tavern? Did you not notice a blonde woman whose style of dress differed slightly from those around her? A blonde woman? That tavern is clearly not a formal establishment. There are countless women, and many of them have blonde hair. They have no idea whom we are referring to. Jin Yirong reminisced and meticulously described the woman's attire and physical attributes. The group suddenly understood. Aunt Shengxi and Jing Yuan felt indifferent, but Aola Qianhua found it peculiar. Jin Yirong's description was exceedingly detailed, especially regarding a particular aspect. Young master, how do you know she is a Yunan? Aola Qianhua's tone was enigmatic. Even with Jin Yirong's assurance, she could not ascertain that the woman hailed from Yunin village. Intuition. Jin Yirong, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched his nose and offered no further explanation, urging everyone to disperse and continue their business. How could he articulate that the woman bore no signs of a worldly life? After all, in his previous life as a second generation, he frequented various establishments and had a keen eye for women. Moreover, the secretaries surrounding the rakeage left a lasting impression, their unique aura resonating with that of the blonde woman. Having deduced her identity, he was naturally quite confident. Both Konoha and Yunin had arrived. It appeared Jiraiya had been present for some time. And Awagakure? Their appearance is elusive, lacking any distinct features. Had it not been for a chance encounter with Jiraiya, Konoha might have remained oblivious. Contemplating Jiraiya, Jin Yirong naturally thought of two others. Jiraiya was training in Kirigakure. What of Tsunade and Orochimaru? Given their performance in the Second Great Ninja War, it was unlikely they had matured in a comfortable environment. Among the 5 great ninja villages, excluding Kirigakure and Konoha, choosing 2 from the remaining 3 was quite straightforward. The more he pondered, the more Jin Yirong felt that a previous conjecture of his was seemingly valid. Could it be that the shadow stirring up trouble in Sunagakure was none other than Orochimaru? Initially, he had been a novice, yet he continuously encountered elite jonin. Even the host of the 8 Tails, his luck was extraordinarily bizarre. In another's shoes, one would have perished countless times. To claim it was mere coincidence would indeed be peculiar. Could he have been targeted during the cleansing operation? In an instant, Jin Yirong's thoughts cascaded, leading him to numerous conclusions. The ability to detect Yunin's tracks without being discovered by the 8 Tails host, to subdue the true shinobi, incite a beast tide, and remotely control the giant scorpion summoning beast, all executed flawlessly, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Furthermore, when these conditions were applied to Orochimaru, the match was strikingly high. This was not mere speculation on Jin Yirong's part. Konoha is the most thoroughly depicted force in the original narrative, and their talents are fundamentally intertwined with those individuals. Orochimaru stands as the most prominent figure likely to be active in the Hidden Sand Village during this period. From the events of the Third Great Ninja War and subsequent developments, it is evident that Orochimaru possesses a profound understanding of the Hidden Sand Village. As for the possibility of his involvement with the Hidden Stone Village, it is not that Jin looks down upon it, but rather that the talents worthy of praise from the Hidden Stone Village are lamentably scarce. Time often passes swiftly during moments of ennui. Gradually, the sky darkens unnoticed. On the first day in the Hidden Mist Village, the spoils are meager, limited to selling seafood and some herbs. They have yet to encounter any of the families they sought to engage with. It seems that the families of the Hidden Mist are even more insular than I had anticipated. Not even the novel concept of a marketplace has drawn them in. After closing up shop, Jin dusted himself off, reflecting on the missteps of the day. Aunt Xingxi frowned, noting that not only the powerful family factions, but even those of slight status rarely make an appearance. With his considerable charm, Aunt Xingxi managed to establish connections with several individuals. Yet the results were scant. Within the marketplace, neither merchants nor customers readily broached matters concerning the Hidden Mist Village. They decided to dine first and deliberate further upon returning to their lodgings. As they exited the marketplace, they entered a bustling street that appeared to be on the verge of being developed into a commercial district. However, poor planning resulted in a chaotic array of shops that easily disoriented passersby. The group casually selected a barbecue restaurant, which was teeming with patrons, creating a rather crowded atmosphere. As the 4 individuals, reeking of fish, stepped inside, they were immediately met with disdainful reprimands. A slightly inebriated mist ninja bellowed, "Is this place meant for you lowly peasants? You should remain in the fish markets. Be gone." The moment those words were uttered, the entire restaurant fell silent, and many clad in coarse linen garments cast cold glances at the ninja. "What are you staring at? You wretched commoners dare to look at me, seeking death? The ninja's menacing gaze swept across the room, exuding an aura of hostility. Many felt a chill run down their spines, obediently lowering their heads. Those of lowly birth ought to remain aware of their station. How absurd to aspire to become a ninja. Laughter erupted from the ninja's companions, echoing their agreement. Their harsh cackles piercing the hearts of many, compelling their heads to bow even lower. The group of ninjas continued to drink, yet the foul stench lingered. Turning his head, the inebriated ninja seethed, "You still refuse to leave? Do you wish to die?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked out with a forceful blow. His companions, without a moment's hesitation, smashed their bowls to the ground and charged forward wielding kunai. A deafening silence enveloped the room. 6 missed ninjas were effortlessly dispatched to the ground by a single woman. "You scoundrels!" The fallen ninjas, having shaken off their drunken stupor, quickly regrouped. Their eyes filled with bloodlust as they glared at the group. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a dull thud resonated from a table, causing a ruckus in the establishment of the Hiraizumi clan. "You fools, are you certain your minds are clear?" The middle-aged man seated at the counter calmly surveyed the scene before him. The ninjas from the hidden mist village shivered, promptly bowing their heads in a gesture of contrition, their demeanor exuding utmost respect. "Leave," they muttered as they exited the barbecue restaurant while still apologizing. The middle-aged man commanded his subordinates to tidy up the overturned table before lowering his head once more. The establishment quickly returned to its lively atmosphere. Yet the thoughts swirling within remained a mystery. Jean-E let the matter slide, finding a vacant spot to settle down. Under the guidance of the attendant, he ordered several signature dishes. "Sir, they may seek trouble again. Should we prepare ourselves?" One of the members of the Ihara clan expressed concern, but Jean-E interrupted, smiling. "There's no need. Given the significant discord within the hidden mist village, we shall assist them in resolving it." Mao Luo Qianhua inquired, puzzled. "Sir, wasn't it said that the villagers strongly support the assessment? How could there be such profound discord?" The individuals they had encountered earlier exhibited mediocre skills, evidently not part of any clan, yet their disdain for commoners was palpable, even bordering on contempt. These people had struggled to find a patron, sacrificing their dignity to become ninjas. Now, with diligence, they could reclaim what they had previously fought so hard for. Do you think they would be content with that? With a large population in the hidden mist village, many aspired to align with clan powers. A mere token of goodwill could easily sway loyalties. Unlike the sand-hidden village, which genuinely nurtured those who pledged allegiance to them, here, some might still turn against you despite your efforts. Thus, they would not endorse this assessment, yet being a minority, their dissent would hardly stir any significant upheaval. Even if there are supporters, they wouldn't incite chaos, would they? If those individuals possessed decent skills, they wouldn't remain inconsequential. I.E. Shengshi observed in a low voice. Jean-E, taken aback, glanced at I.E. Shengshi and remarked, "Indeed, however, what if their supporters are not from our village?" Unconcerned with the interests of the hidden mist village, what reckless actions might they undertake? Would they truly be that foolish? I.E. Shengshi questioned. Jean-E grinned. They would not be so foolish. Thus, a little assistance is required. The implication of his words dawned upon the trio instantly. Those who had just departed were the perfect instruments for his plans. "No wonder you instigated this conflict, sir." The originally discreet Jean-E had intentionally walked past those ninjas, clearly aiming to provoke a disturbance, and they were not oblivious to it. A tranquil environment would not yield the desired information. It was essential to stir the waters first. Who would have thought such a grand surprise awaited him? Jean-E had never intended to gather intelligence gradually. His previous pretense was merely to ascertain the current situation within the hidden mist village and find a suitable entry point. Now, he had discovered it. Fortuitous or not, given the multitude of conflicts within the hidden mist village, the entry point could have been any group of individuals, yielding similar results, albeit with a different approach. Upon realizing that clan powers were absent from the marketplace, it indicated that gentle methods were ineffective. The group relaxed, indulging in food and drink, leaving the middle-aged man at the counter somewhat perplexed, though he did not dwell on it further. To him, these two factions of insignificant characters were inconsequential. Their demise mattered little. As night deepened, the tables gradually emptied, and when the last remaining patrons departed, the atmosphere shifted. The small group leisurely finished their last plate of grilled meat and left the barbecue shop, sated in content. The moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars, and some establishments remained lively. The group strolled toward the commoner district. Not their place of residence, but a location known to them through the fundamental intelligence-gathering skills of ninjas. As they distanced themselves from the commercial area, the streets gradually became desolate and silent. Upon turning a corner, Jinirong's fingers began to move silently, invoking the ancient ritual of the zodiac. Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei. Dozens of fire bats were summoned, quietly slipping into the night, enveloping the entire area. The other three dispersed, lying in wait for the enemy that had been trailing them. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. Moments later, several figures appeared at the street's entrance, exchanging glances. The wide street was utterly empty. They did not venture far, likely seeking refuge in nearby residences, and decided to search separately. What if someone interfered? The inhabitants here were mere commoners. Anyone who dared to obstruct them would be dealt with swiftly, serving as a convenient scapegoat. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing smiles, their thirst for blood awakening with fervor. One by one, they drew their kunai, the air thick with murderous intent, stealthily advancing toward the slumbering residential area, showing no inclination for negotiation. Years of rigorous assessments in the hidden village of Mist had long enveloped the community in a battlefield atmosphere. Moreover, with the frequent casualties arising from various missteps, many had grown accustomed to a state of perpetual vigilance. They dared not close their eyes even in slumber, the scent of blood having permeated their very bones. They merely awaited an opportunity for release. A swift motion, a kunai pierced Jinirong's heart, and the metallic scent of blood spread through the air. The Chunin grinned wickedly. Since the commencement of the assessments for those younglings, it had been far too long since he had inhaled the intoxicating aroma of blood. It was a familiar sensation. A crimson glimmer flickered in the Chunin's eyes as he gazed at the slumbering couple. He did not ponder why such a commotion had failed to rouse them. Instead, he considered whether it would be permissible to eliminate one or two more. The kunai trembled, slowly pointing toward the couple. No, 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 they are merely commoners. Commoners? At this thought, the kunai steadied abruptly. Damn it, you lowly wretches, why must you covet the qualifications we have toiled to earn? Why? A sharp thrust, blood gushed forth, and the searing warmth ignited his desire for slaughter, a dominion over existence. That exquisite taste could dispel the suffocating pressure he felt in the village. Ha ha. The Chunin trembled with maniacal laughter as he stepped toward the door, his resolve growing stronger with each stride. Similar events unfolded elsewhere. Some were orchestrated by Jinirong and his companions, while others stemmed from private grievances. The scent of blood had begun to permeate the air. After a brief guidance from Jinirong, they reconvened on the street. Let us depart. We must leave the hidden village of Mist before it is too late. Jinirong made the decisive choice to withdraw from the hidden village. The illusionary battlefield dissipated, yet the summoned beasts remained unrecallable. What of the mission? Genie let out a faint smile, remarking, have we not discerned the presence of Konoha and Kimogakure? They will surely uncover our intentions. What about the guards at the village entrance? Force our way out. In an instant, the figures of the group vanished into the shadows of the night. With the illusionary battlefield no longer obscuring their actions, the chilling cries of despair, mingled with the lingering scent of blood, swiftly drew the attention of the patrolling personnel. As the patrol team reached the scene, they were met with disbelief at the sight before them. What did they witness? A cadre of ninjas from the village engaged in the slaughter of innocents. The sharp, piercing sound of an alarm bell resonated through the night sky. This familiar, unsettling chime jolted the assailants from their bloody reverie. Exchanging glances, they swiftly and silently made their way toward the village entrance. They bore no regret for the bloodshed. Their only lament was their failure to awaken sooner. Though they were not without opposition on their path, after all, their blood-soaked attire was conspicuously alarming. They managed to deceive everyone with tales of urgent missions. Their journey proceeded relatively smoothly, as none dared to fathom that a massacre was unfolding within the village. As for the guards at the entrance, their concerns had shifted. They merely sought to distance themselves from the scene. Such noble intentions were abruptly shattered by the sound of a piercing arrow. Whoosh! A brilliant flame soared into the heavens, signaling a complete lockdown of the village, as the barrier activated with full force. This commotion stirred more than just the inhabitants of Kirigakure. Many onlookers were bewildered, unaware of the turmoil that had erupted within the village. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes and emerged from his quarters, disheveled and bleary-eyed, greeting passers-by with a smile as he followed the throngs into the street. Yet, Internally, he was acutely alert. He cast a glance toward a certain corner where an inconspicuous little toad was anxiously hopping about. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, stifling a yawn as he casually veered into a narrow alleyway. Without hesitation, he unsealed the scroll, donning his gear, and swiftly made his way toward the outskirts of Kirigakure. Just as he neared a particular tunnel, a deafening thunderclap shattered the night, illuminating the darkness. Such formidable lightning release. Could it be from Kumogakure? In that moment of contemplation, the ground suddenly fissured, and Jiraiya leaped into the chasm, which vanished as if it had never existed. As the residual waves of the lightning dissipated, an astonishing shockwave reverberated throughout Kirigakure. One by one, the voices echoed, "What do we take Kirigakure for? Seize him." Their anger and indifference sliced through the darkness like a knife. Sensing the fury of the speaker, many finally sprang into action. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky, and a massive ice wall rose, firmly enclosing the epicenter of the shockwave. Intense vibrations continued to reverberate, causing cracks to form upon the ice wall. Through the fissures, glimpses of ominous white bones flitted by. This entire spectacle was observed by a fire bat perched high above. In a matter of moments, tranquility returned to the night. The ice wall collapsed, revealing the scene within, a wounded, unconscious elder and a pale, corpulent youth. They were encircled by a ring of ninjas, led by 6 formidable middle-aged men. Upon realizing that their adversary had been subdued, 2 of them nonchalantly departed with their companions. The one who fled was Sun Dan. I recall the golden-haired girl he accompanied. A middle-aged man with a simple demeanor recounted the events in a deep voice. The remaining 3 wore expressions of extreme displeasure. Despite their collective efforts, they had been outmaneuvered. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, spoke coldly. This was discovered near the Konoha clan. It appears to be linked to the bloodline. The plump youth attempted to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words, cursing his own misfortune. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he encountered a support team head-on. Zhongshu glanced at the 2 on the ground, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as he gestured for his men to prepare for interrogation. The simple-faced middle-aged man dismissed those around him and inquired, "Irun, how did you detect Yunin?" The area surrounding each clan's stronghold was heavily guarded, and running into Yugong-in was simply a stroke of bad luck for Yunin. However, he recalled that the 2 from Yunin had been in the commercial district, far removed from the Pingyu clan's residence. The forthright middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The moment those 2 from Yunin entered the village, I had them in my sights. I intended to probe their motives, but unforeseen circumstances arose. One of them was Sun Dan. How unfortunate." Yugong-in pondered aloud. Could that girl be a Ranshiki? Pingyu-irin chuckled. "I had hoped to capture a big fish. Yunin is likely unaware that their bloodline information has already been compromised. That golden-haired girl, as the most talented individual from Yunin village, has had her information in the hands of the Mist village for some time, and they have yet to formulate a counter-strategy. It is audacious of Yunin to send her to the Mist village for training." In truth, the group was not overly concerned about Yunyan's escape. They understood that should they take lethal action against that girl, it would undoubtedly provoke Yunyan's wrath. Their annoyance stemmed merely from the fact that they had collectively failed to capture her. As they conversed, a group that had just departed returned, carrying the carcasses of several animals, including frogs and bats. Upon seeing this, the previously jovial individuals instantly regained their composure. Yugong-in picked up a bat's corpse, scrutinizing it before asserting, "This is a pure-blood abyss fire bat from the Genie clan." Goju Guwang pondered. "To escape from right under our noses requires considerable skill. Could it be that Gene E is involved?" He then asked, "Does anyone recognize these bats and know how they relay messages? Could our intelligence be compromised?" Pingyu-irin furrowed his brow. Yugong-in shook his head. Only the direct descendants of the Gene E clan possess the ability to control pure abyss fire bats. The information is scant, and the mixed blood bats from collateral branches provide no reference. Goju Guwang remarked, "In truth, the ability to convey information is of little concern. We have not taken any action ourselves, and those 2 have long been listed in the records of each village." After speaking, they shifted their gaze to the pile of frog carcasses, falling into a brief silence. "Does anyone recognize these?" Pingyu-irin gestured with his hands, indicating that he was not responsible for intelligence, but rather for taking action. The group exchanged glances, as none had encountered such a large number of these spirit beasts. Yu Gongyin turned and coldly asked, "Are you certain these are spirit beasts? When alive, spirit beasts can be identified by the chakra within them. When dead, they are indistinguishable from ordinary livestock." A tall figure from the dark sector, with an air of reluctance, began to explain, "Esteemed lords, I have indeed sensed chakra in several frogs, albeit the majority remain devoid of it." He gestured towards the larger specimens and continued, "However, I have discreetly observed that many frogs exhibit peculiar behaviors, seemingly in communication with those larger ones. Consequently, I took the initiative to bring back all the frogs in the vicinity." He anticipated reprimand, yet none came. Stealing a glance, he noticed the three were lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, they exchanged glances and dismissed him. Yugami spoke gravely. "Konoha has cultivated a formidable group of sentient summoning beasts. They are not foolish enough to readily question the judgments of their subordinates. Thus, there exists but one explanation. These ordinary frogs are obedient to the special ones, capable of encrypted communication through distinctive movements. Those engaged in intelligence work typically operate under the principle of presuming guilt. The Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure have all made their appearances tonight, while Konoha stands as the primary suspect for its absence. You may delve into the intricacies of this matter. I shall confront those fools." After a moment of contemplation, Hiyori departed impatiently. "I shall investigate the records. Such a highly intelligent summoning beast could not have materialized out of thin air," Kojitsu muttered as he too took his leave. The remaining Yagami surveyed the remnants of the battle, his eyes twitching slightly, acknowledging the formidable prowess of the two individuals. Casting a fierce glance around, he led his men towards the commercial district. He was resolute. Inciting such turmoil within their village without thorough investigation would not be overlooked lightly. With the significant figures having vacated the scene, he felt liberated from any constraints. The villagers of Kirigakure had been waiting for such an opportunity to propagate discord. They excelled in bloodshed. Those who disobeyed would simply be eliminated. Rijuu's only requirement was a pretext to wield his blade. Gradual reform was not the style of Kirigakure. Thus, the minor unrest instigated by Jinayaran escalated into a bloody tempest. Anyone bearing suspicion would be swiftly apprehended without further deliberation, while those deemed more guilty would meet their demise. Economic downturn, Kirigakure remained indifferent, as they had always been self-sufficient. Enemies, they were even less concerned, their forces robust and eager for conflict. This frenzied course of action shocked the entire shinobi world, with Kirigakure providing no explanations to any party. In light of this brutal conduct, nations began to reassess their views on Kirigakure. This was a stark contrast to the style of governance under the likes of Hozuki Mangetsu. Aboard the vessel heading to the Land of Lightning, Jinayaran's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. His previous assessments of Kirigakure had been entirely overturned. The individuals within, from top to bottom, were utterly deranged, showing no inclination towards sustainable development. They yearned solely for conflict, be it against outsiders or their own kin. Jinayaran recalled the Kagaya clan, equally mad and inherently warlike. Encountering a figure like Rijuu, the Mizukage, was a match made in hell, devoid of significant discord. The Liso clan, the Yumiyama clan, the Hirayoshi clan, the Masao clan, and the Kagaya clan. These five prominent families are all known for their martial prowess. Coupled with the domineering leader, Liso Yenzong, the entire shinobi world is likely to regard such a hidden village with trepidation, as no one wishes to provoke a madman. As for the Chihana and Mizuki clans, what do you think of their temperaments? Reflecting on the recent news from the Hidden Mist village, Oro Chihana offered a bittersweet smile, reminiscing about childhood memories. Even before they departed from the Land of Water, the village's atrocities had already spread throughout the shinobi world. Jin Yi's knowledge of the situation was merely more precise. The fire bats he left behind in the Hidden Mist village were numerous, and today they were finally eradicated. Fortunately, all essential intelligence had been successfully relayed back, including highly confidential information regarding 8 shadow-level ninjas in the Hidden Mist village. In fact, Yumiyama In and Kajitsu Takashi are even stronger than Hirayoshi Ichin and Masao Shojitsu. Similarly, he had received reports about the swift escape of a ninja from Cloud Village and the capture of an elder from Rock Village. Both were shadow-level ninjas. Their expedition yielded substantial rewards, yet Jin E lamented such gains. All of Sunagakure's spies in the Hidden Mist village had gone dark. Presumably, they had been purged. This cost was one Jin E could not bear. The loss of all intelligence from one of the 5 great shinobi villages was terrifying. Fortunately, such a situation would not persist for long. Other villages would not permit the Hidden Mist village to spiral out of control indefinitely. However, given this incident, acquiring high-level intelligence from the Hidden Mist village would likely become impossible. Even the messages relayed back would probably be those that the Hidden Mist village had tacitly approved for dissemination. Jean chuckled coldly. The more deranged the Hidden Mist village became, the more dire their future would be. A force whose actions are wholly unpredictable cannot be permitted to exist in a normal world. The Hidden Mist village is still far too weak to challenge the established order of the world. Jean even harbored doubts about whether the Hidden Mist village had become arrogant, believing themselves powerful enough to contend with the entire shinobi world. 8 shadow-level ninjas indeed possessed the qualifications for such hubris. Contemplating that his own village only had 3 shadows, Jean managed to quell his anger slightly. Orochihana's voice brought Jean back from his tumultuous thoughts. Young master, the Mizuki clan is relatively stable. Due to their bloodline, their overall temperament leans toward coldness. However, given their formidable strength, it would be inaccurate to claim they are completely indifferent to the world. Jean waved his hand, massaging his throbbing temples. He had long viewed Sunagakure as his own possession, and this significant loss was truly painful for him. The foundation of Sunagakure is limited, and cultivating intelligence personnel is exceedingly challenging. It remains uncertain when they might regain their vitality. Given the current situation of the village, it would be challenging to select even a single heavyweight figure to oversee the reconstruction of the intelligence network. Noticing Jean Yi's troubled expression, the trio fell silent, gazing quietly at the sea. After a prolonged silence, Orochihana spoke. Young master, how shall we enter the land of lightning? If it mirrors the situation in the land of water, we must prepare early. Jean pondered for a moment before responding gravely. We shall breach the security line directly and infiltrate. There is no need for cumbersome disguises. Yunin Village, much like Wuyin Village, operates on a rather unconventional wavelength, rendering traditional methods ineffective. It would be far more prudent to adopt a flexible approach, responding to circumstances as they arise. The outside world remains relatively unfamiliar with Yunin Village. The citizens of the Land of Thunder possess distinct physical traits, making it difficult for ordinary spies to infiltrate, resulting in predominantly superficial information. For instance, familial influence is virtually non-existent in Yunin Village, where clans are delineated by peculiar nomenclature, and 2 individuals sharing a surname may not be related by blood. However, the precise criteria for this classification remains a mystery to outsiders. Furthermore, the hierarchical structure of power within Yunin Village deviates significantly from that of conventional ninja villages. Publicly, there exist only 3 institutions: the Reikage Building, the Secretary's Office, and the Yumbu. All other ninjas are subject to the commands of the Reikage Building. The entire Yunin Village resembles an expansive military encampment, with nearly every inhabitant serving as a soldier. Even the Ninja Academy appears to be absent. Amidst this plethora of information, a shroud of enigma persists. The elite combatants of Yunin Village are few, with only 3 notable figures in the open: the illustrious Third Kazekage, alongside 2 masters of swordsmanship, one renowned for his fire-release sword techniques, and the other for his lightning-release sword techniques. Jinchuriki, being unconventional forces, are typically excluded from such considerations. Currently, there is also a mysterious shadow-level ninja adept in swift release. After careful contemplation, it seems that Yunin Village truly possesses only these shadow-level ninjas. After all, the village's bloodlines appear limited to wind release and swift release, lacking any significant clan legacies, making an unexpected emergence of a shadow-level ninja improbable. The situation bears some resemblance to Sunagakure. In terms of unique bloodlines, only the Reikage clan stands out, perhaps alongside a peculiar melting release that appeared during the 4th Great Ninja War, and possibly the comical magnet release. Yunin Village does not thrive on bloodlines, lacking top-tier combat strength. Otherwise, they would not be so fixated on the bloodlines of others. Should a shadow-level ninja unexpectedly emerge, could that dark lightning be considered one? After organizing the intelligence, Jean relaxed considerably. Aside from the unexpected confrontation with the Third A, he should not encounter any unforeseen events in the Land of Thunder. The strength of Yunin Village lies in its core capabilities and the pinnacle of its combat prowess. Fortuitously, The two perfect Jinchuriki have yet to materialize, leaving ordinary ninjas unable to contend with him. Young master, why do you approach Wuyin village with such caution while remaining relatively relaxed about entering the land of thunder? The astute Ant Life Stone observed the subtle difference in Jin Yi's demeanor. To Ant Life Stone, Yunin village posed a far greater danger than Wuyin village. Jin Yi did not conceal his thoughts, sharing his analysis as he sought to identify any potential oversights. Mao Luo Qianhua spoke in an odd tone, young master. Even if everything aligns with your assessment, are there not still the formidable figures of Baimo Yi and Yu Jiren? Pausing briefly, he added, Temo Yi, who perished at your hands, is indeed Baimo Yi's son. Should he discover our whereabouts, he would undoubtedly not rest easily. Mao Luo Qianhua felt that Jin Yi had grown overly confident and wished to offer a cautionary note. Ihara also interjected, moreover, the swift-release individual who escaped from Wuyin village should not be underestimated. Following Ant Life Stone's remarks, they too sensed that Jin Yi's mindset seemed somewhat delicate. Perhaps it was a result of the stimulation from Wuyin village? Is there anything else that requires attention? Jin Yi nodded, acknowledging their viewpoints. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xingshi then remarked, and what about that Jinchuriki? Having encountered us, he should be able to easily detect our movements with the keen senses of a tailed beast. Jin Yi's eyes lit up at this thought, as it had not occurred to him before, and he responded, indeed. Jing Yuan contemplated for a moment and stated, Yunin excels in coordinated combat, particularly in their lightning techniques. We must remain vigilant about this. Observing Jin Yi's expectant gaze, the three scratched their heads, realizing they had exhausted their knowledge. Generally, Yunin favored direct assaults and rarely engaged in covert confrontations, leading to a scarcity of intelligence on their practices. Seeing that the three had nothing further to contribute, Jin Yi spoke up, during this time, you must have witnessed my speed. I can escape even from those of the shadow level. Since practicing the breathing technique, his wind release had seen little improvement, yet his speed had undeniably increased, allowing him to evade most shadow-level opponents. This was also the reason he dared to undertake the upcoming Jonin examination. Otherwise, he would not risk such dangers lightly. Of course, this only pertained to his evasion speed, not combat capabilities. The others listened, somewhat perplexed. Jin Yi continued solemnly, thus, I have decided to venture alone into the land of lightning. You will draw the attention of Yun Yin while proceeding to the land of earth to scout ahead. What? The three stared at Jin Yi in disbelief. They could not allow him to take such a perilous risk alone. After all, this was Yun Yin village, second only to Kanahegakure among the 5 great ninja villages. Before they could voice their objections, Jin Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, elaborated, the situation I just analyzed is suited for solo operations. Adding you all into the mix transforms it into a renowned entity like Yun Yin village, with no vulnerabilities to exploit. The quantity and quality of ninjas in Yun Yin village far surpass that of Kirigakure. If detected, it would not merely be a matter of sealing off a single village. They could easily secure the entirety of the land of lightning. Yet, despite their might, Yun Yin's weakness lies in the absence of top-tier stealth experts. My lack of experience infiltrating other villages does not imply an inability. In fact, my training has made me particularly adept at stealth. Kirigakure boasts many strong specialists in this area, and other villages possess their own as well, making Yun Yin's intelligence less secure than that of Kirigakure. Orochimaru, after eliminating the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, managed to escape with ease, and at that time, he was far from as formidable as in later years. In contrast, Kirigakure nearly lost 2 shadow-level ninjas over minor disturbances. The three felt a sense of despair as they recognized Jin Yi's resoluteness. His progress was astonishingly rapid. Recent experiences had made it evident that Jin Yi's strength was surging at a visible pace. Qianhua even harbored doubts about whether, by their next meeting, Jin Yi's power would surpass her own. The atmosphere grew somber, and Jin Yi refrained from offering reassurances. His decision to infiltrate Yun Yin village alone had been quietly made during the recent bloodshed in Kirigakure. He felt his advancement was somewhat sluggish, particularly as he seemed to be hitting a plateau, which left him with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Only under pressure does one find motivation. The life and death crises he faced were still far too few. This time, he aimed to draw upon the shadows of Yun Yin to extract a bit more from himself, as well as to pilfer a certain item. Approaching a port on an island near the Land of Thunder, Jin Yirong discreetly departed from the group. The trio of Malukianwa sighed in unison, similarly slipping off the vessel to infiltrate a designated border of the Land of Thunder. However, this seemingly fortuitous infiltration inevitably failed, and the three of them exerted every ounce of strength to shake off their pursuers. Having experienced the formidable power of Yuan village firsthand, Malukianwa felt a sense of relief at Jin Irong's decision. They could guarantee that should their whereabouts be exposed within the Land of Thunder, their demise would be certain. Casting a worried glance at the Land of Thunder, the trio resolutely made their way towards Yanin village. Jin Irong could no longer concern himself with the state of his teammates. He had nearly overlooked the thin layer of defense created for him by the squad, never considering the substantial military presence stationed at the border of Yanin village. Was this a result of preparations for an assault on the Land of Whirlpool? Or was it merely the norm? Concealed on a hillside, Jin Irong gazed solemnly at the distant encampment. After some contemplation, he abandoned the idea of reconnaissance. The unusual military presence here was not within the scope of his mission. Beyond the border lay a clear path. The hidden sentinels along this route had already been thoroughly investigated by Sandine village, at a significant cost. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Jin Irong undertook some simple disguising. Assuming the guise of a fisherman was evidently impractical, this time, he opted to portray a child. His height, compared to his peers in the Land of Thunder, was somewhat diminutive, and given his young age, adopting a more juvenile appearance of 10 years old seemed reasonable. He found a small stream and blinked vigorously, attempting to erase the sharpness and depth from his gaze, seeking to embody the innocence and naivety of a child. A pure little one, naturally harmless. After applying some unique makeup from the Land of Thunder on his face, he continued his journey with a sense of boldness. The route subsequently shifted as Jin Irong veered closer to the trade routes. Unexpectedly, upon joining a merchant caravan, he encountered an individual, a woman also disguised in a playful manner. "Haha, little brother, what is your name?" The voluptuous maiden ruffled Jin Irong's hair, laughing heartily, her golden ponytail bouncing energetically. Jin Irong, feeling somewhat helpless, sidled to the edge of the cart, remaining silent. Others around them chuckled at the scene. "Not charming at all. I kindly offered you a ride. And you don't even share your name? Isn't that a bit rude?" The girl, undeterred, leaned closer to Jin Irong, introducing herself loudly. "I'm Asen Yuki. I have a younger brother about your age. What about you? Do you have a beautiful sister like mine?" Asen Yuki? That name rings a bell. Indeed. The girl he unexpectedly encountered was Tsunade, one of the future legendary Sannin of Konoha. He truly wished to avoid any association with Tsunade. The convergence of spies from two different villages posed an excessive risk of exposure. What was Tsunade thinking, gravitating towards him? Was she seeking a local companion to share the burden of danger? Indeed, the boisterous Tsunade bears a striking resemblance to the temperament of the citizens of the Land of Lightning, not to mention her voluptuous figure. It is no wonder she dares to traverse the Land of Lightning with such audacity. Lost in contemplation, Jin felt a sudden pain on his forehead and turned around in confusion. "Little brother, I am speaking to you," Tsunade said, her brows knitting in dissatisfaction. Jin, feeling helpless, realized he was currently portraying an innocent demeanor, not a detached one, which made his neglect of Tsunade seem inconsistent with his character. "My name is Jyogu Run, an orphan who has been learning martial arts under a blacksmith master. I wish to join the Hidden Cloud Village as a ninja. Thank you for your guidance." Jin innocently revealed his identity before falling silent. An orphan? A flicker of tenderness crossed Tsunade's eyes as she ruffled Jin Yi's hair and laughed. "Haha, I merely asked for your name. You need not share so much." The others, upon hearing this, regarded him with a hint of sympathy, recognizing that at his tender age, his parents likely perished in that war. Noticing Jin Yi's reticence, Tsunade sought to engage him in conversation. "Why do you aspire to become a ninja? Isn't being a blacksmith sufficient? Ninjas go to battle. Are you not afraid?" Hearing the concern in her words, Jin felt a pang of emotion. At this moment, Tsunade had yet to endure the harshness of society and was far from the cold persona she would later adopt. "It is because being a ninja is cool. Once I become a ninja, I can learn ninjutsu that allows one to soar through the skies and traverse the earth," he replied with naive enthusiasm, provoking laughter from the others. This sentiment resonated with the hearts of many children. Aspirations of becoming a leader or a guardian were far removed from their understanding. Tsunade sighed in relief, glad it wasn't a quest for vengeance. "Who told you ninjutsu allows one to fly and burrow?" she quipped. Genie replied, perplexed. Is it not true? I have seen ninjas burrow underground. Being able to burrow does not equate to flying. You fool, Tsunade admonished, lightly tapping Genie's head. Oh, he responded, and then the atmosphere returned to a quiet stillness. Tsunade felt somewhat stifled. Her days in the land of lightning were dreary, devoid of conversation. And she wondered why there were so few bustling streets in this land. After finally encountering someone likable, he turned out to be rather taciturn. Considering the boy's destination was the hidden cloud village, her eyes brightened. Though she had lingered in the land of lightning for quite some time, she had seldom ventured into the hidden cloud village, often merely skirting its periphery. The village enforced strict patrols, rarely allowing outsiders to stay overnight without a legitimate reason. Lacking stealth skills herself, she could only enter during the sale of goods, but such visits were fleeting. Escorting this child into the village could present a splendid opportunity for her to linger a few days longer. Hey, your name is Guren, right? Do you know how to join the hidden cloud village? Genie responded innocently. Isn't it a matter of them verifying your identity and conducting an assessment? The major ninja villages do not solely absorb their own. Locals with unblemished backgrounds may also join, albeit with a requisite degree of talent. Tsunade chuckled. You mentioned an assessment. Do you know what they evaluate? I possess great strength and excellent health, Genie declared, flexing his fists with pride. This point is one that Tsunade concurs with. Those 2 strikes to the forehead are no trifling matter, something that an ordinary child would struggle to endure. She intentionally seeks to probe further, to discern whether Genie is being truthful. Aspiring to become a ninja requires more than mere strength and physical prowess. It demands a unique talent. What sort of talent? Tsunade smiled gently and remarked, I cannot say. If I knew, I would already be a ninja. Genie cast her a sidelong glance, as if to convey, if you don't know, then what weight does your opinion hold? Such an impudent little rascal. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and delivered a firm slap to Genie's head. Genie turned away, cradling his head. Yet I am aware that since this is an examination, failure is a possibility. If one does not pass, what then? Genie perked up his ears. Tsunade crossed her arms and declared loudly, given that this is an assessment, there must be methods and tasks involved. If we could stay a few more days to gather information, the likelihood of success would increase significantly, though I wonder if a certain someone has the funds for accommodation. Suddenly, a stack of bills appeared before Tsunade, only to be swiftly retracted. Wow, little rascal, how are you so wealthy? Should we have a little wager? The moment she spotted the money, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems that blacksmithing is quite lucrative, Genie replied without turning back. If you agree to wager with me, I shall cover your lodging expenses. What do you say? Tsunade rubbed her fingers together in anticipation. It had been far too long since she had wagered with anyone. Miss Tsunade, please don't lead the child astray, the accompanying guards cautioned. Fully aware of their patron's penchant for gambling, and her unfortunate tendency to lose. However, none could dissuade her. You lot cannot possibly grasp the joy of gambling. Tsunade waved dismissively, uninterested in explaining its allure. With that, she draped an arm around Genie's neck, turning his head towards her, and cheerfully proclaimed, if we gamble, I will cover all your expenses in the village. Genie felt a pang of discomfort and struggled free, sighing. What is the point of your wager then? Surely my money is not worth that much. Tsunade generously explained. The essence of gambling lies within the act itself. Winning or losing is of no consequence. This time, Genie did not outright refuse. Since he could not evade Tsunade for now, he contemplated a certain curse associated with her. Why not give it a try? All right, I will wager with you, but you must agree to one condition. I agree. Let us begin swiftly, Tsunade urged, eagerly retrieving a cup from her pack, which contained 3 wooden dice. Genie stated earnestly, only 1 round, and I wager 10,000 Ryo. Observing the seriousness in the child's eyes, Tsunade's enthusiasm waned slightly. Yet her curiosity regarding Genie grew. Very well. The cup began to shake vigorously. With a clap, it was overturned atop a nearby crate. Will you bet high or low? Tsunade joyfully inquired. The surrounding guards, drawn by the lively scene, gathered closer. Genie produced 10,000 Ryo from his pocket and placed it beside the cup, grinning. I wager low. Then I shall wager high, Tsunade declared nonchalantly. Open, open, open. The onlookers cheered. Well then, I shall reveal it. No crying if you lose. Tsunade regarded Genie with a cheerful smile, while he nodded indifferently in response. Suddenly, Tsunade briskly opened the dice cup, and her once vibrant smile froze instantly. 6, 6, 6, a significant victory. A chorus of hisses erupted around them as onlookers dispersed, finding little amusement in winning money from a child. Observing the 3 dice, Jin Yi's pupils constricted before he calmly handed over 10,000 ryo to Tsunade. Sister Shi, you have won, he stated. Tsunade unconsciously accepted the money, repeatedly murmuring, I have won, her demeanor wilting like a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of her earlier vitality. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly silent, and the crowd, puzzled by the girl's somber expression after her win, found themselves at a loss. Shouldn't she be elated? Why did she seem more disheartened than after losing money? However, sensing the awkwardness, no one dared to voice their thoughts as the convoy continued on its way, enveloped in silence. It was not until a cacophony of sounds broke through that Tsunade roused from her stupor, casting a complex glance at Jin Yi. Initially relaxed, Jin Yi wished to offer her some comfort, yet Tsunade's overly gentle gaze bewildered him. After staring at her for a moment, his eyes widened in shock, and his expression stiffened. He abruptly leaped from the cargo truck, joining the guards. Tsunade remained behind, staring blankly at Jin Yi's retreating figure. Miss Shi, we are nearing Hidden Cloud Village. We must prepare ourselves. A loud voice jolted Tsunade back to reality. She forced a smile and began directing the merchant caravan. Once she had completed the necessary arrangements, she approached Jin Yi and gently ruffled his hair. Feeling slightly disgruntled, he attempted to sidestep her. Tsunade firmly grasped the back of Jin Yi's collar, exclaiming, Guren, from now on, you shall be my little brother, and I will protect you. In the land of lightning, devoid of any kin, she found comfort in this kindred spirit, fearing what misfortune the curse might bring upon him. Tsunade only knew that the ill fate was hers to bear, and she was determined to safeguard this brother. Upon hearing her tender declaration, Jin Yi froze, responding hastily, I am not familiar with you, and you are not my sister. Laughter erupted as the heavy atmosphere evaporated at the sight of their playful banter. With a sister as beautiful as I, don't you think it is quite flattering? Tsunade dismissed Jin Yi's display of unfamiliarity without a second thought. Jin Yi wanted to chastise himself, repeatedly thinking, I am not close with Tsunade. I am not close with Tsunade. I am not close with Tsunade. Feeling that their rapport had improved, Tsunade recalled Jin Yi's sudden leap from the truck and curiously asked, why did you jump down so abruptly? Your gaze was too gentle, akin to that of a human trafficker from the neighboring village, he pointed out, gesturing to her still firmly grasping hand. Tsunade's smile faltered as she sheepishly released him, retorting, you ungrateful little rascal. Jin Yi sighed and replied, you just won 10,000 ryo from me and now wish to be my sister. How is that any different from a trafficker? He now desperately wishes to distance himself from Tsunade, perceiving her presence as ominous. It feels akin to stepping outside only to tread upon a cursed object, a most inauspicious beginning, as if haunted by misfortune. Is there such a thing as a dashing human trafficker like me? Young lad, do you have any inkling of the multitude of admirers I possess? Then return my money first. Tsunade, with a swift motion, struck Jin Yi on the forehead and remarked, do you comprehend the meaning of losing a wager? If you do not repay me, what value do you hold? Your beauty is of no concern to me. You are significantly older than I am. Jin Yi felt that his youthful naivety had been taken too far, inadvertently awakening Tsunade's maternal instincts, compelling her to care for him. What is it that Tsunade detests? Smack. Another strike upon his forehead. Tsunade proclaimed, do not speak of a girl's age. I am merely 16 this year, and I never anticipated you to be such a lecherous little boy. Taking a deep breath, Jin Yi cast aside the matter of the curse and regained his composure. Oh, you no longer disdain me. Let me hear you call me sister. Jin Yi offered a gentle smile, choosing not to respond. By the way, why did you not arrive in the Hidden Cloud Village sooner? You are rather past the ideal age now. Tsunade couldn't help but express concern for Jin Yi. Typically, children begin to refine their chakra by the age of 6. Having adjusted his mindset, Jin Yi deftly shifted the conversation. Miss Shi, isn't your brother around my age? He is also a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. May I consult him regarding the assessment? Tsunade paused momentarily before laughing. He lacks the talent for ninjutsu and is currently learning the trade at home. I see. Miss Shi, are there any remarkable adults in our Hidden Cloud Village? Moreover, are there any prodigious talents within the village? Tsunade's familiarity seemed to bridge the gap between them, prompting Jin-Aran to pose a flurry of inquiries. Tsunade, eager to showcase her knowledge, unreservedly began to recount various tales surrounding the hidden cloud village. Most of the information regarding the Kage was akin to what Jin-Aran already knew. Konoha had not discovered any newly emerging masters from the hidden cloud. When discussing the newly prominent young generation, Jin-Aran's interest was piqued. I have heard of an outstanding girl emerging from the village. Her name should be Mayuki, quite enigmatic, and rumored to possess golden hair, much like mine. Tsunade nonchalantly flicked her ponytail, reveling in her self-admiration. The remaining notable figures were the young prodigies, Yin-Tai and Reng-Yi. There were not many remarkable juniors in the village, and it was regrettable that Tomoe and Kinrui had met untimely ends in Sunagakure. Jin-Aran inquired nonchalantly, "What happened to those two?" Upon mentioning this matter, Tsunade expressed her regret, stating, "It is said that a super genius emerged from Sunagakure, named Jin-Aran. Both of those prodigies fell victim to his prowess." Her tone hinted at an inexplicable sentiment, as if recalling something. A genius from Sunagakure. Jin-Aran seemed disinterested in the diminutive village, and curiously asked, "Miss Shi, you are well-versed. Could you enlighten me about Konoha? It is the foremost ninja village, surpassing our hidden cloud village." This topic attracted the attention of many, eager to hear about Konoha. "Ahem, we are nearing the village. Let us remain alert." The outline of the hidden cloud village was now faintly visible. The group felt a surge of energy. They had finally arrived at their destination. Jeannie Yang refrained from further inquiries, casting a gaze filled with anticipation towards the distance. Tsunade discreetly glanced at him, pondering if she was being overly sensitive. There was no discernible peculiarity in the air. As they approached the hidden cloud village, the throngs of people increased, with numerous merchant caravans advancing together. Familiar faces greeted one another warmly from various groups, and it was Tsunade who appeared to be the most well-acquainted, exuding an air of widespread camaraderie. However, the majority of these acquaintances were youthful, their gazes betraying a hint of infatuation. Jeannie Yang assessed Tsunade and could not help but concede that, despite her youth, she was undeniably of breathtaking beauty. A sharp sound echoed as Tsunade playfully tapped his forehead. "Guren, your gaze lacks decorum," she remarked with narrowed eyes. Jeannie Yang offered a gentle smile, choosing not to retort, and continued walking quietly. What an endearing little fellow he was. His adeptness at navigating such nuances greatly enhanced Tsunade's fondness for him. "Guren, you must not stray from the path of righteousness. Do you understand? Strive to be a good child." The thought of an irksome individual caused Tsunade's brows to involuntarily arch. "Miss Shi, I am still quite young. It is you who ought not to lead me astray." A soft chuckle escaped Tsunade, finding him utterly charming despite the playful annoyance. The outline of the hidden cloud village's entrance gradually became more distinct, and the number of greetings directed at Tsunade increased. Upon reaching the registration area, she stepped forward to sign in, while many cloud ninjas smiled and exchanged friendly greetings. "Miss Shi, back to deliver goods again. What treasures do you bring this time?" After swiftly completing the registration form, Tsunade disregarded the cloud ninjas and called out to Jeannie Yang, "Guren, come here." Taken aback by her public summons, Jeannie Yang approached with some trepidation. Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding cloud ninjas converged upon him, assessing him with a mix of kindness and scrutiny. Tsunade wrapped her arm around his shoulder and announced loudly, "This is my newly adopted younger brother, Juguren, who has come to join our village. I hope all esteemed ninjas will extend their guidance to him." "Ah, so he is Miss Shi's brother." The cloud ninja's demeanor softened considerably. Jeannie Yang straightened his posture and earnestly introduced himself. "I am not well acquainted with Miss Shi. My name is Juguren, a resident of Ryoshi Town, an orphan, and I seek to join the hidden cloud village. I humbly request your guidance." With that, he performed a respectful bow. His resonant voice and decisive demeanor instantly garnered the favor of many, particularly upon revealing his intent to join the village. A middle-aged man approached slowly, dispersing the onlookers, and scrutinized Jeannie Yang with a nod of approval. "What a spirited young lad. You shall find a place to reside in the village, and in a few days, you will undergo the evaluation with others." Jeannie Yang nodded enthusiastically. Tsunade bowed to the middle-aged man before leading the merchant caravan into the hidden cloud village. The village exuded a robust character, lacking in opulence, yet brimming with the warmth of its inhabitants. It was no wonder Tsunade was so well-liked here. Their energies harmonized splendidly. Jeannie Yang continued to survey the hidden cloud village, finding that the experience was vastly different from what he had gleaned from the records. The caravan halted before a shop. But rather than entering, Tsunade first guided Genie Yang in search of their accommodation. Where are we to stay? Perceiving that the two were venturing deeper into the village of Yunin, Kamiya felt a twinge of anxiety. The lower echelon of the village may not recognize him. But that did not guarantee that the higher-ups were equally oblivious. His current guise could very well attract the attention of certain individuals. I shall find you a splendid place, Tsunade declared. Typically, children aspiring to enter the village reside there. You may engage with them and forge friendships in advance. Tsunade fully embraced her identity from the land of lightning, meticulously orchestrating Kamiya's experience. Although he harbored some reluctance, the opportunity to delve into the preparations of Yunin village was indeed worthwhile. This was also Tsunade's intention, as she had previously lacked a suitable excuse to observe. Some matters could be discerned with merely a cursory glance. The two did not delve too deeply, halting at a vast training ground, or rather at the entrance of a guest house adjacent to it. Occasionally, small figures would flit by, some accompanied, others alone. Haha, Kamiya. Residing here allows you a view of the edge of the training ground, providing an early sense of the competitor's prowess. What do you think? Is it not a splendid location? Tsunade observed the training ground with an air of generosity, simultaneously offering her introduction. Kamiya gazed at the training arena, nodding in approval. The adjacent training facility was not entirely enclosed. One side was bordered by iron bars, affording a glimpse into the training activities within. Miss Tsunade, may I also train inside? Kamiya inquired. Tsunade withdrew her gaze, elucidating. Once your identity has been verified, you may enter. The assessment information you seek can also be procured within. It depends on your discernment as to whom you should approach. The evaluations within the ninja village were omnipresent, not merely a matter of assessing strength. Having spoken, Tsunade produced a thick stack of bills from her wallet and handed it to Kamiya, stating, I shall not accompany you inside. Once you have confirmed the examination date, do remember to notify me. I will be at that shop. Kamiya did not hesitate to accept the money, expressing his gratitude with a formal bow. Thank you for your care, Sister Tsunade. I will seek you out for support during the examination. With that, he strode into the guest house like a warrior, chest out and head held high. Tsunade smiled as she watched him depart until he vanished from sight, at which point she turned away. After distancing herself from the guest house, the warmth and familiarity dissipated, leaving her gaze somewhat complex. Sister? Yet I am a ninja from Konoha. Kamiya registered his information with the innkeeper, feeling relaxed. After a brief inquiry, he ascended to a top-floor room overlooking the training ground. The price was steep, yet it was worth every coin. The room featured several chambers, some with open windows, others sealed, adorned lavishly, yet maintaining a refreshing ambience. According to the innkeeper, the room was enhanced with sealing techniques capable of isolating chakra fluctuations, ensuring both comfort and confidentiality. The 20,000 Ryo Tsunade had given him was swiftly spent, not a single bill remaining. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he could comfortably reside here for nearly a month. Kamiya reclined on the bed, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Finally, he could afford to lower his vigilance. After his mind began to relax, he started to reminisce about the details of his interactions with Tsunade. From various nuances, it was evident that Tsunade was quite familiar with the village of Cloud, suggesting she had spent a considerable amount of time there. It was indeed audacious of her to use the 5 great shinobi villages as a testing ground. Jiraiya was in the village of Mist, Tsunade in the village of Cloud, and it was improbable that Orochimaru would remain comfortably in Konoha. As for the individuals in the village of Sand, could they truly be Orochimaru? Genie was still unable to ascertain this. He would refrain from making accurate judgments until he confronted the target directly. Furthermore, the blonde woman mentioned by Tsunade Miyuki, was she the one protected by the swift movement? And what of Iwatani and Romi? The mere fact that Tsunade casually mentioned them warranted attention. Not just anyone could capture Tsunade's eye. This was determined by strength and perception, not something she could easily conceal. For instance, he himself still struggled to recall the names of those from noble families, not due to a poor memory, but rather a lack of interest. They had never truly registered in his heart. The only name that might slip from his lips would be that of Shinchi Yuki. After organizing his memories from this journey, Genie rose and made his way to the balcony. He could not afford to waste much time. The identity of this Kogami person had been procured by an undercover agent from the village of Sand, managing to evade detection in the first round of scrutiny. By the second round, it was likely to unravel. Unlike Konoha, the village of sand did not possess the vast resources to fabricate a thoroughly verifiable identity in the land of lightning. As for whether this would implicate Tsunade, that was inevitable. He was keen to see upon whom the curse would manifest, or if it was merely a series of coincidences. From the third-floor balcony, the view expanded, revealing a broader array of training scenes. A cursory glance unveiled several promising talents. The foundation here was truly incomparable to that of the village of sand. The overall caliber was vastly superior. Jin-E felt a pang of regret for not witnessing the assessments in the village of mist. Otherwise, he could have made a comparison. Had it not been for the village of mist's turmoil, he would have relished the opportunity to remain in the land of water for a while longer. He wondered if Yamaki Masakawa could re-establish the intelligence network. Upon entering the land of lightning and connecting with the undercover agent, he had already received word that he was now overseeing matters in the village of sand. This was Yamaki Masakawa, the current deputy director of the intelligence department, and the younger brother of Yamaki Masaki. Both brothers, along with their clan leader Yamaki Taman, were elite jonin. Due to the necessity of assessing their capabilities, if Masakawa could withstand the pressure from the village of mist and restore the intelligence network, he would secure his position as deputy director. Otherwise, he would face dismissal. After observing for a time, Jin-Yi's attention was drawn to a small boy with deep blue hair, his skin bearing the distinctive copper-red hue of the village of Cloud. Though still young, his movements were imbued with a remarkable vigor. His techniques were agile and varied, far from rigid, and he appeared stronger than the 4 children he had instructed. Jin-E committed that youthful figure to memory, for it was likely he was destined to become an elite jonin. Retrieving his gaze, he turned and exited, intending to gather some information. His purpose for visiting the village of Cloud was crystal clear: to seek the ephemeral lightning armor resting upon Temoy. Collecting data of a shadow-level caliber was his aim. Success would be a triumph, while failure would bear no consequence. He would not allow himself to be confined by the village's missions. The wind-release chakra mode, after a brief experimentation, proved unsuitable for him. It requires prolonged refinement of one's physique, and it remains uncertain whether he could succeed. Conversely, the lightning armor previously utilized by Temoy showed considerable promise. If he could transform the wind wall into a sustained ninjutsu akin to a wind cloak, maintaining it at his side, his speed would likely undergo a significant transformation. Further integration of the wind cloak with breathing techniques could undoubtedly become his ultimate trump card, achieving at least the potency of an S-rank secret technique. Whether he could independently create the first S-rank secret technique hinges upon that lightning armor. At that juncture, it is quite possible that Bai Moi would be at home. Thus, the question arises of how to divert his attention. It is publicly known that Temoy, being Bai Moi's son, resides with him. The only feasible opportunity to steal the insights of the lightning armor would be at night. If all goes as expected, Bai Moi would be present at home during that time. It remains unknown whether this lightning armor is of great value, whether it is a passed-down secret technique, a self-created one, or a clandestine treasure of the cloud-hidden village. In the first 2 scenarios, searching Bai Moi's home would be exceedingly challenging. The third scenario might necessitate infiltrating the Raikage Tower, a task of hellish difficulty. Despite the challenges, there remains a glimmer of opportunity for success. This is not mere folly on Jin-Iran's part. The lightning armor evidently appears to be a creation inspired by the lightning release chakra mode, and its power seems average, with a low level of guarding. Were it not for the technique's compatibility with Jin-Iran and the successful implementation of the first step, the wind wall, he would not have considered the lightning armor at all. Not everyone can create a technique that aligns with their own abilities based on another ninjutsu. The emergence of the wind wall was fraught with coincidences. Without it, he would never have dared to entertain the idea of forcibly acquiring the lightning armor. Perhaps, if he could leverage Tsunade's influence to involve Konoha, he could alleviate some of the difficulty. Naturally, in contemplating how to reduce the challenge, Jin-Iran thought of Tsunade. Upon recalling Tsunade, another individual came to mind. That technique utilized by Ribui, which accelerates through the manifestation of lightning, seems to bear the hallmarks of the lightning armor. Both techniques involve the placement of lightning around the body and are formless ninjutsu. Moreover, both belong to the same small team, making it hard to believe there is no connection. Indeed, the lightning armor that Jin-Iran covets is a formless ninjutsu. Another reason for his desire to obtain the lightning armor is his curiosity to discern the differences between the two formless ninjutsu. Should he unravel the underlying mysteries, he would no longer need hand seals. With palms pressed together, he envisions his desires manifesting. He has pondered for over a decade without grasping the key to performing ninjutsu without hand seals. The wind wall appeared in a haze, with insufficient time to delve into its intricacies. The blue corrosive flame, being an innate ability, seems unsuitable for reference, primarily due to time constraints. However, he has begun to form some ideas regarding single-handed hand seals. It merely requires exceptional control. The difficulty of channeling chakra with both hands versus one is not on the same level. In other words, a ninja's chakra manipulation resembles a conversation between two individuals. Dual hand seals convey explicit commands, while single hand seals imply vague, encrypted instructions. Perhaps formless techniques are a form of mental communication? His formless wind release may be akin to a specific thought that fortuitously triggers the wind wall. By rigidly employing that thought, he could summon the wind wall. Genie let his chaotic thoughts converge as he arrived at a blacksmith's forge. His purpose here was to gather information. And with the ancestral knowledge of forging passed down in his family, he easily captivated the ordinary blacksmiths. Unsurprisingly, within a few exchanges, he had them all entranced, each treating him as a disciple and generously sharing their expertise. Once he took control of the conversation, he could steer the topics in any direction he desired. As the daylight waned, Genie rose with a smile to bid farewell. After a day of discourse, he had gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the villagers' insights into Yunin village. Although he had not delved into any secrets, the information was sufficient, considering they were merely common folk. He had familiarized himself with the locations of Mo Yi's residence, Lu Bu Yi's abode, and the precise position of the Thunder Shadow Tower, along with the geographical surroundings of these three sites. After a few days of verification and a personal visit, he would possess an intimate knowledge of the area. He had even acquired a rough idea regarding the location of the Yunlei Gorge. As for the Jinchuriki, it was a nightmare for every villager, and they were bound to know something about it. After casually enjoying a bowl of ramen at a street corner, Genie returned to his lodging to rest peacefully. The following morning, he was startled awake by a series of knocks on his door. Opening it, he found a shopkeeper and a Yunin standing outside. The Yunin smiled and said, "You are from Jogu, correct?" Genie nodded in affirmation. The Yunin then handed him an envelope, explaining, "This is your identity verification certificate, which you will need during the assessment. If you encounter inquiries in the village, you can present this, and no one will trouble you." Gratefully accepting it, Genie bowed. Such certificates were common among the villages. When a newcomer appeared in certain areas, they might be obstructed without a valid reason and could be taken into custody. Once detained, it would not suffice to simply explain oneself in a few words. Despite the lack of walls within major ninja villages, allowing for seemingly unrestricted movement, every area was monitored by hidden sentries. Each individual's identity and permissions dictated their access to various locations. Had there not been an excuse to escort Genie yesterday, the training grounds surroundings, where Tsunade had disguised herself, would have been off limits. To approach there recklessly, even as a civilian merchant, would invite scrutiny. Ninja villages across various nations resembled vast military bases, governed by a militarized management system. Naturally, while regulations existed, the strictness of enforcement depended on each village's discretion. After watching the two descend the stairs, Genie closed the door behind him. Time was running short. He had not anticipated the efficiency of Yunin village's operations. According to the style of Sunagakure, it would typically take 3 days to verify such matters. Based on this efficiency, he estimated that the results of the second round of verification would arrive in Yunin village within 2 days at most. This meant that, including today, he would need to acquire the Raikage's armor and depart the borders of the Land of Lightning within 3 days. Exhaling a sigh of urgency, Genie felt the pressure mounting, leaving little time for meticulous planning. He also pondered whether his own ninjutsu could interfere with the sealing of the Jinchuriki. In the realm of the Jin-E family, a multitude of peculiar ninjutsu has been developed, tailored specifically to the unique characteristics of the abyssal fire bat. These techniques have found application across various scenarios, though most possess negligible practical value, merely a slight enhancement rather than true utility. Following the encounter with the Eight Tails, Jin-E had seized the opportunity to delve into a technique designed specifically for tailed beasts, the illusion technique Night Parade of 100 Demons. The name may sound grandiose, Yet it merely involves summoning a swarm of fire bats that emit a high-frequency, silent wail intended to disturb the mental state of adversaries. While ordinary individuals might merely find it irritating, unable to find tranquility, its effects are rather insipid. However, for tailed beasts, it resonates like a cacophony, piercingly sharp and disruptive. Alas, this remains a theoretical concept, never subjected to practical experimentation. Firstly, due to a lack of strength to conduct such tests, and secondly, because there were no targets available for experimentation. During the Warring States period, the notion of Jinchuriki was non-existent, and after establishing a village, it was hardly feasible to experiment on one's own Jinchuriki. Thus, this idea has remained confined to conjecture. Nonetheless, trials have been conducted on ordinary summoning beasts, yielding remarkably potent results. The original purpose behind this technique's conception remains obscured. However, once Jinchuriki were introduced, the Jin E family categorized it as applicable against them. Jin Yi's choice of this technique stems from its nature as a wide-ranging special ultrasonic wave, which undeniably elicits emotional responses from beasts, thus categorizing it correctly. In fact, most techniques developed by the Jin E family concerning the abyssal fire bat involve ultrasonic waves, albeit at varying frequencies. Each variation, even if it is but a single technique, is distinct. The classification is straightforward, despite being rated a mere sea level. The illusion technique Night Parade of 100 Demons demands nearly a quarter of Jin Yi's chakra when summoning a substantial number of fire bats, which is utterly outrageous. Were it not for its potential utility against tailed beasts, it would surely be deemed the most trivial of techniques. After a brief and rudimentary plan, while seated upon his bed, Jin E ventured out to scout the area. As for the possibility of drawing suspicion from the hidden cloud village due to his extensive visits to specific locations, such concerns were overshadowed by the urgency of the moment. Indeed, as Jin E anticipated, the closer he approached the residence of Moe, the fewer ordinary people he encountered, while the presence of ninjas surged. Much like in Konoha, Naruto would always seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Hokage Tower, never daring to recklessly approach the latter's private abode. As a mere child, compounded by his unfamiliarity, he faced 3 or 4 waves of inquiries. Jin E had contemplated such scenarios in advance, calmly addressing each query as it arose. Nevertheless, the resistance intensified as he merely caught a distant glimpse of Moe's residence, only to be sternly rebuked and sent away. With no other recourse, Jin E redirected his path to observe the dwelling of Lu Bui, where the crowd was relatively sparse, yet he was still unable to approach closely. From a distance, he could only glimpse the windows, tightly shut, suggesting an absence of occupants. Conversely, the journey to the Rakage building was unimpeded, as the shadows lurking there were innumerable and showed no fear of disturbances. Any display of hostility would be swiftly quashed. To obfuscate his intentions, Jin E also took the time to meander through other locations. Even with this purposeful wandering, an entire day was consumed. The information provided by the blacksmiths proved reasonably accurate, with a few discrepancies holding little significance. Choosing to gather information at the blacksmith shop was a strategic decision, as these artisans frequently interacted with ninjas, providing a plausible reason for his reconnaissance. Upon returning to his lodgings, Jin E let himself freshen up and then indulged in a brief slumber. At 9 o'clock that evening, he suddenly opened his eyes, adjusted his attire, and leisurely descended the stairs. The shopkeeper, curious, inquired, "Guren, are you heading out this late?" Jin E yawned and responded, "After a day of wandering, I fell asleep upon returning and forgot to have dinner. I'm a bit hungry, so I'm going out for a late-night snack." The shopkeeper, unconcerned, casually recommended a few decent establishments. Stepping outside, the evening breeze was quite chilly. Jin E exhaled, producing a visible breath, tugged at his collar, and made his way toward a stall that lingered in his memory. Winter had arrived, and the winds of Yunin village were fierce at night, stinging his face. A sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting Jin E to seek refuge in a narrow alley to escape the harsh draft. In an instant, as he entered the shadows, his hands moved swiftly, completing a series of hand seals. A doppelganger, identical to Jin E, materialized, and after exchanging nods, the earth clone vanished like a specter into the night. Jin E paused momentarily, adjusted his thin clothing once more, and proceeded toward the late-night food stall. The streets were now sparsely populated, with the few passers-by primarily comprising ninjas. He casually consumed some food at the stall before making his way back. As he opened the door, a wave of cold air surged in. The shopkeeper looked up and, noticing Jin Yi's flushed cheeks, chuckled. Haha, it's quite cold out, isn't it? You should head out earlier next time. It hasn't even snowed yet, or you might freeze. The shopkeeper, having learned a bit about the boy, felt a pang of sympathy and chatted a little longer. Jin Yi stamped his feet and replied with a smile. Thank you, uncle. You're quite busy too. I'll remember to bring you some late-night snacks next time. Now you should get some rest. He nimbly ascended the stairs, and the moment he closed the door, his hand seals shifted once more. In the stillness of midnight, a large, unique fire bat, with wings spanning nearly a meter, emerged. The bat shook its body and trembled, expelling a scroll the size of an arm from its mouth before disappearing. Unfolding the scroll, Jin Yi saw the character for seal and then release. A multitude of items materialized. He adeptly donned his ninja attire and opened his backpack, equipping the various tools within. Fully armed, Jin Yi nodded in satisfaction, consumed a soldier's pill, and sat on the ground to replenish the chakra he had expended earlier. At midnight, he opened his eyes again, his chakra completely restored. Through their shared vision, the Earth clone had successfully navigated to the outskirts of Yunlei Gorge without incident. The guards outside Yunlei Gorge were few, 2 elite jonin and several chunin, serving mainly as messengers. He hoped for a smooth endeavor. The fate of Tsunade rested on the whims of destiny. Should she fall in Yunin village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation would plummet to an all-time low. Jin Yi opened the window and swiftly approached the location of Baimoi. Pausing near a residential house upon nearing a cautionary boundary, he murmured softly, "Let us begin." The Earth clone received its orders and began to traverse the moderately steep hillside. Upon reaching the summit, it remained indifferent to whether it had been detected. The spirit beast, summoned forth, unleashed a swarm of fire bats that blotted out the sky, heading towards the residence nestled within the Yunlei Gorge. Within that abode, Barubi was startled awake at the moment the summoning technique was activated. Now, he stood in the courtyard, gazing at the familiar fire bats. Barubi scanned his surroundings and spotted indistinct silhouettes atop the hill. The two seemed to pierce through the thick veil of night, locking eyes. The Earth clone offered a cold smile as it completed its hand seals. Illusions of 100 demons began to stir. The fire bats formed into a unique pattern. An invisible disturbance rippled through the air. Barubi, on the verge of moving, collapsed to the ground, clutching his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. Damn be that invisible sound wave, capable of disturbing the tailed beasts. His eyes glowed crimson as his right hand struggled to reach behind him. It seemed like fate that the distinctive topography of the Yunlei Gorge amplified the ultrasonic waves immensely. Just as Barubi's hand grazed the distress signal, his mind was inundated with a surge of malevolence. A thunderous roar shattered the pitch-black night, heralding the uprising of the tailed beasts. This was the instinctive reaction of everyone's mind, promptly followed by piercing alarm bells. Shadows upon shadows rushed towards the Yunlei Gorge, among them a striking bolt of lightning, accompanied by rippling muscles. Raikage's already dark visage deepened further as he furiously inquired, "Why have the tailed beasts erupted? Why was there no communication?" A member of the Umbu swiftly responded, "There was no communication received. It must have erupted suddenly. Is the seal still unstable?" Bang! A colossal explosion reverberated, accompanied by blinding waves of light. "Tailed beast Jade." Raikage said nothing further, his speed intensifying, his eyes filled with gravity. He knew well that this uprising would not be easily quelled. A sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Raikage abruptly looked up and bellowed, "Scatter! Scatter! Do not cluster together." Having issued his command, he darted aside like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The tailed beast Jade detonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that engulfed countless cloud shinobi. In an instant, it was unclear how many had perished within. The narrow passage leading to the Yunlei Gorge nearly succumbed to the explosion. Soaring high, Raikage refrained from assessing the damage, for he had caught sight of the tailed beast, the 8 tails, hurtling toward them. Raikage commanded, "All Jonin, retreat immediately. The sealing team, stand by in the rear. No one is to advance without orders." Upon issuing his instructions, thunderous lightning crackled around him as he resolutely faced the 8 tails. While some were at a loss, another commanding shout rang out, "Did you not hear the orders? Fall back. This is beyond your intervention." Before they could discern the figures, 2 shadows streaked past. It was Lord Baimei and Lord Yoji, retreating with utmost urgency. An elder, slightly aged, exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped forward to direct the disordered ranks. Thanks to his guidance, the cloud shinobi regained their composure, hastily carrying the nearest injured to safety. Regarding the lifeless body of the fallen comrade, there was no time for concern. The proximity to the battlefield was perilous. Unnoticed by anyone, a diminutive figure clad in darkness had joined their ranks. After retreating to a secure location with the crowd, the Earth clone smirked. The plan was executed flawlessly. Even the most formidable tailed beast, devoid of reason, was nothing more than a creature easily manipulated. However, the reinforcements arrived too swiftly. It would have been ideal to lure them closer to the hidden cloud village. While Jin Irong was frantically searching at the Bai Moe residence, the Earth clone merely shrugged and stealthily approached the wounded, keeping a vigilant watch over the battlefield. Half an hour elapsed, yet Jin Irong found nothing. Not even a trace of the thunder armor in that deeply concealed secret chamber. Only advanced and practical insights into swordsmanship, taijutsu, and lightning-release ninjutsu were present, valuable, yet not what he urgently sought. The sounds of battle had significantly diminished. Time was of the essence. Jin Irong's expression darkened as he pondered the depth of the concealment. Was it truly hidden so well, or was it indeed within the Raikage building? With numerous traps and seals, Jin Irong resorted to brute force to break through, uncertain if he had alerted Bai Moe. Yet he was acutely aware that time was running out. With a swift strike, he dispatched a distracted guard lurking in the shadows. Standing in the courtyard, he surveyed his surroundings, determined to uncover any remaining hiding spots. The only location he had yet to investigate was the Spirit Hall, which he presumed belonged to Bai Moe. The Spirit Hall was conspicuously situated. He had noticed it upon entering, but had thought little of it. Surely, Bai Moe would not store valuable items in a newly constructed Spirit Hall. Jin Irong furrowed his brow and decided to take a closer look. The Spirit Hall, designed in the style of an island nation, revealed no peculiarities, nor any secret compartments for concealment. With the bodies in his possession, there were naturally no coffins, only memorial tablets. After exploring the area, he noted a peculiar small box on the offering table. What purpose could it serve if not for tributes? Curiosity piqued. He picked it up. To his surprise, beneath the box lay a piece of paper inscribed with ominous characters, Jin Irong. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he surveyed the Spirit Hall, still adhering to the rites of commemoration. Was this a grim invitation for him to join them in death? Dismissing the thought, he opened the box to find a manuscript entitled Secret Technique, Self-Created Insights on Thunder Armor. Upon turning to the first page, he discovered it bore the guidance of the Third Kazekage, created in the hidden cloud village in the 21st year, authored by Bai Moe. Flipping through a few more pages, Jin Irong chuckled softly. It was as if he had traversed a treacherous path only to find the answers he sought without the need to infiltrate the Raikage's building after all. Carefully closing the box, he secured it within his backpack. No longer lingering, Jin Irong sprinted towards the gates of the hidden cloud village. Once the Jinchuriki was subdued and Barubi regained consciousness, there would be no safe haven left in the land of lightning. After receiving word of the task's completion, the Earth clone retreated into the shadows, transforming into a mound of earth. Originally, Jin intended to use his Earth clone to self-destruct among the injured, but with his chakra nearly depleted, the explosion would have minimal impact and could provoke the cloud-hidden village to a dangerous extent. It was wiser to discreetly vanish, allowing him to buy time for his escape before Barubi regained consciousness. Jin bore no regrets. His journey had yielded tremendous rewards. He had witnessed the power of the tailed beast bomb, probed the weaknesses of the Jinchuriki, confiscated treasures from Bai Moe, and acquired the Raikage armor. Disregarding material gains, the intrinsic benefits were substantial. Navigating the cloud-hidden village openly felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. This exhilarating sensation sparked within Jin a genuine longing for formidable strength. Previously, his pursuit of power stemmed solely from the instinctual needs of a tumultuous era. Had he possessed unrivaled strength at that moment, he would have lacked the motivation to delve into ninjutsu. After all, he hailed from a peaceful nation and had enjoyed a life of affluence since childhood, devoid of any martial aspirations. Everything was born from necessity, a state colloquially referred to as being a salty fish. As for notions of protecting a village or enhancing the living standards of commoners, he felt no inclination. He was not of this world. Any deep emotional ties would be a fabrication. However, the mere possession of great power now seemed quite intriguing. As he made his way out of the village, a palpable chaos enveloped the cloud-hidden village, with many citizens anxiously gazing towards the direction of the Yunlei Gorge. The ninjas were methodically directing civilians to safe zones. This was customary. Even with unwavering confidence in the Raikage, they needed to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Should a tailed beast bomb strike the village, no one could bear that responsibility. Observing the solemn expressions around him, Jin Yi's gaze flickered. The tailed beast bomb was indeed a subject worthy of study. Having witnessed its might firsthand, he now aimed to enhance his wind release to match its destructive capacity. With defensive ninjutsu already showing promise, it was time to contemplate the direction of offensive techniques, and the tailed beast bomb was an excellent avenue to explore. As he passed a certain area, Jin Yi instinctively glanced over and was taken aback to see Tsunade. He chose to disregard her presence and continued to advance stealthily. This route was the only passage out of the village, conveniently located not far from the entrance, facilitating the swift exchange of information. In the event of an emergency, a forceful breach of the cloud-hidden village's blockade could be executed. Konoha would not arbitrarily choose a random shop as a stronghold. Tsunade, sensing something amiss, cast a fleeting glance towards the alley before redirecting her focus to the Yunlei Gorge. The tailed beast's rampage, was it an accident or a deliberate act? Would it jeopardize their covert operations? Tsunade was rapidly assessing the situation, as it involved a long-established intelligence network that required careful consideration. Has any news arrived? An elderly man behind her shook his head, his brow furrowed, and replied in a low voice, from the movements observed. It appears that the cloud-hidden village was caught off guard. It should be an accident. However, any minor upheaval should be swiftly contained, yet the wait is becoming prolonged. They were merely scouts, and their knowledge about the Jinchuriki was scant. Tsunade felt equally at a loss. Konoha had never experienced a tailed beast rampage, and the specifics were impossible to deduce. What did you say about the timeline earlier? Please elaborate on your analysis. The elder spoke gravely. Each village is now acutely aware of the Jinchuriki, and we have gathered some intelligence suggesting that the tailed beast rampages often come with forewarnings. The caretakers have been set up primarily for early warning purposes, not merely to monitor the Jinchuriki. Should we receive a warning, prompt action can swiftly quell any uprising, preventing significant losses. However, the response time from the Hidden Cloud Village has been notably prolonged, and it remains uncertain whether this uprising has undergone any further developments. As an experienced intelligence officer, I remain sensitive to these subtle nuances. An extended duration may lead to unforeseen changes. Suna pondered for a moment before resolutely issuing an order, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, to be prudent. All key personnel in this line must evacuate the Hidden Cloud Village with me immediately tomorrow, and we shall activate our contingency plan, ensuring readiness to sever communications at any moment. Isn't this a bit hasty? A single intelligence line involves numerous professionals across various domains. An unsubstantiated departure from the village would undoubtedly raise alarms in the Hidden Cloud Village. If we escalate matters unnecessarily, the repercussions could be dire. Dispatch the orders. Suna's expression was serious, leaving no room for dissent. Despite her youth, her position afforded her the authority to mobilize all personnel from Konoha in the Hidden Cloud Village if necessary. The elder, realizing the weight of her command, dared not question her further and promptly said about relaying the orders. Suna's judgment was not based solely on the elder's counsel, but rather stemmed from her own understanding of the Jinchuriki. After all, Uzumaki Mido was her grandmother and the host of the Nine Tails. It was unimaginable for her to be oblivious to the intricacies surrounding the Jinchuriki. Suna understood that once a Jinchuriki reaches a certain level of strength, the tailed beasts exert little influence over them. A completely irrational outbreak must be attributed to external factors. Should such factors exist, whether intentional or not, the Hidden Cloud would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, and once that investigation begins, they would be at risk of exposure. It would be prudent to depart by tomorrow. It may not be too late. Having won that wager, Suna had been harboring an underlying sense of crisis, initially believing that misfortune would befall that child. Yet, the child was merely an ordinary person, unentangled in significant affairs, even in a life-and-death crisis. She believed she could ensure their safety. However, with the emergence of the tailed beast's tumult, Suna felt her certainty wavering. This was a matter of great magnitude, clearly beyond the involvement of a mere child. Thus, her mood grew increasingly agitated, uncertain of where the impending misfortune would strike. Logically, even if the entire intelligence network of Konoha were to be dismantled, it should not concern her. Why then did she prevail? Although it may seem selfish to think this way, it was the truth. Konoha was inundated with numerous affairs daily, and this burden fell upon her shoulders. She should indeed be the harbinger of misfortune. Did her mentor secretly send someone to protect her without her knowledge? The thought sent a shiver through Tsuna. Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she suddenly spotted a large contingent of cloud ninjas rushing toward the village entrance, prompting a change in her expression. She turned to a middle-aged man behind her and commanded, "Prepare for an escape. The situation is turning dire." The man, sensing the urgency, disappeared quietly into the crowd. At the entrance of the hidden cloud village, the two squads of guarding ninjas reported with grim faces about the recent events. "Are you saying you stood guard here, yet saw no one leave?" The reinforcements were incensed. The leader of the team, visibly embarrassed, remarked, "Indeed. We did not observe anyone leaving. Had it not been for the subtle signs indicating that a small mechanism had been triggered, we might never have realized someone had exited." He continued, "What about your peculiarities, illusion techniques, or perhaps a unique bloodline?" The two squads of guards exchanged glances, their laughter tinged with awkwardness. "There are no signs of any illusions." One of the reinforcements could not help but slam his palm on the nearby table, his chest heaving with agitation. Yet he ultimately refrained from further comments. After a brief pause, the individuals he brought returned with their findings. "There is nothing of significant note. We can only ascertain from the triggered mechanism that a single individual has departed." "Huh, what a fine jest. Are you implying that this individual possesses the ability to turn invisible?" He scoffed, for invisibility techniques do exist in the ninja world, although most are merely tricks for entertainment and are ineffective in combat. While the group remained in a state of confusion, a sudden piece of news arrived. The residents of Byamoy had been attacked, several guards slain, and the assailants demonstrated formidable strength, even managing to slay a high-ranking ninja in the inner sanctum with a single strike to the throat. The leader, exuding a palpable aura of menace, promptly sealed off the village entrance, deducing, the timing of the attack coincides almost perfectly with the disturbance. Only one person has exited, suggesting there may be accomplices still within the village. "We must report this to the esteemed lords immediately." A messenger ninja swiftly turned to relay the message. However, before the news could reach its destination, Raikage had already returned to the village, dispatching dozens of messenger hawks throughout the land of lightning. As the swarm of messenger hawks took flight, the entire nation was stirred into action, mobilizing at an astonishing speed. Every individual had a singular mission: to capture Jin Irong. After sealing the Eight Tails back within Barubi, he mustered his strength to utter 3 words: Jin Irong. Following this, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Such a large-scale mobilization could not remain concealed from others, and news of Jin Irong inciting the tailed beast's rampage swiftly spread across the major ninja villages. Tsunade, initially relieved and thinking it did not concern them, suddenly recalled a disconcerting possibility and hurriedly sought someone to inquire. "Do you have a photograph of Jin Irong?" Jin Irong, following the friendly match in Sunagakure, had become the most prominent genius in the ninja world. With a severed arm, he had bested the formidable Shinju Hokage, decapitated the genius of the Storm Release, and toyed with Mu-E. His exploits echoed throughout the land, signaling his remarkable fame. Undoubtedly, he had garnered the attention of all major ninja villages, and photographs had circulated among various intelligence operatives. Konoha possessed such images as well, and it was swiftly delivered to Tsunade. The most recent photograph was taken during the final match of the friendly competition in Sunagakure. In the image, Jin Irong donned a striking blue and white outfit, accompanied by a ninja vest, wielding the Brue sword, and standing confidently upon Kenrui, exuding an air of authority. The distance of the photograph rendered his features somewhat indistinct. Only a glimpse of his deep blue tousled hair and the forehead protector of Sunagakure was visible. Furthermore, his face bore some makeup, obscuring his exact appearance. Many had seen Jin Irong's visage, even in clear detail, but alas, only the archives of Sunagakure contained a precise photograph of him. In any place where remnants might linger, Jin has always been fully armed, with facial makeup being an essential component. As for the notion of clandestine photography, that is merely a fanciful dream. The guardians of the Jin clan are not to be trifled with. This is the very confidence that enables Jin to traverse the various villages, Should a genius from the shinobi world truly capture his likeness, he would accept it without question. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she gazed at the spirited youth, still uncertain. Moreover, the accounts relayed by onlookers only served to amplify the discrepancies. Seasoned intelligence operatives are well versed in the art of disguise. Given that Jin-E is still in the throes of growth, attempting to gauge him by height and weight would only lead one further astray from the truth. Tsunade reflected on the intelligence regarding Jin-E, proud in temperament, mature in demeanor, meticulous in thought, emotionally detached, and decisively lethal. Not a single trait aligned with the Jin-Gu she knew. At this juncture, both being in the hidden cloud village, could it merely be coincidence? Tsunade yearned to ascertain the truth for herself, yet the hidden cloud village was under heightened alert, rendering it perilous. Life or death now hinged entirely upon Tsunade's decision. The photograph of Jin-E was tightly clutched in her hand, scrutinized and recalled repeatedly. Activating the highest level contingency plan, she decreed that no one was to act until she signaled otherwise. Tsunade's expression hardened, ultimately opting for personal investigation. She needed to confirm whether this brother truly was Jin-E. In the early hours of the day, she employed summoning techniques. A few small, slug-like creatures were conjured forth. After leaving two behind as messengers, she swiftly infiltrated the depths of the hidden cloud village, disregarding any attempts to restrain her. As Tsunade delved deeper, several of the slugs fell to the ground, transforming into even smaller versions that burrowed into inconspicuous corners. The inhabitants of the hidden cloud village were preoccupied with guarding against external escape, and Tsunade's ill-timed incursion went unnoticed. Upon reaching the inn, Tsunade pushed the door open and anxiously inquired of the innkeeper, "Excuse me, how is my brother, Jin-Gu? I am quite worried and wish to see him." The innkeeper awkwardly replied, "I apologize. During the retreat, the children all left together, and I did not keep track of Jin-Gu's whereabouts." Upon hearing the news of the tailed beast's rampage, the innkeeper had rushed home, hardly considering others, and had only just returned to the inn after learning of Raikage's arrival. "I see. That is a relief. May I check his room? I fear he may have left something behind." The innkeeper chuckled, "Of course, I shall show you the way. By the way, Jin-Gu still owes me a late-night snack." As they ascended the stairs, the innkeeper engaged Tsunade in conversation, seeking to establish rapport with this Miss She. "A late-night snack? Did Jin-Gu go out tonight?" Tsunade queried. "He went out for a late-night snack, but returned swiftly. He seems quite curious about the village. These past few days, he has been out all day. Perhaps he grew weary today and missed dinner after taking a nap." Tsunade's eyes narrowed as a sense of unease intensified within her. Soon, they arrived at the door of Jin-E's room. Upon opening the door, it was indeed empty, the bed still disheveled. Seizing the moment when the innkeeper was distracted, Tsunade slipped her hand beneath the covers. It was chillingly cold. The temperature was undeniably not one that had only departed during the retreat of the organization from Cloud Hidden Village. Although the children in the inn were indeed civilians, they could be considered as part of the ninja reserve, and their retreat was scheduled for much later. A flicker of sternness passed through Tsunade's eyes, and an overwhelming fury surged within her. The innkeeper glanced around, finding nothing amiss. It seemed that the man from the valley had not left anything behind. However, even if he had, it was of little consequence, as the payment he made was sufficient for a month's stay, and he would undoubtedly return. Another piece of evidence. Tsunade smiled faintly, no longer lingering, and waved goodbye to the innkeeper. Upon exiting the inn, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth in anger. "Live slug, inform them that our cover has been blown and to commence an immediate retreat from the village." The thumb-sized slug nestled against Tsunade's chest nodded affirmatively, responding, "Understood, Lady Tsunade." While she could not be entirely certain that the man from the valley was indeed Jin-E, Tsunade was not willing to take any chances. She had to prepare for the worst. Even if he were not Jin-E, the man from the valley was likely to harbor ulterior motives, and she could not afford to be careless. Although Jin-E could disguise himself, his age was a limiting factor. If Cloud Hidden Village conducted an inquiry into the unfamiliar children who had recently entered the village, it would be relatively easy to locate the man from the valley, which would inevitably lead back to her. "I hope you are truly not Jin-E. If you are, for this charade, I shall ensure you learn the consequences." With the little slug's reminders throughout her journey, Tsunade returned to the shop unscathed. The forces belonging to Konoha had gathered a small contingent. "Why are there so few of you? Were you not instructed to initiate the highest alert?" Tsunade exclaimed in fury as she surveyed the diverse group of fewer than 20 individuals. The elder leading the group offered a bittersweet smile, exhaling deeply as he resolutely stated, "Someone must remain to hold the rear." With that, he stepped out of the shop with determination, knowing that they could buy some time. Tsunade stood her ground, took 2 deep breaths, and commanded, "From this moment on, all actions will follow my orders. Let us depart." The group, laden with supplies, slowly made their way out through the side entrance of the shop, heading toward the village's entrance. They had not traveled far before being intercepted. "Miss Tsunade, at this late hour, may I inquire where you are headed?" Tsunade stepped forward to greet them, replying, with the tailed beasts in turmoil, "There may be injuries in the village. I intend to procure a batch of herbs to provide support." The small squad, not wishing to ponder too deeply, chose to let her pass, as they had many matters to attend to. Although Cloud Hidden Village had only experienced a fright, a substantial number of people had evacuated. Now that the crisis had abated, it was imperative to bring those civilians back promptly. The safe house was not expansive, with an influx of people. Prolonged confinement would inevitably lead to conflicts. However, as they approached the village entrance, the number of patrolling personnel increased, and many attempting to leave the village found themselves either apprehended or scolded back. Although the village had announced that the crisis was resolved, there would always be those timid souls wishing to escape temporarily, fearing the possibility of a second upheaval. Cloud Hidden Village had been completely sealed off. Yet this was not communicated to everyone. They intended to seize this opportunity to unearth a faction harboring malicious intent. The group led by Tsunade had grand ambitions. After successfully navigating through 3 or 4 rounds of scrutiny, the merchant convoy was halted at an intersection, still a street away from the village entrance. This time, they were confronted by a burly middle-aged jonin, his scarred eyes exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. "You are Shallow Cloud Hope," he stated coldly, surveying the merchant team with an indifferent gaze. Tsunade stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Greetings, esteemed ninja. I am Shallow Cloud Hope." "And we." The jonin raised his hand to interrupt her, signaling 6 chunin behind him to encircle the group. "Esteemed one," Tsunade exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she sought to explain their presence. The hidden scouts began to murmur among themselves. "Speak more, and you shall find yourself conversing with the interrogation squad." An uneasy silence fell over the street. The middle-aged jonin proceeded to inspect the convoy, occasionally tapping on the cargo and squeezing the shoulders of the guards. "Do you know the Kuga people?" A cold voice inquired from behind. Tsunade turned, surprised. "Do you know them too, esteemed one? I met one on the road and, seeing his plight, offered him a ride." "Oh, are you aware that he has gone missing?" Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her fingers twitching slightly. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions echoed in the distance, throwing the merchant convoy into disarray. "What is the commotion?" The jonin barked, restoring silence to the street. The distant chaos did not disrupt his methodical inspection. The sound of the cargo boxes echoed sharply. The jonin struck one of the boxes, inquiring, "What lies within?" In a swift motion, the jonin's head was twisted, his neck snapped. Cries of horror erupted as, in mere moments, the formidable squad was obliterated. Tsunade coldly discarded a lifeless body and commanded, "Dispose of the bloodied carts and cargo." The entire convoy swiftly returned to a state of calm, efficiently organizing the remaining goods before resuming their journey toward the village entrance. Before long, the gates of the hidden cloud village became visible through the night. The vigilant cloud ninjas at the entrance noticed their approach and called out to halt them. Tsunade raised her hand to signal a stop, scanning the surroundings. Through the concealed gaze of a hidden slug, she observed that there were 53 ninjas at the gate, comprising both visible and hidden guards. Among them, there were 10 jonin. 2 jonin, accompanied by 10 chunin, advanced toward them. Tsunade rotated her wrist, awaiting the approaching figures. The other hidden scouts also moved closer to the cargo. As the 2 jonin stood before the convoy, Tsunade unleashed her fists. With a thunderous impact, the 2 jonin were propelled backward, falling lifelessly to the ground. The hidden scouts revealed themselves, drawing weapons concealed within the cargo and charging forward. Tsunade swiftly retrieved her ninja tool pouch, securing it at her waist as she dashed toward the village entrance. The cloud ninjas, now aware, surged forward with deadly intent, with both hands moving deftly. 8 kunai materialized between her palms and were launched forth. A resounding whoosh filled the air, akin to 8 cannonballs being fired at the cloud ninjas. A series of tremors echoed in the aftermath. 6 chunin and 2 jonin were violently slammed against the walls of the gate, their chests a gruesome mess, breathless and lifeless. The momentum of the cloud shinobi faltered. The 2 leading jonin barked an urgent command. Request immediate reinforcements. We are facing elite opponents. With that, blades danced as they launched an assault on Tsunade. The other jonin, witnessing the silence from the chunin, shouted angrily, "Where is the signal?" "My lords." "The signals were in the hands of those who just perished," came the reply. The 2 elite jonin aimed to ensnare Tsunade, but were effortlessly repelled by a single punch and kick. Painful heaven kick. With a powerful stomp, Tsunade split the ground, sending debris flying and scattering the formation of the cloud shinobi. Bang bang. The 2 jonin stumbled and were swiftly dispatched by Tsunade. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly, 2 more Tsunades appeared on the battlefield, plunging into the ranks of the cloud shinobi in a frenzy. With no time to retrieve the signal, the sounds of battle were drowned out by explosions elsewhere, and the cloud shinobi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The 2 elite jonin exchanged glances, seizing an opportunity. One retreated swiftly, disregarding the situation. However, in that fleeting moment, a piercing sound echoed from behind, and a kunai struck fiercely at his back, sending him flying. Before he could regain his footing, another kunai came crashing down. Bang! As the dust settled, the head of that elite jonin was obliterated, rendering him unrecognizable. The elite jonin engaged with Tsunade was filled with terror. He could not entangle this woman. A brief exchange was manageable, but any distraction would lead to a gruesome demise. Each blow he took from her immense strength left him gasping for air. Tsunade smirked coldly. Though she seldom employed ninja tools, it did not mean she was incapable. In her hands, a mere kunai wielded power akin to an exceptionally potent B-rank jutsu. Watching the situation deteriorate, the elite jonin felt despair. He was no match for her, and the gap in their abilities was insurmountable. He was at a loss for how to turn the tide. Ultimately, he couldn't even buy himself time. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had acquired a kunai, thrusting it into his chest. Thud! The kunai pierced through, followed by a heavy punch that sent him flying, devoid of breath. Tsunade panted heavily. Despite relying on mere fists and feet, each of her powerful strikes drained her chakra. Scanning the battlefield, she noted that her 2 shadow clones had taken the lead, and the remaining cloud shinobi were swiftly being dealt with. Their side had only suffered 3 chunin casualties, a bountiful victory, with Tsunade now free to assist. The conflict came to a swift conclusion. After collecting essential supplies from the convoy, the group burst forth from the hidden cloud village. Tsunade remained vigilant. Aware that this was merely the simplest of challenges, the relentless pursuers ahead posed a greater threat. With her strength revealed, the leading pursuers would undoubtedly be the same few individuals, making the situation exceedingly urgent. Just as Tsunade anticipated, not long after the battle at the village entrance concluded, the Raikage personally appeared on the scene, flanked by B and the right-hand man, fresh from battling the tailed beasts. They had no time to rest before being drawn into the chaos erupting within the village. It seemed that these minor disturbances could not be easily resolved. Reluctantly, they had to intervene personally. The 3 individuals wore expressions as somber as the depths of water, fixating intently on the remnants of the battlefield. A group of cloud shinobi, filled with shame, kept their heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. Raikage surveyed the surroundings and, feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion wash over him, allowed his pent-up fury to dissipate. Calmly, he instructed, "Summon Denru-E and Jian Kai back. The village appears to be less formidable than I had anticipated." With that, he departed quietly. The weight of Raikage's somewhat disheartened final words cast a darker pall over many faces. The ease with which Jean E-Ren escaped, and the audacity of the unknown woman who had forcefully intruded upon the hidden cloud village felt like a resounding slap across the faces of all cloud shinobi. Moe and Ujie-Ren exchanged no words as they left together. Observing the signs of battle, Ujie-Ren pondered the identity of the young woman. He could not comprehend which village could nurture such a prodigy, especially one of the female gender. They were well aware of the prowess of the 2 elite jonin. Yet the residual traces suggested they had been thoroughly overpowered throughout the encounter. Even the now-renowned Jean E-Ren would struggle to achieve such feats. Perhaps in another 2 years he might stand a chance. Moe, devoid of expression, asserted, "It must be Konoha." "How can you be certain it is Konoha?" Ujie encountered. "Sunagakure has already produced 1 Jean E-Ren. Do you suggest she belongs to Kirigakure or Awagakure?" Ujie paused. Grasping the implications of the statement, Konoha was already formidable, and adding more prodigies was inconsequential. However, if it were from another village, it would pose a significant problem. At least in their hidden cloud village, at that age, no one matched the strength of the one named Qian Yunxi. The so-called #1 genius of the hidden cloud village, Zhen Yuxi, paled in comparison. By Moe's side, in truth, it should be roughly the same. Kirigakure predominantly relies on bloodline abilities, while a Wagakure is unlikely to produce a woman with such a combat style. It is highly probable she hails from Konoha. As for Sunagakure, if they manage to produce one genie Ron, they should be counting their blessings. It is implausible that another would emerge. The topic of heirs is crucial for every village. At the very least, Zhen Yushi's potential does not suffice to lead the hidden cloud village. Although Reikage and his companions were still in their prime, it is always prudent to prepare for the future. You have seen the children of the adults. What is your impression of him? Moe instinctively frowned and shook his head. His strength is adequate, but his character leaves much to be desired. Yu Jierin reflected, he is still young. Given time for training, he will improve. By the way, what did Jin Irin do while with you? Upon hearing this, Moe's expression turned peculiar, and he replied with a hint of amusement. He pilfered several of my various training scrolls. The stolen scrolls were all backed up. Even the one pertaining to the lightning armor was secure. No one would store all their precious items in one place. Thus, Moe found it curious. He recalled that his secret chamber contained numerous chakra ores, chakra weapons, and various rare materials, yet none were lost. Only replicable items had been taken. And aside from a few fallen guards, his losses were minimal. Curious, Yu Jierin inquired. Were those scrolls particularly valuable? No, they were rather ordinary items. Merely my casual notes and some copies left by predecessors, originally intended for that child Moe's studies. The ninjutsu and the like were all commonplace techniques, such as lightning release and taijutsu. The truly precious techniques are concealed within my private vault. As someone approaches, he becomes acutely aware, making it utterly impossible for anyone to brazenly steal from him. This time, Jin Irong's actions, which seem both bold and timid, have left Moe bewildered. During the assault on Yunin village, Jin Irong traversed a significant portion of the Land of Thunder, seeking refuge in a secluded cave to recuperate. Along the way, he had continuously deployed 3 clones to create confusion, and given the demands of travel, he had reached a point where rest was imperative. Moreover, one of those clones had been obliterated by Yunin village, which speaks to their formidable prowess. The discovery of that clone's peculiar demise prompted Jin Irong to reconsider his route. Although that clone had made a direct escape towards the Land of Water, the traces left behind were minimal, raising questions about how it had been detected. He had observed the skies, noting no birds passing overhead, and the usual signs of serpents, insects, or rodents were surprisingly absent, which was quite odd. 2 other clones were dispatched, one towards the Land of Moon, and the other sailing across the Land of Soup. He was curious to see how many individuals they could spare. Jin Irong suddenly felt an inclination towards mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu. With sufficient chakra, he could toy with the entire Yunin village. The most perplexing matter was the absence of any sign of Konoha's movements. Logically, having departed before Tsunade, Yunin should have located her before searching for him. Was Tsunade truly that formidable now? He was well aware of her reputation through communications from the fire bats. Fortunately, Tsunade had yet to master the Een sealing technique. Otherwise, she could potentially rival shadow-level shinobi. Jin Irong pondered whether, in 2 years' time, he might surpass Tsunade. The answer remained uncertain. If the blue corrosive flame could not resolve the issue of chakra consumption, even if he successfully developed the wind garment, he would not surpass Tsunade, at best approaching her level. However, if he could address the chakra drain of the blue corrosive flame, he would ascend to the shadow level. Despite the rapid growth of his chakra, one must consider the competition. It seemed that Jiraiya had also engaged with sage techniques at a relatively young age. With a heavy heart, Jin Irong settled down to rest. A quiet night passed. Yunin village failed to locate him or Tsunade. The only piece of good news was that another of Jin Irong's clones had been destroyed. As memories rushed back, Jin Irong regained consciousness and reflected on the bizarre circumstances of his discovery. Was it a unique summoning beast? He had not anticipated that Yunin village possessed any renowned summoning creatures, nor had much of note appeared in the original narrative regarding the village. The clone heading towards the Land of Moon received this memory and made a decision that left Jin Irong slightly taken aback. With its chakra running low, the clone opted for a forced breakthrough to test the strength of the border defenses. The outcome was negligible, as it was quickly annihilated, allowing only a vague sense of a few elite jonin. The absence of his main body indicated that he had not erred. It was likely that he had been spotted while traversing the outside. As for how he had been discovered, that was now inconsequential. He resolved to forcefully breach the blockade. Originally planning to rest for the night, intending for Konoha to act as the vanguard while he lurked behind, the current situation dictated that he could no longer afford to wait. The intelligence network of Tsunade has been compromised, rendering it impossible for her to remain in the Land of Lightning. Before her departure, providing assistance to Tsunade was relatively effortless. In contrast, he had not contacted any informants from the hidden sand village, and thus lacked any support. His previous identity posed no significant issues, as it would not raise any suspicions. With the substantial losses suffered by the hidden mist village, any further loss of intelligence from the hidden cloud village would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions from Jin Irong. The earlier persona, which had been repeatedly exposed, was no longer viable. Consequently, Jin Irong opted to disguise himself, utilizing elevated insoles, a long coat, a buzz cut, and makeup. After a series of transformations, he indeed bore a resemblance to a member of the hidden cloud village, particularly in terms of skin tone and hairstyle post-makeup. By slightly altering the flowing blade and donning a salvaged headband from the hidden cloud village, who could argue against his identity as a cloud ninja? Jin Irong adjusted his expressions to embody a haughty demeanor, a common trait among many from the hidden cloud, exuding an air of arrogance. After elevating his height by 10 centimeters, he presented a rather formidable presence. Thus, Jin Irong strode confidently through the Land of Lightning, proceeding steadily towards the border, as if genuinely in search of something. The direction aligned with his route of arrival and the location where his first clone had been destroyed. This was not only a place he was well acquainted with, but also where a clone had previously drawn fire, making it likely that the hidden cloud would be slightly lax in their patrols there. With a kunai clenched between his teeth, he cradled his head with both hands, occasionally gazing vacantly around before lowering his head to continue on his journey. This behavior led him to notice some peculiarities. Throughout his travels, 3 types of creatures appeared most frequently: rats, pangolins, and lightning larks. They were not congregated, nor did they display any unusual behavior, yet their presence was consistently felt. When coincidences abound, they cease to be mere chance. These 3 creatures are abundant within the borders of the Land of Lightning, often overlooked by the average person. Nevertheless, their frequent encounters raised his suspicions. The previous night's darkness had obscured these small beings lurking in the shadows. Along the way, he occasionally encountered cloud ninjas on missions, to whom he would casually greet. Particularly when inquiring about Jin Irong's whereabouts, he would ask with meticulous detail, effectively exhausting their patience while raising no doubts about his identity. Watching the hurried figures depart, Jin Irong felt a slight lift in his spirits. Under the deception of his 3 clones, the gaze of the hidden cloud village shifted westward. To the west lay the vast ocean, devoid of islands. But crossing a considerable stretch of water would lead one into the Land of Iron. This route was well suited for an escape. Once Jin Irong plunged into the sea, it would be challenging for the hidden cloud village to track him down. However, such a ruse could not be concealed for long. He must successfully break through that night. While progressing eastward, Jin Irong encountered several waves of cloud ninjas, each time inquiring about information regarding himself. With the first group as witnesses, no one expressed any skepticism. After several encounters, Jin Irong's identity had been thoroughly authenticated. Without consulting records, even the hidden cloud would likely be uncertain of this ninja's existence. After all, at least a dozen individuals could vouch for Jin Irong. As night descended, Jin let the ice crack beneath him and caught a few fish, which he then roasted. He was not far from the border, a mere mile away from a checkpoint. This defense line was manned by nearly 100 troops, though the strength of the small outpost was unclear. This information came from Yun Run, and it appeared to be the most vulnerable point to breach. He refrained from directly inquiring about their strength, but could infer the presence of significant figures from the expressions of those speaking. If he could breach this outpost, he would have a chance at freedom. He had half an hour, should he fail to escape and shake off his pursuers within that time. He would be worn down by the relentless Yun Run. Lost in thought, a loud voice interrupted him. "Who are you?" Jin sat still, raising his hands in surrender. exclaiming, "I am Jusha Ryo, sent to inspect the status of various outposts and report back to the village. How can you prove your identity?" Without hesitation, Jin-E recited a long string of names. "Do you have a mission letter?" He produced an unnamed letter from his robes, waving it in the air. The patrol team finally relaxed, cautiously approaching him. It was a quartet, their strength modest, all chunin. "How can you still be in the mood to roast fish?" Unaware of the current situation, an older chunin casually inquired. "I've been training in the village and found it utterly mundane. It's a rare opportunity to be out here. And as long as I don't hinder the mission, I see no harm," Jin-E replied. Having roasted the fish to near perfection, he took one, sprinkled some seasoning, and savored a bite, closing his eyes in delight. "No wonder I've never seen you. You've been training in the village," a young man remarked. A hint of envy in his tone. This youth likely possessed considerable talent, given the village's care for him. Delivering messages is far too simple. "Would you like some?" "It's just about mealtime," Jin-E offered. The young man's eyes lit up, glancing back at the elder. Within the outpost, their rations were limited to dry provisions, so indulging in some wild game would be quite a treat. The elder seemed intrigued but inquired, "The mission letter, may I see it?" Jin-E immediately grew wary, placing the roasted fish down, and asked, "Are you the commander of this outpost? Do you have the right to view confidential correspondence?" The elder chuckled awkwardly but soon relaxed. Unceremoniously sitting down, the other three gathered around him. "Have you encountered any signs of Jin-E? Throughout our journey, no one has seen him, which complicates my return to the village." Jin-E divided the roasted fish and inquired again. The four laughed heartily. The young man patted Jin-E on the shoulder, sighing. "Don't worry about it. We're equally at a loss. Despite our efforts, we've discovered nothing." The youth took a bite of the roasted fish and remarked nonchalantly, "Only a shadow clone has appeared here. It's unlikely he will break through from this side. Just stay put and refrain from seeking glory." The atmosphere grew somber. Jin-E seized the moment to shift the conversation, asking, "Could you tell me about the shadow clone? I've heard rumors that even a single clone can be quite formidable." The youth wiped his mouth and, with a proud demeanor, declared, "What is Jin-E wrong to fear? Our stronghold is under the protection of 3 esteemed masters, and subduing a mere phantom is a trivial task." 3 esteemed masters? What does that imply? Jin-E's heart sank. Was this stronghold not reputed to be the weakest? To be honored with the title of master by a chunin, one must at least be an elite jonin. How could this dilapidated outpost possibly host 3 such figures? With a composed facade, Jin-E inquired, "Oh, so there are indeed 3 masters? Could it be that Jin-E might cross paths with them here?" The elder chuckled, paying no mind to his wild claims. "Those 3 masters oversee multiple strongholds, and they are not stationed here perpetually." He discerned that this subordinate was subtly hinting at Jin-E, hoping to ease the atmosphere. The youth offered no further explanation, calmly savoring his grilled fish. "I had hoped to meet a few masters. Aside from my teacher, I have seldom encountered other prominent figures," Jin-E lamented quietly. "Teacher?" The 4 members of the squad exchanged knowing glances, their expressions inscrutable. The young man inched closer to Jin-E, whispering with a smile, "Consider yourself fortunate. One of the masters is expected to conduct an inspection tonight. You may yet have the chance to meet him." Jin-E smiled in agreement while inwardly cursing. What a pitiful stroke of luck. In truth, those 3 elite jonin conducted overlapping patrols daily, ensuring that each stronghold received attention. The young man subtly indicated his desire for Jin-E to remember him favorably. Amidst laughter and conversation, the grilled fish was devoured, and the group proceeded towards the stronghold. The winter wind was biting. Upon leaving their sheltered spot, they all shivered in unison. The Yunin squad failed to notice several small black dots flitting toward the stronghold. 3 jonin, 9 chunin, and a dozen jinin. Evidently, the patrolling elite jonin had yet to arrive. Jin-E calculated their positions, plotting his path to annihilation. He resolved not to spare a single yunin in the stronghold. Even one left alive could summon pursuers. Fortunately, due to the inclement weather, most were holed up indoors, with only the essential guards stationed outside. "Welcome back," the sentries reported to the patrolling team about Jin-E's situation. 6 chunin and 6 genin. Jin-E's fingertips manifested 8 hooked blades. Without any visible movement on his part, 8 shadowy figures glided past the necks of the 8 yunin. The remaining 4 genin were caught off guard, their throats slashed before they could react. The swift turn of events did not alert the others. Their vigilance was truly lacking. Jin Irong approached the room where the Chunin were stationed, and moments later, the stench of blood permeated the air. Only then did the three Jonin realize the danger. Their immediate instinct was not to confront the enemy, but to emit a distress signal. The prowess of Jin Irong and Tsunade was already well known throughout Yunnan, and ordinary squads could not hope to withstand them. After sending out a covert distress signal, the trio remained vigilant, watching the door and listening intently to the sounds of their fallen comrades outside. The stronghold's buildings bore defensive seals, providing them with a slight advantage. After dispatching the last genin, Jin Irong frowned at the three jonin who remained inactive. He understood that his presence had undoubtedly been compromised. However, if he departs now, he will be ensnared by the three elite shinobi, and dealing with them would consume precious time. This stronghold is still a fair distance from the coastline. It is best to settle matters swiftly. Jin let himself approach the dwelling without recklessness. Instead, he nonchalantly tossed in a few explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The room erupted with the sounds of explosions and furious curses. The three elite shinobi still did not emerge, seemingly determined to hold their ground within. Another stack of explosive tags was deployed. Bang! The residence was engulfed in smoke and trembled slightly, but remained standing. This house is remarkably sturdy. Jin was taken aback for a moment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dissipating smoke, he quietly leaped inside. At that instant, a signal from the fire bat indicated that an elite shinobi was rapidly approaching. Shortly thereafter, silence returned to the dwelling, leaving only the scent of blood lingering in the air. After a brief moment, a tall figure appeared at the stronghold. The wrinkles etched into her brows suggested she was no stranger to age, yet her physique was remarkably fit. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. She had intended to inspect this stronghold and, upon receiving the signal, hastened her pace, only to find she was still a step too late. Had the slaughter been executed without resistance? Such a bloodthirsty disposition from one so young. After surveying several rooms, the middle-aged woman sighed, noting there were no survivors. After the stronghold was dealt with, where had Jeannie gone? Just as she was about to open the door where the three elite shinobi were hiding, she caught a whiff of death. In a moment of peril, she executed a bridge stance, narrowly avoiding a decapitating strike. The door was shattered, revealing Jin hidden within. Wind release, thousand blade edge. A series of fierce blade lights whistled towards the somewhat disheveled woman. Having regained her composure after the initial surprise, the middle-aged woman moved agilely amidst the dazzling blade light, gradually approaching the dwelling. Jin Yi's heart raced. He had only one thought. He must not let her close the distance. Wind release, continuous wind duel. A torrent of wind surged forth. Sensing the lethal force behind it, the middle-aged woman was ultimately forced back, retreating to a distance. She did not rush to attack, and simply observed Jin Yi. Jin Yi, if you surrender now, there is a chance for you to survive. Resist, and you shall find only death. Jin Yi remained unmoved, glancing around as he contemplated an escape. The middle-aged woman chuckled. No need to look around. You cannot escape this time. Although you are exceptional among your peers, I am confident I can hold you here. Jin Yi performed a flourish with his sword, smiled, and deftly retreated, advancing toward the coastline. Naive. The middle-aged woman scoffed and followed suit, her hand signs shifting. Bolts of lightning rained down upon Jin Yi, significantly hindering his progress. Just as he narrowly evaded one bolt, he caught a glimpse of electric currents surging along the ground, forcing him to leap sideways. Is this Jin Yi? A cold voice echoed in his ear, and a dazzling blade light descended, aiming for his head. Thud! 2 segments of wood fell to the ground. The middle-aged woman's pupils constricted as she vanished in an instant. Where she had just stood, a towering column of fire erupted. Fire release, bloodline technique? The middle-aged woman hesitated not a moment, her hairs standing on end, instinctively drawing her weapon. With a sharp clang, Jin Irong swiftly retracted his blade, his expression grave as he retreated. This woman, after a series of rapid movements, managed to overcome her physical anomalies and maintain her instincts, an impressive display of martial prowess. The two adversaries once again stood at a distance, facing each other. Unexpectedly, you are still the possessor of a bloodline limit, the middle-aged woman remarked, her gaze now serious as she shed her earlier complacency, elevating her assessment of Jin Irong's threat level. Jin Irong was acutely aware of the disparity between them. He had yet to attain the rank of elite jonin, and defeating one who was nearly at full capacity would indeed be quite a challenge. This time, He found himself without allies and constrained from recklessly employing the Azure Corrosion Flame. To expend a significant amount of chakra to eliminate an elite Jonin would jeopardize his chances of escaping the pursuit from Kimogikure. Perhaps I could try this. After forming a series of hand seals, Jin Irong forcefully pressed his palms against the ground. Earth release, earthquake core. The earth trembled, rocks splintered, and the terrain became riddled with craters. The middle-aged woman effortlessly evaded the flying debris, puzzled by Jin Irong's intentions. Yet it mattered little to her. She was content to bide her time. However, she failed to notice that Jin Irong's figure was sinking into the ground, and in mere seconds of disappearing from her sight. Dozens of small dark figures surged forth, encircling the entire area. Jinjutsu, ghostly infant corridor. An invisible ripple spread outward, and for the first time, panic flickered in the woman's eyes. The illusionary battlefield of the Jin family was effective depending on the opponent. If one wielded extensive ninjutsu, it could be easily dismantled. If not, stepping into this realm would result in an overwhelmingly powerful binding technique. Through repeated probing, Jin Irong discerned that this woman showcased exquisite martial arts and effortlessly wielded minor lightning techniques, seemingly lacking in expansive ninjutsu. If his conjecture held true, her fate was sealed. With a cold gaze, Jin Irong commenced his test, hurling explosive tags without restraint. The middle-aged woman continuously dodged the attacks, internally chastising herself for her carelessness. Who could have anticipated that Jin Irong would set up an illusionary battlefield right beneath her nose? Bold and meticulous, he dared to envision and execute such a strategy. Shouldn't an illusionary battlefield resemble a trap, lying in wait for someone to step into it? How could it be laid out before the enemy? Though anxious inwardly, the woman maintained a calm exterior, believing reinforcements would arrive soon and that she could stall for a moment. Within the illusionary battlefield, both sight and hearing were thrown into disarray. For one adept in martial arts, the sudden failure of sensory perception could convey erroneous information, leading to catastrophic consequences. The continuous explosions from the tags persisted, and relying on her instincts, the middle-aged woman danced perilously close to the edges of the blasts. Just as she was about to step left, she abruptly halted. A line of wind grazed past her, only to be met with an explosive tag, altering her trajectory as she struck the ground, sending rocks flying in an attempt to shield against subsequent assaults. Unfortunately, her auditory senses misled her. The gust had come from behind, yet her defenses were directed forward. A relentless onslaught of wind surged from her rear. Thud, thud, thud. In a moment of life and death, a middle-aged woman miraculously evaded several fatal wounds, even though she resembled a blood-soaked gourd. With a heart-wrenching glance at her unchanged surroundings, despair etched across her face. Jin Irong, you possess great strength. Lord Liang will not let you escape. With a sickening sound, her head fell, her eyes brimming with hatred. Jin Irong stood resolutely with his blade drawn, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had not anticipated that dispatching an elite Jonin would prove so effortless. What enabled his triumph was the rather lackluster illusionary battlefield. Illusions. Suddenly, Jin Irong's apprehension towards Jinjutsu deepened. No wonder the Uchiha could rampage through the ninja world wielding their Sharingan. After briefly clearing the remnants of flames from the battlefield, he departed. Crossing the coastline and entering the sea, Jin Irong remained vigilant. Although he had emerged victorious in the skirmishes at his stronghold, he had been considerably delayed, allowing the Cloud Ninjas to potentially track him down. Indeed, as soon as he lifted his gaze, he spotted a messenger hawk descending in the distance behind him. Recalling the terrain nearby, he waded through the water towards a small island. Lacking lightning and water attributes, he would be at a disadvantage fighting in the sea. Upon reaching the island and securing a suitable defensive position, he was swiftly pursued by the Cloud Ninjas. 2 elite Jonin, 9 Jonin, and 23 Chunin. Had the entire border garrison mobilized? The various strongholds were not far apart, and had it not been for the need to gather reinforcements, they could have reached him even sooner, preventing him from crossing the coastline. Had that been the case, Jin Irong could have dealt with them one by one, scattering the pursuers with ease. To his surprise, the Cloud Ninjas displayed utmost caution, willing to sacrifice an elite Jonin to ensure their numbers were complete before pursuing him. Even more perplexing, upon learning that Jin Irong had taken refuge on the island, they chose to wait on the open beach rather than seek him out, biding their time for additional reinforcements. What was the meaning of this? Did they truly need to exercise such vigilance against someone so seemingly inconsequential? Jin Irong found this puzzling. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him, but rather the fearsome reputation of Tsunade, which compelled the Cloud Ninjas to approach Jin Irong with the same level of caution. In the eyes of those formidable figures, their potentials were deemed comparable. Who could predict whether Jin Irong might unleash an unexpected surge of power in a critical moment? Faced with such cautious Cloud Ninjas, Jin Irong found himself in a challenging predicament. Charging headlong into a squad containing 2 elite jonin was not something he could afford to do. He was not Tsunade after all. Since you wish to pursue, then pursue you shall. Jin Irong coldly regarded the group of Cloud Ninjas. If they did not hinder him now, and allowed him to continue on his path, the hidden cloud would soon be unable to stop him. Could they truly follow him all the way to the land of water? Thus, Jin Irong forged ahead alone, with a throng of ninjas trailing behind. After tiring from wading through the water, both parties took a respite on an uncharted island. You do not provoke me, nor do I provoke you. The situation felt both peculiar and harmonious. What did it all mean? They neither engaged in battle nor retreated. What were they waiting for? Suddenly, a possibility dawned on Jin Irong. At the current pace, even if Bai Moi departed from the hidden cloud village, he would still have time to intercept Jin Irong before he reached the land of water. Contemplating the worst, it is evident that Bai Moi has positioned himself at the border. Even if he were lured westward, he could swiftly return upon receiving news, wasting little time. This is indeed a plot to bring about my demise. Accompanied by 2 elite jonin, his numerous schemes would bear little fruit. However, it is worth noting that the land of water also possesses a swift ninja. Should they receive word, they may execute a pincer movement. In light of this, Jin decided to alter his course, diverting away from the land of water and heading towards the land of soup. With Jin Yi's relentless pace, he gradually distanced himself from the Cloud Ninjas. The 2 elite jonin, unfazed by the calm, abandoned their main forces and accelerated their pursuit, their faces alight with murderous intent. They had expected a cunning plan, yet their anxiety betrayed them. Jin scoffed, consuming a military ration pill to further quicken his speed. Unlike Tsunade, burdened with numerous encumbrances, he was unencumbered, free to move or halt at will, unrestrained by any considerations. As he neared the maritime expanse of the land of soup, Jin once again altered his trajectory, setting his sights on the land of moon. However, it was not long before he turned back towards the land of soup. The 2 Cloud Ninjas, having relayed the information, were incensed to witness Jin veering towards the land of water. Their frustration only grew, for they had been chastised several times for disseminating false information. They could no longer allow him to escape. He must be contained. Having been toyed with for the better part of the night, their patience had worn thin, and they yearned for a decisive confrontation. As dawn broke, a weary Jin chose to rest within a subterranean cave on a remote island. The 2 Cloud Ninjas followed closely, entering the island with caution, soon discovering the cave. This presented an excellent opportunity. His strength was not formidable, and with some preparations, it was conceivable that they could subdue him. Confident that Jin was no match for them, save for his swiftness that had allowed him to elude capture, the 2 engaged in a brief discussion and resolved to take the initiative, disregarding their village's foolish orders. Furthermore, the cave had but a single exit, making it quite easy to trap Jin. Finally, they had him hook, line, and sinker. Engaging him directly within an illusionary battlefield seemed promising. Once the illusionary battlefield was established, experienced ninjas could sense the intangible fluctuations, making it less effective in real combat. However, to set it up face-to-face required stricter conditions. They must not allow the enemy to detect the presence of the fire bats, and they must deploy the illusionary battlefield before the enemy could retreat. If the enemy was swift enough, they might evade it. This was precisely why Jin had previously wreaked havoc on the terrain, to obscure his movements and to prevent that woman from escaping. Now, the enemy had unwittingly delivered themselves into his hands, and in the confines of a narrow cave, the terrain was most advantageous. The 2 elite jonin were not reckless. They had heard of Jin Yi's illusionary battlefield and meticulously eliminated all passing bats. Confident that with but one exit, Jin had no means of escape, they grew increasingly audacious in their actions. Could Jin, no matter how formidable, confront both of them simultaneously? Under normal circumstances, with such caution exercised, Jin would indeed be at a disadvantage. But is Jin Yi's choice of this place truly arbitrary? He had previously ventured into similar perilous realms, yet on those occasions, the two had not been deceived. Sensing their approach, Jin-E sighed, remarking, "It is difficult to ascertain whether two can be subdued in one go at those earlier locations. But here, you have indeed chosen your battleground wisely." Although many of his fire bats had been eradicated, it did not hinder the activation of the illusionary battlefield. In such a confined environment, as long as certain key nodes are established, the entire subterranean cavern would fall within the realm of the illusion. Bats are, after all, creatures of the cave. This is their domain. Here, even if one were to unleash expansive ninjutsu, it would not penetrate the illusionary battlefield unless the entire island were dismantled. Under such absolute dominance, Jin-E still exerted considerable effort to subdue the two. Reducing their bodies to ashes, he approached the cave entrance, stealthily observing the sky. Above the small island, two messenger hawks circled. Utilizing the Earth-style mountain reflection technique, Jin-E delved underground and swam through the depths of the sea. Opting for this method of travel, he had altered his path multiple times. Cloud Hidden likely had lost track of him. Now, having dealt with two persistent nuisances, if they could still trace his whereabouts, he would accept that as fate. As it turned out, Cloud Hidden was not as omniscient as believed, and Jin-E's journey to the land of water was remarkably smooth. In truth, after Jin-E dispatched 3 elite jonin, Cloud Hidden had already abandoned the pursuit. To capture the solitary Jin-E, it would require the direct involvement of a Kage, otherwise, others would prove ineffective. Consequently, Cloud Hidden Village raised Jin-E's bounty on the black market to 50 million ryo. Currently, all their efforts were focused on locating Tsunade with her numerous companions. Unless she abandoned them, they would eventually be found. Having suffered disturbances in their own territory, they felt the need to leave some semblance of order for appearances sake. As for holding Sunagakure accountable, they possessed no evidence, solely the accounts of their own people, which Sunagakure dismissed. Historically, Cloud Hidden Village acted with great arrogance. It remained to be seen whether they could maintain their hubris after being repeatedly struck down by Jin-E. All things considered, Cloud Hidden had sustained significant losses during this period. The demise of 1 Kage, 5 elite jonin fatalities, 1 elite jonin rendered incapacitated, and the loss of 2 exceptionally talented individuals. The losses among ordinary jonin were even more substantial. Just from that one-tailed beast orb, they lost over 10 jonin, with dozens more injured. Reflecting on this, Jin-E felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps now, Cloud Hidden would recognize their true standing and refrain from further provocations. As he walked along the tranquil streets of the land of water, Jin-E felt somewhat out of place. The inhabitants exhibited no sense of urgency, only a desire to savor the rare tranquility. Especially with winter approaching, the prospect of soaking in a warm hot spring was a luxury beyond compare. Acting on impulse, he sought out lodging, inquiring about the most renowned hot spring establishment before making his way there directly. After settling the payment and inquiring about the necessary precautions, he proceeded to the changing area. As he disrobed, the scars on one side of his body became evident, a stark and grotesque reminder of his past. This is already the result of continuous medical treatments by Shang Yongmei. Otherwise, these scars would be far more terrifying. However, Jin Iran remains unconcerned, believing that with a few more enhancements to his physical condition, combined with medical ninjutsu, he can completely eliminate these blemishes. Upon donning a bathrobe and entering the area of the hot spring, Jin Iran paused momentarily before stepping into the pool. The sensation was delightful. He could not help but close his eyes and indulge in the experience. The chill that enveloped him was entirely dissipated, and the warmth of the water invoked a sense of bliss. To his astonishment, he had such a connection to Konoha that he unexpectedly encountered Jiraiya. The moment he entered, he immediately spotted Jiraiya, their eyes meeting for merely a second. He was uncertain if Jiraiya recognized him, but it mattered little. There were no grievances between them. As Jin Iran contemplated Jiraiya, it was clear that Jiraiya had indeed recognized him, albeit under the guise of his team's disguise from the land of tea. Despite the boy's shorter hair and cleaner visage, Jiraiya mused to himself, wondering if the youth was now without companions, perhaps lost in the village of the mist. Jiraiya, engrossed in his thoughts, had no intention of greeting him. In the shinobi world, one must always be prepared for the possibility of death. People continued to arrive and depart. Yet those two youths remained unmoving. Jin Iran relished this rare moment of tranquility and comfort, while Jiraiya pondered how to infiltrate the village of Mist once more. Unlike typical reconnaissance missions, Jiraiya's purpose was one of self-cultivation, seeking experience rather than specific intel, letting the acquisition of information come as it may. Initially, Jin Iran had no intention of engaging Jiraiya in conversation, considering them to be complete strangers. However, after spending so much time together, he felt it was a serendipitous encounter. Once there were fewer people around, Jin Iran leaned over and asked, "Haven't we met before?" Jiraiya, bewildered, replied, "Are you asking me? This is my first visit to the land of hot water." "Huh, what a coincidence. It is also my first time here. My name is Jusha Ryo, a merchant traveling across various countries." "Hello, I am Beilu Hu, a writer," Jiraiya said with a goofy smile. "Who would have thought you were a writer? That's impressive. You are remarkable as well. You've traveled to many places, I presume." Their conversation transitioned from initial awkwardness to a more profound discussion of the customs and cultures of different nations, fostering a closer bond between them. "Beilu Hu, I plan to conduct business in the land of fire next. Do you know what tends to sell well there?" Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling that the land of fire lacked nothing. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Local specialties from other countries should sell quite well. There are many affluent individuals there." "Do you enjoy drinking tea? What do you think of the tea from our land of tea? I would like to treat you to a taste." Jiraiya's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Yes, tea, especially high-quality tea, is highly sought after. Many influential figures appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Jin Iran eagerly pulled Jiraiya out of the hot spring, eager for him to sample the exquisite tea. With a sense of helplessness towards the overly familiar youth, Jiraiya methodically donned his attire and made his way to the designated meeting place of Jin Yang. As they conversed along the journey, their rapport deepened, which piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he remained vigilant at heart. Even within the village, only a handful could truly draw close to him. Yet, this boy from the land of tea maintained a comfortable distance, neither too far nor too close, while discussing topics that aligned well with Jiraiya's temperament. It was no wonder he could navigate various nations for trade. Jiraiya ultimately attributed this talent to Jiu Shiryong, a natural-born merchant. Upon reaching their lodgings, Jin Yang produced an entire tea set and began to brew tea for Jiraiya with a leisurely grace. Even for someone like Jiraiya, who was not well-versed in tea, the entire ritual was a delight to behold, particularly the fragrant aroma that wafted through the air, compelling him to take a sip. "Excellent tea indeed." Jiraiya smacked his lips, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. It looked appealing. However, the taste was rather ordinary. Naturally, he would refrain from voicing such an assessment. "By the way, do you have any acquaintances in the land of fire, Brother Beilu?" Tea, in its early stages, often requires a guiding hand. Jin Yang gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. In truth, Jiraiya had anticipated this matter prior to their meeting. The tea was indeed pleasant, at least not inferior to what he had sampled from the old man. "Once you arrive in the capital of the land of fire, seek out a merchant named Uema. He can introduce you to some contacts." He then provided an address. Uema was known as an information broker, and it was through him that Jiraiya's books had come to be published. Introducing another merchant posed little risk should anything go awry. He would not be implicated. Jin Yang did not pursue the topic further. After enjoying a few cups of tea and engaging in casual conversation, Jiraiya took his leave. It appeared that he would not be returning to Konoha anytime soon. Jin Yang suppressed his smile, contemplating how to leverage Jiraiya's reputation. These few cups of tea were not easily earned. If he could not establish a connection with Jiraiya, then his previous efforts would have been a mere waste of time. The success of his journey to Konoha would hinge upon how deeply he could entangle himself with Jiraiya. Many in Konoha have seen and remembered me. I must not draw too much attention. The Yamanaka clan and the Hyuga clan have not only seen him with their own eyes, but their investigative skills are quite formidable, creating a stark contrast to the situation in the village hidden in the mist. In the mist, he felt confident evading detection as long as he avoided direct encounters with those few who had seen him. However, in Konoha, one could never know when a rogue pest might emerge or when a Hyuga might activate their Byakugan, leading to unpredictable outcomes. He had not intended to visit Konoha so soon. He wished to wait until he had strengthened his abilities further. Yet, encountering Jiraiya in the land of soup presented an excellent opportunity that would be a waste to overlook. He also needed to inform Chihua and the others. In reality, Awagakure was currently collaborating closely with Sunagakure, making it quite simple to gather intelligence without him needing to make the journey himself. His teammates could likely procure substantial information. No matter how discreet one may attempt to be at a lower echelon, it becomes quite evident when contrasted with a figure like Yagyu Yoshido. Soon, a confidential document was dispatched to the Land of Earth through a covert agent from the Land of Soup. Before heading to Konohagakure, Yagyu contemplated the need for some preparations. He devised a most suitable approach to forge a connection with Jiraiya, considering that Jiraiya himself claimed to be a writer. Thus, he decided to capitalize on this aspect. Although he was unaware of the quality of Jiraiya's current works, he chose to take him at his word, for the truth held little significance. In the Land of Soup, Yagyu sought out a cartoonist whose sole work, Little Nest, narrated the mundane tales of ordinary lives. It bore no remarkable traits, being rather ordinary and tedious. Had it not been for the intricate neighborhood dynamics, it likely would not have seen publication. Yagyu selected this particular comic because the artist possessed a remarkable ability to convey profound emotions with merely a glance. When Yagyu approached him, the struggling artist was taken aback. Without further ado, Yagyu produced a stack of cash and requested alterations to the comic. With money wielding its persuasive power, the artist, upon receiving the bills, confidently proclaimed his willingness to make any changes Yagyu desired. Thus, Yagyu instructed him not to alter the male characters, while the female characters required significant revisions. For instance, he suggested making one character's appearance shorter, offering a myriad of constructive suggestions, none of which were inappropriate. The artist was initially reluctant, pondering Yagyu's intentions. Yet, without hesitation, Yagyu offered more money. After a night of diligent effort, the revised comic was completed. The artist, brimming with excitement, gazed at Yagyu with a reverent admiration. The modifications Yagyu proposed were not to cheapen the work, but rather to enhance the allure of the female characters in subtle ways, ensuring nothing was overtly exposed yet maintaining a compelling allure. After reviewing the final product, Yagyu nodded in satisfaction and inquired whether he believed the changes would attract a market. The artist, cradling the comic, laughed heartily, declaring it would undoubtedly become a bestseller, praising Yagyu as a business genius. Excellent. Expedite the completion of a volume, and once printed, we shall proceed to the Land of Fire, Yagyu instructed. The artist eagerly immersed himself in overtime work, pondering the reason for their journey to the Land of Fire, merely to follow the lead of a superior, without the need for excessive inquiries. 10 days later, Yagyu arrived at Konohagakure, laden with 3 fully stocked carts of comics. As for the notion of needing to establish connections through intermediaries, he and Buruhua were close friends. Would he not be welcomed and treated with respect? During the tedious journey, Yagyu perused the completed comics. Thanks to his insights, the artist had experienced a surge of inspiration. Even flipping through a few pages revealed an undeniable tension emanating from the pages. The narrative had become more dramatic, more relatable, and the characters were rendered with greater depth. It held the potential for tremendous success, serving as a valuable stepping stone, Yagyu concluded. He cast it aside and closed his eyes, contemplating the task that awaited him in Konohagakure. His venture into this land, fraught with peril, was not merely an exploration of its depths. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was too great. Even if he could not take 1 or 2 away now, he aimed to leave a lasting impression. The Hyuga clan, with its internal strife between the main house and the branch family, is not one to remain uninvolved. That would be quite uncharacteristic. The Byakugan is indeed a formidable tool. Techniques such as spirit transformation, insect manipulation, shadow mimicry, and mind-body switch are all tantalizing prospects he wishes he could bring back to Sunagakure in a single package. Konoha is a veritable treasure trove, each corner teeming with allure. Even with his extensive experience, Genie Ran finds himself envious of Konoha, let alone other villages, whose feelings towards Konoha border on unabashed greed. It is worth mentioning that the head of the Kato clan has recently met his demise. One wonders if Konoha has been thrown into disarray. The news of Tsunade's breakout from Kumogakure finally reached him 5 days prior. Tsunade's party, being numerous and conspicuous, was inevitably detected by Kumogakure despite their numerous contingency plans. Nevertheless, they managed to delay the pursuit for a few days, and the distress signal was ultimately dispatched. The reinforcements sent by Konoha were led by Kato Buho, the clan leader of the Kato family. With both sides working in concert, Kumogakure found itself powerless to intervene, to allow Tsunade and her companions to escape their pursuers. Kato Buho made the selfless choice to cover their retreat alone. Under ordinary circumstances, the matter would have concluded there. However, Kato Buho's involvement enraged the Reikage. According to the Reikage, it is unbecoming for an adult to intervene directly when the younger generation is honing their skills based on merit. As a result, Kato Buho faced a tragic fate, becoming a victim of the Reikage's wrath and ultimately perishing far from home. The Reikage's statements hold merit. While it is true that the elite from various villages seldom engage directly, the sheer destructive capacity of such individuals could easily obliterate entire nations of ninja. Yet, the counterpoint lies in the notion that if one's strength is sufficiently formidable, one can afford to disregard such conventions. This is the reality of the ninja world. The reason many scoff at the Reikage's remarks is that it is evident to any discerning observer that after being repeatedly humiliated, the two parties retreated unscathed, which greatly inflated Kumogakure's pride and incited the Reikage's ire. Kato Buho was a fitting pawn. His status, strength, and background made him an ideal vessel for the Reikage's fury and a means to showcase his own might. The death of the Kato clan leader, a prominent figure from Konoha's elite, would serve to restore Kumogakure's lost dignity. Upon hearing this news, Jiniran felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had diverted the Reikage's attention with the tailed beast. Had the Reikage discovered that he still dared to linger in Kumogakure, he would have surely pursued him personally. However, a thought struck him. His own level of animosity towards the Reikage undoubtedly surpassed that of Kato Buho, given the Reikage's temperament. He might very well come after him personally. Yet he had not. Not only had the Reikage refrained from pursuing him, but even the pursuit from Bayamo, he seemed to have slowed considerably. In the original narrative, the Reikage battled the Eight Tails alone and appeared to have sustained injuries. Now, even with others sharing the burden, he likely wouldn't be at ease, enduring a significant drain. This explanation, indeed, makes sense. Jiniran took a moment to silently mourn Kato Buho. Coincidentally, after Tsunade's victory, Kato Buho, who would later have ties with her, met his end. Jiniran did not dwell on this matter too deeply, for if one possesses sufficient strength, they can transcend all obstacles. In truth, although the Hidden Cloud Village does not conform to the speculations of Kamiya, it is indeed intertwined with the suppression of tailed beasts. The underlying circumstances reveal that the Hidden Cloud Village was in a state of utter emptiness at that time. The Three Kage, striving to reseal the tailed beasts without endangering Barubi's life, expended far more energy than they had anticipated. Upon regaining their senses, Reikage realized that aside from the three of them, there was not a single formidable figure to command the vast Hidden Cloud Village, which posed a significant danger. Had there been other formidable adversaries lurking nearby, the consequences were too dire for Reikage to contemplate. Furthermore, should the tailed beasts erupt once more, the situation would be even graver. Consequently, Reikage seized the opportunity to summon the elite from outside to prevent any opportunistic incursions. When the other two elite returned to the village and stability was assured, Reikage pondered how to salvage his reputation. It was then that Kato Ayato approached him. Konoha's response to the Hidden Cloud's actions was of little concern to him. He was merely interested in discerning whether there might be an opportunity for advantage. Since the Hidden Cloud had taken the initiative to breach the rules, would Konoha follow suit and deploy their elite as well? Ideally, a clash between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud prior to the Second Great Ninja War would be advantageous. Yet, it was merely a thought. Even if Konoha desired conflict, the Hidden Cloud would not dare to engage. The aging Vortex Mizuho was nearing the end of his days. Should he act recklessly and exchange blows with Reikage, the Hidden Cloud would suffer immensely. The current strength of the Hidden Cloud Village relied entirely on the third Reikage, AI. Should this vigorous leader meet an untimely demise, the future would be bleak. Bolstered by this foundation, Konoha adopted a formidable stance regarding the demise of Kato Ayato, demanding accountability from the Hidden Cloud Village. En route to Konoha, Kamiya encountered numerous individuals united in their animosity. He even heard that members of the Kato clan had volunteered to engage in battle against the Hidden Cloud, with many others expressing their agreement. Among those most fervent in their desire for battle were the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The former sought to prove that, despite the absence of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan remained the strongest. The latter aimed to demonstrate that the Byakugan was not inferior to the Sharingan. After years of peace, both clans had amassed numerous skilled individuals. Although the Yamanaka clan felt somewhat detached from the matter, they too wished to partake in the excitement. As the entire land of fire buzzed with fervor, Kamiya finally arrived at Konoha village. Gazing at the familiar gates so close at hand, he felt an odd sensation akin to visiting a historical landmark. The process of entering the village was remarkably smooth. The goods were clearly visible, devoid of hazardous items. As for their background, being part of an external merchant convoy warranted heightened vigilance. The trading protocols across the villages were similar, and since he anticipated a prolonged stay, Kamiya opted to rent a shop complete with a backyard and living quarters. While the rent was reasonable, the deposit was exorbitant, far more than he had expected. The deposit was a guarantee against disturbances in Konoha, with only half refunded upon departure. As Kamiya worked alongside the hired help to tidy the shop, he gleaned information about the situation in Konoha. It was much the same as what he had heard before, but the atmosphere of discussion within the village was palpably more intense. Behind the facade of bustling activity, Kamiya discerned a lack of control that Sarutobi Hiruzen held over these powerful clans. Sarutobi's current expression must be quite grim indeed. The question of whether to engage in war or not has become a topic for others to debate. The villagers have decided to go to war. Yet the Hokage remains opposed. Can they truly go to battle under such circumstances? This situation is a manifestation of public opinion compelling the Hokage. The eldest son of the Kato clan has tragically passed away, while the youngest is still quite young. With such turmoil, how dare they pressure the Hokage? Has the internal discord within the Kato clan been resolved? The clan is undoubtedly in disarray, yet they still dare to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen. It remains unclear who made this decision. After tidying up his shop, Jin Iran did not venture out to gather information, but instead remained steadily within his bookstore, conducting business. As he had anticipated, the comics attracted a considerable crowd within just 2 days, particularly middle-aged gentlemen, which surprised him. He had expected the female demographic to be the primary audience, but he did not delve deeper into this observation. As customer traffic increased, Jin Iran became more familiar with Konoha, leading him to discover a rather low-profile, yet prominent clan, the Yamanaka clan. Contrary to his initial thoughts of them emerging later, they had always been a formidable force. Throughout the ages, there have been significant figures from this clan, yet they operate with remarkable discretion. Their reputation overshadowed by some mid-sized families. However, when discussing Konoha's representative families, people instinctively include the Yamanaka clan without a hint of hesitation. This is the essence of influence. One cannot simply choose to remain inconspicuous. It seems the Yamanaka clan has been underestimated. Even in the original narrative, the powerful individuals from this clan were numerous. Yet they remained overlooked. What stance does the Yamanaka clan hold? The rise of Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have occurred without the unwavering support from the Shimura, Mito, and Uchiha clans, alongside the Sarutobi clan's own strength. However, it was the inclusion of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans that truly solidified his position, subsequently attracting many talented individuals. The title of Hokage held by Sarutobi Hiruzen took considerable time to establish. Following this, strategies of alliance building, apprenticeship, and the expansion of the Ninja Academy were employed. Throughout this, the Yamanaka clan seemingly played no active role, yet their status remained steadfast. The war of words between Konoha and the Cloud Village continues unabated, with neither side willing to concede. Much like the Sand Village's assassination of Omiai, empty threats are all that can be issued, as little else can be accomplished. Can they truly afford to engage in battle? Wouldn't that merely provide an advantage to the other 3 nations? As time progressed, the atmosphere within Konoha became increasingly tense. How could such a high-ranking figure perish in a foreign land while their own village remains impotent? Amidst this unsettling atmosphere, Jin Iran stepped out of his bookstore, seeking to experience the ambience of Konoha firsthand. At the Hokage Tower, in the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoke swirled in the air, revealing the Hokage's troubled state of mind. Nara Shikaku spoke solemnly, "Hokage-sama, if this continues, your reputation will suffer greatly. We cannot allow this to persist." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied nonchalantly, "What can be done? Should we consent to war? Is the Cloud Village capable of facing our 4 great clans? It is not the concern of whether we can defeat the Cloud Village, but rather the fear of suffering a disastrous defeat. It is not that he underestimates the village of Kimogakure. As long as the Raikage refrains from joining the fray, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Kato, and Mito-Kato clans combined could rival the entire village of Kimogakure. Precisely because Konoha has grown exceedingly powerful, Sarutobi Hiruzen treads cautiously. fearful of disrupting the delicate balance of the ninja world. Should Konoha dominate without external pressures, the prominent clans would likely rise in rebellion. If he could fully consolidate Konoha's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored confidence that he could eradicate the 4 great ninja villages. Nara Shikaku understood that merely discussing war was a triviality and sighed, remarking that the conflicts within that village needed to be redirected. Recently, that manga has garnered considerable interest, encouraging everyone to focus more on family. Jiraiya's young protege has also penned some work, which could be promoted. As for the Kato clan seeking vengeance, they should approach Tsunade. Inform her that for every member the Kato clan sends, she should accept an equal number, thereby reconstructing an intelligence network. With Kato Buho gone, the Kato clan, leaderless, dared to act so boldly, providing an opportunity to address these powerful clans. However, such measures could only temporarily alleviate tensions. To restore prestige, a war would be necessary. Shikaku slowly articulated his thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, locking eyes with Nara Shikaku for an extended moment. What are your thoughts? He inquired. Isn't the leader of the Land of Rain touted as a demigod? I hear he wishes to establish a hidden village. And some minor nations seem dissatisfied with our management in Konoha, engaging in various covert actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Not sufficient. How about adding the Land of Wind? They have recently been quite prominent. Still not enough. What if we include the Land of Water, avenging a past grievance? The removal of spies from the Mist Village did not solely pertain to Sunagakure. It encompassed agents from all nations, with Konoha not escaping scrutiny. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen nod in satisfaction, gesturing, "You may leave to make the arrangements." Nara Shikaku exited the office with a hint of excitement. After sitting in contemplation for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his way once more to the Senju clan's domain. If he could persuade that individual to bring the Uzumaki clan into Konoha, it would be a tremendous boon, although he had many small clans allied with him. Their foundations were too shallow to compare with the great clans. The Senju clan had only retreated into the shadows under her persuasion. Otherwise, what merit would Sarutobi Hiruzen possess to command their allegiance? While Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberated over the affairs of the clans, Kamizuki Izumo was also traversing Konoha. During his rounds, he encountered numerous emerging small clans, though he did not see any of the major clans. Families such as the Yuhi, Inazuka, and Tsukiyakuri clans were on the rise. While their futures may not be particularly illustrious, they imparted a sense of historical significance to Kamizuki Izumo. As he walked through the streets, whispers of various ninja schools reached his ears. Especially after the incidents involving the Kato clan, the attitudes of the children were undoubtedly affected. Among them were familiar faces to Kamizuki Izumo: Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikahiza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, all of whom would become the backbone of Konoha's future. Kamizuki Izumo had no intention of visiting Konoha's ninja school personally. To do so would surely draw the attention of Konoha. Although the entire ninja world has undergone significant changes in his memories, the overarching direction remains correct. In the future, it is likely that Konoha will witness the emergence of remarkable individuals, and Jinran can roughly surmise who they might be. The presence of certain individuals will not alter the grand scheme of things. Upon returning to the courtyard of the bookstore, Jinran was momentarily taken aback, for he observed the painter engaged in a lively conversation with a member of the Uchiha clan. The distinctive fan emblem of the Uchiha is not something just anyone can wear. What could be the reason for this? Boss, you have finally returned. Churin, this is the genius I mentioned to you, the painter exclaimed. The artist was relatively young, merely in his 20s, yet appeared somewhat aged due to his neglect of personal grooming. Nevertheless, he communicated effortlessly with the youth. Churin? Jinran's eyes flickered as he smiled and greeted. Hello. I am Jiu Shizhong. May I ask who you are? It's my first time witnessing a painter smile so joyously. Typically, the artist was rather morose, only brightening when compensated. The Uchiha youth was strikingly handsome and exuded a sunny disposition as he returned the greeting. Hello, I am Uchiha Churin. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance. With the painter's connections, the two quickly became familiar. Jinran learned of Uchiha Churin's intentions, which were astonishingly to discuss the plot of a manga with the artist. It was utterly unexpected that an Uchiha would take an interest in such trivial tales. Wasn't the expectation for sophistication and grandeur? The painter cast a disapproving glance at Jinran, for if it weren't for this individual's role as his patron, he would have already criticized him for belittling his stories. Uchiha Churin waved with a smile. It is not distressing at all. From the intricate artistry and narratives, I perceive profound emotions, especially powerful familial bonds. The painter proudly lifted his chin. Jean Iran, dismissing the notion of the painter's pride, inquired curiously, and what does that signify? There are countless best-selling mangas. Surely it is not worth the esteemed Uchiha's time to engage in such matters. Your attitude truly astonishes me. Jean Iran wished to connect with the Uchiha, but preferred to take the lead rather than be approached in such a manner, wary of potential traps. Uchiha Churin chuckled. Do not be so guarded. It seems the reputation of my Uchiha clan is indeed not favorable in the eyes of outsiders. Not favorable? It is quite dire. Perhaps some actions of the Uchiha were less than amicable, yet that did not define the entirety of their clan. Even without ulterior motives, I would be delighted to befriend the painter. His words were sincere, and Uchiha Churin genuinely admired the artist's rich emotional depth, much like the Uchiha themselves, who appeared aloof yet possessed fervent hearts. Oh, so there truly is a request at hand. It seems I have intruded. I shall return another day. My apologies for the disturbance. Uchiha Churin rose with a smile, bidding farewell to both with utmost courtesy. Once the youth departed, the painter resumed his aloof demeanor, expressing surprise. Aren't you concerned about him turning against you? He is an Uchiha, after all. Focus on your art. I shall not hinder your earnings, the painter retorted, returning to his work. Indeed, it was a temperament passed down through generations. Even when confronted with such assertiveness, one could still respond with courtesy. Genie's understanding of Uchiha's intentions was tinged with speculation when he broached the subject of emotions. The same narrative could yield wildly divergent outcomes. Therein lay the art of storytelling. Upon returning to his chamber, Genie gazed into the mirror. With his cropped black hair and a smattering of rudimentary makeup adorning his face, he donned a simple yet athletic outfit, accentuated by 10-centimeter heels. His appearance, while somewhat gallant, remained rather ordinary. His handsome visage was obscured by the intricacies of his makeup. Eyebrows, eyeliner, under-eye highlights, and subtle illumination were all meticulously applied, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Yet, Jiraiya, having encountered him before, pierced through the facade. He pondered whether Uchiha would see through it as well. Logically, those who had not been part of the Uchiha clan during their last visit to Sunagakure should not be able to identify him. On the following day, as the bookstore opened its doors, a throng of patrons surged in, clamoring for Little Nest, leaving Genie momentarily perplexed. Given that he intended to operate a bookstore, it was only natural that he would not solely showcase the works of artists. A diverse array of items would be available, though others could merely be viewed, requiring a commission for purchase. The artworks of collaborating artists came without fees, and bulk purchases even garnered discounts. Once financially secure, the artists whimsically published numerous discarded drafts. Yet despite a shift in style, they floundered, remaining largely ignored, often relegated to mere discounted add-ons. This predicament left the artists in a state of dismay. As lunchtime approached, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the bookstore, extending an invitation to Genie for a meal under the pretense of an apology. Without hesitation, Genie accepted, deftly extricating himself from the day's demands, oblivious to the envious glances of the staff. Observing Genie's ease, Uchiha Itachi remarked, "With business booming, shouldn't you be elated? You seem unfazed by our fortunate turn of events today." He elaborated, "I have heard that the Hokage greatly admires your works. This rumor must have piqued everyone's curiosity." Unbeknownst to him, as he invited Genie for lunch, an even greater swell of curiosity emerged. Many sought to glimpse the enigmatic works that had captivated both the Hokage and Uchiha. Every action of Uchiha drew significant attention. Genie was acutely aware of this as he walked alongside Uchiha Itachi, feeling the weight of scrutiny both overt and covert. Ultimately, unable to endure such gazes any longer, he randomly selected a barbecue restaurant to enter. Once ensconced in a private room, Genie could no longer suppress his frustration. Don't you have any friends outside the Uchiha clan? Or do the people of Konoha simply relish in making a spectacle of themselves? Uchiha Itachi, accustomed to such scrutiny, had seldom noticed its impact on Genie until now. Reflecting on the day's heightened attention, he acknowledged, "I must admit, I too find today's circumstances rather peculiar. I do have a number of friends outside the Uchiha clan, and I spend considerable time with them." "Is that so? You have many friends?" This revelation left Genie somewhat incredulous. Even the amiable Uchiha Shursui would likely not count many friends among his acquaintances. Uchiha Churin spoke. For instance, there are Dan, Nanagoku, Suiran, and Shinazuke. I maintained amicable relations with these individuals. No wonder. Hearing about Dan and Shinazuke, even without knowing their full names, one could surmise that the other two are distinguished scions of their respective clans. Since Jin Iran did not delve deeper, after a brief interlude of eating, he inquired, "Now that we are somewhat acquainted, I wonder what it is that Churin wishes to ask me." With Jin Iran's forthrightness, Uchiha Churin decided to be equally candid, stating earnestly, "To be frank, I have commissioned an investigation into the painter from the land of soup. Initially, his works garnered little acclaim. Yet his current bestsellers appear to have been influenced by your guidance." Feeling that this assertion might be somewhat inappropriate, he added, "Although the painter's other works have similarly evolved in style, they remain unappreciated by the public. I beseech you to enlighten me." Jin Iran, unhurriedly savoring the grilled meat, posed a question. "Has your clan, Uchiha, explored the underlying reasons?" He acknowledged that he and his father had indeed conducted research, concluding that differing narratives, contexts, and character traits necessitate unique emotional expressions. Mere imitation cannot adequately convey the intended sentiments. Many of the painter's stories are quite commendable, yet he struggles to express them. His technical skill is remarkable, yet his style is exceedingly bland and uninspiring. What I have done is rectify his style, enabling the emotional essence to emerge. Once a comic can convey emotion, the resulting tension becomes palpable, and popularity ensues naturally. However, the challenge lies in the precise release of emotion, which is the crux of whether it will become a bestseller. This inquiry, in truth, had little to do with the Uchiha clan, as they had no intention of venturing into the comic market. They were merely curious about whether this method was effective solely on the pages or applicable to human beings as well. Jin Iran feigned ignorance, responding, "Is the Uchiha clan considering a career shift? What you are inquiring about pertains to a substantial business venture." This was indeed a truthful observation. The profits from a best-selling comic are quite considerable. Moreover, Uchiha Churin was not merely asking about a single comic, but rather the key to success in the marketplace. Even aside from other considerations, the investment required is not something that just anyone can bear. Uchiha Churin replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I will ensure that your business is personally safeguarded by the Uchiha clan, allowing your enterprise to thrive in the shinobi world." In this regard, Uchiha Churin was not boasting. The Uchiha's business operations were extensive, encompassing various sectors, particularly in ninja tools, explosive tags, and military rations, which are significant consumables. In comparison, the Jin family was merely dabbling. Considering that Uchiha ninjas do not engage in production or take on missions, yet can still support a large number of ninjas, one can fathom the immense wealth they possess. The envy directed toward the Uchiha clan extends far beyond their bloodline. While the shinobi world is indeed comprised of 5 great ninja villages, there are hundreds of nations, and those regions are the true consumers. The 5 great ninja villages engage in only a handful of battles each year. Uchiha Churin's proposal was indeed alluring. Countless individuals in the shinobi world longed to forge connections with them. However, Jin Iran mused, "For such significant matters, can you make decisions independently? You surely have not reported this to your clan, have you?" Given the temperament of the Uchiha clan, had they discovered the underlying truths, they would have apprehended him without hesitation, rendering any negotiations futile. What authority could a mere child possess to engage in discourse with the Uchiha? Uchiha Churin found himself perplexed. In his perspective, should the scenario materialize, the Uchiha clan would reap immense benefits, trivial monetary gains hardly warranting concern. Even though he was not particularly favored by the Uchiha, he had never lacked for basic necessities. How could one so astute be so naively oblivious? Uchiha Churin's keen intellect unexpectedly unveiled matters that had eluded Jin Iran, nearly resulting in a calamity. Perhaps the elements of the manga held no assistance for the Uchiha, yet he was indeed aware of certain methodologies that could aid them. While he could not confidently assert mastery over the kaleidoscope level, he held considerable sway over the ordinary 1 or 2 tomo. Jin Iran sighed. Remarking that the stakes involved were substantial, it was not a matter to be dictated at will. He then elucidated the intricacies of the situation. A best-selling manga could fetch a significant price, generating considerable annual revenue, and under replicable circumstances, could yield even more in subsequent years. Such wealth could procure countless kunai. explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and much more. Jin Irong meticulously dissected and clarified this astronomical figure for Uchiha Churin. He had no choice but to leverage Uchiha Churin's involvement. Without clear communication, he could not convey the gravity of the situation. As for utilizing Uchiha Churin, it was precisely this individual who had inadvertently brought him such considerable trouble. Under the influence of foresight, even the smallest idea could entangle vast interests, leaving Jin Irong to swallow this bitter fruit. Thus, Uchiha Churin, are you aware of the magnitude of trouble you have caused me? Uchiha Churin nodded blankly, astonished that a mere byproduct could hold such value. It is essential to note that he had only sought methods to guide emotions. Seeing Uchiha Churin's gaze remain unclouded, Jin Irong exhaled in relief. Otherwise, he would have had to confront the Hokage, uncertain of what price he might have to pay. Now, I wish to secure a promise from you, Churin. What sort of promise? Until your father consents to ensure my safety, you must not disclose the matter of the manga to the Uchiha. Uchiha Churin snapped back to attention, gazing intently at Jin Irong. He was innocent, not foolish, and replied earnestly, "Do you truly trust me so?" Jin Irong met Uchiha Churin's earnest gaze, responding, "I have faith in you, and in the integrity of the Uchiha." After a lengthy silence, Uchiha Churin spoke, "You must agree to my request as well." "What is it?" "If an accord can be reached with my family, you must divulge your secrets without reservation." "Such a trivial matter. To align with the Uchiha is a fortune I would gladly pursue." The two exchanged a smile, lightening the atmosphere, as the conversation shifted to other topics. After parting ways at the barbecue restaurant, Jin Irong withdrew his smile, hoping for no further unforeseen events. After all, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not detected anything amiss, then Uchiha Churin's peculiarities could only be attributed to an unconventional thought process. After all, not everyone could be like him. A simple manga could hardly contain so many hidden truths. Unexpectedly, chaos arrived. As Ji stepped outside the bookstore, he was surrounded by a throng of people, seemingly engaged in hushed whispers about something. The cacophony of voices was a jumble of comments, and Ji squinted, pushing his way into the crowd to observe. The situation was uncomplicated. With the fame of the Hokage and the Uchiha backing it, this small bookstore had drawn a considerable number of visitors. Naturally, the Hyuga clan was not to be outdone and wished to discover the allure of the comics. Hinata Nichi, the second son of the Hyuga family, seized the opportunity to visit during his lunch break. He had just had a quarrel at school and sought a distraction. A staunch supporter of the revenge sought by the Kato clan, he believed that a family must protect its own. Conversely, when the clan leader faced adversity, how could the clan members stand idly by? Unfortunately, this stance had irked several children from families backing the Hokage's decisions, leading to heated disputes that had persisted for several days. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Yamanaka Shika, they might have come to blows more than once. With a mind to unwind, Hinata Nichi had no intention of purchasing comics. He merely wanted to browse. As he perused, he became increasingly engrossed. But rather than uplift his spirits, the experience darkened his mood. In full view of the crowd, he first tore the comic apart and then wreaked havoc upon the bookstore, with no one daring to intervene. His distinctive Byakugan and attire made it clear that no one wished to provoke him. Strangely, despite the time that passed, neither the security department nor anyone from the Hyuga clan appeared to address the situation, an embarrassment for the clan. It was Uchiha Haru who, upon hearing the commotion, arrived to disperse the crowd. Observing Hinata Nichi lost in thought, Haru's expression soured. This was a disgrace to their village of Konoha. Noticing Haru's gaze and attire, Hinata Nichi recognized the gravity of the situation, exhaling deeply, and remarked, "I am currently in a foul mood. I shall return tomorrow to discuss compensation." With that, he departed the bookstore, merely nodding at Uchiha Haru as he passed. Throughout the ordeal, Ji had not once turned his attention to the unfolding drama. Watching Hinata Nichi's retreating figure, he pondered the unexpected disorder that had erupted in the village and offered an apologetic smile. "It is but a trivial matter. I must thank you for your timely intervention. This falls within the purview of my security responsibilities, and such disturbances shall not occur again." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Uchiha Haru took his leave, and Ji stepped inside the store. Upon Ji's entrance, the employees cautiously emerged from the back, chattering about the day's peculiar events. They hurried to restore order. With the Hyuga clan's ruckus, they had certainly made a name for themselves in Konoha, and the afternoon promised to be busy. In truth, There was little to clean up, merely some toppled bookshelves and scattered volumes. The torn pages were worth only a pittance. Meanwhile, the artist had remained sequestered in his room, diligently painting, undisturbed by the chaos outside. After ensuring everything was in order, Ji retreated to his bedroom, where his countenance darkened instantly. He sought to engage with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, yet not in such a manner. He needed to contemplate the subsequent actions. The method employed last night was exclusively applicable to the Uchiha, or more precisely, to Uchiha Kagami. The fact that Uchiha Chiharu had previously conversed with Uchiha Kagami, yet still sent his son for negotiations, warrants deep reflection. It could either imply that he underestimated the youth's gullibility or sought to exert pressure through authority. Did he think I would concede to the Uchiha? Even if Uchiha Kagami retained some semblance of loyalty, it likely belonged to Konoha rather than to an outsider from another village. The concealed value behind emotional manipulation was not lost on Uchiha Kagami. Now with the addition of a Hyuga, it was unclear what had provoked Hyuga Hayashi's ire. The minor incident at the bookstore had no detrimental effect on the booming manga business. Rather, it had augmented its renown. Even if the manga was unremarkable, it could still inspire a flurry of gossip. Hyuga Hayashi's sudden fury was undoubtedly related to the newly released manga. As the second son of the Hyuga clan, despite his youth, he exhibited the grace befitting a noble, rarely displaying rudeness in public. Particularly concerning this manga, which devoted considerable space to familial bonds. The nature of gossip was self-evident, especially regarding the division within the main family. Such rumors were not beyond the reach of Jinya Ryo. However, in Jinya Ryo's recollection, Hyuga Hayashi was a person who typically acquiesced. His only act of rebellion had stemmed from his son. Jinya Ryo pondered the intelligence regarding Hyuga Hayashi, still unable to arrive at a conclusion. If rebellion were in his heart, it should have manifested long ago, akin to Hyuga Niji's later defiance. A child attempting to conceal emotions amidst a gathering of cunning individuals was akin to chasing phantoms. One might consider the changes I brought about. After the unexpected demise of Kato Ayato, Konoha's indifferent treatment unveiled a harsh reality that struck him profoundly. However, Jinya Ryo soon dismissed thoughts of Hyuga, recognizing that Hyuga Hayashi would inevitably arrive, rendering further contemplation unnecessary. Conversely, it was Uchiha Kagami's demeanor that left him in a state of uncertainty. Would Uchiha Kagami divulge the opportunity to enhance the chances of awakening the Sharingan to his clan, or inform Konoha? These were two vastly different outcomes. In the original narrative, it was true that Uchiha Kagami's faction leaned towards the Hokage, yet times change and human hearts are inscrutable. One could not discount the possibility of Uchiha Kagami harboring divergent thoughts. Finding no resolution in his musings, Jinya Ryo commenced his unwavering daily regimen of training. After more than 2 months of perseverance, the effects of the breathing technique began to manifest gradually. He occasionally sensed the wind breathing technique mentioned within it, albeit with certain environmental prerequisites. His proficiency with the blue corrosion flame had improved,